This young man bravely fought enemies for 8 consecutive years, grinding monsters in the apocalyptic world. When the most crucial battle arrived, Zhang Yi successfully defeated the final boss, the evil dragon. The strongest evil dragon. Zhang Yi obtained the last fragment and pieced it together to form the Dragon Blood Scroll. He originally thought he could reach the heavens in a single bound, but at that very moment he was betrayed by his closest friend, Mu Chen, who easily stole it. The Dragon Blood Scroll was gone and he himself died, dying a sudden, unexpected death. Zhang Yi closed his eyes, filled with unwillingness and hatred. But heaven rewards those who persevere. He woke up again. Only time had rewound to 9:48 a.m. on August 28, 8 years ago. That was precisely the day the gate to the apocalyptic world was about to open. Zhang Yi couldn't believe his eyes. He forcefully pushed open the window. The scene outside was still a peaceful city. This is it. He had been reborn, returning to the time before the apocalypse descended. Zhang Yi clenched his fists. If heaven had given him a chance at rebirth, then that bastard Mu Chen, the guy who ambushed him in his previous life and caused his death, would definitely get what's coming to him this time. But the most important thing right now is, before the apocalypse descends, Zhang Yi must find the god-tier talent cards scattered everywhere. Scattered everywhere. In the apocalyptic world, every player upon joining would be randomly assigned by the system a talent skill. As for rare god-tier talents, they could only be activated using talent cards. There were a total of 10 god-tier talent cards. They were randomly distributed across the world. Zhang Yi, based on his memories from his previous life, figured out that one card, the one closest to him, was on the top floor of the Jinmao Tower. Jinmao he immediately ran over, and then climbed to the rooftop in one breath. Sure enough, the golden card was right there. But before Zhang Yi could even touch it, another guy appeared. Hey kid, this entire Jinmao Tower belongs to me, including that card. The newcomer was Lu Qingze. In his previous life he was a notoriously arrogant young master. He was the owner of that last god-tier talent card, and also the city's largest real estate groups, Air, Lin Hai. But Zhang Yi showed no intention of backing down. For him, whoever got the card first had the right to own it. However, right after that, several gun-wielding lunatics emerged from out of nowhere. They wildly opened fire on Zhang Yi. How dare you take what's mine? I'll show you what the consequences are. Zhang Yi's speed in dodging bullets was like he was using a cheat. It was truly astonishing. He hadn't even logged into the game system yet, and he could already deal with machine guns. He dashed forward swiftly, then precisely calculated the time. Only 5 seconds left until the apocalypse system descended. Zhang Yi made a beautiful jump, and then grabbed the golden card. Lu Qingze gritted his teeth, snatching a gun from his subordinate, wanting to deal with him personally. Kid, don't even think about taking my card. The bullet had already left the barrel, but Zhang Yi was indeed blessed with good fortune and a long life. The moment the bullet flew towards him, when it was just a hand's breadth away from him, the apocalypse officially began. The scene before his eyes immediately changed. A status window appeared before him displaying, "Do you choose to join the apocalypse?" Zhang Yi immediately chose yes. His body gradually vanished into thin air. At this moment, many others also joined alongside Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi opened his eyes again, before him was a massive altar, and his god-tier talent card was floating above the altar. Zhang Yi was no stranger to this magnificent sight. He walked forward step by step. Then he reached out and touched the card. Immediately after, a petite beautiful fairy appeared. Zhang Yi's player profile has been encoded. You are player number 8857. The little girl introduced herself as a fairy. Zhang Yi's exclusive system fairy. And that god-tier talent card unlocked a skill called Mind to Command. It sounded a little strange, but it was an incredibly powerful skill. It allowed the user to copy other players' talents. The cooldown was 1 hour. Afterward, the fairy introduced Zhang Yi to 3 factions in the game for him to choose from. They were the alien race, the beast race, and the human race. Zhang Yi pondered for a long time. In his previous life he chose the human race, because the human race could increase reputation by 20. And reputation in the apocalyptic world was the most important thing. Wait a moment. It seems you're carrying something else. The little fairy reached out to Zhang Yi, then pulled out an item, which surprised even himself, because it was precisely the Dragon Blood Scroll. This was something from his previous life that Mushin had obtained through all means possible. He hadn't expected that even after dying and being reborn, it would still belong to Zhang Yi. After the system discovered he possessed the Dragon Blood Scroll, a fourth faction was unlocked. That was the Dragon Race, an originally hidden race. Zhang Yi forced a smile. To be so smooth right from the start. He wondered if it was a blessing or a curse. He walked towards the portal for the Dragon Race, his chosen faction, and began the actual login process. Zhang Yi entered a waiting room, known as the respawn point. There were many other players inside, who were also going through their login process. Indeed, everything was exactly as he remembered. They were all exclaiming in admiration, enjoying the realistic experience they gained after being brought into this world. But none of them knew that later, no one would be able to leave. During the wait, Zhang Yi tried to check his own profile. Apart from his existing talent and faction, all other attributes were at basic levels, including strength, intelligence, endurance, agility, and stamina. Additionally, Zhang Yi also obtained a Dragon Race exclusive passive skill, named Infernal Dragon Flame, with a gold quality. Every time he performed a basic attack, or used a skill, there was a 0-1 chance to trigger and summon the Infernal Dragon Flame. Within the range of this flame, all enemies would take true damage equivalent to 150 of his attack power. Although the trigger chance was very low, this passive skill's effect could rival a god-tier talent. No kidding. Zhang Yi looked at the crowd before him, thinking he had to figure out the talent card in his hand. He chuckled to himself. First he should find someone to copy a skill from. Right. Soon Zhang Yi identified his target. It was a tall, bald man. Zhang Yi immediately activated his talent, then placed his hand on the man's shoulder. The man immediately shook off his hand. Alert. Zhang Yi scratched his head, showing an awkward expression, and brushed it off by saying he mistook him for someone else. He had successfully copied the bald man's epic tier talent. It was the treasure hunter talent, allowing players to, within a 500-meter radius, find treasure chests. Zhang Yi grinned. His luck was truly good to casually pick someone and hit an epic tier talent. At this moment, the respawn point doors opened. A voice came over the broadcast, essentially welcoming players to the apocalyptic world. The bald man was eager to walk out. Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately stepped forward to stop him. Don't be so quick to act, brother, it's very dangerous out there. But not only did the guy not listen, he even mocked Zhang Yi for being a coward. After pushing Zhang Yi aside, the bald guy immediately rushed out. Everyone keep your eyes peeled and watch my moves, learn well. After that, nobody wanted to learn anymore, because that guy jumped up and landed right in the giant spider's mouth. The bald guy then went to meet the king of hell. It happened so fast that no one had time to react. Not only that, the system continued to announce that the bald guy could not be revived. He was truly dead. The people at the spawn point only then began to panic. Things still happened just like in Zhang Yi's previous life. A brand new status window was sent to all players. That was the first quest. And information about Safe Zone 886. District 8 was called Hope Town. The main quest was to find this Hope Town. Then their safety would be guaranteed. The quest time was 4 hours. The countdown reward was 1 revival opportunity. If they failed, they would be like the bald guy and have no life left. But the problem now was, the spawn point was already surrounded by monsters. These people were all new players. They had no idea what to do to defeat those monsters. Zhang Yi, however, seemed calmer than anyone else. He had just taken a window breaker from a high place. In his previous life, someone had used this thing as a weapon in an emergency. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a disguised green tier weapon. This made many other players extremely envious. In this life, Zhang Yi found it first. Sure enough, after picking it up, the window breaker immediately turned into a dagger. It was forged from a meteorite from the land of extreme cold, and its utility value was quite good. At the same time, relying on the talent copied from that bald guy, Zhang Yi also discovered that this spawn point hid a treasure chest. He immediately pulled it out from the corner. Inside was a green tier dragon's breath potion. It was also green tier. With the new weapon in hand, Zhang Yi charged forward, being the first to fight monsters. The new players were both astonished and jealous. Look everyone, the weapon in that guy's hand. That's green tier. This guy is clearly cheating. Several of them started shouting. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Zhang Yi, but they all thought this kid was just digging his own grave. Even if he had a legendary weapon in his hand, he was still just a new player after all. How could he possibly deal with so many giant spiders? Moreover, those spiders were quite ferocious. Indeed, The power gap between both sides was quite large. Zhang Yi was hit fighting and retreating until he found the right moment. He then took out the dragon's breath potion. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity and threw the uncapped potion into the giant spider's mouth. Instantly a huge flame erupted fiercely. Zhang Yi leveled up twice, gaining 50 gold coins and a health potion. He knew clearly in his heart, but hadn't expected that dragon's breath potion to be so useful. If only he could pick up a few more bottles. Meanwhile, the crowd at the spawn point began to fall into chaos. Seeing Zhang Yi defeat the giant spider in one move, they were even more convinced he was cheating. I have a feeling this kid is a big deal. Should we team up with him? As night fell, Zhang Yi followed the map instructions and began searching for Hope Town. Suddenly a series of hurried footsteps made him extremely alert. A man rushed over and grabbed him. "Quick, save my daughter. She was taken into the forest by a monster." Zhang Yi looked towards the forest. In his previous life, that place, many players also lost their lives because of it. However, many good things were also hidden within. But looking at this man, I always felt something was off. Despite this, Zhang Yi still followed him into the forest. It's just that this forest was too big. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yi was nowhere to be seen. Forget it, never mind. Let's go first, he continued to press forward. Little did he know, a pair of eyes was still watching him. Soon after, Zhang Yi indeed encountered a little girl holding a lollipop in her hand. Kind-hearted Zhang Yi was about to lead the child out. Just then, a graceful purple-haired beauty appeared with a fiery figure. She appeared, but Zhang Yi wasn't in the mood to admire her beauty, because no matter how he looked at her, he was sure she was an enemy. What's more, following behind her was the man who had just asked him for help. "You've worked hard. You've helped me lure another new prey." This sentence must have been spoken by the purple-haired woman to that man. Zhang Yi immediately knew he had fallen into a trap. At this moment, the system also issued him a new quest: rescue the child lost in the dark forest and bring them to Hope Town. The quest has a 1-hour countdown. Success will reward you with a ring as a prize. Failure will not result in any penalty. Zhang Yi remembered that in his previous life, some player teams, while exploring the dark forest, had also triggered this hidden quest. The rewards and experience points gained made many players extremely envious. Therefore, he didn't intend to miss this opportunity either. As soon as Zhang Yi accepted the quest, the woman's body also changed. It turned out she was a spider demon. Seeing the woman's appearance, the child beside Zhang Yi cried loudly out of fear. He could only offer a few words of comfort, then took out the green-grade weapon he had just acquired. Zhang Yi suddenly charged forward, but this spider demon had an iron-hard body. He tried a physical attack, but it had no effect at all. The spider demon immediately counterattacked. Zhang Yi put in a lot of effort to dodge the attack. Zhang Yi's spirit warned him that he should abandon this quest. That spider demon was called Beauty Spider, a level 20 boss. With his current strength, he couldn't defeat her. But running away wasn't Zhang Yi's style. What's more, he also wanted to save the child, so he stubbornly stayed. The spirit, seeing that it couldn't persuade him, stopped saying anything. After all, abandoning the quest was also the only way for him to survive. At this moment, I believe you can make the best decision. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. Don't simply judge my future like that. Zhang Yi once again charged towards the spider demon. She also prepared for battle, but his goal wasn't to directly confront this spider demon hidden. Zhang Yi remembered that in his previous life, he had seen a hidden treasure chest quest on the World Channel. After activating his treasure hunter talent, Zhang Yi indeed saw a hidden treasure chest. He then directly ignored the beauty spider's attacks and rushed in that direction. She was somewhat surprised to find that her opponent's target wasn't her. But before she could react, Zhang Yi had already approached the treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill book Chain Lightning. Green quality. Zhang Yi couldn't stop smiling. As expected, it was a hidden skill. Chain Lightning deals magic damage. Then her hard shell would no longer be a problem. The beauty spider hurriedly summoned a swarm of spiders. She wanted to tear Zhang Yi to shreds. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi also hurriedly absorbed the skill book. Once learned strike while the iron's hot, put it into practice immediately. The beauty spider was struck by chain lightning, falling to the ground and struggling, convulsing uncontrollably. This battle ended even faster than expected. Zhang Yi obtained a new epic grade weapon, a poison fawn dagger made from spider fangs. After it was over, he led the little girl away. The two walked for a while, finally arriving at Hope Town. Many people had already gathered there. Among them was even an acquaintance, old Cheng Zhe. At first he didn't notice Zhang Yi. But his subordinates unintentionally spotted him. "Boss. Isn't this that kid who stole the god-tier talent card, Cheng Zhe?" Cheng Zhe looked in the direction his subordinate pointed. And it was indeed Zhang Yi. That guy surnamed Lu Luchengza gnashed his teeth in anger. And immediately sent people to track him. Zhang Yi walked a long way with the child. Finally finding the little girl's home, his mission was complete. And he immediately retrieved the Talia ring. This item didn't have many functions. It merely increased luck by 55 points when worn. But in the Apocalypse world, luck was a very rare attribute. The higher the luck, the better the rewards dropped from quests would be. He had practically struck gold at this moment. Zhang Yi suddenly noticed a roadside enhancement shop. That player even boasted that if 7 enhancements failed he wouldn't charge money. Zhang Yi walked up curiously to take a look. He saw that the chubby young blacksmith's enhancement success rate was very high. Ridiculously high, so he asked the person next to him, "Is that guy cheating or something?" But the person immediately waved his hand in denial. "You wouldn't know. This kid's talent is enhanced crafting." Zhang Yi ohate filled with interest. That young man had just enhanced an extraordinary piece of equipment. If he was that amazing, he wanted to try copying it too. No sooner said than done. Zhang Yi quietly touched the chubby young man. Immediately, he also gained the epic grade enhanced crafting talent. With it, the success rate of equipment enhancement would increase by 50. Zhang Yi eagerly took out his poison fawn dagger to test it. The result was 4 consecutive successful enhancements. The onlookers were amazed, but the chubby young man couldn't be happy. He didn't know where this person came from stealing all his thunder. Everyone look. This young man actually successfully enhanced an epic grade weapon to 15. Original 15 weapons were already rare. And this was even epic grade. Who exactly is this guy? The crowd was still marveling, but Zhang Yi suddenly felt a ringing in his ears. And his vision grew dim. The little elf girl had to remind him that his HP was already near its limit. Zhang Yi had no choice but to head to the tavern ahead to rest. Once his stamina recovered he would continue leveling up. Zhang Yi arrived at the nearest tavern and rented a room. In the tavern, everyone was discussing the latest news on the World Channel. "Did you know? Someone completed a hidden quest in the Dark Forest. I heard that guy even has an epic grade weapon." Zhang Yi knew they were talking about him, but he wasn't proud of it. Although luck was also a form of strength, he would definitely use his true abilities to improve. Zhang Yi lay lazily in the guest room. He mused to himself, "I must reach level 20 as soon as possible. And then undergo a class change. I can choose to join one of 7 professions: Knight, Warrior, Assassin, Mage, Archer, Priest, and Beast Tamer. Only then can I learn more and stronger skills. So that when I encounter Mu Chen again, I will definitely make him taste the bitterness of betrayal." The next morning, Zhang Yi went out for a walk. But all the way, he felt like someone was following him. "Stop sneaking around, come out." No sooner had he spoken than that person appeared. Who else could it be but Lu Qingze? He was filled with hatred and brought many of his subordinates. Clearly he wanted to get his divine talent card back, while Zhang Yi was forced into PK mode. But this was also a perfect opportunity for Zhang Yi to test his newly learned chain lightning skill. Zhang Yi confidently activated his skill. However, no lightning was released. The system warned him that he had been hit by a silence skill. Therefore he couldn't use any other skills. Lu Qingze showed a triumphant expression. This silence skill lasted for a full 2 minutes. He believed he had won this battle for sure. A muscular warrior rushed forward first. However, his attack on Zhang Yi was like a mosquito biting stainless steel. "What's going on? He's not bleeding at all when we slash him. It's because his equipment is too good. Our damage isn't enough to hurt him." Lu Qingze gnashed his teeth, cursing his subordinates as a bunch of useless fools. Then he took out his weapon, preparing to act himself. Zhang Yi knew with a glance that it was also a bow of green quality, and it had already been strengthened to level 15. Lu Qingze drew the bowstring, aimed at Zhang Yi and pulled the string taut. The arrow whistled out, then exploded in the air, turning into hundreds of small arrows. This rain of arrows fell, causing Zhang Yi to be more or less injured. "I can't tolerate this any longer. Since I can't use skills, I can still summon my divine beast, right?" Zhang Yi waved his hand and summoned the Hell Dragon. The gigantic dragon spewed massive flames, and Lu Cheng's group immediately scattered in disarray. Even that bow was discarded. Zhang Yi was very satisfied. He was originally worried about leveling up to 20, but now these fools actually came knocking on his door, contributing weapons and experience points. That bow was called the Moon Silver Bow. Its main skill was Arrow Rain Meteor. Just like Lu Chengza had used earlier. One arrow shot could split into hundreds of smaller arrows, falling like meteors. Zhang Yi had also reached level 20. Now he could return to town to find the class change NPC. When Zhang Yi returned to town, sure enough, Lu Chengza and his group were huddled by the resurrection fountain. All players with resurrection chances after dying would automatically respawn at the nearest resurrection fountain. Zhang Yi strutted over holding the Moon Silver Bow and thanked Lu Chengza. His face showed an expression of immense pride. This drove the man named Lu insane with anger. You little brat, just you wait. One day, it'll make you pay back double. Zhang Yi only regarded Lu Chengza's curses as idle talk. Not needing to pay much attention to them, he walked straight to the class change NPC. I want to unlock the class change. After confirming his level, the class change palace immediately opened. Zhang Yi walked in. Although he wasn't a Libra, he still had difficulty choosing among these 7 classes. The Beast Tamer was the least favored class by players, because even though they could summon magic beasts to fight for them and absorb damage, cultivating these magic beasts was not easy, because from the start of cultivation, beast tamers had to allocate their own resources to them. However, resources were always scarce in the apocalypse world, which led many beast tamers to stop developing in the later stages due to insufficient resources, and were forced to stop developing. Ultimately, they could only face the outcome of being eliminated by other players. Currently, only technicians and beastmasters can cooperate with dragons. Zhang Yi thought choosing a technician would also be fine. However, this profession was too prone to drastic ups and downs. In his previous life, many players in the later stages suffered terribly every time they lost a sword duel. But beastmasters were different. Others might not be suitable for this profession, but Zhang Yi had a god-tier talent. His speed of gathering resources was 10 times that of other players. In the later stages of the apocalypse, he could also acquire powerful dragon partners due to his dragon identity. Thus he could build a team with healers, tanks, and damage dealers. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi walked up to the man representing the Beastmaster profession. Seeing him approach, the man looked up and said, I've been waiting here for a long time, young man. The little elf girl reappeared, warning him before he chose the profession. Young man, you must think it through carefully. Choosing the right profession can save you a lot of effort. Zhang Yi had already made up his mind. He clicked to confirm his choice to become a beastmaster. After changing professions, Zhang Yi returned to the town square. While strolling, he overheard 2 other players discussing the undead town. It seemed they had just experienced a failed expedition. I told you long ago that town is very dangerous. Now look, we didn't even see an elite monster. And I lost so much equipment and experience for nothing. Who knew? Even a regular monster would be so strong. Don't you dare blame me now. Why didn't you say anything when we went in? Why don't you say it? Zhang Yi pricked up his ears listening. The undead town was exactly where he first cleared a dungeon. In his previous life, if they could form a proper 5-person team this time, coupled with his experience in clearing it, defeating the big boss would be no problem at all. Just as he thought of this, sure enough, someone in the center of the square was looking for 2 teammates to party up and go to the undead town. Their requirements were simple. They had to have completed their profession change and reach level 20. Before Zhang Yi, a beautiful woman came to apply. Those people immediately agreed. Seeing there was only 1 spot left, Zhang Yi quickly approached. The captain of that team sized him up from head to toe. He saw that Zhang Yi had just become a beastmaster and probably didn't have any summoned beasts to fight yet. To put it plainly, he was just a low-level mage right now, with no skills. However, there weren't many players who had completed their profession change yet, so he turned a blind eye and let Zhang Yi join the team. The 5 of them headed to the undead town together. On the way, the captain couldn't help but wonder why Zhang Yi had chosen that profession. Hey kid, haven't you seen the news on the World Channel? Among the 7 professions, beastmasters have the lowest damage skills. Maybe it's because I like raising pets. Zhang Yi answered perfunctorily. Just then the masked beauty suddenly signaled them to be quiet. Watch out, enemies. No sooner had she spoken than an arrow sliced through the air and flew towards them. The five immediately entered combat mode. From all directions, many skeletons began to emerge from the ground. The captain was responsible for melee blocking. The masked beauty was not useless either. She used her powerful flames to incinerate many skeletons at once. But she was caught off guard and ambushed from behind. The skeleton's cold dagger pressed against her neck, paralyzing her. Among the five, only Zhang Yi looked the most disheveled at this moment. Zhang Yi summoned a flock of crows, saving the beauty in the nick of time. This is a basic skill for beastmasters, but it deals relatively little damage. Zhang Yi pulled the beauty and the three men closer. The captain shouted run, because he knew these monsters were all undead. They would soon revive. The five of them ran to a gloomy castle. The dungeon's great boss was inside. Zhang Yi then assigned tasks. The knight would be responsible for tanking damage, and those who dealt damage, like them, would move from the rear to avoid magic attacks. The boss's attacks. In the second phase, seeing his skill, the captain became suspicious. How do you know so much? Have you been here before? How could I? Zhang Yi waved his hand repeatedly. It's just experience from playing games before. But he didn't believe him, because he saw a dagger among Zhang Yi's equipment. The Venom Fong. How could a new player get an epic weapon and know the dungeon so thoroughly? Clearly Zhang Yi was lying. His smile gradually became inhumane, because he believed Zhang Yi must have many other good things. This would make them rich. Zhang Yi walked ahead and opened the castle gate. Inside, the space was gloomy, terrifying and chilling. He reminded everyone to stay close. It would be very dangerous if they split up. But the three scoundrels revealed cunning smiles. Then they slammed the door shut from the outside. You guys stay put in there. I'll be back to visit you later. The beauty became flustered. She didn't understand why her teammates would do such a thing. But Zhang Yi immediately saw through their intentions. It seemed those three bastards wanted to use the boss to eliminate him, then hog all the rewards and experience. Before the beauty could adapt to what happened, the dungeon's great boss had already appeared. As soon as the two sides clashed, the boss launched a massive attack. Zhang Yi quickly grabbed the bowtie's hand, pulling her out of the attack's range. You saved me again. Thank you. The two had no time for affection, because the boss was preparing to attack again. Zhang Yi was burning with anxiety. The two of them, one a beastmaster and one a mage, were both squishy. Without a tank, the two of them simply couldn't withstand the great boss's damage. In an emergency, the beauty summoned a group of undead warriors. Zhang Yi was surprised. This was the power of a spirit caller summoner. This was also a talent extracted from a god-tier talent card. It allowed the user to revive dead creatures, to fight for them. It lasted for 5 minutes. The cooldown was 24 hours. They won't last long. We must find a way to leave here as soon as possible. With the cover of this undead warrior army, Zhang Yi felt they now had a chance to win. He reminded the beauty that she only needed to hold on for about an hour. He knew where the boss's weakness was. He would handle the rest. However, the boss, when faced with the undead army summoned by the beauty, became even more berserk. Zhang Yi had no chance to get close to it. He knew the gem on the boss's back was the source of all the power of the great undead mage. At the same time, it was also its greatest weakness. The two sides clashed intensely for a while. Zhang Yi summoned his flock of crows. Now the great undead mage had to fight both the undead warriors and be disrupted by the flock of crows. Zhang Yi calmly waited for the right moment. When the great boss turned around, he aimed and threw the dagger in his hand. Venom Fong. The tip of the blade accurately pierced the gem. The great undead mage let out a wail. The system then sent a notification. Congratulations to Zhang Yi for successfully defeating the boss. After this endeavor, his level directly rose to level 25. He also obtained the Staff of Light. This is a level 30 epic weapon. Compared to the previous Venom Fong dagger, this completely outclasses it. The staff's attached skill Icewind Roar can unleash a blizzard within a 100-meter radius, freezing all enemies for 5 seconds. Zhang Yi and the beauty were grinning from ear to ear. This staff only has a 2 drop rate. This is truly a godsend. Afterwards, Zhang Yi picked up the staff and handed it to the beauty. She was very surprised because this weapon was too precious. But the staff is a weapon specifically tailored for the mage profession. It's useless for a beast tamer like him to hold it. What's more, if it wasn't for her summoning the undead warrior, Zhang Yi wouldn't have been able to defeat that boss in time. Therefore, he wasn't stingy about giving her this precious weapon. A moment later, those 3 rascals no longer heard any sounds coming from the hall. They concluded that Zhang Yi and the beauty had been taken care of by the boss. The three of them in high spirits, prepared to go in for the harvest. But when they entered, they found that both of them were still alive. What, you're disappointed? You didn't see our corpses? Seeing this, the two behind them began to feel fear. They thought that if Zhang Yi alone could defeat the boss, his strength must be formidable. But the captain was utterly fearless. He was unwilling to lose the spoils and experience points for nothing. What's there to be afraid of? They've been fighting for a long time. They're probably too tired to even walk now. Let's go. Under the captain's command, the two quickly rushed towards Zhang Yi and the beauty. Zhang Yi wasn't afraid of this captain, but his unhesitating attack method reminded Zhang Yi of Mu Chen's betrayal. This psychological trauma caused him great pain. Why betray your teammates? Zhang Yi grabbed the bowtie's hand, successfully copied her divine talent soul summoner. Afterwards, he unhesitatingly summoned the undead archmage. Under Zhang Yi's control, this ferocious boss charged towards the three traitors. Before they could react, their entire bodies were frozen. Then they disintegrated. This is the fate of three greedy fools, painfully meeting their end. Moreover, they didn't even have a chance to revive. In other words, they were completely dead. The crisis was resolved. But Zhang Yi also fainted from exhaustion. In his coma, he seemed to see his father. That was when Zhang Yi was very young. But he had already shown extraordinary talent. His father had promised that when he surpassed his father on the leaderboard, he would give Zhang Yi a new game. It's a pity that now Zhang Yi is trapped in the apocalypse, and probably won't get the new game his father promised. When Zhang Yi truly woke up, he was back in his room at the tavern. A letter was left on the table, along with a ring. It was left by the beauty. Thank you for saving me in my time of need. By the time you read this letter, I will have already gone to find my brother. Inside this storage ring are the equipment pieces obtained from those three men. Perhaps you'll use them later. I believe we'll meet again if fate allows. Han Yuru, true to her name, also has a beautiful name. Zhang Yi tightly held the ring and began to inspect it. It seems those three rascals had stolen a lot of things from other players. There wasn't a single duplicate piece of equipment inside. The current equipment problem has been solved. Now Zhang Yi only lacked a single demonic beast. He opened the map. According to old memories, that mist concealed the Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon to its north. This was the only dungeon with magical beasts that could drop items before level 40. But this dungeon wasn't easy to clear. This time, to clear it, he had to carefully choose his teammates. If he ran into those scoundrels from before again, that would be a huge problem. But this was easier said than done. The next day, Zhang Yi wandered around the town square. But after half a day he found nothing. However, he unintentionally encountered some beauties recruiting talents for their own guild. A bold idea suddenly sparked in Zhang Yi's mind. Why doesn't he establish a guild of his own? In his previous life, as soon as he entered the game, he teamed up with that scoundrel Mu Xin, which made Zhang Yi forget that guilds were the best way to attract excellent players. Once he thought of it, he immediately took action. Zhang Yi went to the guild management headquarters. He wanted to establish a new guild called Hunter God. Next, he needed to recruit new members initially. Zhang Yi thought of handing out flyers on the street. But this method was too random. It would be better to go somewhere where many masters gathered. Zhang Yi then remembered his previous life. After the first round of survival missions, the system would open a duel competition. And in this area, almost all masters would participate. The opportunity to select talents was here and nowhere else. Just as he thought of this, the system sent a special mission. It was indeed a message about a 1v1 duel tournament. All players who had completed their class advancement could participate. The rewards were 100 gold coins and a skill book. Rare Zhang Yi immediately confirmed his participation. He was immediately teleported to the arena area, which was a special sports arena. Floating in the air, Zhang Yi looked around. It seemed he had slept a bit too long. Other players had on average reached level 30, while he himself was still at level 25. He wouldn't get far like this. First, he had to find a way to level up quickly. Go finish him quickly. The commotion over here attracted Zhang Yi's attention. A duel was underway between a mage and an assassin. It looked like the advantage seemed to be with the assassin, because the mage hadn't moved since stepping onto the stage. But just as the assassin was about to deliver the final blow, his body stiffened, suspended in midair. Oh my god, an epic skill! Where did this guy get that? It was the mage's skill that bound the assassin. Dark Imprison meant it allowed the user to imprison enemies and deal damage in the darkness. The imprisonment duration and damage dealt would gradually increase with the skill's level. The assassin struggled in midair, but he refused to lose. He even offered a deal of 1 million, saying that if the mage conceded, after they escaped from this apocalypse, he would immediately transfer the money to the mage's account. 1 million was not a small sum. The mage gave a self-deprecating smile back then. If he had 1 million in his hands, his company could have continued to operate, not gone bankrupt, and his family wouldn't have been destroyed, nor would he have been forced to the point of wanting to give up his life. But now, whether it was 1 million or 2 million, it no longer mattered. They had already entered the apocalypse, and now he didn't want to lose, much less concede to someone weaker than himself. I won't let my life fail again, the mage roared, simultaneously increasing his mental power. A system notification sounded. Mage Wu Qi has defeated assassin Zhang Ning. Successfully leveled up. But Wu Qi's ambition didn't stop there. Filled with resentment, he wanted to get revenge on the world. So he swore to defeat all other players. Zhang Yi gulped hard below the arena. This mage seems way too tough to deal with. The system continued matchmaking. Many other battle arenas were randomly matched. Zhang Yi's first opponent was a person named Duan Feng. In his previous life, he had heard this name on the World Channel. Duan Feng alone had cleared many dungeons of various difficulties. Zhang Yi clicked to enter Arena N20. Here Duan Feng was already waiting for him. He was a top-tier knight, already level 35. Zhang Yi sighed. The game had only just begun and his level was already so high. Is this guy just grinding like crazy day and night? The two walked into the arena. Duan Feng had 500 more HP than Zhang Yi. He was also quite honorable, wanting Zhang Yi to attack first, because his level was lower. But Zhang Yi was stubborn, feeling that this kind of pity was not at all necessary. Don't look down on me. It's not certain who will win or lose. Zhang Yi waved his hand and summoned a flock of crows. Duan Feng also liked his confident, almost arrogant demeanor. He drew one of the 3 swords from his waist, positioning himself. Ready to fight, all right. Then I'll see what you've got. The first skill Duan Feng used was Sword of Protection. After activating this skill, the knight could summon countless sword spirits. Each sword spirit could block 500 damage and deal corresponding reflection damage to the enemy. The number of sword spirits would increase with the skill level. Zhang Yi immediately took feedback damage from his attack. The moment I attacked, his HP instantly decreased by 200 points. This Duan Feng is too treacherous. Letting Zhang Yi attack first just now was clearly digging a pit for him to jump into. What's wrong? Don't dare to attack anymore. Duan Feng from across the arena began to taunt Zhang. He saw that his HP was still untouched, with 4 sword spirits around him. He pondered to himself, if I want Duan Feng to take damage, I must break through those 4 sword spirits. And each sword spirit can withstand a maximum of 500 damage, which means I must endure reflection damage. At least 2,000 points of damage. But his current total HP is only 1,800. This is indeed a very tricky problem. While he was still deep in thought, Duan Feng suddenly rushed over. During a duel, hesitation gives your opponent an opening to take your life. Don't you even know that? Zhang Yi resisted with difficulty. If this continued, his chances of winning were clearly 0. He had to find a way to break through those 4 sword spirits. Recalling the storage ring Han Yuru gave him, Zhang Yi took out a set of undead equipment. Once equipped, he would be protected by the undead. When taking damage, even fatal damage would not result in death, but instead restore 10 of his HP. Now Zhang Yi could only rely on this item's life-saving effect to take a gamble. He put it on, then charged straight at his opponent. Duan Feng felt that Zhang Yi was clearly seeking death. With his current HP, before he could even attack him, he would be pierced to death by the sword spirits. Thinking this, Duan Feng confidently raised a sword and went to meet him. This is the end, I win. Zhang Yi was indeed overwhelmed by Duan Feng's 4 sword spirits and utterly defeated. But thanks to the effect of the undead set, he recovered 200 HP, and all 4 of Duan Feng's sword spirits vanished. Before he could even understand what happened, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Zhang Yi's poison dagger slashed swiftly. In just one strike, it took away all 2,500 HP from his opponent. Duan Feng instantly collapsed. This is the true ending. You lose. Zhang Yi successfully won. advanced to the next round. He reached out and pulled Duan Feng up. You're very strong. If it weren't for the protection of this equipment set, I would have lost a long time ago. Do you want to join my guild? There's a hidden high difficulty dungeon in North Town. It'd definitely be easier for us to clear it together. Duan Feng grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and stood up. Seeing that the other party possessed the undead set, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi with new respect. As for the invitation to join the guild, Duan Feng said he would give it a try. Soon after the first round of matches concluded, the second round began. Wu Qi's first opponent was actually Han Yuru. This girl looked fragile and weak. Yet in the last round she pinned her opponent to the ground and beat them. The audience below the stage was extremely excited. This is exactly the showdown between the strongest mages. Don't think he'll go easy on you. There's no mercy on the arena. Wu Qi declared this beforehand, threatening menacingly. Although Han Yuru appeared delicate, she showed no intention of backing down from her opponent. Enough talk, let's go all out. The battle between Wu Qi and Han Yuru increasingly attracted a large audience. They all wanted to know who the strongest mage was. Zhang Yi was no exception. After all, he also wanted to recruit a powerful mage for his guild. Joining my guild? Duan Feng seemed uninterested. I'm going to train first. If anything comes up, call me in the guild channel. Zhang Yi shrugged. It seems the first person he recruited turned out to be a ruthless leveling machine. But to have such a powerful knight join was already a blessing. Zhang Yi dared not ask for more. Now we'll go watch the strongest mage everyone is talking about. Maybe the guild can gain another trump card. But he didn't expect to meet Han Yuru here again. She was holding the staff he had given her earlier. That staff, compared to their last meeting, her aura was even stronger now. Your staff is really good. But soon it will be mine. Wu Qi's confidence bordered on arrogance, which greatly annoyed Han Yuru. Full of confidence, she was the first to dive into battle. Her activated skill was Lava Stone. After using it, Han Yuru summoned countless lava stones, forming a rain of stones. Each one dealt 500 damage and could burn the opponent. The crowd below the stage began to exclaim, "Oh my god! This female mage is truly capable, no way! Has Wu Qi already collapsed just like this? Why isn't he fighting back? I thought we'd see an exciting match. But it's so boring, a waste of time." Zhang Yi held his breath observing the battle. No matter how he looked at it, Han Yuru seemed to have the upper hand. But for some reason he had an ominous feeling. Indeed, a huge explosion immediately occurred on the stage. Zhang Yi felt bewildered. Both people on the stage had disappeared. He was too shocked to speak. What kind of move did that Wu Qi use? Even in his previous life he had never seen it. When the two reappeared, Han Yuru had already been knocked to the ground by Wu Qi. He toyed with the staff in her hand, looking very satisfied. Zhang Yi quickly rushed onto the stage and helped up the beautiful girl. He comforted her, saying she had done very well. As for that staff, he would definitely take it back from Wu Qi in the finals. Zhang Yi always kept his word. In the following rounds, he consecutively defeated powerful opponents, and his level rapidly increased as a result. Finally, he also entered the finals. His opponent was none other than that wandering mage Wu Qi. The audience below buzzed with discussion. They had not expected a beast master to actually reach the finals. Many also recognized Zhang Yi as the young man who had just entered the game and single-handedly killed a large group of spiders. Therefore this match was even more anticipated. Wu Qi still maintained his arrogant demeanor and his familiar arrogant tone. As soon as he faced Zhang Yi, he immediately began to provoke him. "Kid, looking at you like this, it seems like you're itching for a fight with me. I hate people who steal other people's stuff the most." Wu Qi slammed his staff onto the ground, and the ground exploded. Meanwhile he chuckled smugly. "If you want it, come and get it back yourself." After this aftershock, Zhang Yi seemed to have been teleported to another dimension. The arena disappeared and so did the audience. Only he and Wu Qi remained face to face. Zhang Yi could still vaguely hear the faint complaints from the audience outside. "What's going on? They disappeared again. What the hell, using the same move twice? Seriously? At least let us see you fight. What's going on? Are we invisible?" Zhang Yi finally understood why Han Yuru had disappeared earlier. It turned out Wu Qi had created a new dimension. This was his legendary talent, named Realm of Inaction. After activating this talent, it creates an independent space, trapping the opponent for 5 minutes. In this space, the creator gains a 30 damage increase. "You can't beat me in this space," Wu Qi declared confidently, "because here every death also consumes A revival chance just like outside. Even after reviving, you'll return to this space, unable to escape. Zhang Yi wanted to employ a preemptive strike strategy. He initiated an attack, but had no chance to get close to Wu Qi, thus unable to copy his talent. Han Yara's soul shifter was also useless in this space. Wu Qi dodged for a bit then scoffed. He mocked Zhang Yi's foolishness, saying you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. He then attacked with shadow arrows, causing Zhang Yi to lose 700 HP instantly. Zhang Yi gnashed his teeth. His opponent had only used a basic magic attack, yet he had already lost 13 of his health. If this continued, he would probably die after 2 more hits. But just then, Zhang Yi had another daring idea. If I die in this space, I'll still revive here. So Zhang Yi turned his blade and stabbed himself. Under Wu Qi's astonished gaze, Zhang Yi had 1 revival chance left, so he immediately revived. But his daring idea was to use Soul Shifter to summon his own body that had just died. Are you messing with me? Wu Qi exclaimed in surprise. Even if I lose 1 revival chance, I won't let you get away. Now there were 2 Zhang Yis. He then summoned a flock of crows, further disrupting Wu Qi's attack capabilities. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, Wu Qi couldn't cope. Time passed. The space Wu Qi created was about to vanish. He grew more anxious. Wu Qi was beaten to his knees. But before he could surrender, Wu Qi, while Zhang Yi wasn't paying attention, summoned a black sword intending to stab him from behind. Fortunately, the undead body Zhang Yi had summoned with Soul Shifter blocked the attack. Although that body vanished, Wu Qi's HP was also nearly depleted. Zhang Yi, enraged by this, struck mercilessly with his fists, making Wu Qi cry out for his father and mother. The space reached its time limit and finally shattered, but the battle between the two had also come to an end. The audience hadn't had a chance to witness much. They only knew that Wu Qi had been defeated. Everyone felt he deserved this outcome, after he had so arrogantly snatched the young girl's weapon earlier. Zhang Yi became the champion of the first season's dueling competition. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, everyone also dispelled their prejudice that beastmasters are inherently weak. He also kept his word and retrieved the scepter for Han Yaro. This moved her greatly. Zhang Yi's reward was a treasure chest. Inside was 1 epic grade level 35 arbitrary equipment. It happened to be a poison fong. The level 21 was no longer sufficient. Zhang Yi excitedly opened the box and obtained a sword that combined ice and fire. Such a good weapon. It seemed sacrificing himself once, and that revival wasn't too much of a waste. Zhang Yi glanced at Wu Qi, who was still unconscious. He cast a contemptuous look at the man on the ground. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because it's the apocalypse. I advise you to be a decent person from now on. Zhang Yi stepped off the stage and was surrounded by a crowd. He returned the scepter to Han Yaro and invited her to join his guild. After all, she was also looking for her brother. With more people helping in the guild, they might find him faster. So Han Yaro naturally wouldn't refuse. However, after that, the membership applications for Zhang Yi's guild rapidly increased. Everyone wanted to join, to be protected by a powerful guild leader like him. Under such circumstances, Zhang Yi could only grab Han Yaro and run away. This was the first time he had been chased by so many people. An outsider who didn't know the situation might even think he was being chased by creditors. As for the guild matters, Zhang Yi felt he shouldn't just randomly add people. Currently, he was still missing a professional healer, but relying on just 3 people, namely him, Duanfeng and Han Yaro, should be enough to clear the Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon. While still deep in thought, he didn't know when another unfamiliar man appeared beside him. Zhang Yi's highest alert level was immediately activated. He instantly shielded Han Yaro, bristling like a mother hen. Who are you? What do you want here, O Qinglong? What are you doing here? Where's my brother? Han Yaro suddenly spoke from behind, her tone filled with surprise. Zhang Yi instantly felt like a fool. It turned out this person was an acquaintance of Han Yaro. Her brother had instructed before his business trip that Qinglong should protect his sister well. Coincidentally, Qinglong had also followed the 2 of them to the tomb dungeon of the Dragon Emperor. When the 3 arrived at the dungeon entrance, Duanfeng had been waiting for a long time. He said, "Just for a short while. Not only did you win the championship, but you also found 2 powerful teammates." Duanfeng clicked his tongue in admiration. "You're in such good spirits, you've even leveled up again." Zhang Yi also started to praise him back. The 2 bantered back and forth. The four-person team was successfully formed. They began to enter the dungeon together. But none of them knew that their every move was being monitored by a stranger. They are ready to enter the dungeon. You can notify the boss to come over. The four entered the dungeon. In the first corridor, there were 2 rows of intricately carved soldier statues. They looked as if they were real. But Hanyaru observed for a moment and felt something was off. The eyes beneath the soldiers' helmets seemed to be glowing. Before she could voice her doubts, the soil and stones covering them automatically fell off. Zhang Yi immediately signaled his teammates to retreat. Understood, these 2 rows of soldiers are all monsters. Duan Feng as a knight would stand at the very front during battle. Zhang Yi and Han Yaro stood in the middle providing cover. Finally there was the archer Qinglong. The 4 began to engage in battle. But Duan Feng didn't even bother with these minor monsters. He only regarded them as his leveling tools. Zhang Yi also rushed forward. This was a great chance for him to test if his new weapon was easy to handle. The battle seemed to be unevenly matched, but the 4 of them worked together seamlessly to defeat the enemies. Until a knight riding a warhorse appeared, wielding a burning greatsword. He coldly glanced at Zhang Yi's team, then galloped away on his horse. As soon as Duan Feng noticed, he knew this enemy was far from simple. He immediately activated his protective sword skill, and then hastily summoned a sword array. All enemies trapped in the sword array immediately took an additional 3,000 physical damage. The soldiers were all sent flying, and even the knight riding the white horse was thrown from his mount. Duan Feng's sword light flashed constantly in the air, filling the space. After a sweeping attack, he coolly sheathed his sword just like Roronoa Zoro. Unfortunately, the white horse had sacrificed itself, but the knight in crimson armor was still alive. He pointed the sword in his hand towards the sky, then shouted with all his might, "Lord Gula, please awaken." At the Tower of Eternity, Zhang Yi's team's entire battle was being broadcast live on the big screen. A middle-aged man and his subordinate were observing intently. The woman noticed her master was very interested in the young beast tamer before him, and the man did not deny it, because he seemed to vaguely see a familiar figure on Zhang Yi. Perhaps I saw it wrong, because that person is no longer here. It was this man who back then pushed that person into the abyss, letting flames consume them, never to be reincarnated. And if I'm not mistaken, that person is Zhang Yi's father. Seeing Zhang Yi's team pass the dungeon so smoothly, he revealed a sly smile. It seems I need to increase the difficulty for you all. After the man's operations, the difficulty indeed increased. Dragon Emperor Gula appeared at the Crimson Knight's summons, and it even absorbed the power of its fallen subordinates to upgrade itself. A level 2 Dragon Emperor was something Zhang Yi had never experienced in his previous life. However, danger often comes with opportunity. If they could defeat this level 2 Dragon Emperor, then the dropped magical beasts would definitely be rarer. However, defeating it was another big problem. Under the Berserk Dragon's storm-like attacks, all 4's health rapidly decreased. Qinglong felt that, if things continued like this, none of them would survive. Zhang Yi immediately ordered his teammates to quickly disperse. They had to run in different directions to avoid the Dragon Emperor's attacks. Afterward, he used Duan Feng's protective sword skill to fully block the Berserk Dragon. As expected of a difficult dungeon boss, it continuously spewed flames and furiously clawed with its limbs, quickly turning the surroundings into ruins. Even Duan Feng's proud sword spirit was almost at its limit. If the dragon spewed fire one more time, the protective sword skill would collapse. "Leave the rest to me." Zhang Yi dashed forward, taking advantage of the Dragon Emperor not having started its next fire breath attack. According to his memories from his previous life, the Berserk Dragon's eyes were its weakness. As soon as Qinglong received this message, he immediately followed him. He drew his bow and precisely aimed at the dragon. This was no ordinary arrow, but a tranquilizer arrow. Upon impact, it could make the opponent fall unconscious for 4 seconds. Qinglong made his move, shooting directly at the Dragon Emperor's right eye. The dragon immediately fell backward, no longer able to struggle. It had entered a weakened state. In this state, if it were to be attacked again, damage will increase by 100. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity and charged forward. His teammates also provided full cover from behind. This was their only chance to turn the tide. Their unspoken team cooperation began once more. First, Han Yaro used her Wind Ice magic spell and a roar to freeze the giant dragon. Qinglong Duan Feng also continuously shot arrows from the rear and threw flying swords to attack. The most crucial one was still Zhang Yi. When he got very close to the giant dragon, he immediately changed the attribute of his longsword to ice. Then, he decisively swung his sword at its weakest point. The Tier 2 yellow dragon was thus eliminated by the four-person team. A large number of items dropped, from armor and greaves to long swords. Its quality was enough to dazzle Zhang Yi, but those equipment pieces, he left them for his teammates, because Zhang Yi's only need was that magical beast egg. While everyone was excitedly looting the spoils, suddenly from nowhere, a group of strangers rushed into the castle. As soon as they appeared, they quickly launched an attack. The target was Zhang Yi. Careful, Qinglong roared. Then he rushed forward. He used his body to shield Zhang Yi from the attack. Duan Feng and Han Yaro also quickly approached, but Qinglong had already sustained a fatal injury. Zhang Yi remained stunned, still not understanding what had happened. Where did that group of people come from? Why did they attack? And why did Qinglong block the attack for me? You once saved young Lattice's life. This debt of gratitude, I have repaid it on her behalf. Qinglong's body gradually dissipated. He still had a chance to revive, so he would return to the fountain in Hope Town. Before completely disappearing, Qinglong didn't forget to threaten Zhang Yi, saying that if he dared to let Han Yaro get hurt, he would never let him off. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, a surge of irritation rushing to his brain. I was just busy killing a dragon, and before I finished collecting the spoils, I was ambushed. Who are you people? Why are you ambushing us? Zhang Yi roared, simultaneously drawing his sword ready to fight. The group of people simultaneously revealed a smile, each one equally cunning. Zhang Yi, I told you long ago that someday I would make you pay double the price. Today is when you pay your debt. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's an old acquaintance. Young Master Lu has come to settle the score. Lu Qingze, it's you again. Zhang Yi felt annoyed just seeing this guy's face. Duan Feng's hand was already on his sword, but he was stopped by Zhang Yi. This was his personal grievance, and he wanted to settle it himself. But before that, there was one more thing to do. Zhang Yi made a cut on his palm, and then dripped his fresh blood onto the magical beast egg. A majestic aura immediately appeared. Zhang. He clearly felt that this was a dragon's egg. It seemed his good luck hadn't run out yet. This was precisely the rarest type of magical beast in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi didn't dare to hesitate any longer, so he used his own blood as a catalyst and formed a contract with the magical beast inside the egg. After the contract was formed, the eggshell began to crack. A tiny dragon appeared, looking wobbly and utterly harmless. Zhang Yi, Duan Feng and Han Yaro all simultaneously felt confused. Are Beastmaster's magical beasts all so harmless looking? Duan Feng asked, perplexed. After 2 seconds of stunned silence, Lu Qingze also burst into laughter, looking at the little dragon that was no different from a toy. He felt he could crush it with one hand. Although the little dragon was small, it still knew its pride. Being ridiculed like this right after birth made it seethe with anger. Lu Qingze continued to laugh heartily, constantly taunting Zhang Yi's magical beast, constantly belittling Zhang Yi's magical beast. It was completely useless. It turned out that that guy opened its mouth and spat out a huge ball of fire. Several of Lu Qingze's subordinates were instantly burned to ashes. Only he and one other person survived, and they fled together. Zhang Yi couldn't believe this kind of beast, which seemed harmless, actually had such powerful attack strength. He picked it up and placed it on his shoulder, then turned back to Duan Feng and the others and said, "The matter is resolved, let's head back. It's a pity that the leader got away." Who exactly were those people just now? Han Yaro couldn't hide her confusion. Zhang Yi was no stranger to Lu Qingze, but the people he brought with him were indeed a bit strange. They were all wearing peculiar outfits and looked very much like people from a different race. He just didn't know how Lu Qingze managed to bring them here, and he didn't know what that strange mark on their bodies meant either. The three of them returned to the town together. Qinglong was hopefully already waiting there. He was very excited to see Zhang Yi bring back a little fellow. Qinglong wanted to pet it just like petting a puppy, but this little dragon had too fiery a temper. The moment it was touched, it bristled up and wanted to breathe fire again. At this moment, the system issued a new warning. Due to players in Area 886 having eliminated the greedy Dragon Emperor, which is Gula the Dragon Emperor hidden within the tomb dungeon. Gula the Dragon Emperor. As a world boss, Gula's comrade, Skeleton General. The Golden Skeleton General will arrive in Hopetown early. Players in Area 886, please prepare yourselves. Zhang Yi was astonished. He hadn't expected that their breaking of the hidden dungeon would cause the world boss to arrive early. This event was completely different from the plot development in his previous life. As soon as the announcement finished, strange changes began to appear in the sky. Dark clouds started to twist in form, like a storm. And at the center of the storm, there was a dazzling light so bright that people dared not look directly at it. The little dragon on Zhang Yi's shoulder was scared and clung tightly to his neck, trembling ceaselessly. Han Yaru also felt the suffocating pressure. What exactly is the Golden Skeleton General? Its appearance can cause such a huge commotion. Is he very powerful? Yes, very powerful. Zhang Yi replied. He began to feel a headache coming on. In his previous life, this skeleton had single-handedly destroyed half of Hope Town. 60 of the players died at his hands. Now that he had appeared so early, Zhang Yi's level was probably not enough to contend with him, but only by completing the quest to defeat the Skeleton General. The Golden Skeleton General, could he unlock his new lord identity? Only then would he have a chance to find the betrayer? Mu Qin. In another part of the story, another mysterious figure had just appeared. It seemed he was also a young master, or someone powerful. His subordinates had just brought back 2 beast eggs. But this guy didn't seem too happy, because one was missing. His subordinates dared not hide anything, so they recounted the matter. A beast master from Area 886 had already defeated the Dragon Emperor first, and it was this person who took the last beast egg, and also formed a contract with the black dragon that hatched from that egg. After hearing this, the mysterious figure smiled sinisterly. Area 886, huh, interesting. Alright, you may all withdraw. With that, he took the 2 beast eggs and walked into his room. What was shocking was that, in that room, countless other beast eggs were displayed, neatly arranged. The Skeleton General. The Golden Skeleton General appeared in an extremely exaggerated manner. He himself was actually a colossal skeleton. The Skeleton General and Gula were friends. He had come today for revenge. For his best friend. From all directions around the Skeleton General, countless fireballs rained down onto the ground like meteors. Where they landed, more lower-level undead appeared. The situation quickly turned chaotic. The players in Hopetown were all in a panic. The skeleton is a level 50 world boss. To make it appear so early in the game, isn't that just trying to wipe them out? But crisis always comes with opportunity. If they could defeat the skeleton, their levels would definitely skyrocket, and they could pick up countless top-tier equipment. After the skeleton's incredibly dramatic debut, the system officially sent all players information about the quest. They must stop the skeleton from invading the town. The person who defeats it and the top 3 players who dealt the most damage will receive generous rewards, including experience points, gold, and steer equipment. But if this quest fails, then all players in Zone 886 will perish. Steer equipment is an extremely rare item. This reward made Zhang Yi's heart truly pound with excitement. If not now, then when will we act? He immediately gathered Duan Feng and others to begin formulating a battle plan. First, he instructed them to maintain a distance of over 100 meters from the monster, because the skeleton moves very slowly. Staying within that range would keep them safe from its attacks. Zhang Yi had Duan Feng clear the small monsters. He, Zhang Yi, and Qinglong and Han Yaru would directly attack the boss. The fierce battle quickly unfolded. The skeleton's subordinates, although the golden skeletons were considered small monsters, their combat power was still very fierce. They made countless other players narrowly escape death. Fortunately, a petite girl knew healing spells and stayed to help. Otherwise, many would have already kicked the bucket. Continuation of L1743. Moreover, this group of undead minions also coordinated their attacks. Seeing this, Zhang Yi urged Duan Feng quickly go disrupt their formation. If we don't stop these minions from forming a formation, it'll be dangerous. Duan Feng nodded, gripped his swords with both hands, and charged forward. These small monsters could bully ordinary players, but as the number 1 ranked knight, he wasn't so easy to deal with. Duan Feng quickly turned the small monsters, the skeletal minions, into a scattered mess. But their outstanding performance made countless other players turn green with envy. They secretly went to contact other guilds leaders, because they didn't want Zhang Yi's team to just take the rewards like that. How dare that brat be so arrogant? It'll make him regret it. A masked man brought countless subordinates and began to approach Zhang Yi. Although he was busy fighting monsters, he still felt someone behind him trying to cause trouble. Before he could react, Zhang Yi was ambushed. When he turned around, he saw that group of scoundrels neatly lined up in 5 rows. Clearly they intended to use their numbers to bully them, forcing Zhang Yi to give up the golden skeleton. These idiots. Do you really think you can defeat the golden skeleton by yourselves? They're utterly useless and just getting in the way. The leading man sneered. He completely disregarded Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't know where these people came from, or which guild they belonged to be so arrogant. But he didn't have time to stand here and argue with them. Continuation of L1788. If you want the rewards, go get them with your own strength. Aren't the boss right in front of you? In his mind he thought he shouldn't argue, but he couldn't stop his foul mouth from spewing a few insults. The skeleton stood by, seeing this group of humans in front of it, arguing back and forth. It found them very annoying. In its eyes, all creatures labeled humans were just a bunch of idiots. They don't deserve to live. He let out a long cruel laugh, then raised the weapon in his hand. Since you're all in such a hurry to be reborn, then I'll send you on your way. The golden skeleton decisively brought down its blade, and the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The lower level players were all knocked flying. Zhang Yi realized how much of a waste of breath it had been to argue with those strangers, and he hurried back to the battlefield. But he didn't go forward alone. He didn't know when, but the petite healer girl was already with him, walking side by side. I saw your team was missing a healer, so I stayed. I think I can help everyone. Zhang Yi was slightly stunned, and it took him a few seconds to thank the girl. However, Qinglong's terrifying scream immediately followed, scaring Zhang Yi so much he almost logged off. It turned out Han Yara's left leg was stuck, and the skeleton holding its giant sword was slowly approaching. If she couldn't maintain a safe distance from him, Han Yaru definitely wouldn't survive. Seeing the bowtie's life hanging by a thread, Zhang Yi's face instantly turned pale. The skeleton was already very close to Han Yaru. She had entered its attack range. Stop struggling, insignificant human. Death is your only destiny. He swung his sword. It was expected that the giant sword would cleave Han Yara's slender body in two, but at the decisive moment she was saved. This time the hero saving the beauty was no longer Zhang Yi. Instead it was another refined man. He was even a bit more handsome than Zhang Yi. Xiao Rou, you go rest. Leave the rest to me here. It was unknown what their relationship was. For this man to address Han Yaru so intimately, the skeleton raised an eyebrow then laughed. So it's another foolish kid. Come to die. He hadn't even used a third of his power just now. So naturally, he didn't take the man before him seriously. Conversely, the man showed no fear, even hoping the skeleton would use its full power to let him see how powerful this so-called world boss truly was. The man tightly gripped the greatsword in his hand. Then he leaped, darting swiftly through the air. His blade was as fast as lightning, continuously striking the skeleton's body, as if to slice the monster into pieces. It was a pity it was just a pile of bones with no flesh. This sword dance reduced the golden skeleton's HP by 50,000. But this bag of bones was quite sturdy. It still had 150,000 HP remaining. Seeing the man use all his moves, yet only deplete a quarter of its HP, the skeleton laughed triumphantly. It felt as if the sword technique just now was merely scratching an itch. The monster's crisp laughter further fueled the man's fighting spirit. Don't get too happy too soon. That was just a warm-up. He then forcefully tore open his stylish suit, revealing his muscular body. At the cost of my fresh blood, please grant me greater power. The man entered the Berserk War God form. This was a battle form unique to the warrior class. Once activated, 1 of HP would be lost per second, but attack power would increase by 10. The man wielding 2 greatswords rumbled towards the skeleton. Under his relentless barrage of attacks, the skeleton's HP indeed plummeted. How about it, is that enough now? The man asked the skeleton provocatively with a triumphant expression. This time the world boss was truly enraged. It had never been so insulted by a mere human. The golden skeleton regained its composure. Ready to fight, the golden skeleton rallied, holding the blade tightly in his hand. He swore he would make that man pay for his arrogance and conceit. The young man was too small compared to the monster, but incredibly calm when facing it. The 2 blades in his hands were also unpredictable, capable of both offense and defense. Facing the enemy's attacks, there was a gap in size and strength from the very beginning. Moreover, the world boss was heavily injured, and its attacks became even more vicious. The man quickly fell into a defensive position. Zhang Yi observed from the side, not daring to blink for a moment, fearing he might miss an important detail. Facing this situation, he was very worried, because that man relied on burning his own blood to gain immense power. But now his HP was running low. One wrong move and he'd be doomed forever. Sure enough, Zhang Yi's worst fear soon came true. The golden skeleton unleashed its full power, delivering a fatal blow. The man's HP dropped precipitously, quickly returning to 1 point. But strangely, not only did he not go get his lunchbox die, but he was full of vitality and vigor, continuing to deal tickle-like damage. Hey, I can take more. The man continued to use his skills, attacking his opponent with his poisonous tongue. Sure enough, it infuriated the skeleton. The fact that he was still so lively and jumping around was clearly related to a talent. This man also possessed a talent card, Divine Grade, granting invincibility upon activation. The user is invincible for 60 seconds. All damage is negated during activation. Cooldown 24 hours. The skeleton couldn't believe it would lose to a human. Its blades swung wildly. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since been reduced to a pile of minced meat. But this man still stood firm, like a mountain. Zhang Yi also began to fear him. This ability was too abnormal to actually be able to withstand the golden skeleton's attacks. The man let the skeleton attack him. His main goal was to wait until its vitality ran out, exhausting it until it was panting. Only then did he reveal a sly smile. Now it's my turn to fight back. He merged his two blades into one, turning them into a greatsword. His body was light and agile like a swallow. As he charged forward, the blade fiercely slashed across the skeleton's massive body. Afterwards, he also deactivated his berserker state, returning to an ordinary refined man. Zhang Yi knew that the battle was truly settled. Items began to drop. The man then picked up a legendary item, Ring of the Dead. Level 40 when used. All attributes will increase by 10 points and an additional skill is gained whenever a player is killed. The ring's attributes will further increase by 50. Zhang Yi gulped nervously. This equipment was too brutal. If it fell into the hands of a player with sinister intentions, that would be big trouble. Thinking about how this mysterious man saved their team, he stepped forward to thank him. Unexpectedly, the man ruthlessly pushed him away, saying he was only helping Han Yaru, not Zhang Yi and the others. Before he could say anything else, Han Yaru rushed over from behind, then tightly embraced the man-brother. Where have you been all this time? Qinglong and I have been looking for you. Are you hurt? Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. So the man the beauty was hugging was the brother she had been searching for. After the skeleton was defeated, the system immediately sent a notification. New City Lord activated. Han Yaru's brother then urged everyone quickly pick up all the equipment dropped by the world boss, then move out. Hope Town is now a thing of the past. Zhang Yi and his group happily collected their spoils, which were all gold quality equipment. This is a huge haul. And they could also go to Pasya City. This made Zhang Yi even more excited, because he would find that scoundrel Nukin there. The 5-person team. They had a new addition, that petite healer girl. Following Han Yaru and the others, they had arrived outside Pasya City. Compared to Hope Town, this place was at two completely different extremes. That oppressive and gloomy feeling was unbearable. What greeted their eyes were two towering giant pagodas looking very formidable. Zhang Yi knew this was the monster-suppressing pagoda. It had a total of 100 floors. Only by passing the trials of the monster-suppressing pagoda would they be qualified to enter the Eternal Pagoda. In his previous life he spent 8 years in the apocalypse and only reached the 50th floor. The monsters in the monster-suppressing pagoda were extremely ferocious, but in direct proportion to their ferocity, they dropped top-tier combat equipment. The higher the floor, the rarer the equipment dropped. In the distance was the Eternal Pagoda, but Zhang Yi never had the chance to enter it. The monster-suppressing pagoda allowed players to freely enter and exit to farm monsters. He was also very curious about what would be hidden inside the Eternal Pagoda. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the Eternal Pagoda, the unknown man was still monitoring Zhang Yi and his group's every move. His smile indicated he found it very amusing. The game has just begun, little ones. At this moment, another group of players also ran over, panting. They heard that the monster-suppressing pagoda would close in a few hours, so they seemed very anxious. The The monster-suppressing pagoda usually opened once every 7 days. Today, Zhang Yi and his group happened to have no other tasks. So he dragged everyone along to farm monsters there. At least, they could get the lowest floor's reward before the pagoda closed. Before the pagoda closed, Duan Feng and the others didn't object to this idea. Seeing this, Zhang Yi pretended to be friendly and put his arm around Han Yaris' brother's shoulder, pulling him aside. But in reality, he was just looking for an opportunity to copy his talent. Thus Zhang Yi acquired the undying ability. His confidant, his future wife. The group arrived in front of the monster-suppressing pagoda. Only solo instances were allowed here. That is to say, even if this group entered at the same time, they would be separated and fight alone. Let's split up for now and regroup here later. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Duan Feng hastily walked inside. What an unfeeling leveling machine. Wherever there are monsters to farm, hell definitely rush to the front. The remaining people also entered one after another, going their separate ways, constantly farming monsters in the pagoda. Zhang Yi quickly reached the 5th floor. With Xiaolong's help, fighting monsters also became much easier. He had also reached level 40. Zhang Yi secretly calculated. At this speed, clearing a few more floors won't be a problem. Without further ado, Zhang Yi immediately cleared to the 7th floor. No one had set foot here yet, but the monsters here were no longer the mediocre stuff from the lower floors. What caught his attention the most was the demon warrior Xin. Level 55. Zhang Yi was not unfamiliar with this guy. He was once the commander who invaded Pasya City, and his strength was formidable. After the plan to invade the city failed, was sealed within this demon-suppressing pagoda. This demon-suppressing pagoda. The little fairy girl appeared, reminding Zhang Yi. From now until the pagoda closes, only 3 minutes remain, which means he must defeat Xin within these short 3 minutes. However, what puzzled Zhang Yi most was that Xin, in his previous life, was the boss guarding the 15th floor. He didn't know why he appeared on the 7th floor now. After his rebirth, strange things kept happening. Last time it was the skeleton, this time it's Xin. It seems he must be more careful. How dare you ruin this king's mealtime pleasure? Next, this king will treat you as dessert. As soon as Xin confirmed his target, he immediately launched an attack. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi also showed no weakness. I have thick skin and flesh. Don't break your dentures. Both sides lunged at each other, both intent on tearing the other to shreds. Zhang Yi's mini black dragon was very effective. As soon as it entered the arena, it sprayed a large ball of fire as usual, engulfing the opponent. But Xin merely laughed heartily. This temperature couldn't stop him. On the contrary, it made this demon warrior even more berserk. 1 minute later, the flames burned for over a minute, yet Xin remained completely still. Zhang Yi hadn't expected that after being burned for so long, Xin was actually completely unharmed. He charged forward wielding his twin fire ice swords. His opponent also approached wielding a powerful battle axe. The two clashed. Xin was not seriously injured, but Zhang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. His HP instantly dropped to just over 20. And at this moment, the system issued another warning. The demon-suppressing pagoda will close in 10 seconds. All players, please prepare yourselves to avoid unnecessary harm. Zhang Yi propped himself up with his sword and began to breathe with difficulty. For some reason, Xin's attack power was even stronger than he remembered, making Zhang Yi suffer greatly. Fortunately, this suffering was about to end. Zhang Yi straightened his body and bravely pointed his sword at the opponent. I'll give you one last chance, come on. Xin thought Zhang Yi must be insane to dare provoke him in such a state. He did not disappoint Zhang Yi's expectations and charged over, intending to split Zhang Yi in half. But the moment his battle axe fell was also the moment the demon-suppressing pagoda closed. Xin used all his strength but only struck air. Zhang Yi had already been kicked out of the pagoda. Big guy, no regrets. I'll be back next week to fight you, that's what he said. But after coming out, Zhang Yi still breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully it ended in time. Otherwise he would have been finished just like that demon warrior. Duan Feng and the others also came out. But Han Yara's face wore an expression of extreme anxiety, because her brother still hadn't appeared. Xing Long quickly comforted Han Yaru, telling her not to worry. After all, her brother was so strong, he probably wouldn't encounter any danger. He's busy again now. Maybe he left early. Zhang Yi also enthusiastically agreed, which made her relax a little. Just then a new mission arrived. This was a special mission, named Guild War. to promote communication among various guilds. This war would be held in Energy City. The guild that wins the championship will receive generous rewards. A transportation equipment. This was one of the rarest items in the game, though it offered no help in combat. But placed in the right spot, it could earn a fortune by collecting transportation fees. And coincidentally, this item could also help Zhang Yi find the location of the god's tomb as soon as possible. There were still 4 hours until the competition began. Zhang Yi, being eloquent, invited Qing Long and the healer to join their 3-person team. After all, after a few battles just now, they already had some tacit understanding. Qinglong had to follow and protect Han Yaru, so he naturally agreed. And that girl didn't have teammates yet, so she also immediately agreed. Thus Zhang Yi's Divine Hunter Guild gained 2 new members, Qinglong and Xiaojiao. Now all positions for the 5-person team were filled. Zhang Yi planned to fight a magnificent battle to make other guilds be astonished. Back to Han Yaru's brother. His situation at the moment was not optimistic, unlike what everyone had assured her, because the demon-suppressing pagoda had already closed. But he was still trapped on the 8th floor. Moreover, Han Yaru's brother also encountered a human-shaped fellow, who clearly wasn't an ordinary person. Young man, you have come to a place you shouldn't be. Those who trespass here cannot leave alive. Under the immense pressure from this mysterious man, Han Yaru's brother could only try his best to remain calm. He cautiously inquired about the other's identity, to see if he was the guardian of this place, or merely a player. But the man simply replied coldly, neither. After that he charged forward. The power he unleashed seemed to completely overwhelm Han Yaru's brother. He intended to finish him off in an instant. And Han Yaru's brother, of course, wouldn't just wait to die. His innate skill was immediately activated. First he had to ensure his survival, then look for an opportunity to counterattack. The man only took one look, and immediately recognized that this young man possessed a god-tier talent. So his ready-to-launch attack instantly halted. The man leisurely sheathed his sword again. Han Yaru's brother felt strange at this. Why aren't you attacking me anymore? Not interested today, the man replied vaguely. However, if you keep our meeting today a secret, I can spare your life. Of course, this is a trade-off. I'll tell you a secret about the apocalypse. A secret? Han Yaru's brother initially thought the man wanted to silence him, but his expression was serious and earnest, showing no sign of lying. The man revealed that soon a disaster would befall this apocalyptic world, and no one would be spared. There was actually a way to avoid it, but he spoke vaguely, not stating it explicitly, leaving Han Yaru's brother to discover it himself. Afterward the man left, disappearing into the forest. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Han Yaru's brother that 7 days after the demon-suppressing pagoda reopened, he would be able to get out of trouble. Left alone, Han Yaru's brother began to ponder in confusion. The man had immediately stopped his attack as soon as he saw he possessed a god-tier talent. Could the apocalypse's disaster be related to that god-tier talent card? Back outside, Zhang Yi had already gathered 5 people, ready to face the upcoming competition. They then arrived at Energy City. Here players would not lose their chance to revive after death, nor would they drop equipment. The only deduction would be 20 of the crystals obtained after arriving in the city. The time limit was 4 hours. Finally, the organizers would rank guilds based on the number of crystals remaining. The rankings would also be immediately announced. Crystals were distributed at fixed locations and storage points. Places with more crystals would be guarded by powerful, boss-level demonic beasts. To collect more crystals, one had to step over the corpses of these demonic beasts. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to fight. He first rearranged the competition's tactics. This time they only had 5 people. They were at a numerical disadvantage. Therefore they needed to find adjacent crystal strongholds. This way, when attacked, they can quickly rush to provide support. Besides that, there are no other precautions. After splitting up, just frantically collect crystals. After the discussion concluded, the 5 of them went their separate ways. They began their mission. Han Yaru, Xiao, Qinglong and Tuanfeng each had their own strengths. Low-level monsters were no match for them. Zhang Yi was also incredibly busy. On one side, he held his sword, and on the other he held the Icefire Venom Fang dagger to deal with those monsters. Soon Zhang Yi defeated a large monster and occupied a level 3 crystal mine. As for Zhang Yi's teammates, each of them had also already occupied a crystal mine. They were at level 3, but there were only 5 of them. After all, they still couldn't compare to guilds with many members. Therefore, on the current leaderboard, his Hunter God Guild was only ranked second. Meanwhile, Han Yuru had been targeted by members of the Gate of Infinity Guild, currently ranked third. Their guild leader Zhao Feiming knew that Hunter God only had 5 members in total. Therefore, the defense of their crystal strongholds would certainly be very weak. Their guild had 10 people, already having a double advantage in manpower. So, they came up with a multi-point attack plan to seize crystals simultaneously. Without further ado, Zhao Feiming rushed over with several of his subordinates. They used wood element magic, transforming into giant vines that tightly bound Han Yuru. "Who are you? Let me go. When my teammates arrive, you'll be dead." Han Yuru struggled hard but couldn't break free. Zhao Feiming chuckled. He laughed, thinking she was too boastful. They had strength in numbers, while Han Yuru was all alone. By the time her teammates arrived, she would already be finished. He had no time to waste talking to her, so he ordered his team members to eliminate Han Yuru. She clenched her teeth, showing her unwillingness to give up. But her limbs were indeed locked down, and she couldn't do anything. Zhang Yi was busy at this time, grinding monsters, and also received a warning. He immediately knew that Han Yuru was in danger, so he disregarded the boss he was currently fighting, and immediately turned to leave. But seeing this, the boss tried to sneak attack him. Zhang Yi didn't even turn his head, because with little black dragon there, it had already taken care of that foolish monster. Zhang Yi took out a pair of golden combat boots that he had obtained from the battle with the skeletons. He told Little Black Dragon to stay and guard the crystal mine, while he went to rescue Han Yuru. With these golden combat boots, Zhang Yi's movement speed immediately increased by 100 for 20 seconds. "Han Yuru, don't be afraid. I'm coming now." Feiming leisurely toyed with the dagger in his hand, spinning it a few times quickly. He held the dagger to Yara's neck and laughed triumphantly. "What a shame. Such a pretty face. Didn't you say you had teammates? How come I don't even see their shadows?" Feiming wanted to keep taunting, when he suddenly noticed an unusual movement. Zhang Yi had already arrived to assist. Feiming waved his hand, ordering his subordinates, "Grab him." But Zhang Yi's movement speed was too fast. They couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes before being shaken off. Zhang Yi slowly landed and walked up to the guild leader. "So many of you ganging up on one girl. Don't you feel ashamed?" Feiming still questioned him assertively. "Who are you daring to lecture me? And you dare to touch my people?" The next second, a huge wooden stake suddenly emerged from the concrete. Feiming strengthened himself. "Attack!" he roared in a low voice. "How dare you interfere with my business? Go to hell." The wooden stakes rapidly extended, completely surrounding Zhang Yi. But with just one sword strike, he could easily clear the obstacles. In an instant, Zhang Yi had already charged forward, closing in on Feiming. He cried out in terror, "Damn it, too fast." Zhang Yi spoke calmly. "Your fate is to die by my sword." At the same time, Feiming's shrill scream echoed. A system interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. The system notified player Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi defeated player Feiming. Feiming obtained 500 crystals. After Zhang Yi dealt with everything, he quickly stepped forward and rescued Yuru from her restraints. He held her hand and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Did they do anything to you?" Yuru stammered in reply, No, luckily you arrived in time." Just then a figure walked over, clapping and saying, "A hero saving the damsel in distress, how wonderful." The speaker was the guild leader, Situ Yen, who looked down on all rivals. He greeted with a smile. "Long time no see, Miss Han Yuru. I didn't expect us to meet here again." Situ Yen raised an eyebrow and looked at that kid Zhang Yi. "Stay away from her. She's mine," Yuru quickly explained. "Don't mind him. He's a hooligan in the real world. He's been harassing me too." Zhang Yi listened silently. Without saying a word, he held Yara's hand and led her away. Of course, Situ Yen wouldn't let them leave so easily. He directly drew his sword and blocked Zhang Yi's path. "Hey, how about a fight? If I lose, I'll give you 10 level 3 crystal ores." He narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous expression. "But if you lose, you'll have to hand over Han Yuru." Zhang Yi brushed the other's sword aside and said impatiently, "Get out of the way. I'm not interested in playing with a flamboyant peacock like you." Situ Yen felt underestimated and roared furiously, "You 10 times attack speed. Brat! You refuse a toast, so you'll drink a forfeit. You have no right to refuse me." The move he cast was precisely 10 times attack speed, a legendary talent, which could temporarily increase his own attack speed by 1000. lasting for 1 minute with a 2-hour cooldown. Streaks of sword chi shot towards the two of them. Zhang Yi pulled Yaru back danger. The next second, he leaped up to counterattack and casually instructed the person behind him 7 emotion slash. Once I deal with this guy, I'll take you away. Situ Yan sneered disdainfully. None of you are getting away. He continued to unleash his ultimate move. A series of sword gleams shot straight towards them, attacking Zhang Yi. They were too fast. The sword in his hand was struck away. Zhang Yi was slightly stunned, with no time to counterattack. These swords. Am I seeing things? Situ Yan seized the opportunity and rushed forward, thrusting his sword through Zhang Yi's body. He smiled brilliantly smugly. Sorry, but I have a legendary talent. Yaru stood by witnessing this scene, her eyes immediately welling up with tears. She cried out in a panic. Zhang Yi. Around Zhang Yi's body, streaks of blue energy light suddenly appeared. This was precisely his ultimate move, Undying Body. Zhang Yi's lips curved slightly and he chuckled softly. My apologies, but unfortunately I have a god-tier talent. In many corners of the city, a series of battles were breaking out. Situ Yan's sword hovered in the air motionless. No one expected that Zhang Yi could block the sword with one hand, and even calmly curve his lips into a slight smile. Situ Yan's face turned pale and he stammered, no, impossible. He desperately pushed the sword tip towards Zhang Yi with all his might, shouting hysterically, no one can escape my sword. Tu Yan had probably never encountered a situation like this before. He widened his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a playful mocking smile. Not talent. Isn't your legend supposed to be very useful? Keep fighting. Provoked, the opponent immediately swung his sword, slashing fiercely at him. But Tu Yan's slash had no effect on Zhang Yi. He roared angrily, why aren't you dead yet? An illusion, this must be an illusion. Tu Yan began to sense danger, squinting his eyes as if plotting something. The next second he turned around and shouted behind him. Where are they? Why are you all just standing there? Everyone come out. As soon as Tu Yan finished speaking, from under a nearby building, a tremor immediately rumbled. Tu Yan's guild members appeared out of nowhere. Obeying their guild leader's command, attack him. Zhang Yi looked at them expressionlessly. Is this what you call a fair fight? So there were already people ambushing me in the dark. Tu Yan became enraged and retorted loudly. Enough nonsense. Anyway, I'm definitely going to win today. The people behind him began to get into formation, simultaneously unleashing skills. Zhang Yi, however, did not flinch, thinking perfect timing, I was just worried about not having enough crystals, this saves me the trouble of finding them myself. The next second, the group's siege fell upon the spot where he stood. As the smoke gradually cleared, Zhang Yi still stood firmly in place. He laughed provocatively. Not enough, keep going. The Aoshi-kun. Shon guild members were startled by this scene. What's going on? He actually blocked this attack with just his body. His body is like a bottomless pit. Someone even exclaimed loudly, monster. This guy is definitely a monster. Zhang Yi's lips curved slightly and he chuckled softly. He immediately launched a counterattack. If you're not going to fight, then it's my turn. Next, a skill was unleashed. A gigantic creature opened its mouth and spewed flames. Hellfire Dragon's Roar, a group attack. With just this one move, Tu Yan's health bar was almost depleted. He still had the strength to retort stubbornly. Don't think that just because you beat me, I'll give you the crystals. Dream on. Tu Yan continued to ramble. The winner must be Aoshi-kun. Zhang Yi didn't want to listen anymore, and decisively punched him. The opponent's health bar dropped by 500. The system interface immediately displayed a notification. Player Zhang Yi has defeated player Tu Yan, obtaining 1,000 crystals. Zhang Yi looked at the loser, raising an eyebrow with a cold smirk. I knew someone like you wouldn't keep their promise. And just then, a rapid series of footsteps suddenly sounded, getting closer and closer. Xiao Jiao ran over anxiously, her face full of worry. Captain Yaru, what happened? Is everyone okay? Yaru reunited with her teammates and briefly explained the situation. It's nothing just now. The Wujiman and Aoshi Chuanxiang guild members came to cause trouble, but Zhang Yi has defeated them. A while later at the stronghold, Zhang Yi and his teammates sat on the ground discussing strategy. He checked the notifications, which displayed the guild rankings. The Aoshi Chuanxiang guild was in the lead with 25,000 crystals, while their guild ranked second with 15,000 crystals. Zhang Yi offered a suggestion. From now until the battle ends, the guild still has half an hour before the battle concludes. We must overtake the Aoshi Chuanxiang guild. The only way is to use ranged attacks. To contend for the strongholds already occupied by the Aoshi Chuinxiang Guild. We need a sharpshooter, Yuru. Yuru smiled mischievously, looking at the person next to her. Perfect. Qinglong used to be an archer. A professional one. Extremely skilled. Qinglong. Do you want to give it a try with you? We're sure to succeed. Facing her recommendation, the other person silently tightened their grip on the bow. Qinglong lowered his head and spoke hesitantly. I'm really sorry, I can't do it. In that moment, he recalled what had happened before. The commentator's voice echoed in his ears. Qinglong. If player Qinglong's arrow hits the 6th ring, he'll win the championship. Even though the previous final was also a favorable situation. With a lead, the last arrow went astray. So he didn't win the championship. At that time he secretly cautioned himself, don't be nervous. Last time was just a technical error. Don't be nervous. Just a technical error. Qinglong's arrow flew out. The commentator immediately spoke. This time, whether he can make up for last time's regret depends on this arrow. However, then came the commentator's voice full of regret. What a pity. Player Qinglong once again failed on the last arrow of the finals. Qinglong stood there, engulfed by the audience's accusations. What the hell? How could he lose again in the final round? What good is a world champion? His mental fortitude is just too poor. He sat dejectedly in the lounge, the shouts and curses of the crowd still echoing in his ears. Have you no shame? Shooting like that is truly disgraceful. Can you even shoot an arrow? I could shoot better with my feet. Useless. Just retire already. Qinglong curled up, head down, hugging his knees. Maybe everything they said was right. I really am not cut out for archery. However, just as he felt inferior, due to everything that had happened, a hand gently rested on Qinglong's shoulder. Back to the present. Around the city, the loud explosions of intense battles still echoed. Over here, Zhang Yi patted Qinglong's shoulder, encouraging him with a smile. How can that be? You are the most accurate archer I have ever seen. Don't forget last time in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. You saved all of us. He brought up the past event again, not forgetting to praise Qinglong. In such a critical moment, he could still accurately shoot the Dragon Emperor in the eye. Zhang Yi felt very confident now. Capturing the Pride of the Masses Guild stronghold would be as easy as flipping a hand. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Yi's sincere encouragement, Qinglong's eyes immediately lit up. He regained his spirit. Then I will definitely do my best. The others enthusiastically cheered in response. Let's work hard together. Time continued to pass. The scene switched to a secluded corner of the city. Qinglong stood on the top floor of a building, drawing his bow and notching an arrow, preparing to aim. He locked onto the target area, the stronghold of the Pride of the Masses Guild. Qinglong was highly focused. Tu Yan and the others had already entered his line of sight. Once the target was locked, Qinglong's arrow immediately flew out. He unleashed Huanglong's ultimate skill, Electric Aria. Go my arrow. In the stronghold area, Tu Yan snorted angrily. He originally wanted to show off in front of Han Yuru, but that kid beat him to it again. His subordinates competed to flatter him. Boss, once we get first place later, that woman will know who's stronger. Another guy chimed in. Yeah, it's almost over. There's no way their crystal count can surpass ours. The next second, a golden shimmering arrow suddenly shot forth. It accurately pierced Tuyan's chest. He widened his eyes in pain, stomping his foot in anger. Damn it again. Which scoundrel is just shooting arrows randomly? If I find out who it is, I'll shoot them full of holes. Qinglong continued to draw his bow, a confident smile curving his lips. One down, now it's your turn. Having completed his first task, he held his bow and arrow. He jumped from the building to fight alongside his teammates. Zhang Yi had arrived at the stronghold area and he commanded. Next, it's time for us to claim victory. Meanwhile, the interface showed the system display. Their guild held 25,800 crystals. The gap with the top-ranked guild was gradually closing. Zhang Yi charged to the front line. A precise slash immediately yielded 200 crystals. Qinglong drew his bow, providing long-range fire support. At that time, 50 seconds remained in the guild war. The number of crystals, the first and second-ranked guilds were extremely close. When 35 seconds remained in the guild war, Qinglong shot an arrow without hesitation. At the moment when 20 seconds remained in the guild war, the system update showed the guild Aoshi Chuinxiang led with 31,500 crystals. Zhang Yi's guild followed closely with 30,000 crystals. Qinglong's arrow shot through the air like a tearing wind towards the crowd at the enemy stronghold. The situation was extremely critical at this moment. 12 seconds remained in the Guild War. Just as the time counted down to 0 seconds remained in the Guild War, the notification of the end sounded. Congratulations to the Shui Shinming Guild for becoming the champions of the Guild War. Primordial City. The system interface displayed. The gap between them and the second place guild was only 500 crystals. Zhang Yi praised his teammates without hesitation. Qinglong is amazing. I told you you're the best archer. Yaru nodded in agreement. Brother Qinglong is really incredible. Someone from the Aoshi Chuanxiang Guild spoke timidly. Big bro, we lost. The person next to him suggested, big bro, how about I go and capture them now? Tu Yan interrupted directly. He gritted his teeth and said word by word. Get lost, aren't you tired of me losing face in front of Han Yaru? Useless trash. The system issued items and a notification. This is your Guild Wars Champion Reward. Primordial City. This time. Please accept it. Zhang Yi had been looking forward to this for a long time. It's finally here. The reward was opened. Inside were many diverse items. Zhang Yi picked up an item and played with it in his hand. I finally got teleportation equipment. It'll be convenient to go anywhere now. Tu Yan walked past him, his face grim and clearly unhappy. You just wait and see. The Shinming Guild of the foreign race is already targeting you. Your good days are numbered. Let's go. Zhang Yi didn't respond. He merely glanced at the backs of the opponent and his accomplices. Yaru, who was nearby, asked curiously, what are the Shinming Guild and the foreign race he mentioned? What are they? Zhang Yi gently shook his head. I haven't heard of them either. But I think it might be related to the black-clad figures from the last dragon, Emperor's Tomb. For some time after that, Zhang Yi walked around an ancient building complex. Qinglong was also with him. A girl in a black cloak secretly followed behind them. A moment later she quickly brushed past them, bumping hard into Yara's shoulder. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please excuse me. This person took the opportunity to stealthily reach her hand to Yara's waist. She used the skill Sly Hand Steal. To briefly explain, Skillful Thief level 5 is an exclusive skill for this class. Assassin. With just a few seconds of operation, an item can be taken from another player's backpack. After just a few seconds of action, the mysterious woman achieved her goal. A slight smile played on her lips. She quickly retreated. Qinglong frowned and scolded. Hey, don't you have eyes to watch where you're going? You bumped into someone. Zhang Yi asked the person next to him what happened. Yaru quickly checked her backpack. There was a thief. The ring he gave me is gone. Their gazes simultaneously turned suspiciously to the front, where the person in the black cloak was rushing away. Zhang Yi immediately sensed something was wrong. Gritting his teeth, he urged, quick, pursue. The other party instantly leaped onto the wall in front of them. Zhang Yi hurriedly chased after them. Before escaping, the thief even looked back, covering their mouth and chuckling. Qinglong quickly caught up from behind, arriving at just the right speed. He hurriedly asked, did you catch the thief? Zhang Yi gazed at the lingering afterimage on the building, and gently shook his head. Not sure. She might have already used a teleportation envoy to Moonlight City. Qinglong looked puzzled. Moonlight City? Isn't that the main city of the foreign race? Zhang Yi rubbed his chin and thought. That's right, the Divine Guild. And what Tu Yan mentioned is also related to the foreign race. It seems he'll have to go to Moonlight City to investigate. He fell into deep thought. The dragon race's talent upgrade requires using reputation from all three factions simultaneously. This is a good opportunity to gain reputation with the foreign race. I can also go to the main city to investigate the whereabouts of Mushin. Thinking this, Zhang Yi turned around and instructed you and Yuru, stay here for now. In case Ba Wang suddenly returns and can't find you, that wouldn't be good. Yuru of course agreed. Then you must be careful on your own. Qinglong spoke. Don't worry, go ahead, I'll protect Miss. Don't worry, Zhang. He focused on the teleportation equipment in his hand, thinking, first I need to set up a teleportation point. Next time, I can just use the teleportation equipment to return directly. In the spatial rift he spoke. Please teleport me to Moonlight City of the foreign race. The other party immediately responded, as you command, warrior. Zhang Yi soon arrived in Moonlight City. The system notified him that he had reached his destination and 100 gold coins had been deducted. He thought to himself, the teleportation fee is too expensive, 100 gold coins. Just gone like that. From a nearby corner, a miserable cry for help suddenly rang out. Help! Help me! Zhang Yi glanced over and couldn't help but wonder. It's so late already. How is someone still calling for help? It seems Moonlight City isn't very peaceful either. Down the alley, A dark pink ragdoll rabbit fell down, landing at a girl's feet. Seeing the people with weapons getting closer, she cried out in terror and despair. You guys don't come any closer." One Thai observed her reaction, raised an eyebrow and smirked triumphantly. "Didn't you run fast? Keep running then." Seeing his sword about to fall upon her, Daewoo screamed, covering her head off. But the anticipated pain never came. Wende's sword was blocked by someone. Zhang Yi stood in front of Daewoo, knocking away the opponent's weapon with a single swing of his sword. One Tai warned in a low voice, "Do you know what happens if you offend us? What your fate will be?" He retorted without flinching, "All I know is that you shouldn't bully girls like this." The next second, Zhang Yi swung his sword, severing the weapons in the hands of the people in front of him. "Now scram!" One of the guys screamed in horror. "This guy is stronger than us." "Run," the guy said, calling to his companions. They took off, disappearing without a trace. Zhang Yi turned to look at the girl behind him. "Why are they chasing you?" Daewoo murmured to herself. "Didn't I just snatch a boss? They've been chasing me across several maps. Chasing me all the way to this place. What a bunch of petty guys." Zhang Yi was a little curious. "Who are they? Why are they so arrogant?" The girl patted her chest and snorted coldly. "They're from the Divine Guild. Everyone in Moonlight City is afraid of them." After hearing her, he secretly confirmed his suspicion. As expected, they're from the Divine Guild. Their clothes and appearance were the same as the people who appeared at the Dragon Emperor's tomb before. Zhang Yi didn't want to get involved further. He turned around and continued walking. "You should go back, it's already very late. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone." Hearing movement behind him, he frowned slightly. "Why are you still following me?" Daewoo raised her watery eyes and looked at Zhang Yi, her eyes full of unease. She said, "What if those guys come back? I'm scared." He said nothing, turned and continued walking. He just silently waved for her to follow. Daewoo understood and skipped after him. "I won't be a burden to you. Don't worry, I know Moonlight City very well. Looking at you like this must be your first time here, right? If you need anything, I can help you." Arriving at the Moonlight City Hotel, Zhang Yi handed the money to the front desk. "Get me a room, book 2 rooms." He arranged for Daewoo to stay in one room. Standing outside the door, he waved goodbye. He returned to his own room. Zhang Yi flopped onto the bed, happily spreading his arms wide. Lying on a bed is still the most comfortable. Time passed like this. When the room fell into darkness, the room door was gently pushed open from the outside. Zhang Yi in the room had long since gone to bed and fallen asleep. His eyes were tightly closed. Daewoo silently walked to the bedside. A sinister smile appeared on her face. She pulled out a dagger from her person. The corners of her mouth curved up triumphantly. 10,000 gold coins are about to be mine." Daewoo watched Zhang Yi still sound asleep on the bed. She raised the dagger in her hand, ready to stab. Without hesitation, she acted immediately. However, Zhang Yi suddenly rolled over. The dagger only plunged in beside him. Daewoo pulled out the dagger, gritting her teeth and thinking, "You got lucky just now. Let's see how you'll dodge this time." Before she could make a move, Zhang Yi suddenly sat up and punched Daewoo in the face. It was unclear if he was talking in his sleep. He mumbled, "I'll kill you, Mushin. Who told you to betray me?" Clearly Zhang Yi showed no mercy. Daewoo painfully covered her face and crouched down. "Ouch, that hurts." The person on the bed looked at her groggily, confused. "Is that you? Why are you in my room?" Daewoo immediately put on an innocent act and whined. "I dreamed those men in black were chasing me again. I'm so scared." Zhang Yi patted her shoulder and comforted her. "It's all right, go to sleep. I'll protect you." The other person laid down on the bed. He looked at her intently, thinking to himself, "You're leading me into a trap step by step. I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." The scene switches to the next morning. The two walked through several streets of Moonlight City. They stopped at one spot. Zhang Yi looked up. "You said the Divine Guild is in the Moonlight Chapel. Are you sure?" "Of course," Daewoo nodded, pointing ahead. "Yes, I used to secretly follow them. They would disappear as soon as they reached the Moonlight Chapel." A figure quietly followed behind. He had somehow appeared behind her, muttering to himself, "This girl is really beautiful." Immediately after, a hand secretly reached out, wanting to touch Daewoo's waist. However, Zhang Yi noticed in time. He tightly grabbed the person's wrist. He recognized the person's face, and it was Mushin, which greatly surprised him. Mukin widened his eyes and asked in surprise, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Zhang Yi did not answer. There was no superfluous expression on his face. The energy within his body erupted. He immediately used all his strength and landed a fierce punch on Mukin's face. "You're not worthy of knowing who I am." Mukin was knocked to the ground by Zhang Yi's punch. stumbling back a few steps and crashing hard into a wooden shelf. The crowd quickly gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Oh my god, Muken always used to hit others. I can't believe he got beaten today. Someone even bloated and laughed, the wicked get there just deserts. How interesting, how interesting. Muken's face was covered in dust, looking utterly disheveled. He gnashed his teeth and growled. You suicidal fool, how dare you? Hit me. Daiwu glanced at the person next to her, and spoke up to warn. This guy is the local tyrant here, not someone to trifle with. Zhang Yi didn't care at all, he scoffed. So what if I hit him? Zhang Yi felt very annoyed in his heart. You're quite capable. Betraying friends in the past. And now bullying the weak. Muken stood up, drew his sword. His face filled with competitiveness. Muken activated his stealth skill. His figure gradually became blurry. He frowned and sneered. Kid, do you know whose territory this is? Today I'm going to kill you for sure. No sooner had Muken finished speaking than his body suddenly vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback. It's an assassin's stealth attack, able to conceal all their presence and body, hiding in the darkness, to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. He suddenly sensed something, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. Just as Zhang Yi expected. Barely a second later, Muken's sword slashed towards him. He quickly retreated backwards, but the sword light still grazed Zhang Yi's cheek, leaving a scratch. This trick again. He used to ambush me like this before. He immediately recalled past events. The feeling of being pierced by a sword was still vivid. Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Those painful memories resurfaced. He quickly pulled himself together and made a silent vow. This time Zhang Yi summoned his weapon, his concentration intense, ready to fight at any moment. He tensed his body and fiercely swung out a flash of sword light. I won't give you another chance. Muken was greatly startled, feeling disbelief in his heart. How could he possibly know the frequency of my attacks? And the timing of my moves? He can't possibly see me. Zhang Yi's face was cold as he stared intently at his opponent. Every one of your moves. I remember perfectly, even if you turn to ash. He swiftly charged forward, delivering a fatal kick to Muken. He was completely unable to resist, and could only endure the full brunt of the attack. Muken fell. The continuous impacts caused his body to bounce, and then fall heavily again. Zhang Yi walked forward, the sharp tip of his sword pointing down at him. With a cold face he sneered. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, I'd like to see what other tricks you have. The opponent still defiantly roared. You. Who exactly are you? Muken's mind was a mess. What rotten luck. How did I run into such a powerful guy again this time? Zhang Yi had no intention of dragging this out further. He silently raised his sword, his gaze chilling. Go to hell and repent. Just then, the ground behind Muken suddenly liquefied, and a mysterious figure emerged. That person suddenly grabbed Muken's arms tightly and directly pulled him down with them. In just an instant, both of them sank underground and disappeared, leaving only some crooked black marks. Zhang Yi thought to himself, this isn't good. It's those men in black again, damn it. They want to take Muken. He quickly gave chase. Where do you think you're going? Soon after, the scene shifts to a building. It was ancient and quaint. Zhang Yi hid behind the wall and observed it. The dark figure disappeared here. Daiwu was by his side. She said, this is the Moonlight Church you're looking for. The headquarters of the Gods Guild. She frowned and warned, it's very dangerous inside. Those people might have intentionally lured you in. Do you really want to go in? Zhang Yi had already made up his mind. He nodded and confirmed, I must go in. She reached out her hand. In her palm were 2 hallucinogenic pills. She said, if you just waltz in like this, you'll definitely attract the attention of the Gods Guild. I have a good idea. Zhang Yi was surprised and asked back, puzzled. Even this? You carry with you? Daiwu quietly replied, when you're out alone, of course you need to prepare some self-defense items. These are essential items for home and travel. Target spotted. Zhang Yi quickly grabbed 2 guards. As soon as they walked past, they roared, you. What are you doing? Before they could struggle free from his grasp, Daiwu had already forced the pills into them. She loudly exclaimed, shut up, go to sleep. The guards fell unconscious. Zhang Yi and Daiwu took the opportunity to change clothes, disguised as guards, not daring to delay a second. The 2 quickly walked straight into the church. In a secret room of the Moonlight Church, Mu Chen vaguely woke up. Where is this? A strange figure appeared in his line of sight. The other person laughed loudly. Aren't you unconvinced? To be beaten like this by a kid who appeared out of nowhere. Mu Chen immediately became alert, his brow furrowed as he questioned. Who are you? Why did you bring me here? The person opposite him disdained to Answer standing there with his hands in his pockets smiling roguishly. You've been captured so you have no right to ask. From today onwards stay put here. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. Zhang Yi, wearing the guard's outer garment, calmly walked into the church and shouted, "Hey, we're here for the shift change, you guys go rest." The two guards believed it and said, "We're exhausted. We need to catch up on some serious sleep." One of them didn't forget to remind them, "You two be careful, don't fall asleep on the job." They had only walked a few steps when they turned back to look, whispering something to each other. One of them suddenly walked behind Dai Wu, startling her. "Wait. It's not time for a shift change yet, who exactly are you?" He hadn't finished speaking. Dai Wu had already waved her hand, releasing a large amount of hallucinogenic drug. The two guards had no time to dodge and were immediately affected. They could only utter one word, "You," after saying that their bodies went limp and they fell to the floor. Dai Wu pointed to the passage inside. "The person you're looking for must be in there." Zhang Yi removed his mask and quickly walked in, following the directions. "Let's go in." There was no movement behind him for a long time. He puzzledly looked back. He saw that Dai Wu had already taken off her guard uniform, standing silently at the entrance. She murmured softly, "My mission is complete." As soon as Dai Wu finished speaking, she ruthlessly slammed the door shut in front of Zhang Yi's eyes. The guards, who had just collapsed on the floor, now stood up as if nothing had happened. One of them handed a money bag to Dai Wu. "That was great teamwork. This is your payment." She tossed the money bag in her hand, turned and left calmly. "Oh, I forgot to tell you this. Mutual deception is also a very common thing in Moonlight City." Dai Wu's figure matched that of the previous thief. Zhang Yi had already confirmed his suspicion. My guess was right after all. This woman was also sent by the Gods Guild. He decisively threw away the hat in his hand, thinking, "I'd like to see. You went through all that trouble to bring me here. What exactly do you want?" The path was deserted. Not a sound was heard. Only the faint glow of a few torches on the wall. It didn't take long for Zhang Yi to spot several figures in the passage ahead. Ian crossed his arms, arrogantly raising his chin. "To deal with a scrawny monkey, I alone am enough. It's truly a waste for Big Brother to have called you all here too." The guy next to him slowly stood up, provoking him casually. "Big Brother must have his reasons for doing this. If you think you can handle it alone, then go ahead." Ian was already short-tempered. He snorted coldly at the remark. "Then he'll show you my strength. Just watch me stomp him under my feet." He stood up and strode forward. He reached behind his back and quickly drew his weapon. Ian took a running start, tensed his shoulders and hurled the massive axe straight at his opponent. The axe spun rapidly in the air. He growled in a low voice, "Taste my axe." The giant axe whistled like a cannonball, tearing through the stone wall, leaving a long charred mark in billowing stone dust. Looking at the scene before him, Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, such immense power. However, he was no pushover either. With a casual wave, he unleashed a counter skill. Summon Flock of Crows. Zhang Yi's lips curved slightly upward. After the skill level increased, the number of crows summoned had doubled compared to before. Of course, Ian couldn't be defeated by such a single move. He leaped up fiercely. Just before the giant axe hit the ground, he reached out and tightly gripped the axe handle in midair. Immediately after, Ian charged forward, swinging his axe directly at where Zhang Yi stood. "You think you can beat me with just that move?" Wishful thinking. Zhang Yi dodged in time, but his opponent had no intention of letting him go. Charging forward again, launching continuous attacks, Zhang Yi quickly sought a countermeasure, drawing the sword from his waist and simultaneously changing its attribute. Then he plunged the sword heavily into the floor. A chilling aura swept forth and the ground immediately froze. The ground was instantly covered in white. Seeing his opponent's action, Ian's eyes immediately widened and he shouted in panic, "Not good." He tried to stop his feet, but the icy surface was too slippery. Ian didn't have time to react and immediately fell flat on his back. He wobbled to his feet, dizzy. Zhang Yi stuck out his tongue, mocking, "You big head guys always have unstable centers of gravity." Ian was enraged and mortified. You cheated." The skeleton observed the scene with a look of disdain, shrugging its shoulders. Big Brother's arrangements were indeed correct. "It's our turn to enter the fray." Bing Dai also nodded in agreement. "I don't know what makes him so blindly confident." He ignored Ian, who was standing nearby, and charged straight in, using his ultimate move, Go. Instantly, several ice veils shot straight at Zhang Yi, tightly binding his body. Zhang Yi was suddenly pulled forward, losing control of his entire body. He was greatly surprised. This was Bing Dai successfully controlling his opponent. The skeleton didn't hesitate for a moment, and immediately launched an attack bone barrier. Seeing the spiky orb rushing towards him, Zhang Yi secretly groaned, not good, this is bad. His body was already firmly bound. He had to break free quickly. In this critical moment he loudly summoned. Green light flashed Xiao He. A blazing blue energy emanated, covering the entire area. Within that array, Xiao He appeared. Bing Dai couldn't believe his eyes, and shouted in shock, Dragon Emperor Tier 1. How could a mere beast tamer possess such a powerful magic beast? Xiao He opened his mouth, spitting out scorching flames, easily burning away the ice veil wrapped around Zhang Yi. Bing Dai noticed something was wrong. He clenched his hands and muttered, damn it, I was careless. Without giving him any time to react, Zhang Yi gripped the hilt of his sword. Flames blazed fiercely, covering the blade. The scorching sword light thrust straight into his opponent's chest. He roared, break! Bing Dai collapsed instantly. Zhang Yi spoke calmly. It's not that you were careless, it's that I'm too strong. He walked over and patted his monster's head. Xiao He, long time no see. I can't believe you actually broke through to Tier 1. Opposite him, Bing Dai had already grown wary. He discussed with Ian, what should we do next? We didn't receive any intelligence. This kid actually has a Tier 1 black dragon. The other person replied with a stern face, what else can we do? Of course we can only charge forward. They had no other choice. They could only risk their lives and charge to their deaths. Zhang Yi had now gained the upper hand. Standing beside Xiao He, he unleashed his ultimate skill, Undying Body. Ian stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. His body stiffened slightly. Zhang Yi coordinated with Xiao He, rushing into the trio's encirclement. He turned and swung his sword, carving a blazing arc of light. All of you lie down. Ian raised his axe, ready to counterattack, but he was too slow. Zhang Yi with a flash was already closing in on him. Ian's great axe snapped in two. Zhang Yi and Xiao He worked together seamlessly. The sword light wreathed in fierce flames swept across, sending the three opponents scrambling in all directions. Each of them was knocked flying. In just a moment, all three were struck down by his sword, lying prone on the floor. Ian tried to struggle to his feet. A figure appeared. Ian, that's enough, both of you stand down. Unwilling to yield, he tried to persuade the other party. Boss, just give me a little more time. I'll definitely. Carlo widened his eyes and warned, I said. Stand down. Keep fighting and you'll be the ones to die. Since the leader had spoken, Ian could only obey reluctantly. He propped himself up and barely managed to stand. As he passed Zhang Yi, he still spoke provocatively. Our fight isn't over yet. We'll settle this next time we meet. He glanced at the other person. Not afraid to die, good, he'll be waiting any time. Carlo couldn't wait any longer. He quickly grinned and struck up a conversation. Zhang Yi, we finally meet? He asked with a fake smile. This isn't your first time entering the apocalypse, is it? Zhang Yi was slightly startled. Who is he? How does he know about this? But on the surface he still feigned composure and replied. What are you talking about? I have no idea. The other person slowly began. All right. You don't need to pretend in front of me. Ever since you entered the hidden Longwan Mu dungeon and obtained the monster token, I knew about this. Zhang Yi began to lose his patience. I don't want to waste words with you. Where's Mushin? Tell him to get out here. Carlo stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. So eager to find someone. Listen. I came to find you today because I want to cooperate with you. If you agree, the secret of the reincarnated will only be known to you and me. I will also give you top-tier apocalypse equipment, as well as endless wealth. As he said the next sentence, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. But if you refuse, Carlo summoned two ferocious-looking monsters. He shrugged, feigning helplessness, and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to live and leave this place today. At that very moment, past images flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. He thought to himself, annoyed. I can't stand that smug mouth. He then said resolutely, if the equipment and wealth you speak of are obtained by bullying the weak, then I refuse. Carlo said nothing. He expressed his attitude directly through action. He controlled his two monsters and sent them charging out. Zhang Yi was a bit worried. Damn, I've already used Undying Body. It's still on cooldown. I can't use it again. He quietly took out an item. He thought to himself, I don't know my opponent's strength yet. If I start a fight like this, I'll put myself in a disadvantageous position. He recalled the decision he made before coming to Moonlight City to set up a teleportation signal first. Next time I can directly use the teleportation gear. To return, Zhang Yi suddenly felt at ease. Luckily, before coming, I had already set up a teleportation signal in the city. Just then, the beasts simultaneously opened their mouths and attacked. And he activated the teleportation signal item. The beasts' attacks immediately missed. The ice on the ground shattered into pieces. With a cold snort, "I'll spare you this time. Next time you won't be so lucky." He looked back over his shoulder. "Now you know why someone you've never met before wants to kill you so badly, right? He's a reincarnator. You two must have had a grudge from before." Nukin's mouth dropped open. In shock, Kaluo raised an eyebrow and said, "Do you think he'll let you off easily?" Hearing this, Nukin panicked and fell to the ground. He opened and closed his mouth anxiously. "What should I do? He's definitely going to kill me." Kaluo approached step by step, manipulating the person in front of him. "Of course you strike first. You must kill him before he kills you." He finished speaking and left, leaving only a promise. "Don't worry, I'll help you." Kaluo suddenly felt very uncomfortable inside. "In the apocalypse, everyone must listen to me. You must submit to me, only then can I give you a way to live. You want Zhang Yi? Then you must die." Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had successfully escaped, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. If I had been even a second slower, I would have been completely engulfed by the dragon's breath. That guy's tier 2 dragon emperor is not easy to deal with. Thinking of that face, he rubbed his chin and fell into thought. Who exactly was that person? How did he know? This wasn't my first time entering the apocalypse. Could he be like me too? As Zhang Yi was deep in thought, an elf appeared and reminded him. "Your fatigue level is nearing its limit. Please go to a rest point to recover as soon as possible." He thought to himself, "Going to Moonlight City this time really took a lot out of me. I need to get back to the tavern to rest as soon as possible. If I don't go back soon, Han Yuru and the others might start to worry." The scene switched to the tavern. The clerk quoted, "You have chosen the quick recovery package, consuming 20 gold coins." Zhang Yi agreed. Exclamations immediately rang out all around, marveling how extravagant. "This is the first time I've seen anyone spend money to recover fatigue. Who exactly is this person? We're still sitting here waiting, having to recover just by resting." Someone even blurted out in surprise, "Wait, 20 gold coins for one recovery? My goodness, that's enough for me to buy a full set of equipment." Zhang Yi was unaffected by the crowd. He was thinking, "I still have 13,000 gold coins to upgrade equipment." Meanwhile, an annoyed look appeared on Yara's face. She muttered, "Why isn't Zhang Yi back yet?" Xiao Jiao next to her had a similar feeling. She sighed. "Yeah, did the guild leader run into some danger?" Zhang Yi suddenly appeared behind them. "The two of them." Smiling, he said, "With my strength, one person and one horse are more than enough to solo an entire guild. How could anything happen?" Yuru looked up at him. "You're back." The person next to her also cried out happily. Guild leader Zhang Yi scratched his head shyly. "Yoru, there's no news about the Ring of Death yet, but don't worry, you'll definitely get it back." The other person waved their hand and replied, "No, it's fine. It's enough that you came back safely. It's my fault for not keeping it safe, that's why it got lost." Xiaojiao opened her mouth and asked, "Hey Guildmaster, have you seen Qinglong?" Zhang Yi replied, "I sent him out to gather information. If that thief has already appeared in Dawn City, then there must be some clues left behind." Hurried footsteps sounded. He didn't even need to look to know who it was. He chuckled and said, "Just mentioning you, how's it going? Any news?" Qinglong tried to steady his breathing. I found out some very important news." He quickly recounted. "Oh, auction. The young lad's stolen ring will appear at the auction tonight." Several faces flashed quickly through Zhang Yi's mind. He mumbled to himself. Auction. If the Ring of Death is considered an auction item, then it means the person who stole the ring has likely shown themselves. Zhang Yi thought, "I can buy some equipment from the auction house to strengthen myself. The upcoming battle definitely won't be easy." After careful thought, he and his teammates immediately set off to check out the auction. On the stage, the female host announced, "Dear players, the monthly auction is about to begin. There are all kinds of rare pets equipment of various levels, all sorts of things, and rare items are waiting for you." Yuru looked at the person behind her and asked in confusion, "Hey, aren't you coming in with us?" Zhang Yi waved his hand with a wry smile. "No. Yuru, you guys go in first. I need to take care of something, you'll be right in." He turned and walked in another direction. He thought, if he remembered correctly, there was a grocery store here, and the secret menu had a lot of good stuff. Even in his previous life, this information was rarely known. After not walking for long, he saw the grocery store sign. Everything you could possibly need. Zhang Yi's lips curved slightly and he chuckled softly. "Here we are." The shop assistant saw a customer. Approaching and greeted, "What would you like to buy?" Zhang Yi was still deep in thought. Although dealing with a thief who stole a ring is not difficult, but at this large complex auction with so many people, making too much of a stir could easily cause trouble. It's better to be careful. I should prepare some necessities. He lowered his head and clearly recited the 800 nights no discount bundle. "And a fruit pie, please." As soon as he finished speaking, he sighed inwardly. How embarrassing. The other person pursed their lips, smiled, and replied, "Hello, young man. I have now enabled access to the secret menu for you. Please take a look and see what you'd like to buy." At the same time, the system displayed a congratulatory notification. "Unlock successful. 1,000 gold deducted." Zhang Yi thought. In my previous life, only 5 of Apocalypse players could unlock the secret menu. Although it's a bit expensive, the efficacy of these potions far surpasses ordinary potions. He said to the shop assistant, "I'll buy all these potions." The other person replied with an enthusiastic smile, "You truly have a sharp eye, young man. The most valuable items in the store are these very potions? You're the very first one to discover them." Zhang Yi checked his current items and inwardly teared up. "I can't believe I just spent 4,000 gold like that. I'm so poor. Let's go. I hope this operation is foolproof." He returned to the auction house and suddenly felt confused. Why is it so quiet? Isn't this an auction? Did I come to the wrong place? The staff member on stage smiled and introduced a parchment scroll. "Starting bid 100 gold. Any bids? If there are no bids, well, move on to the next item." People in the crowd voiced their displeasure loudly. "Get these crappy items out of here quickly. Bring up something more useful." Many people joined in the heckling. Exactly this auction. Aren't these things just wasting everyone's time? Zhang Yi found a seat and casually asked, "Yuru, has the Ring of Death started bidding yet?" The other person shook her head and relayed the situation. "Not yet. They're currently auctioning off an unknown parchment scroll. Unknown origin." He suddenly became interested. A parchment scroll. He looked at the stage only to see a staff member say regretfully, "That's truly a shame. If no one bids, we'll have to move on to the next item." Zhang Yi was stunned. Holy crap. Isn't this the Dragon Race's hidden quest scroll? In his previous life, major guilds and families fought tooth and nail for it. Thinking of this, he quickly raised his hand. Thinking of this, he quickly raised his arm high. "Wait, 100 gold coins, I'll take it." A burst of laughter immediately erupted from the crowd. "Here comes a fool. More money than sense. A classic, spending 100 gold coins on a scroll with an unknown purpose. Who knows what it's even for?" These words were met with agreement from many spectators. Exactly. Isn't this like buying a roll of toilet paper? Utterly useless. Even if it were free, I'd still complain about it taking up inventory space. The staff member, seeing someone bid, immediately became excited. 100 gold coins second call. 100 gold coins third call. Sold to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took the item. He didn't care at all about the objections around him. To you all, this scroll is indeed no different from toilet paper. But for players in the Dragon Race faction, like me, the situation is entirely different. Once I unlock the Dragon Race's hidden quest, and obtain the Dragon Race's heritage equipment, you'll all regret it. The auction continued. The system displayed the parameters, accompanied by the staff member's introduction. The next piece of equipment is truly amazing. The legendary grade Ring of Death, starting bid 10,000 gold coins. A starting bid of 10,000 gold coins. Someone immediately expressed dissatisfaction. A starting bid of 10,000 gold coins, who can afford that? Another person loudly retorted, "Not to be outdone, come on. This is legendary grade equipment. It can grow indefinitely. Besides, how could someone sell off such a rare treasure?" Yuru, sitting not far away, whispered, "Look over there. That person looks really strange." Zhang Yi followed her gaze. Someone dressed like that must be from the Beast Race's main city, Jibing City. He scrutinized the other person, then wondered aloud, "But why would someone from the Beast Race come to the human race's main city and be with Situ Yen?" Yuru exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, you even know that? That's amazing." Zhang Yi scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. No. It's just that when I was choosing a faction, I happened to see some information about the Beast Race." The person they were talking about suddenly stepped forward and announced, "Everyone, will take this ring. No matter how much you bid, I will bid double. I advise everyone not to waste your effort." The crowd erupted into an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "Where did this rich boss come from? This ring is so powerful." Others expressed regret. "It seems this ring is not destined for me." Just then someone suddenly jumped out and accused, "Bastard! You're a Beast Race member. What right do you have to come to our human race's main city and cause trouble? Wu Chen didn't say a word. Walked straight up and punched the other person in the face. He coldly asked. He coldly pressed. Now do you think I have the right? People nearby restrained the young man, whispering to persuade him. Quick, let's go, this guy is trouble. The other person refused to back down, standing rooted in place, gaping in astonishment. Then commented, what a heavy hand. Zhang Yi walked forward, patted the young man's shoulder, and loudly announced. Hey, with me here today, you can forget about taking this ring. Tu Yan seized the opportunity to whisper a complaint. Shu Esho. That kid is Zhang Yi, he possesses god-tier talent. I told you about him. If he doesn't even have that much insight, then you should teach him a good lesson. Sure enough, Wu Hen flew into a rage after hearing it. His hands clenched into fists. How dare he oppose our extreme Ice City Bloodgate, even if he has god-tier talent. He's still digging his own grave. Zhang Yi quietly instructed the teammates behind him, Duan Feng, Xinglong, you guys go stir up some trouble. Try to buy as much time as possible, the more chaotic the better. Of course they wouldn't refuse his request. Xinglong replied with a smile, no problem. Duan Feng stood aside, crossing his arms and proudly interjecting, guild leader, we're the best at causing trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately incited the crowd, everyone. This is human territory. Are you just going to let these beastkin run wild here? Xinglong enthusiastically added fuel to the fire. Exactly, if word of this gets out, how are we supposed to get by in Dawn City later? The surrounding crowd also joined the commotion. That's right, that's right. If we don't resist, wouldn't we just become lambs to the slaughter? The crowd instantly became boisterous. Wasn't the previous lesson enough? Xinglong was the first to declare war. I've been sick of looking at you for a long time. It's so hot and you're still wearing fur clothes, aren't you afraid of getting heat rash? Duan Feng echoed from behind. Don't waste words with them. Charge! And so the tense atmosphere reached its climax. Both sides started fighting. Damn it, I've been in this business for so long, and it's my first time encountering someone actively seeking death. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Zhang Yi poured the potion in his hand into his mouth. This is an advanced invisibility potion. Upon use, it immediately grants invisibility, lasting for 3 minutes. At this moment he wouldn't be discovered. Looking at the chaotic crowd, he took the opportunity to pull out 2 different potions. Advanced Fog Potion and Advanced Burning Potion. Zhang Yi realized the time was ripe. Now, he threw the 2 potions into the crowd. Someone in the crowd feigned panic and shouted, bomb. Everyone watch out. The crowd became even more chaotic. They struggled against each other, cursing, damn it. They're actually using explosives to desperately fight us. Kill these beastmen. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity. Using his invisible state, he stealthily approached the staff member holding the item tray. No one is allowed to take this ring today. Except for me. He took the ring, but he didn't make a sound. Successfully completed. After dealing with the urgent matter, Zhang Yi looked at those people. Wu Hen and Tu Yan revealed evil smiles. He was still invisible. He walked behind Wu Hen thinking, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Now it's my turn to hit you. And so, without anyone knowing, he suddenly fell face first to the ground. Tu Yan rushed over. Young master, are you alright? Wu Hen struggled to sit up, holding his head and cursing. Which bastard doesn't want to live? Come out here. Zhang Yi then ambushed Tu Yan, kicking him. I can't stand the sight of you, you lapdog. Tu Yan stumbled and fell onto Wu Hen. Who ambushed me? Wu Hen roared furiously. Damn it, which death-seeking fool is it now? I'll kill you. Just then, a system notification appeared. Invisibility potion effect remaining 10 seconds. Zhang Yi had no choice but to stop. The invisibility potion's effect is almost up. I must leave here quickly. I'll spare you 2 for now today. He used the skill Golden Speed, instantly disappearing without a trace. Xinglong, Duan Feng and others took advantage of the situation. While the crowd was chaotic, they stepped forward and kicked Wu Hen a few times. He was beaten black and blue, only able to roar with resentment. There are people here, can't you see? Don't step on me. Tu Yan wailed. Inhuman, you've got the wrong person. The moment the invisibility potion's effect wore off, Zhang Yi had successfully escaped. He sent a message in the guild channel, mission accomplished. Everyone retreat quickly. Rendezvous in the alley outside the auction house. A moment later all members had gathered. Yaro asked with concern, are you alright? You suddenly disappeared just now. I thought something had happened. Zhang Yi held out his hand. Look, see. I got the ring. However, to protect players' items in the auction house, the Apocalypse Society places a seal on every item. He explained in detail. If an item is taken without authorization, It will return to the auctioneer's inventory after 3 minutes. The others couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. So everything we just did was for nothing. Zhang Yi had other plans. No. I'm going to use this seal to catch the thief. In a moment, I will be teleported to the auctioneer's location, along with the ring. Everyone was astonished. Establishing signal. The system displayed a notification simultaneously. Teleport signal established. Yaro was overjoyed and praised him without reservation. You're so clever. To think you came up with a method like this. Xiao Zhao also nodded in agreement. Yes, the guild master is truly amazing. I truly didn't pick the wrong person. Zhang Yi looked at the girl in front of him. 3 minutes are almost up. Yaro, wait for me to bring the ring back. The next second, the teleport signal activated. The space around him began to change in his heart. Zhang Yi had already made up his mind. Today, I must see your true face. Theoretically, an accident occurred during the auction, involving the Ring of Death. Information about the death has been sent back to the auctioneer, on the top floor of a building. Diawu was puzzled. She looked at the item in her hand. It was perfectly fine. Why did the perfectly fine ring suddenly come back? Could it be that those people caught up? If you looked closely, you'd notice the ring on her hand suddenly glowed with a faint blue light. The next second, Zhang Yi was teleported here. He sneered. It's really you. Not only did you steal Yaris' ring, but you also lured me into a trap set by the Divine Guild. What exactly are you trying to do? Diawu exclaimed. I didn't expect you could escape from the Divine Guild. It seems you do have some skill. After speaking, she even stuck out her tongue and made a face. Clearly not scared at all. Zhang Yi quickly chased after her. Hey, don't run, give me back the Ring of Death. You have to explain yourself today. Diawu ran away, taunting, in your dreams. Catch me first. Zhang Yi was hot on her heels and quickly grabbed her cloak. The black cloak slipped off, revealing the other party's true face. Zhang Yi said loudly, I won't let you escape so easily this time. As he said, he pressed forward face to face with Diawu. Just a little bit more. Suddenly a large axe was thrown and rocks splattered everywhere. Behind the collapsed wall, Wuchen had already caught up, roaring furiously. Weren't you running so fast? Keep running. Zhang Yi thought, this is bad. Damn it, it's them, I forgot. The Beast Clan has a hunting track skill. As far as he knew, they could track enemies by sensing their aura. For thousands of kilometers. Wuchen roared angrily from his side. You've walked right into my trap. I was just looking for her to settle the score. I didn't expect you two to be together. Great, I'll just take care of both of you at once. Zhang Yi glanced at the person beside him. How many people have you offended? Why do people of the foreign race, the Beast Clan, all have a grudge against you? Diawu gave a dry laugh. It's just a tiny misunderstanding, really. She clung to Zhang Yi's arm, pouting. Good big brother, at a time like this, you wouldn't leave me, would you? He retorted impatiently. Who's your big brother? I still hold a grudge, you know. When you tricked me and ambushed me, you didn't treat me like a big brother then, did you? Wuchen watched their actions. His blood boiled. He immediately used the Beast Clan's ultimate skill, Rampage. Unacceptable. How dare you flirt in front of me? Die together. Shueshao activated his inner energy. A rhinoceros with gigantic horns formed and charged forward to attack. Zhang Yi looked back and the girl behind him was gone. He was a bit annoyed. Just a second ago she was calling me good big brother. And a second later she runs faster than anyone when danger appears. Shueshao laughed heartily. That's what you get for provoking me. At the auction, I was sent flying far away. Zhang Yi clutched his chest, gritting his teeth, secretly shocked. So painful, this big guy's attack power is too high. A beast master's initial defense is still too low. I lost so much health in one go. Seeing Zhang Yi in such a sorry state, Shueshao spoke again. Kid, I advise you to hand over that girl quickly. Then kneel and admit your mistake. I might consider sparing your life. Before he finished speaking, he picked up his weapon and charged forward again. Still talking tough? I saw you two hugging with my own eyes. Zhang Yi was not to be outdone and immediately retorted. Which of your eyes saw me being intimate with her? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say anything. Be careful, I'll sue you for defamation. Wuchen seemed to go mad. He shouted again. I saw everything you two were doing crystal clear. He recalled what just happened. Was he following his intuition? Why is there still this familiar scent? It seems like it's from those women who escaped. He saw Zhang Yi and Diawu being intimate. He said angrily, very good. Being intimate right in front of me. Do you really think I can't catch you two scoundrels? In Wu Chen's dark thoughts, Diawu was flaunting her cleavage, thrusting it towards Zhang Yi. Thinking of this, Wu Chen angrily said again, if I hadn't arrived in time, who knows how far you two would have gone. Zhang Yi looked at him helplessly. I'm really impressed by you bunch of lowlifes. Then he channeled his internal energy into his hand. His sword also appeared instantly. At this moment Zhang Yi was switching attributes. He immediately flew up. Holding his sword he fiercely slashed at Wu Chen. You're not a fool, are you? After that attack 300 points were deducted from his health. Wu Chen looked at him disdainfully. Petty trick. Consider these few hundred points of damage my gift to you. In an instant, he once again channeled his internal energy and struck at Zhang Yi. Of course he quickly dodged it. Wu Chen angrily took off his fur coat. His gaze was icy as he looked at Zhang Yi. Next I'll show you the true difference in our strength. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was enveloped by a powerful layer of internal energy. Zhang Yi was a little flustered. He didn't understand what was happening. Clearly the moves are the same. Why is the damage he deals getting higher and higher? Wu Chen laughed loudly. I forgot to tell you, the lower your health value, the higher my attack damage will be against you. I absolutely cannot surrender. Zhang Yi quickly picked up and drank a high-grade health potion. After taking the potion, Zhang Yi's strength immediately increased significantly. As soon as Wu Chen attacked, he was sent flying far away again. Zhang Yi asked disdainfully, is that all the strength you have? Are you up to it? You stopped after just a moment. Keep fighting, I'm much more generous than you. Consider these 1000 points of damage my gift to you. Wu Chen couldn't believe his eyes. How is that possible? Just now your health bar was clearly almost empty. At the same time Diawu appeared and said to him, even with more potions it's useless. As long as Wu Chen uses that move. Just as she said, he stared at him with wide eyes. Don't think that having high-grade potions will solve everything. The real battle has just begun. He once again channeled his internal skill. With a fierce aura, bloodthirsty rage, his power constantly stacked up. The aura around his body also exuded immense power. Zhang Yi was startled. Damn it. Why does this guy's health increase the more I hit him? Immediately Wu Chen fiercely struck at Zhang Yi. With a single move his health bar was significantly reduced. Zhang Yi was secretly surprised. I never expected the epic tier talent Bloodthirsty Rage to be able to take the health generated by attacks and absorb it, transforming it into his own health. Wu Chen, holding his axe like a grim reaper, looked at him and said, kid, today, it'll make you realize what happens when you offend our blood gate. Zhang Yi continued his sentence. His original plan to use potions for a war of attrition was now completely useless. He sneered. Also, do you really think your bloodthirsty rage is invincible? Seeing Zhang Yi drink a strength-boosting potion, Wu Chen said disdainfully, still want to drink more? Don't dream, no matter how many tonics you drink. In the end it will all become mine. But Zhang Yi didn't care. He still picked up that bottle of potion and chugged it down. As soon as the potion reached his throat, he shouted at the same time, now you'd better look closely. How could Wu Chen give up so easily? He tightly gripped his large axe and roared loudly. Still don't believe me? Then let's see. The weapon swung. He looked at Zhang Yi with contempt and mockery. And he even looked like he was enjoying being beaten. But there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Zhang Yi gripped the axe in his hand even tighter. This greatly surprised Wu Chen. He was a bit stunned. I think you've taken the wrong medicine, you've gone mad. Zhang Yi still maintained a calm demeanor. Don't you want to absorb it? Go ahead, absorb your fill. As soon as he finished speaking, from the blood beast's veins, several wisps of eerie purple blood threads immediately appeared. He was greatly surprised. Is this what did you just drink? Zhang Yi explained. Item: Advanced Poison Potion Effect. The contact will receive a debuff, losing 100 HP per second, lasting for 1 minute. The debuff is not stackable. As he spoke, he handed the potion to Wu Chen again. Do you want it? I still have some here. At this moment Wu Chen was slowly falling to his knees. Only then did he realize it was a trap. He deliberately let me injure him, and used my Bloodthirsty Frenzy's lifesteal ability to poison me. Wu Chen's health bar began to drop. However, he still held on. What are you so happy about? Your HP is lower than mine. You'll die before me. Zhang Yi said calmly. That's not necessarily true. After he finished speaking, he became smug. He also activated his internal energy. Undying Body activated. Wu Chen struggled. He continuously gulped down potions. The Advanced Poison Potion's debuff lasts for 1 minute as long as he uses the Undying Bonus immunity to damage, and lasts through this minute he wins. Zhang Yi walked closer to him. Your potions aren't doing much. In the time it takes to drink one potion, you've already lost 2 bottles worth of HP. I have another advanced one here. When Wu Han heard this, he almost lunged to snatch it from Zhang Yi, but immediately recoiled. You want it, then you'll have to pay for it. His body grew more and more painful, and his HP continued to drop, secretly alarming Wu Han. He only had 1 resurrection chance left, which he had worked desperately to accumulate. Even with money you couldn't buy resurrection chances. They could only be obtained by completing survival quests. God knows when the next survival quest would be announced. Next, due to tension and with no other option, he gritted his teeth. How much you'll buy it? Zhang Yi was very satisfied. He leaned close to his ear. Original price 150 gold coins. Since we're not strangers, I'll give you a discount. Zhang Yi 50,000 Wuhan was surprised to hear this. 50,000? Wu Han, you're extorting me. 50,000 gold coins are enough to support 500 people in a large guild. That's a lot. 48,000. How about 48,000? This is all I have. Zhang Yi quickly agreed. All right, 48,000 it is. Wu Han was so aggrieved he almost cried. He actually agreed just like that. Why didn't I bargain for a lower price earlier? Zhang Yi secretly chuckled to himself. Making money off these idiotic beast races was truly too easy. As soon as he took the potion from Zhang Yi, Wu Han immediately tilted his head back and gulped it down. But before he could even touch it, Dia Wu from who knows where flew straight out and decisively kicked him hard on the head, making him wince in pain. Indeed, one shouldn't make girls angry. Dai Wu's face was filled with disgust for Wu Han. Looking at the spilled potion bottle, his heart pounded. My 48,000 gold coins. You stinking hag, I'll fight you to the death. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Han completely froze. He trembled inwardly. His body was paralyzed by the poison, completely unable to move. Before he could turn the situation around, Dia Wu unleashed an assassin's kicking skill. Feather snatch, cold kick. Wu Han's HP dropped significantly once again. A sharp pain struck him, making him dizzy. Dia Wu gripped the dagger in her hand and said impatiently, I've been waiting for this chance for a long time. And so the foolish Wu Han got stabbed again. His health bar was almost depleted. He said unwillingly, you two just wait. I won't let you off. The system immediately announced Dai Wu's battle achievements. But then Wu Han also got a chance to revive. Just as he was heading to Jibing City, hearing that this demon beast had revived again, Zhang Yi smiled helplessly. I really have nothing to do with her. But Dai Wu hid behind him again. Do you think hell still believe you? My dear brother. Zhang Yi gave a bitter smile. This is it, I'm done for. Now even if I jump into the Yellow River, I won't be able to clear my name. This truly is a sweet burden. After the poison status was removed, Zhang Yi then asked Dai Wu, why are you back again? I thought you'd already left. Could it be that you can't bear to leave a brother like me? She pouted and replied, of course not. I stayed for myself. Anyway, they came to Prishao City just to kill me from afar. Tu Yan looked at him and Dai Wu openly showing his jealousy. That brat Zhang Yi, he's quite lucky with women. How does he still have beauties around him? At this moment a demon beast behind him stammered in horror, B-boss. What the hell, boss is dead. And he claimed to be the strongest in the beast race. Tu Yan frowned, feeling displeased. Humph. I thought I'd finally have a strong backing. Who would have thought? He was still killed by that brat Zhang Yi. He actually turned around timidly. While they weren't paying attention to him, it would be best to slip away first. Just then, a weapon immediately struck towards Tu Yan's back, accompanied by a cold voice. Did I tell you to leave? We haven't settled our score yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword violently struck down, splitting even the stone ground. Tu Yan was so scared his wits were scattered. Zhang Yi then leaped up. With his incredible speed, he had already sent the beast race members flying. The sword in his hand, in an instant, was at Tu Yan's neck. Tell me your true purpose. Why did this group of beast race members come to Prishao City? His voice trembled in fear. I only know they're looking for that woman. Just to get that card back. I don't know anything else. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was startled. A card? What kind of card could make people from the beast race, without hesitation, chase them all the way to the human main city? Could it be? Just then, Dai Wu immediately interrupted their conversation. Are you talking about this? I got this from the assassination target in Jibing City. Right there in Jibing City. This crappy card. Aside from looking good, it's useless. She held the card up in front of the two golden light shimmering. It looked quite like some sort of divine talent card. The two youths stared at her dumbfounded. It's more than just looking like it. Isn't this a divine talent card? But hearing this, Zhang Yi secretly began to scheme. Whether it's a common epic or divine talent, All players can only possess one talent skill. This might be the reason she can't activate or use this divine talent card. This divine. It seems she still doesn't know this. His thoughts abruptly stopped and Zhang Yi's face darkened. Wait. She just said she got it after killing someone. It seems the rumors from his previous life regarding divine talent cards are very likely true. As he said this, he cunningly snatched it from Tu Yan's hand. Go to hell. Your divine talent card is mine. Divine talent cards can be passed down among players. And the way they're passed down, the method is to kill the previous divine talent card holder. Afterwards he looked at him painfully. Can you let me go now? I've already told you everything I know. But Zhang Yi's face darkened and he raised his sword. If you hadn't seen this card, then I might have let you go if I was in a good mood. But now, you can only leave with the secret of this card. Might as well die. As that thought faded, the long sword plunged down fiercely. Du Yan couldn't believe he could be so despicable. He coughed up blood while his eyes widened. Immediately after, the system announced he has been dealt a fatal blow by Zhang Yi and has no chance of revival. The matter is settled. He quickly retracted his longsword back into the system. Daiwu then quipped, "You're standing so close to me. Aren't you afraid I'll attack you?" He answered truthfully, "No, because I know you're a smart person. Right now, the people of Bloodgate see us as allies. As long as I'm alive, I can help you draw some of Bloodgate's fire." Zhang Yi stared intently at Daiwu. Filled with curiosity, each god-level talent card corresponds to a special talent skill. A special god-level skill. He wondered what kind of card she held in her hand. Immediately he made a suggestion. "How about we make a deal? What do you say? If you give me the Ring of Death and this card, then everything that happened between us can be written off." Daiwu took out the card and a ring and placed them before him. She then asked, "You really want this so badly?" She paused, then leaned her face close to Zhang Yi. "And this ring is so important. How could it lead you to chase me all the way here, or is this ring that woman's?" He said without hesitation. "Because I promised to bring this ring back. I will definitely bring it back." Daiwu then said, all right. I'll return your ring to you. But this card is mine." With that she turned and left as if afraid he would snatch it away. After the matter was resolved, Zhang Yi didn't linger. But he left a few words. "As a trading partner, I'll kindly remind you, regarding this golden card, it's best not to tell anyone else." Daiwu replied, "Then I'll give you a piece of advice. Leave this place quickly. The people of Bloodgate won't give up so easily. And sooner or later they'll come to Dawn City for revenge." He didn't turn back. And Zhang Yi's eyes turned dangerous. "Thank you for the advice. But don't worry. That tall stupid guy can't beat me." The scene shifted to the crowd. Everyone marveled at the beast race players. Xiao Jiao said as she channeled her power. "These beast race players are truly full of energy. And tough as nails." Xing Long continued. "Not only are they tough, they're also despicable. To actually ambush us when the guild leader isn't here. Meanwhile, Yaru worried. I wonder how the guild leader is doing." Before she finished speaking, a beast race player suddenly ambushed her from behind. "Die." Just then an axe flew from a distance. A familiar voice rang out. "Yaru, watch out." The beast race player was startled. "You!" Zhang Yi shouted. "Your leader has already been sent back to Extreme Ice City by me. You might as well join him." As soon as he finished speaking, the axe landed and the guy was killed instantly. Xiao Jiao ran over. From a distance, "Guild leader, you're finally back." Yaru walked over and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt at all?" Zhang Yi continued, "I'm fine. It's just that these beastmen are indeed tough to deal with." He then handed the ring to Yaru. "Look, I brought the ring back for you," she exclaimed happily. "I knew you could do it." He then said to everyone, "We need to level up quickly. Tian Ke's army has already reached level 50. We can't fall behind either." Duan Feng then said, "No problem. How about we set off now?" Qing Long also replied happily. "It seems our leveling maniac is already itching for action." "He is." Duan Feng walked ahead happily, extending his hand. "Look at these strong muscles on my arm. Tomorrow watch me smash those monsters' heads with one punch." Zhang Yi watched them. Many times receiving luck bestowed by the heavens also means simultaneously one must face more dangers. Once the secret of inheriting the god-tier talent card is known by others, Han Yaro and I will both become prey for other players in this world. We might even fall into the most dangerous situation. So before that crisis arrives, we can only continuously improve our strength. Just then the Doomsday Elf appeared. After she reported a series of situations, Zhang Yi pondered to himself. Before the people who dealt with Bloodgate spent quite a lot of time. Fortunately, we've finally caught up in level now. At this moment on the streets of City of Dawn, Xiao Jiao was riding on Duan Feng's back. She said, "Guild leader, what should we do next? Our levels have all reached the cap." He immediately replied, "Of course we're going to break through the level cap." At this he fell into thought. We must quickly complete the second trial to continue leveling up. If I want revenge, my current level 50 skills aren't enough. Yarrow and the others also need to improve further. The scene then shifted to the entrance of the class change hall. A large hammer violently struck the ground, leaving everyone stunned. The crowd erupted. Someone else got knocked flying. This second round of assessment is too difficult. Xing Long sat beside that person. Everyone couldn't help but discuss the required points. For the second assessment are too high, 20,000. No one has reached it yet. I wasted 100 gold coins on the assessment fee for nothing. Wasting gold coins is one thing, but this is practically paying to suffer. The girl who just knocked the young man flying stepped forward and asked, "Does anyone else want to come up?" In City of Dawn. "This is the trial grounds," Chi-Chi said haughtily. "Does anyone else want to challenge?" Zhang Yi stepped forward. "I'd like to give it a try." Looking at the girl in front of him, he added, "In the apocalypse, winning can't rely solely on stats, but also on skill. This time it'll give you all an eye-opener." Chi-Chi pointed to the sky. "See that thing up there? Do you see it?" No sooner had she spoken than the quest panel immediately popped up showing complete information. This girl was the examiner for the second-class advancement trial. Chi-Chi continued. "This is the calculating dummy for the second-class advancement trial scores. Within 10 minutes, only when your score exceeds 20,000 points, can you pass the trial." Zhang Yi soared upwards with golden speed. "Then let's begin." Then he charged at Chi-Chi. She didn't flinch, violently smashing her hammer into the ground. "Handsome, a frontal assault isn't a good choice, you know. Too fast." Zhang Yi rushed forward. "You think I'd be foolish enough to try and crack a rock with an egg and engage a warrior in close combat? In this kind of situation where I have no advantage." The internal energy in his hand condensed. "It'll let you taste the feeling of being electrocuted." Lightning combo. Instantly, Chi-Chi was suddenly shocked by the electric current from his hand, making her scream. Zhang Yi's score immediately shot up. Currently it's 2,000 points. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought to himself, "Next I just need this number to rise to 20,000. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Is that real? He got 2,000 points right at the start of the trial. This kid really has some skills. I thought he was just bragging." Chi-Chi excitedly swung her weapon. "It seems I underestimated you. Try this move, Void Entangling Fingers." Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Her warhammer is gone. Where did her warhammer go? But then, it appeared, smashing fiercely towards Zhang Yi, knocking him flying. 2,000 points were deducted from the score just now. Xiao Jiao said worriedly. "It seems the examiner for this second-class advancement assessment is very powerful, Yaru. Big sis, do you think the guild master can pass this assessment?" Yaru said with full confidence. "I believe he can definitely do it," she thought calmly. Despite always falling into extremely dangerous situations, he always personally manages to do what others cannot. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was panting. He stood firm amidst the swirling smoke. At the same time, Zhang Yi summoned a flock of black crows. He said loudly, "You got me once just now, but I won't give you another chance now." A glint flashed in his eyes as he calculated inwardly. This Void Warhammer. In his previous life he had challenged it 200 times, but never managed to pass. But precisely because he had challenged it countless times, it helped him gain a lot of combat experience. After he shared his vision, Zhang Yi's eyes instantly lit up. The two stood side by side. A light of power emerged. The warhammer in Kiki's hand smashed towards him. Zhang Yi said smugly, "Ill dodge." Sure enough, Zhang Yi gained 1,000 points. Chi-Chi was startled. How could he guess where I would summon it? A prompt echoed in his mind, rear left. His score continued to increase. Zhang Yi said triumphantly, "Now it's my turn to attack." He calculated in his mind, it's right behind. As long as he had the shared vision of the summoned black crows, just dodging attacks could easily earn him 20,000 points. Instantly, Zhang Yi's score rapidly increased, accumulating continuously. Chi-Chi nervously observed her surroundings, thinking to herself, "It must be because of those black crows." No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than she counterattacked, shouting, "Void Warhammer Storm!" The red warhammer smashed towards Zhang Yi again. His crows scattered, flying away in panic. At this moment Zhang Yi was secretly alarmed. It flashed in his eyes. The weapon was getting closer. Crap. Seeing his crows get hit, he said nervously. She found out. Zhang Yi calculated inwardly. I can't rely on dodging to score anymore. I must finish this quickly. Then he gritted his teeth and channeled his inner power, Infernal Dragonflame Purgatory Thunderstrike. Afterward his score immediately continued to increase. It seems this attack worked. Shichi was completely defeated. The system immediately awarded him the title of Great Beast Master. Everyone was astonished. Discussing animatedly, I didn't expect. This guy could really pass the second-class advancement trial. 22,000 points, that score is outrageous. A second-class beast master is too strong. Xiao Jiao cheered. As expected of our strongest guild master. Scene change meanwhile in Moonlight City. Nukin slammed his fist into the ground. Now I feel my body is full of power. Kaluo looked at him smugly. You now possess the strongest equipment among current players. You won't suffer a crushing defeat at Zhang Yi's hands like last time. It won't be a repeat of last time. Now is the best time for you to kill Zhang Yi. Nukin asked in surprise. Just me alone? Kaluo immediately replied. Of course not. I'll give you my most capable subordinates. Before. They've already had combat experience with Zhang Yi, and can help you deal with Zhang Yi. Come out. He looked at the group of people, then commanded. I've already replaced your equipment with new gear. And in the past few days, you've also gained many levels. I hope you don't disappoint me this time. Also in this operation, you must completely follow Mushin's orders. Dongfang immediately replied yes. We will definitely complete the mission. Kai also replied as you command. Carlo handed the item to Mushin. Take this scroll at a critical moment. It can help you. But you must remember. It can only be used once. After receiving it he replied understood. Immediately after, he led that group of people preparing to depart. Pashao City. Carlo proudly stroked his dragon, a cunning look on his face. Zhang Yi, I will let you know what happens to those who oppose me. Scene change in Pashao City. Yarrow happily asked. How is it? The barbecue place I recommended is delicious, isn't it? Xiao Jiao excitedly said. It's so delicious, so delicious. This is definitely the best barbecue I've ever eaten in the apocalypse. Seeing how much she liked it, Zhang Yi then said. Tomorrow, I will take everyone for second-class advancement special training. Don't forget, Xiao Jiao Danston said. We're also going to pass our second-class advancement soon. Just like the guild master. Then Xinglong walked up to him and whispered. Guild master, I heard that after completing the second-class advancement, you can use second-class advancement professional skills. Isn't that super powerful? When will you show us? Zhang Yi calmly replied. All right. Next time we go into a dungeon I'll show everyone. He then thought to himself with satisfaction. In the blink of an eye I've gained so many skills. Enough for me to study. Seeing that skill, Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Removes control and simultaneously inflicts fear on enemies. This skill is incredible. Everyone was chatting happily as they walked, when a familiar figure stopped them. Mushin spoke. Zhang Yi. I finally found you. Zhang Yi was secretly surprised. The people next to him. Aren't they from the Divine Guild? How are they with Mushin? But he calmly said. Mushin, instead of cherishing the remaining few days to live happily. Why did you suddenly come here to seek death? Mushin angrily roared. You little brat. I let you get away last time. But this time you won't be so lucky. I will definitely make you. Then he looked at the people from the Divine Guild. You four. Just stop the others. Zhang Yi is mine. Bing Dai. Just watch this. Duanfeng Jianka is mine. As for the rest you can divide them among yourselves. Duanfeng looked at him and snorted coldly. Big words. Let me see what you've got. After saying that, the two immediately drew their swords and rushed towards each other with extreme speed. Standing before Duanfeng, Bing Dai couldn't help but exclaim. Such a fast sword. With just the first move, Bing Dai had already raised his hand, about to be sent flying far away. Duanfeng scornfully asked him what's wrong. Trying to run. Seeing the two fighting, He Ying also channeled his inner energy. It's my turn to make a move. Immediately, he directed the dark power towards Zhang Yi. He was on guard, but didn't expect He Ying's target to be Xiao Jiao. Yarrow nervously said, Xiao Jiao, don't be scared. We're here to save you. Xiao Jiao was startled and shouted help. Save me. Qinglong anxiously rushed over. Miss, be careful. There's an ambush ahead. Seeing everyone in chaos, Zhang Yi also rushed over anxiously. But his body was unable to move at this moment. Watching his feet being bound by Heiying, Zhang Yi was secretly nervous. How can this be? My body can't move. Nukin seized the opportunity to rush forward. Your companions are no longer here. Now only you are left. And you're also afflicted by Heiying's control skill. In the blink of an eye he had arrived behind Zhang Yi. I'd like to see what methods you have left to resist. No sooner had he spoken than Nukin gripped the sword in his hand and thrust it fiercely. But he didn't expect that Zhang Yi would use the demonic substitute. Nukin was stunned. This was released by Zhang Yi from behind him. Did you think I'd still be susceptible to your sneak attacks? Immediately, he channeled his internal energy into the lightning chain in his hand. After just a moment, Nukin was overwhelmed by Zhang Yi's powerful electric current. His whole body paralyzed. But to his surprise, after taking a hit from his own lightning chain, he was actually unharmed. Nukin quickly turned around. The equipment on me is precisely the top-tier gear among players. Do you really think you can hurt me now? He triumphantly lunged at you again. Taste the power of the heavenly star purgatory. Before Zhang Yi could react, his dragon blocked in front of its master. He was stunned. Xiao He. After calming down, Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise I'd have been riddled with holes. Immediately after, Zhang Yi loudly commanded Xiao He, activate feathered chaos. That immense pressure swiftly assailed Nukin. Zhang Yi declared loudly and with satisfaction. This is what you call giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Suddenly attacked so miserably, Nukin gnashed his teeth in fury. Zhang Yi asked him mockingly, how does it feel to personally experience the storm? He stood there looking at his enemy. The Beastmaster's demon beasts levels will advance and evolve accordingly with their master's job change. I've already completed my second job change. But you are still just a first job change assassin. That is the difference between you and me. He on the other hand stammered in surprise. How do you have a second-tier dragon? No sooner had he spoken, the powerful source of power immediately attacked him. Xiao He widened its eyes and tightly seized Nukin. He called out unwillingly, Nukin, I will always be one step above you. Looking at the dragon, Nukin couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Damn it, that callow. Why didn't he tell me the important information that Zhang Yi had already completed his second job change? Regarding the information that Zhang Yi had completed his second job change, he suddenly recalled Callow's instruction. You must remember. It can only be used once. Nukin replied okay. At this moment he suddenly remembered the scroll. That's right, I still have the scroll. Then he took out the scroll. Zhang Yi, don't celebrate too soon. He arrogantly retorted, come on then. Let me witness your power. So, a giant red dragon flew out from the scroll. It ferociously roared at Xiao He. As soon as it appeared, seeing its opponent, and the difference in strength compared to his own demon beast, Zhang Yi shouted worriedly, Xiao He. The moment that dragon appeared, it sent Xiao He flying into the sky. Just like that, Xiao He's entire body was violently slammed against the rocks. Nukin said triumphantly, Callow really didn't lie to me with this. Even a second-tier dragon will be trampled under my feet. Seeing Zhang Yi's worried expression, he was overjoyed. Zhang Yi, today is your doomsday. Meanwhile, Dongfang looked at Qinglong with contempt. If you want to save her, then it depends on whether you have the ability. Qinglong furiously shouted. Give Xiaojiao back to me. No sooner had he spoken, Yuru immediately channeled her internal energy. A beam of light drew a spell in the air. This is the Ice Finger art. Dongfang looked at his skeleton companion. It's up to you. That person immediately channeled his internal energy. Watch this bone spike shield appear. The bone spike shield appeared. Yaris' attacks were all blocked. The thorns just kept coming, shooting fiercely towards the two of them. Looking at the thorny things, Qinglong's eyes were cold, trying to bully the young miss. You'll have to taste my arrows first. The bow and arrow in Qinglong's hand immediately drew taut and was ready. As soon as the arrow shot out, the skeleton was also hit by the shattered rocks in front of it and fell to the ground. Feeling that the situation was dire, the shadow gritted its teeth, channeled its internal energy, and dodged, taking advantage of the enemy's confusion. Xiaojiao immediately seized the opportunity to escape. Sister Yuru. Sister, the shadow was enraged. Damn it, she got away. She can't be allowed to escape. The shadow then attacked using shadow acupoint art. Yuru fended off attacks while comforting Xiaojiao. Don't be afraid, it's alright now. She held Xiaojiao tightly. Yuru shouted, Duan Feng, how are things on your side? He replied, don't worry, I'll end this battle as soon as possible. Bingdi roared, and the one who'll end this battle. Not you. Just like that, Duan Feng was completely wrapped in bandages. seemingly constricted. Soon Duan Feng shattered the cocoon with his sword intent. Don't get cocky too soon. I haven't accepted it ending like this before that attack. Bingdi immediately covered his face with both hands. When Duan Feng landed, Bingdi immediately coughed up blood. He didn't understand how this could have happened. Duan Feng calmly returned his weapon to its sheath. Did you think the other two swords at my waist were just for decoration? He immediately landed beside Qinglong. One guy down. Now there are only 3 left. The shadow stepped forward. You shouldn't celebrate too early either. You shouldn't celebrate too early either. Our plan has been completed. But the skeleton was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Bingdi to sacrifice their strength. Truly not to be underestimated. On the other side, Zhang Yi's foot suddenly trembled, having been blown back. He was still wondering what's going on. Yuru worried, this is bad. Something happened to Zhang Yi. We've all fallen into a trap. Their real target is Zhang Yi. Nukin was furious. Which bastard is so immoral? Are they not letting people eat? This is a safe zone, keep running. I'd like to see how long you can escape. Chase them. Zhang Yi commanded Xiuhei. Stay away from those crowded buildings. He mused to himself. The 4th stage Dragon Emperor's attacks are too strong. I have no chance to get close at all. And by just dodging, I won't be able to find its weakness. It's better to take the initiative and attack. Zhang Yi stroked his magical beast Xiuhei. Let's prepare to attack. I believe you can do it. He stroked its head to comfort it, then shouted. New grudges and old hatreds. I'll settle them all with you today. Looking at Zhang Yi, Nukin then ordered the dragon to attack. So confident you're just rushing over. Is it that you've overestimated yourself? Or underestimated me now? The 4th stage Dragon Emperor's breath will engulf all of you. He looked at Zhang Yi in the sea of fire and arrogantly added. Even if you have an immortal body, the magical beast beneath you will be incinerated in the dragon's breath. In that flame, Zhang Yi mused to himself. Soul Link can, for a short period of time, transfer all damage taken by the magical beast to the beast master. So as long as I don't die, and my immortal body hasn't expired, Xiuhei is invincible. The two rushed forward. He immediately commanded Xiuhei, attack its right wing. Zhang Yi calculated. Dragon wings are relatively vulnerable parts of a dragon's body. Once damaged, it will lose its mobility. This can limit its offense to the greatest extent. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiuhei immediately obeyed its master's command. It fiercely bit the dragon's wing, causing its fresh blood to gush out. The pain reached the 4th-tier Dragon Emperor. It let out a painful roar. Nukin's left arm was also affected. His protective glove ripped. Zhang Yi pondered to himself. He felt that there was something wrong with this 4th-tier Dragon Emperor. Something was off. I only lost 500 HP when it attacked me. It lost 1500 HP from just one blow from Xiuhei. The 4th-tier Dragon Emperor's damage output was clearly lower than normal. The damage index it took from attacks was also clearly too high. Could it be that overall, only damage dealt by an illusion would be this low? And at the same time it would take more damage. So this isn't the real 4th-tier Dragon Emperor, but a lifelike illusion. It's an illusion summoned through a contract. At the same time, Nukin's body was experiencing some abnormalities, which startled him. What's happening to me? Zhang Yi landed at this moment. What are you planning to do now? Those small fry from the Divine Guild earlier, and the appearance of this scroll, it all makes sense now. It's all clear now. This fool, this is clearly a sophisticated scheme. Meant for me. Zhang Yi looked at him. It seems you still don't know that using this scroll comes with a huge side effect, do you? Nukin was shocked. Impossible, he wouldn't lie to me. Nukin was unwilling, I just became powerful. It can't end like this. Zhang Yi spoke again. Look at your aging body now. That's the price for carelessly activating a contract. And summoning. You can't still not understand, can you? From start to finish, you were just a pawn used by someone else. Upon learning the truth, he roared loudly. No, even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me. Nukin then continued to channel his inner power to its peak. Look, I offer all my power to Lord Dragon Emperor. Zhang Yi was startled. This lunatic. He was preparing to merge with the 4th-tier Dragon Emperor's illusion. He was acting like a madman. I'll turn this city into hell, and make everyone bow before my power. The crowd below fell into chaos. Everyone run. A madman is slaughtering innocents. Zhang Yi looked at him scornfully. You're at death's door and still unrepentant. I must have been blind back then, not recognizing you as a scoundrel. I can't believe I gave you a chance, and you still chose to be evil. Nukin stood on his dragon. Zhang Yi, so what if you're a reincarnator? Do you think you can kill me again? This time you'll still be killed by me. He gritted his teeth inwardly. He had completely lost his sanity and had become a complete madman. Zhang Yi began to formulate a plan. As long as that scroll is completely destroyed, the connection between the real body and the illusion will be severed, causing the illusion to disappear. Then he jumped off Xiao Hei's dragon back. Go to the front and cover me. The sword in Zhang Yi's hand suddenly thrust forward. He roared break, watching his body slowly disappearing. Nukan nervously shouted, no, I won't fail. But at this moment Zhang Yi's dragon suddenly collapsed. He anxiously rushed over Xiao Hei over here. Xiao Jiao was startled. Oh my god, why are there so many casualties here too? Those people from the Divine Guild are truly hateful. Duan Feng said angrily, damn it, just now. We should have punished them severely. Well, settle the score with them sooner or later. Yaru ran to his side. Zhang Yi, are you alright? We arrived too late. Yaru paused, looking at his beast Xiao Hei. Zhang Yi's eyes welled up. Xiao Hei was severely injured trying to save me. I will definitely find a way to heal it. He roared in anger. As for the mastermind behind all of this, I will make him pay the price. As these words left his mouth, Zhang Yi's gaze became even more resolute. At this moment, outside Holy City in Qiushui Forest, Yaru silently followed behind him, thinking as she walked, why did Zhang Yi come here so early? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was deep in thought. In the world of revelation, there was an extremely precious resurrection potion. No matter how severe the injury, taking it would lead to a complete recovery. He thought to himself. Now Xiao Hei has entered an extremely weakened state. Ordinary life potions are completely useless. To save Xiao Hei, I must obtain this resurrection potion. A weakened state means a magical beast has suffered fatal damage, almost on the verge of death. A magical beast in this state cannot be summoned by its master to fight. As far as Zhang Yi knew, this resurrection potion could only be obtained by finding a professional alchemist and having Lei Fuya complete the potion-making quest. Only then could it be acquired. Immediately after he landed on the ground, heavy gasps escaped him. I finally found you. Lei Fuya recalled in her previous life. He had also met her while in a near-death state. I've found everything you need. Quickly help me make the resurrection potion. Soon, the potion was made just in time, saving his life. Now the two were strangers. Zhang Yi suddenly shouted her name loudly, which surprised Fuya a little. Are you looking for me? Before she could think further, Zhang Yi anxiously said, Lei Fuya, quickly. I need to take the resurrection potion crafting quest. She was stunned. You. How did you know I was researching resurrection potions? Zhang Yi interrupted even more anxiously. Don't talk about that now. Give me the diary quickly, I have to save Xiao Hei. Fuya happily took out the item. Is this what you're talking about? It seems your companion must be seriously injured. Don't worry, this diary. Zhang Yi immediately snatched the item. He skillfully said the diary contains clues for 3 precious medicinal ingredients. After I bring them to you, you'll be able to synthesize the resurrection potion for me. I've already memorized the script line. Fuya was utterly astonished. How did you know what I was going to say next? Zhang Yi didn't answer, only quickly turned and left with a thank you. He looked at the system panel, secretly calculating. The first step of the quest is to obtain the essence of life from the Demon Suppression Tower. Looks like I have to go to the Demon Suppression Tower again. Fuya was a bit confused. These 3 items aren't that easy to find. By yourself it would take half a month or more even. Zhang Yi hastily said. I'll bring them back immediately, wait for me. Yaru behind him heard the entire conversation, but she didn't understand it was to save Xiao Hei. But how did Zhang Yi know there was a way to save Xiao Hei here? Looking at Zhang Yi, Yaru felt a pang in her heart. You're always the one rushing ahead. I want to do something for you too. Don't worry, leave the remaining 2 ingredients to me. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower, people were buzzing. We've been waiting for a week. Finally we can fight monsters. I heard someone reached the 12th floor last time. I'm definitely catching up this time. Zhang Yi darted past them, rushing forward quickly. One of them exclaimed in surprise. Where did that brat come from running so fast? What's he showing off for? But he didn't care at all. Xiao Hei, wait for me. I'll get the resurrection potion right away and heal you. In a flash he had already entered the Demon Suppression Tower. Zhang Yi knocked on the door, shouting, big guy, open the door for me quickly. I'm in a hurry. At that moment a booming voice rang out. At the same time the door opened. Who's calling me? Not afraid of death? Daring to disturb my rest? You must be tired of living. As soon as that guy came out, Zhang Yi kicked his leg fiercely. He angrily shouted. This lord has no time to play with you. Quick, tell me the warp location for the next floor. The demon warrior exploded with rage as soon as he saw him. It's you again, you stinking brat. Zhang Yi suddenly appeared behind him. He secretly calculated in his mind. This second job skill hasn't been used yet. You're perfect for me to practice with. He was startled, growling, damn it, you even used a body double. I underestimated you. We demon warriors will never surrender. Immediately, Zhang Yi used Soul Probe. This was a move to summon demons, used to probe the enemy's mind. A series of images appeared in his mind, but the probed content exceeded the system's allowed range. Thus the probe was also interrupted. Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. Why did he have memories of the real world? Could they have once been people from the real world? He pondered to himself. Generally speaking, on each floor, only one person could enter the blue portal to proceed to the next floor. Yet here two doors of different colors appeared. This scene had appeared in Xian's memory. Thinking of this, an idea sparked in his mind. Let me see. This red portal. Where does it truly lead? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's movements had been fully recorded by someone. At this moment he had already entered the 30th floor of the demon suppressing tower. The man named Gong Qi now wore a cunning expression. You finally arrived. Then he reached out and pressed the red button in front of him. He thought to himself cunningly. Then I'll play along with you. On the 30th floor of the demon suppressing tower, Zhang Yi had quickly entered it. Without the slightest hesitation, he covered his face to prevent the aura from splashing into his eyes. He was secretly surprised. Who would have thought? The red portal led directly to the 30th floor. It saved me a lot of time climbing the tower. Zhang Yi walked, pondering his next plan. He just needed to get the essence of life above the cathedral. When Zhang Yi stood before the tower, a powerful aura emanated outwards, making him somewhat surprised. What is this power? No sooner had he finished thinking than the light triggered a massive explosion. Zhang Yi jumped in fright, letting out a cry. From inside the tower. From inside the tower. A girl, her body engulfed in flames, flew out, radiating murderous intent. She was the six-winged fallen angel. As soon as she appeared, the fallen angel immediately used charged shadow missile, fiercely attacking him. The six-winged angel growled while attacking. If you're not afraid of death, and dare to challenge the 30th floor, then let me show you what absolute power looks like. Immediately after, Zhang Yi simultaneously soared into the air, dashing towards her rapidly, not giving the enemy a chance to harm him. With golden speed, he flew over. Damn it, using a big move right after meeting, isn't that a bit much? The scene switched to Bawang's side. He was transported by a massive explosion to an unfamiliar place. A stone fell onto his face. Only then did Bawang frown from the pain. After waking, he immediately sat up and rubbed his head. Where is this? Bawang wondered to himself. I was just resting on the 8th floor. How did I suddenly end up here? Then before his eyes, a fierce battle erupted. And that person was none other than Zhang Yi. Watching him dash through the air, dodging the six-winged angel's attacks, Bawang couldn't help but wonder what's happening now. He questioned, challenging this place right after only 2 job advancements. Isn't he overstepping his bounds? On this side, Zhang Yi's entire body was sent flying. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, how could the boss here be the six-winged fallen angel? My strength isn't nearly enough. What should I do now? Why are there so many human skeletons here? So that's how it is. These are those unidentified skeletons. When the fallen angel attacked this city, thanks to the system, he finally understood. So that's it, this fallen angel is truly cruel. As soon as it landed, Zhang Yi happily. It seems I've found a way to break it. Lost in thought, his hand touched a skull, scattered on the ground. A blood curse immediately appeared. A hazy light spread out, carrying a powerful internal force. Zhang Yi said to the skulls, go avenge yourselves. Seeing him, the fallen angel suddenly stopped. It seems she was also wondering what Zhang Yi intended to do. He stood among the skeletons like a general. Resurrect my soldiers, surround it. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, the group of skeletons' eyes turned blood red, and they charged straight at the six-winged angel, which was flying rapidly through the air. It was suddenly entangled by bones that emerged from the ground. The fallen angel was somewhat surprised. Watching Zhang Yi rapidly ascend into the sky, she shouted angrily. So you wanted to use these souls to stop me? Your true purpose is to acquire the essence of life. Give up, I won't let you have your way. With that, the fallen angel immediately concentrated her internal energy. Descend my lightning. Immediately after, she looked at him and shouted. Server level spell, domain of thunder. This is indeed a server-level spell. Summon a storm. The spell lasts for 10 minutes. Every 3 seconds. The storm will deal 500 points of magic damage attacking all surrounding enemies. As soon as she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning violently struck forward. The group of skeletons was naturally no match for her. The six-winged angel glared at Zhang Yi. "You're next." Unexpectedly, she could deal with these skeletons so quickly. Zhang Yi felt a little nervous. The fallen angel spoke, while slashing her sword at Zhang Yi. "Your game ends here." Watching her prepare to deliver the final blow, Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. Damn it. However, at the last moment, a force surged towards her, causing a large hole to be ripped through the fallen angel's abdomen. Feathers flew everywhere. The fallen angel looked back behind her. "How could you possibly kill me?" She was secretly astonished. "Why are there other players on this floor?" Just then the system alarm sounded. "Body damaged, disconnecting soon." She secretly fumed. Damn it. The NPC's body control technology, transmitted via data, seems to be unstable. "You two got lucky today." Before disappearing, she didn't forget to leave a few words. "Well, meet again soon." After the danger passed, Zhang Yi still couldn't help but wonder. "Bahuan, how are you here? Didn't I already enter a solo dungeon? But thankfully for your strike, how could it be? I've never seen you use such a cool move before." He stood stunned, wide-eyed. "What, I killed this guy?" Scene switch. Night falls on the Tower of Eternity. Gongqi looked at the screen and said coldly, "Apocalypse Elf. Replay all the combat just now for me." Linglan immediately replied, "Yes, master." Immediately after, the fierce battle was replayed before his eyes, which gave Gongqi a headache and confusion. The space was enveloped in silence. Gongqi carefully observed the fight, not missing a single detail. Enlarge the bottom right corner of the screen. Linglan heard the command and immediately zoomed in on the screen. Bahuan was lying there motionless. At the same time, a stranger was sitting next to him. The man's face was covered, his appearance unclear. After watching for a while, Gongqi spoke again. "It seems someone was messing around just now." Scene transition at the entrance of the demon-suppressing pagoda. The system is counting down the pagoda's closing time. Xinglong was filled with worry. "Guild leader. She won't wait until nightfall and the pagoda closes to come out, will she? If she doesn't come out soon, miss." No sooner had he spoken than a burst of joyous laughter immediately rang out. It startled Xinglong. "Guild leader Bahuan, I've been away for the past few days. Thank you for looking after Shiro." Zhang Yi happily replied, "It's nothing, just doing my part. Yaro will surely be very happy to know you're back." Seeing the two of them, Xinglong couldn't hide his excitement. "Young master, you're here too." Xinglong then stepped forward to report. "Miss disappeared this morning. We sent her messages, but received no reply." Bahuan was very worried. Sharo is always careful in her actions. There must be some special reason. Zhang Yi added. "Right, try to recall carefully. Before she disappeared, did Yaro have any unusual behavior?" Listening to their analysis, Xinglong looked a bit confused. He scratched his head. Unusual behavior. Then he remembered. "Last night I saw Miss on the square. She was alone, standing in the center of the square facing the statue. It looked like she was praying for something. I saw Miss' eyes were closed, so I didn't go over to disturb her." Zhang Yi connected the key information. Midnight Square statue. What Yaro was doing must have been a prayer quest. He analyzed. Prayer is a simple quest in the Apocalypse world. It's very easy to complete. It requires starting at 9 p.m. praying for 3 whole hours in the main city square. Then there's a chance to get a reward from the Dream God. A Dreamstone. But the Dreamstone itself has no use. It can only be used as an ornament. But if it's watered with the Dream Spring from Dream Spirit Manor, you can obtain a Dream Flower. Speaking of this, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered the Dream Flower. "I know where Yaro is." Dream Spirit Manor. Bahuan was even more anxious. "There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly." In the blink of an eye, everyone had arrived at Extreme Ice City. In front of Dream Spirit Manor, Zhang Yi spoke first. He said to Xinglong, "Try sending me a message and check Dream Spirit Manor." Xinglong immediately complied. But then he became a bit worried. "I can't send a message, what's going on?" Zhang Yi explained. Dream Spirit Manor is the Dream God's domain, to prevent enemies from the apocalypse from invading. So the Dream God set up a protective formation within the manor. Various dangerous monsters will also randomly respawn. All players, as long as they step within the range of the protective formation, then they cannot send or receive messages to or from other players. So Yaro completely can't receive anything inside, nor can she send any messages out. As he said this he frowned. It can now be confirmed. Yarrow is somewhere in Dream Spirit Manor. Once we enter well split up. To avoid being unable to contact each other. And thus cause other troubles. The scene switches to the other side. Everyone frantically reminded each other it's a dream spirit. Everyone prepare for battle. No sooner had they spoken than two fierce female-shaped dark figures suddenly lunged at them. Dunchi nervously gripped his sword and shield, shouting, Vajra's fury, I'll use my skills to hold them back. Vajra's fury, I'll use my skills to hold them back. He then looked at Sister Yarrow. Little sister, it's up to you now. She tightly gripped the magic artifact Froststorm. Yarrow also shouted, Frost, heed my command. As soon as the skill was cast, the two dream spirits were immediately defeated. Dunchi watched dumbfounded. A level 50 mage is truly amazing. He felt like he had found a god-tier team. The corpses of the two dream spirits fell. Faint purple smoke still emanated from their bodies. Meanwhile, within one of the dead dream spirits, a red flower suddenly reappeared. Liusu cheered everyone, look. A flower bloomed on that dream spirit's corpse. No sooner had she spoken than she curiously walked forward, wanting to touch it. This is. But at the same time Yarrow yelled to stop them, don't touch it. But it seemed already too late. Just after Yarrow had finished speaking, Liusu also inadvertently touched that flower. Immediately a mysterious red aura emanated from it. The three of them held their breath for a moment, waiting to see what would happen. Those flowers became more and more numerous, startling Liusu. What's going on? Dunchi explained. After a dream spirit dies, there's a very small chance an elite monster, the bloody dream spirit, will spawn. I can't believe we actually encountered one. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps rang out, accompanied by an arrogant voice. Oh, you poor people. Why don't you go home? A gentle yet bewitchingly cold voice sent shivers down their spines. Among the three, Yarrow and the other two simultaneously turned to look towards the direction the voice came from. No one spoke. The girl, whose body was surrounded by a red killing aura, spoke again. So you have no home. Since you have no home, then stay here and follow me. With that she immediately unleashed her power, binding the three and lifting them into the air, where they floated looking towards the dream flower. Liusu said in surprise, how does this dream spirit look exactly like the mage sister? Yarrow reassured her. Don't be afraid. This is the powerful bloody dream spirit's unique skill. It's dream transformation. Dream transformation means that when facing enemies, it will transform into the highest level enemy player and simultaneously copy that player's equipment and skills. Liusu trembled. Mage sister, save me. Yarrow, on the other hand, was very calm. These flowers are resilient in semi-shaded environments. As she spoke, she paused. She pulled a purple spirit stone from her bosom, like a crystal. Then Yarrow simply threw that stone into the patch of red flowers. At the same time she explained to the two, these flowers fear light. So use strong light to deal with them. In the midst of the confusion, Liusu immediately channeled her inner energy and shouted. Watch this! A wave of sunlight shone forth, helping her break free from her restraints. This was precisely the priest's unique skill. Summon a zone of light in a designated area, restoring 500 HP, lasting for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Liusu also smiled happily. We're saved. Joy turns to sorrow. No sooner had she spoken, 3 sharp arrows flew swiftly from a distance. Yarrow reacted quickly, shouting, look out. Then she hugged Liusu and dodged. The dream flower was shot and fell to the ground. That group of strangers yelled, get the hell out of the way. Brothers, it's the bloody dream spirit. It's whoever snatches it. Everyone charge. Yarrow secretly worried, oh no. The strong light spell just attracted all the surrounding players. They must be here for the bloody dream spirit's rewards. Liusu said bluntly. We found this bloody dream spirit. By what right do you try to steal it? Yarrow immediately whispered. Don't get agitated, let's wait here first and observe the situation. Let them first wear down a portion of the dream spirit's combat power. Good idea. A fierce man with 2 fangs spoke. This is Bloodgate territory, outsiders back off. As soon as those people arrived, they started hacking and slashing indiscriminately. Get out. All of you get out. This dream spirit, the bloody one, is ours. Bloodgates. So the other few people panicked. Run. Dunchi whispered. It's people from Bloodgate, the most notorious guild in Jibing City. Before, I've seen them bully ordinary players, forcibly rob and kill without batting an eye. Yarrow secretly and cautiously pulled down her hood. Aren't they those guys from the guild? The last auction. If I'm recognized, he'll be in big trouble. We must leave as soon as possible. Don't let them see us. As soon as she finished thinking, the three quietly prepared to leave. But for some unknown reason, as if by a phantom's will, Wayne inadvertently glanced back and saw Yara's figure. He vaguely recalled this woman. Without letting his doubt linger, Wayne immediately channeled his internal energy, knocking off her hat and clothes. He looked at Yaru and was certain he hadn't made a mistake. It was indeed the woman by Zhang Yi's side. The one from the last auction. Where is he? She feigned ignorance and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know you. He of course trusted his memory. Still pretending to be dumb with me. You don't know me. But I know you. I haven't even gone to Poxiaching to settle scores with you yet. But you came to my territory of your own accord. Asking for death. Dun Chi quickly stepped in front of Yaru. There must be some misunderstanding. This young lady is with us. If you want the dream spirit blood, then we won't bother you. Please help yourself. But as soon as he finished speaking, Wayne fiercely kicked Dun Chi in the stomach. Get out of my way. After taking that brutal kick, his body immediately flew backward. His body slammed into a large rock and pain surged through him. Wayne said coldly, I haven't even had my revenge yet. And you want to leave? Dreamon Lusu couldn't help but shout, hey you scoundrel. We're just here to clear the Bloodgate dungeon. Don't go too far. Wayne gripped his weapon tightly and responded contemptuously, going too far. Well said. As he spoke, he swung his blade, hacking down, and simultaneously shouted, then go to the underworld and await your death. Yaru could no longer tolerate it. She immediately rushed forward, Divine Grade Talon Spirit Weaver. The onlookers were furious. No way, these Shuemen people are too much. The young girl didn't provoke him exactly. Didn't they already say they'd give him the dream spirit? There's no helping it, that's just how the Shuemen people are. Ruthless bullying due to their power. Let's run. Go. Yara's power conjured two maiden figures, powerfully resisting the attack. However, Wayne gleefully hacked and slashed. Your man is truly a good for nothing. Letting you risk yourself alone here, why don't you come over to my side instead? Yaru of course refused to surrender, shouting in disgust, and simultaneously cast Ba Fireball. But in just a few seconds Wayne was already in front of her. He was immensely pleased, asking for death, then he swung his blade again. Not only that, he continued to charge forward. If you refuse to drink the toast, and insist on drinking the forfeit, then don't blame me for being ruthless to a beautiful flower. At the entrance of the manor, Zhang Yi was astonished as soon as he arrived. This isn't right. Why do these people look like they're fleeing a disaster? He immediately stepped forward and asked what happened up ahead. Why is everyone running out? The young man immediately replied, it's the people from Shuemen. To snatch a dream spirit blood, they've already killed many players. And I heard they captured a beautiful young lady. Hearing this, he felt a secret unease. Could it be Yaru? Then he warned, I advise you not to go any further. It's very dangerous. Immediately after, he said to his two teammates, quick, follow me. The three of them rushed inside desperately. Inside, Yaru was already tightly gripped by Wyan's powerful hand, her neck making her tremble uncontrollably. He cruelly and coldly threatened, he'll give you one last chance to live. Quickly call out Zhang Yi. Yaru stammered, he's not here. Two accomplices excitedly mocked. What a shame for such a radiant young girl, giving up her life for her boyfriend. I see that Zhang Yi is just a coward. He's probably hiding in some corner trembling right now. Seeing so many of us from Shuemen, he must be too scared to come out. Before their laughter had even subsided, a force directly severed their throats, leaving them barely enough time to utter a scream. Blood gushed from their necks. That axe once again slashed towards Wayne, of course at an extremely fast speed. He was still in shock. Zhang Yi's cold voice rang out, you dare touch her? Seeing his beloved being so oppressed, Zhang Yi grew more enraged, his fists striking with increasing power. Looks like you have a death wish. With just one blow, Wayne fell to the ground. His subordinates were shocked and cried out loudly. Boss Yaru, lying in Zhang Yi's arms, said apologetically, I made you worry, he whispered tenderly. It's fine, wait over there for a moment. I'll deal with these Shuemen bastards first. Wayne was beaten black and blue, yet he still smiled mockingly. Zhang Yi, I don't think you understand the situation. This is Shuemen territory. With that, he yelled, grab both of them for me. I'm going to torture them severely. Instantly, Zhang Yi was immediately surrounded by henchmen. Shuemen members, however, just then, behind them, a group of Shuemen members, for some unknown reason, were sent flying into the air, and then slammed heavily onto the ground. Bawang arrived flying in and slashing wildly with his sword. How dare you bully my sister? Watch me teach these bastards a lesson. Zhang Yi reassured his half-brother. It's fine, Yuru only sustained minor injuries. Everyone take care of her. Shueman members are always treacherous and cunning. Don't let them ambush us. Xinglong immediately replied understood. If something goes wrong, I'll support you anytime. Don't worry, well protect Miss Yuru. Just then Yuru interrupted. Wait, she said weakly. Take this. It might help you, you must be careful. He asked in surprise, what is this? It turned out Yuru once again handed the death ring to Zhang Yi. He immediately took it and showed a faint smile. Zhang Yi thought to himself, feeling smug. This time, I'll use you all as sacrifices for the death ring. Instantly a deafening explosion rang out. From the moment he charged out, Zhang Yi secretly scorned. Shueman is nothing but a rabble. I want to see how long you can last. Looking at the ring, he couldn't help but think with satisfaction. The growth potential of this ring is terrifying. Now let alone a mere blood Wuyin. Even if a second turn berserker came, they wouldn't be my match. Wuyin cried out in panic, what are you standing around for? Shoot your arrows. Shoot him dead. Zhang Yi looked at them, no longer able to remain calm. Thank you for sending your arrows of sorrow. Because I was just wondering how to activate my skill. No sooner had he spoken than the arrows collectively shot towards his back. And at the same time, Zhang Yi had already activated his passive skill. He proudly declared, let you all feel the fury of the demonic dragon. Xiao Hei charge. This is the area effect Dragon Flame Hell. The Shueman members cried out in a clamor. It's so hot, boss, save me. Wuyin had no choice but to use bloodthirsty frenzy again. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe that in just a few days he could become this strong. Last time he clearly only won by luck. He's definitely just bluffing again. With that he immediately charged forward. I must avenge my Shueman brothers. However, before he could do anything, his axe suddenly snapped in two. Looking at his weapon, Wuyin was instantly startled. He blankly rolled his eyes. Looking at the sword pointed directly at his head, Wuyin finally became nervous. What do you want? Shueman is the #1 guild in Jibing City. If you dare lay a hand on me, the Blood Gate won't let you off. Zhang Yi calmly said, I've killed you once before. Do you think I'd be afraid to kill you a second time? The Blood Gate. You commit all kinds of evil. I'll kill anyone who comes, and obliterate any who gathers. Facing this aura, Wu Hen frantically cried, save me. No sooner had he spoken than his head was separated from his body. Zhang Yi coldly said, be a good person in your next life. The chance to revive is gone. This time, Wu Hen was truly killed by Zhang Yi. The remaining minions were also dealt with. Xinglong quickly reported, guild leader. The Blood Gate members have all been dealt with. How should we deal with this elite monster? It seems killing it will grant us quite a few rewards. Zhang Yi then said. Don't kill it yet, Yuru. Perhaps you've already obtained the dream stone, haven't you? Try taking out the dream stone in your hand and giving it to it. Yuru immediately replied, okay. Following that, Yuru handed the item to the dream flower. After absorbing it, it was deeply moved. Those devout ones have returned here with the dream stone. Brave warriors, please follow me. Xinglong exclaimed in surprise, guild leader. Did you secretly read the guide before today's opening? You even know this? He looked at the dream flower. Where is she taking us? Zhang Yi replied, just follow her. She will lead us to the dream spring. Following the dream flower's steps, everyone arrived at a small stream. She immediately declared loudly, sleeping souls, please awaken. No sooner had she spoken than the water's surface reacted immediately. From the blue water, a fair-skinned maiden appeared. Chosen one, you're finally here. This is the dream god, one of the 10 deities of the apocalypse, corresponding to 10 divine talent cards. Her feet glowed, and she slowly stepped onto the lake's surface. I've waited here for too long. Standing on the water, the dream god looked directly at Zhang Yi and his group. So long that I've forgotten how many years have passed. With her hands clasped behind her back, a blue flower appeared beside her. As the first player to arrive here, I shall bestow upon you a special reward. Amidst a wisp of smoke, the flower slowly floated towards Yuru's position. This is the dream flower I've been searching for. A notification panel appeared. Congratulations, player Han. Yuru has obtained the dream flower. Overjoyed, she threw her arms around Zhang Yi. This is great, Xiao Hei is saved. He reached out and stroked Yuru's head, his face flushing. Yes, that's right. It's a good thing we had you to find the dream flower. Meanwhile, Xinglong looked at Ba Huang and suggested, young master, should we patrol the surroundings first? What if there are still Blood Gate members around? He closed his eyes, nodded. MMOK. Zhang Yi quickly opened the book beside him. the dream flower and the divine medicine. Now let's study it. And see how to replicate the resurrection potion. If I recall correctly, Lafia might have been created this way before. A moment later a notification panel appeared. With the appearance of the resurrection potion, you have finally obtained it. Zhang Yi lowered his head, raised his hand to open a magic circle summoning Xiaohei. He reached out and stroked Xiaohei, comforting it. You've suffered a lot recently. Don't worry. Now drink this potion and you'll recover. Xiaohei opened its mouth. Zhang Yi poured the resurrection potion into it. In an instant, a golden energy enveloped it. Yaru ran over, hugging Xiaohei, overjoyed. Xiaohei, our little treasure is finally back. I miss you very much. Looking up, Dream God stood observing in the distance. She silently opened her palm and reached out towards their group. Let Yaru stand there. She looked up with a blank expression. A card appeared, clearly imprinted with the image of Dream God. Standing on the shore, Bahuang warned everyone anxiously. It's still unclear what happened. Everyone be careful. Yaru stood there, hand on her chest, looking up with her head held high. The sight of a group of people attacking the mansion gates. 1,000 years ago, the nobles attacked the continent and Dream God showed sorrow. Dream Spirit Manor was a peaceful land, the only one not invaded. A group of people surrounded and sealed a being. Let's begin the sealing. To fight against the nobles, the 10 great gods swore to fight to the death. Fighting together for the sealing. The Ghost King. He was tightly bound by sealing chains. He revealed an eerie smile. Everything you've done is just delaying death. Dream God sat there curled up. The images of the 9 gods thus vanished. However, after that great war, the other 9 gods also disappeared one after another. Their whereabouts unknown. And I too couldn't help but fall into a deep sleep. The image dissipated, floating in midair. She looked at Zhang Yi and his group. What you see now is merely an illusion I created before I fell asleep. Its main purpose is to await the chosen warrior, to find me and awaken me. Yaru placed her hand on her chest. She slowly walked forward. Dream God disappeared. In front of everyone. Now only a shimmering light remained on the water's surface. A blue notification appeared. Dream God vanishes. Legendary hidden quest. After the 10 great gods sealed the Ghost King, they successively disappeared. Find the missing Dream God. Zhang Yi was focused on looking ahead, not noticing what was behind him. Perhaps we've already been drawn into the quest. Everyone be ready. After a moment, as if sensing something, he turned his head and glanced at a group of LV monsters. With ferocious expressions, swinging their blades to attack. Be careful. The LV monsters charged forward in groups, swinging their blades to attack Zhang Yi's team. Be careful. Yaru on this side held her weapon high. She shouted, "I'll stop them." Zhang Yi picked up the sword in his hand. He also joined the battle. Leave the remaining 2 to me. A green light shot directly towards the LV monsters. Frozen roar. Seeing those guys frozen before his eyes, Bahuang smiled triumphantly. Done already, but he didn't expect that after just a few seconds, the ice around them gradually dissipated. Control effects are useless against them. As the ice was about to completely melt, the LV monsters charged forward with their blades to attack. Realizing this method was ineffective, Bahuang rushed forward with his blade, commencing battle. It seems we can only defeat them hidden. No choice, he unleashed a sword slash. 2 enemies were sent flying, falling backward. The weapon in Bahuang's hand began to transform. In just a few seconds, both of his hands, the weapon split into 2 independent blades. And so Bahuang swung his blades, cutting down one enemy after another. On the other side, Qinglong and Zhang Yi also. Zhang Yi was also attacking the LV monsters. He swung his long blade, leaping forward. After a while, the LV monsters had completely fallen, lying at the feet of the 2. My side too. Done. Yaru, standing nearby, turned to look at Zhang Yi. All around them were glowing butterflies. Are you saying, only when we awaken Dream God and complete the quest, can we leave this space? No sooner had she spoken, she turned to look at the glowing butterflies. They one by one opened their wings and flew out from the water at the bottom of the lake. Suddenly Zhang Yi raised his head and his eyes turned blood red. I think we'll have an answer soon. The notification panel appears. Activating talent lakebed treasure hunter. At this moment a mirror was glowing. The area of water around the lakebed was indeed a bit strange. Looking at the labas lying on the ground, Qinglong folded his arms and asked in confusion, where exactly did these monsters come from? On the way here, I confirmed that the surroundings were safe. He knelt down and reached out to touch them. Judging by their appearance, these monsters are quite similar to the Ghost Tribe warriors. In Mengshen's projection just now, Yaru stood nearby stroking her chin asking in confusion. But wasn't the ghost tribe already suppressed? How could they appear here? Zhang Yi raised his hand. Palm open facing forward. Sensing the butterflies. They seemed to appear out of thin air as well. Then he suddenly stood up. And said to everyone, "Is it possible that we were not in the original Mengling villa, but were sent into Mengshan's dream?" No sooner had he spoken. Yaru stood beside him looking at him in confusion asking, "In a dream?" Zhang Yi looked down and continued to explain. "In a dream you don't need to follow the basic rules of the game. That's why the suppressed ghost tribe warriors appeared out of nowhere. And butterflies can replicate themselves. The image of Mengshan appearing in your memories can accommodate data from multiple players and then perform normal transformations. Only Mengshan can do this in the same instance. That's why Mengshan asked us to find her and awaken her." Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Yi leaped and plunged straight into the water. "Everyone follow me. Let's go check out the water repelling art." The remaining three also quickly swam over, following him deeper underwater. Water repelling art. Mage exclusive skill. Increases team buff. Allows free movement underwater for 3 minutes. Zhang Yi stopped, pointing his finger forward, and said to everyone, "Look everyone, all those butterflies are flying towards the stone gate of that palace." He observed while chuckling, guessing, "That's very likely an entrance to another location. Let's go there too." Suddenly Yaru fell silent instantly. She looked around. Something made Yara's eyes widen in terror. "Wait, there's something in the lake bed." A chain of tentacles whipped out from the stone lunging forward. They wrapped tightly around her like glue, refusing to let go. An octopus-like tentacle monster tightly entangled Yaru, refusing to release her. The tentacles squeezed her body tightly, making it difficult for her to struggle. Zhang Yi quickly slashed and severed all the tentacles. "Xiao Rou, get behind me." The notification panel appears. Water repelling art, remaining time 30 seconds. The four of them stared blankly at the monster. "This monster's regeneration ability is too strong." Ba Huang shouted a reminder, "Damn it. The water repelling art is about to run out. We can't get tangled with it anymore, let's get out of here quickly." Seeing that time was running out, Zhang Yi looked at everyone and suggested, "I can hold it here, you guys go open the door." The notification panel appears again. Water repelling art, remaining time 20 seconds. To avoid wasting time, Ba Huang and Qinglong quickly moved forward. "Qinglong, come with me to open the palace's stone door." The notification continued to display water repelling art, remaining 10 seconds. He quickly placed his hand on the door crack. "Time's almost up, hurry and open it." Outside, Zhang Yi was desperately attacking and fending off the monster. More and more cracks were appearing. Ba Huang shouted, "Pull harder. It's almost open." His mouth was full of blood and he gritted his teeth in pain. 1, 2, 3 notification panels appeared. Water avoidance state ended. Finally Ba Huang and Qinglong opened the door. A layer of red protective film was revealed. Barrier obstruction. Zhang Yi swung a series of blade lights directly at the tentacles. The two quickly swam away from that spot. Seeing that she was somewhat exhausted, he reached out signaling for help. "Grab my hand." Zhang Yi's hand quickly grabbed Yara's wrist and pulled. She quickly passed through the obstructing barrier. Carelessly, one of his feet was tightly entangled by the monster's tentacles. Ba Huang, standing nearby, raised his weapon and started to deal with it. He chopped down fiercely with his blade, cut off the tentacles, closed the door quickly. Finally the door closed. Outside the door, bloodstained tentacles fell into the water. Inside the door, Yaru looked at Zhang Yi and sighed with relief. "That was dangerous. We almost got dragged away by that monster just now." He nodded beside her. "It's fine now that octopus can't get in here." Not wanting to waste time, Zhang Yi urged everyone, "Let's go. Let's hurry inside and take a look." The four walked into a place where the walls were covered with text. Notification panel appeared, Ghost Tribe script. Looking at the text, Zhang Yi began to analyze it for everyone. The shapes of these characters are really eerie, sending chills down one's spine. It's Ghost Tribe script. It seems just as the Dream God said. This place has already been invaded by the Ghost Tribe. Oh my god, there must have been a terribly brutal war here. He stepped forward, with human skulls beside him. Perhaps what we're seeing is only a small part of it. Closely following were Ba Huang and Qinglong, who also walked in. The scene was extremely eerie. Ghost Tribe invasion. Could this matter be related to the great catastrophe that's about to happen in the apocalypse? In the dark space, three shadowy figures appeared. Soon, the apocalypse will face a great catastrophe, and no one will be spared. As if she had discovered something, Yaru pointed forward. Look ahead, everyone. Before them now was a staircase. At the very top was a giant boulder entwined with iron chains. The person bound by chains on the platform. Isn't that the dream god? As Zhang Yi had guessed. It was indeed the dream god on the boulder. The dream god's slumber seemed to be no accident. A bigger conspiracy might be hidden behind it. Suddenly the chains began to move, pulling sharply forward. Sitting on the black throne was a young girl. You four little bugs. Her eyes bloodshot, revealing sharp teeth, she demanded loudly. Do you know whose territory you're stepping into? Mengling slowly descended from her seat, walking straight forward. Red aura emanated from all around her. I didn't expect you to make it all the way here. Mengling raised her hand, bringing it close to the dream god's neck, and questioned the dream god. And I certainly didn't expect that after all this time, you'd still refuse to accept your fate. A brilliant blue butterfly was caught by her, held tightly in her hand. You led them here, didn't you? Mengling's face darkened and she leaned closer, whispering into the dream god's ear. Do you know? You've already caused so much trouble for these young ones. I really want you to see with your own eyes how these bugs die for you. Suddenly a loud bang in the distance sent several small fry flying. Xiuzhong raised his weapon high. Yaru stood before Mengling's subordinates and commanded. Hey, who are you? Release the dream god at once. She stood above, arms crossed, and sneered. Release her. That depends on whether you have the ability to. In an instant, the door behind Zhang Yi and his group was encircled by many massive iron chains. You've stepped into my domain. None of you will leave here today. Here Mengling stretched out her arm. A chain shot out from her hand, falling from above. A huge rock slowly descended along the chain. It was time for Mengling to release the chain, swinging the rock towards their group of people. Eradicate these reptiles. Yaru and Zhang Yi stood, their eyes wide open. They began to use their spells here. Lay many corpses of Ghost Clan warriors. Using the talent of a summoner. The summoner activated amidst green smoke. The dream god floated in the air. She looked down at Yaru. Your name is Yaru, isn't it? You are very lucky. You possess a powerful force beyond your comprehension. Remember, no matter when, always hold firm to your beliefs. Mengling looked at her face, falling into a dazed state. Quickly, the two seemed to merge into one. The dream god stood in front. The dream god raised her hand to form a seal. The huge rock entwined with chains seemed to be displaced, smashing directly towards her subordinates. They were crushed by the rock, their faces twisted in pain. The scene before her made Mengling covered in chains. Her eyes red with rage, she declared. The same trick. Even those behind me cannot defeat me. Where do you get such confidence? To stop Mengling's continued overconfidence, Ba Wang and Qinglong swiftly charged forward to attack. What about me then? I'm here to help too. Golden Elegy. The two didn't hesitate, charging towards Mengling. She was stretching her arm forward. Do you want to die? Soul binding chain. The chains tightly coiled, entwining Qinglong's wrist. He could barely move. Ba Wang was no exception, chains tightly wrapped around his hands. What the hell is this? Looking at their expressions, Mengling revealed a triumphant smile. She shouted. Come on, all of you, become my puppets. Anyone hit by my soul binding chain will submit to me. How after only a few seconds, both their eyes turned blood red. They looked like marionettes. Ba Wang suddenly bared his fangs. His eyes red, he looked back without a word. Ba Wang charged directly towards Zhang Yi and his group standing in the distance. I love to watch close teammates turn on each other. The show has begun. He held his weapon, aiming directly at Yaru from above. Bro, what's wrong with you? Ba Wang's actions made her look up, her eyes wide. Her eyes stunned him. Xiaro. Suddenly a figure blocked his weapon. Sparks flew brilliantly. It was none other than Zhang Yi, who blocked in front of Yaru with his blade protecting her. Ba Wang, wake up. A series of slashes were fiercely swung by Ba Wang at Zhang Yi, mercilessly. Mengling observed from the side, a pleased smile on her face. She said triumphantly, he is now my puppet, only obeying my commands. With it he furiously swung his blood-red blade at him, showing no mercy. Get lost, making Zhang Yi lose his balance. He was pushed backward, having to brace himself with his blade. Meanwhile, Ba Wang swiftly rushed towards Yaru in front. He held his weapon, eyes blood red, slowly walking towards her. Ba Wang, stop, she's your own sister. Yara's face showed a worried expression. She seemed helpless. Brother. Not far away, under Mengling's control. Qinglong raised his sharp bow and arrow. No mercy. Shoot that woman through the heart. Get away. Zhang Yi half knelt there. He stared wide-eyed, shouting Yara's name loudly. Yaru, watch out behind you. Those sharp arrows like a fierce wind. They shot straight at her back in an instant. Thanks to his magic, one of Meng Ling's subordinates became a human shield, saving Yaris' life. Yanu's spirit possessor has become stronger. Many spirits have been summoned. They can act independently to protect the spirit possessor. Under these circumstances, she raised her hands burning with raging red flames surrounded by chains. Sky Soul chains, bring them back to me. Ba Huang accepted her command. He was controlled, attacking directly downwards. Your fate is already sealed. Zhang Yi and Yanu stood back to back. Both raised their weapons to defend. If we keep fighting like this, only we will get hurt. We can't hit Ba Huang and Qinglong too hard. We must find a way to escape this battle. Only then, seeing the situation was dire, a summoned magic circle appeared on the ground. Magic summoned Xiaohei appeared. She and the boy rode on its back. Xiaohei looked at them from the ground, planning to escape. Mengling said mockingly, I thought you had some formidable tricks up your sleeves to break in here. Is this really all you're capable of? In front of my power, you truly can't do anything. Except run, can you? She raised her arm, aiming at the two. A barbed chain shot forward. Destiny chain. With this chain I will make you witness your companions around you betray you one by one. The chain directly struck Xiaohei. An explosion sounded and it fell freely. Finally Xiaohei was injured and curled up on the ground. From the thick smoke, Zhang Yi stood up. He searched for Yanu. Yanu, are you all right? She stammered, looking down. I am fine, just a superficial injury. Meanwhile, Mengling slowly walked forward. She walked to and raising her hand to lift Zhang Yi's face. Your magical beasts and companions will all become slaves to the Demon King. You won't escape either. With a slight scratch on his face, he smiled faintly and said, is that so? Mengling's eyes widened after hearing this. Her face showed confusion. From behind Mengling, Xiaohei suddenly appeared without warning. It opened its mouth wide and in one gulp swallowed her success. After dealing with Mengling, Zhang Yi was covered in sweat. He fell into thought. Ba Huang and Qinglong were bound by her destiny chains, which is why they were controlled. I must not let her destiny chains touch Xiaohei. From somewhere a barbed chain shot straight towards a large rock on the ground. Zhang Yi shouted, Xiaohei, reinforce the left wing. In the distance Qinglong was still under control, holding a bow and arrow. Isn't that right? Haven't we already defeated the demon's jailer? Why haven't Qinglong and my brother recovered yet? Perhaps the magic hasn't had time to dissipate yet, or perhaps from a human skull a sinister bright red flower emerged. She's still alive. From the flower Mengling suddenly appeared. She smiled faintly with approval. I didn't expect to be fooled by such a childish trick. You guys, however, if you think this is enough to defeat me, you're gravely underestimating me. This scene left Zhang Yi quite perplexed. He had already seen through the connection between the flower and her. Flower soul transfer. Using the Lycoris radiata to swap places with the main body. Successfully changing locations. This is a skill only Mengling possesses. Mengling raised her arm. Her fingers lightly touched her full lips. Could she also be a Mengling? I admit you are very tenacious, exceeding my previous expectations. But this time I won't be careless and let you seize another opportunity. In front of the red smoke, Zhang Yi, holding a long saber, stood next to Yanu, who was defending. He questioned, hey, you were also a Mengling, weren't you? So you're also afraid of light like other Menglings? That's why I had to hide in the underwater palace, a place far from the sun. Zhang Yi gripped his two-colored blade, his gaze fixed on Mengling. He asked, why did you betray the dream god? Her face fell at the question. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to answer. Silence. I never want to hear that name again. Or that title. Mengling's hand moved slightly, shifting the chains forward. It's clear that only I can lead our people to eternal victory. Yet you always speak for her, she shouted. Directly attack you all. Dai Zhang Yi saw the situation was dire and called out, an apocalypse spirit. Qidan instantly appeared by his side. What time is it in the apocalypse now? A clear clock face appeared beside her. Qidan reported, Master, it is 6:45 a.m. Zhang Yi's actions left Yuru somewhat confused. She touched her chin, seeking information. He glanced up where Mengling floated. You were once a dream spirit too, weren't you? That's why you're afraid of light. Just like the other dream spirits, hiding in this undersea palace, far from the sun. Now. No sooner had he spoken than the blade in Zhang Yi's hand shot forward. It flew straight towards Mengling. She stood still, smiling confidently. This kind of low-level attack can't harm me. With that, Meng Ling straightened up and deftly dodged the blade. However, it didn't stop there. The blade shot directly to the top of the cave, creating an explosion. The blade pierced the hard rock wall, emitting rays of light. They shot directly at Meng Ling, making her scream in agony. No longer appearing fierce, Meng Ling appeared in a soft white robe. What a pity! Your beautiful dream ends here. It's light. Ba Huang in an instant had also woken up and was no longer controlled. Ba Huang clutched his head, frowning as he stepped forward. Hiss, my head hurts so much. Meng Ling knelt on the ground, bewildered, looking around. Who are you? Her appearance made Yuru put her hands on her hips, somewhat surprised. What's going on? Just now she was controlling you and Xinglong. When she was attacking us, she wasn't like this at all. Ba Huang, standing nearby, reached out and tapped his forehead, observing her appearance. Instead, she's just like the dream spirits we encountered previously. Zhang Yi quickly spoke. He analyzed the situation for everyone. Before, she was likely controlled by the power of the Ghost Clan, but essentially she is just like a dream spirit, unable to touch sunlight. When exposed to high-intensity light, she loses all her spiritual power. From above, the chains wrapped around the dream god were slowly dissipating. She seemed to regain consciousness, slowly opening her eyes. The dream god flew down from above, to Yara's considerable surprise below. Dream Lord, Dream God. She opened her palm, extending it forward. She commanded in her mind, awaken all my dream spirits. From above, golden beams of light shot straight to the ground. Hundreds of maidens in white robes emerged. The dream god quickly took her seat on the throne, her place of rule, then looked up at Zhang Yi and his companions. She said, young friends, please forgive my people's behavior. She was merely bewildered by the king of the Ghost Clan, and temporarily lost herself. Thank you for saving her. In the dream god's eyes, an instant wave of unspeakable sorrow emerged. 100 years ago, after the king of ghosts was sealed, the remaining evil spirits misled my people. The figures of those Ghost Clan members, and the scenes of them attacking your dream spirit subordinates flooded my mind. I was also forced into a deep slumber, due to the depletion of spiritual power. In my dream, I saw the power of the Ghost Clan, once again overwhelming everything. I couldn't tell if it was just a dream or a warning sent to me by the higher realms, but I couldn't just stand by and watch. The continent was once again plunged into catastrophe. Then the dream god appeared, her entire body entangled in chains, unable to resist, to be able to awaken. I had no choice but to leave behind an illusion, to guide Dream Spirit Villa for challengers to seek. It wasn't until your arrival that Dream Spirit Villa returned to its original state. Its initial appearance, a bulletin board appeared. Congratulations to Zhang Yi's team for completing the mission. The dream god vanished, a divine artifact was obtained. Dream god's blessing. Legendary equipment X1. One tail of gold. Summoned to the very center of the team by the dream god. This is your reward for completing the mission. Zhang Yi, quickly take your rewards. He squatted down and ordered. So much equipment. Even if Shangwan Feng and Xiao Yao each take one, there's still a lot left. You two come over quickly and see which ones you want to take. Hearing this, Ba Huang rubbed his chin deep in thought. The dream god's armor is pretty good. Xinglong Gu, on the other hand, merely waved his hand. That dream god's bracer is mine. He looked towards Yaru. The dream god commanded. Han Yaro, come over here. The dream god picked up her weapon from earlier. Yaris weapon, good for both offense and defense. The dream god handed it back to her. A bulletin board appeared. Item: Dream God's Blessing. Level 50 type staff. Attributes. Skill bonus 20 and comes with the power of blessing. All team members' attributes increased by 20. Attributes: is this for me? From his hand, a golden card floated and flew towards Yaru. Rather, it chose you. Your talent card was originally formed from my power. It is the purest power of the dream god. You are another me. It is most fitting to entrust it to you. Isn't it? The scene before him made Zhang Yi widen his astonished eyes. No wonder the talent transformation. Yara's spirit user and skill. Summon. And the dream god's summon dream spirit are so similar. It turned out that her own talent card, condensed divine power. The power of the gods in the apocalypse, all right. Floating in midair. The dream god looked at Yaro, offering to help them. You've spent a lot of time on me. I'll take you out of here first. But I have one more excessive request. Please, in my stead, for the sake of the apocalypse, find and awaken the remaining 9 deities as soon as possible. If the catastrophe truly descends, please believe what I can do for the apocalypse. You can also do. In the high starlit blue sky, a gentle breeze rustled. Within a majestic structure intertwined with tall mountains, Dream Spirit Villa. Zhang Yi and his group were led away from the old place by the dream god, and now stood there looking around. Why does it feel like this place is completely different from before? It looked very gloomy before. Perhaps this is what Dream Spirit Villa truly looked like in the beginning. Its previous appearance was due to the ghost clan's sudden invasion. A girl covered in wounds was clutching her chest, gasping for breath. As if sensing something, Yaro turned her head to look at the hand raised behind her. Seeing Lu Su covered in wounds begging for help, she screamed in horror, "Lu Su! Lu Su, what's wrong? Run!" A beastkin in a red robe pointed at Zhang Yi and his group and reported to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, Shuesho has already died by their hands." Behind him they whispered. "Clearly these people don't regard the blood sect at all." The Grand Elder clenched his fists, baring his sharp teeth, and commanded everyone, "Attack! Capture them for me." Zhang Yi looked at him and guessed. It seems the blood sect members are here to avenge Shui Wuhan. Yaro, supporting Lu Su, looked up and observed. They committed evil first. Yet they're still so arrogant. She quickly picked up her weapon, which was blessed by the dream god's magic. She raised it high, blessing of the dream god. That thing in her hand, that's the dream god's artifact. They found the dream god. On this side, he put his hands on his hips and ordered his subordinates to charge forward with swords to fight. "She's just a little girl. Our blood sect has been searching for years but never found the dream god's whereabouts. It's obvious she's trying to fool us with a fake blood sect. Everyone attack!" But everyone fell under Ba Huang's and Zhang Yi's sharp blades. "Is it a fake artifact? Open your damn eyes and see clearly." Next were Yaro and Qinglong. The power of blessing. All team members gain a 20 attribute increase. This strange sight before him made the Grand Elder frown deeply, sweat pouring down. She actually got a divine artifact from the dream god. He looked at the weapon in her hand, which was emitting a brilliant green light. It seems their lives are forfeit. Standing opposite him, Zhang Yi pointed his two colored blades directly at the opponent and roared loudly, "Aren't you going to surrender yet?" Standing behind the Grand Elder, some subordinates hesitantly said, "Grand Elder, what should we do? All our people are down." "Grand Elder, while there's life, there's hope. Maybe we should." Before a subordinate could finish speaking, he was grabbed by the neck. "Grand Elder." Just like that, he absorbed the red aura emanating from two beastkin. "To think I raised such spineless fellows. You're better off being sacrificed to me." Just like that, around the Grand Elder, red smoke lingered. "Brothers, come out." Suddenly, in the smoke, a figure with blood-red eyes appeared. He floated in the air, while on the ground a group of people carrying giant stones surrounded Zhang Yi and his group. "Everyone be careful, it's an ambush." The Grand Elder, with blood-red eyes and baring sharp teeth, wore a smug smile. "You killed so many of our blood sect members. If I don't avenge this, what face will our blood sect have?" Suddenly the stone slabs on their backs were instantly slammed onto the ground. Two of the beastkin had blood-red eyes and raised their hands high. "Today either you die or we perish." In an instant, long gashes appeared on their palms and blood streamed out. The beastkin quickly pressed their hands onto the stone slabs. Blood splattered. Die blood sacrifice great formation activated. In just a few seconds, all the stone slabs were activated. A Bagua formation surrounded their group. "What kind of skill is this?" "It looks like a formation skill, activated by the combined efforts of multiple people. We must be more careful." Zhang Yi looked up. A dazzling beam of light was moving down along the chain. To avoid wasting time, Zhang Yi gave orders to his subordinates. "You all stay here for now. I'll go ahead and see if there's a way out." Ba Wang stood by and nodded in agreement. "Then I'll check the other side." Yaru warned the two to be careful from behind. "If it doesn't work, come back." A moment later, Zhang Yi, sword in hand, walked with her to the edge of the stone platform. Red smoke lingered. Perhaps this is the boundary of the blood sacrifice array. He picked up the knife and cleaved straight towards that boundary. Break the blade's magic seemed ineffective. Instead, it bounced back from somewhere. The huge figure of the Great Elder appeared above the stone slab and smiled triumphantly. "You can't escape. You've been cursed. You cannot leave the blood sacrifice array." Seeing their expressions, Yaru immediately asked what was wrong. Zhang Yi wiped away his profuse sweat and said, "It's no good. The barrier of this great array truly is Impossible to forcibly break with spiritual power. Ba Wang sighed beside him and nodded. Exactly, I tried several times and failed too. Outside the blood sacrifice array, the Great Elder commanded a beast race subordinate next to him. Strengthen the blood sacrifice array. The bloodstains on the stone slab flowed more and more. Subsequently, from deep underground, a group of vengeful spirits of unknown origin appeared. One after another, they fiercely attacked Zhang Yi and his group. Look, everyone! Those things are surrounding us. The four of them rushed forward with their weapons, beginning to fight. Only Zhang Yi was dodging. The number of vengeful spirits grew with each one killed, putting his team in a difficult situation. Stop wasting your strength. The number of vengeful spirits in this array will continuously increase with time. You can't kill them all. A moment later, Zhang Yi leaned on his blade on the ground, panting heavily, covered in sweat. It seems the true power of this blood sacrifice array lies in its endless stream of vengeful spirits. To continuously deplete the opponent's vitality and spirit, and ultimately slowly torment them to death. Suddenly, from behind him, a woman unexpectedly pounced to attack Zhang Yi. Watch out! She stretched out a hand with sharp nails and tightly wrapped it around Zhang Yi's neck. Not only that, Yue Ling brought her mouth to his ear and whispered, "Handsome boy, you can't escape my grasp." She held Zhang Yi tightly, refusing to let go. "Why don't you stay in this array with me? I'm so lonely," making him grit his teeth in anger and struggle. "I want nothing to do with you vengeful spirits. Damn it, these vengeful spirits are really hard to deal with." On this side, a fiery red blade light slashed horizontally through something. From within the smoke, Ba Wang swung his blade at the swarm of vengeful spirits. "What do we do now? The number of vengeful spirits here is increasing. If this continues, we won't last much longer either. We must find a way to break this array." He gritted his teeth. He worriedly observed his surroundings. Those 4 stone tablets must be the key, the core of the array. Only by destroying the exterior of the stone tablets can we break free from this array. He held 2 blades in both hands. Ba Wang channeled his energy, pouring all his internal energy into his weapons. The vengeful spirits on this side angrily opened their mouths wide and attacked just like that. They all turned into smoke under his single strike. Just now we attacked the barrier, but 2 scattered. If all attack power were concentrated at one point, we might be able to break open a gap. Not wanting to waste time, Ba Wang grabbed his weapon and charged forward quickly. "Order me to save Zhang Yi first, Qinglong. You take Yaru and focus your power to attack the stone monument." Qinglong stood behind him holding a bow and arrows, acknowledging the order understood. The sky began to darken. The pitch-black night slowly veiled the twilight. Below, a massive sprawling manor, Dream Spirit Villa. Diayu walked forward with her head down and eyes tightly shut. She complained how boring. "I could have relied on the Dream Spirit's crimson blood to earn a bit of money, but some guy got there first. Another wasted trip." Suddenly, from a distance, a giant red pillar of light shot directly into Dia's sight. What's going on? Hadn't the Dream Spirit Crimson Blood quest already finished? Why is there still such a big commotion? Unsure of the situation, she quickly rushed over. Observing from a distance, she found a group of people surrounding the red pillar of light, seemingly casting a spell. Why are there so many Bloodgate corpses here? Aren't those the Bloodgate elders? Why are they here? Is this the blood sacrifice array? Images of those beast races instantly flooded Dia's memory. The last time the Bloodgate used the blood sacrifice array was when they attacked Extreme Ice City. They massacred the former beast race leaders. Could they be targeting Dream Spirit Villa again this time? Back to reality. Inside the red light sphere, a golden light directly pierced through, breaking the barrier. Inside, Zhang Yi was struggling to break free from the illusion. Vengeful spirit Yue Ling. Zhang Yi, how did he get captured by the Bloodgate? Wait, he can actually break the blood sacrifice array. If I could cooperate with Zhang Yi, wouldn't we be able to wipe out the Bloodgate in one fell swoop? Looking at the expression of one of the elders among the Grand Elders, who was struggling to maintain the array, she speculated. The array is maintained by the vital essence of these old guys. If one person falls, the array will definitely be affected. If the array is destroyed, then they will surely suffer a backlash. Seizing the opportunity, Diayu leaped up, both feet leaving the ground. Now, she soared into the sky, flying high. She flew past those who were maintaining the array. Diayu kicked one of them. The scene before his eyes made the Grand Elder gape in astonishment. He spread his arms. Golden currents of energy surrounded him, tightly enveloping the blood demon array below. Diayu looked down smiling slightly. She began to unleash her ultimate skill. I've already helped you break the array. The rest is up to you. Activating her stealth skill. Inside the blood sacrifice array, the vengeful spirit, Yueling, suddenly was startled by the red aura in front of her. She widened her eyes, holding Zhang Yi in pain. The vengeful spirit's power suddenly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Yueling and threw her aside. From inside Yueling's body, the red aura grew denser and denser, causing her immense pain. "No, my body." From behind, Bawan looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" He quickly replied, "I'm fine. Now that the array has been broken, it's our turn to counterattack." Then, seeing the blood demon array violently shaking, he gritted his teeth, worried. This is bad. The array is about to collapse. Zhang Yi looked up and suggested, "We need to get out of here quickly. Otherwise we'll all be trapped in this array. The grand formation is starting to collapse. Stones are crashing to the ground. Yaru, everyone quick, come over here. This place is about to collapse." Qinglong and Yaru are helping Liusu. They're getting out together. Suddenly a bottomless chasm appeared. The three of them are on this side. Zhang Yi reached out, signaling them to jump over quickly. "Come grab my hand." Without hesitation, the three of them leaped into the air. Yara's hand was quickly gripped tightly by him. Looking at the people in front of him, Qinglong complained, "Hey, you two are way too calm. Who cares about me?" Zhang Yi hugged Yaru. Zhang Yi said with a light chuckle, "Isn't that right? I'm an athlete. This short distance is nothing to me. It's a piece of cake." She looked up at him, blushing, and continued, "I trust your strength." Back at the grand formation, the blood demon Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot. He frowned in anger. From above, he stretched his arm downwards. A plume of purple smoke shot straight into the grand formation. "You all, none of you will leave this formation alive." The Grand Elder swooped down from high above. His body was surrounded by a crimson aura. "Even if we of the blood sect die, you'll make sure you all stay here and die with us." Smoke filled the surroundings. After a while it gradually dissipated. From within the smoke, Zhang Yi and his group walked out, astonishing him. "You're still alive." Looking up at the Grand Elder, he clenched his jaw and said confidently, "We're not that easy to kill. Today it is your blood sect that is destined to perish." Diawu appeared from outside. She threw an iron chain towards Zhang Yi and his group inside. "Catch it, grab the rope tightly." Mystic rope dance. His hand quickly grabbed the iron chain. Just like that, one by one, they lined up, ascending along the iron chain she pulled up. They successfully escaped the blood demon grand formation. Zhang Yi raised his head, looking at the Grand Elder. He declared, "You of the blood sect commit every evil imaginable. Today is your day of reckoning." Decisively he held his long blade and charged straight at him. On this side the Grand Elder was unable to move. "No, I can't move, damn it, my body is enduring the backlash from the blood sacrifice grand formation. I can no longer move." Ultimately the long blade wielded by Zhang Yi instantly pierced his chest. "Die, no. A prompt panel appeared. Player Zhang Yi has killed player Shuijinyun blood sect Grand Elder. Afterward he looked at Diawu and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for helping out this time. Thanks to you, we were able to deal with the blood sect." Hearing this she smiled politely. "All right. No need to be so formal. I only acted to deal with the blood sect and to return your favor. You know that time you helped me in Broken City? It was just for that time you helped me in Broken City." In Daiwa's hand, several test tubes containing potions appeared. She said, pointing, "Oh right. Here are some potions for you. You can give them to this older sister to drink. This is the most potent life potion in the shops of Extreme Ice City. Many human players are scrambling to get their hands on it. Also about the ring last time, sorry about that." Holding a bottle of potion in her hand, Yaru smiled, no longer pursuing the matter. "It's fine, it's all in the past." He had the three people behind him take the potions. Zhang Yi turned to look at Diawu and asked again, "But why did you suddenly return to Extreme Ice City? Weren't the blood sect people constantly hunting you?" She pointed to herself and replied confidently, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. Those idiots from the blood sect would never guess that I'd be living right under their noses." As if remembering something, Diawu looked at him and smiled meaningfully. "But I advise you to worry more about yourself. Now you're a thorn in Carlos' side. Do you know the Assassin's Guild's bounty on you? How much has it gone up already?" This news made Zhang Yi feel completely uncomfortable, almost unbelievable. These 1 million grandsons actually didn't hesitate to spend a fortune to deal with him. A moment later Diawu raised her hand, bidding farewell to everyone. She started to leave. Now that Bloodgate has been eliminated, Icebound City no longer poses a threat to me. I'll continue taking a rank association missions. However, Icebound City is currently without a leader. And Carlo won't let this opportunity slip away. He will definitely find a way to infiltrate. You all must be extra careful. What she just said made Yoru somewhat worried. She looked at Zhang Yi. Although the people of Bloodgate committed many evils, the remaining Beastkin players are innocent. What's more, Mangling Villa had only just begun to see the light of day. If it's used by Carlo again, the consequences will surely be unpredictable. He immediately squeezed her hand and comforted her. Don't worry. I will never let Carlo succeed. Let's depart for Icebound City now. A few days later, Zhang Yi and his party began moving to another place. Icebound City. A girl pointed at the city gate and introduced to them. This is the main city of the Beastkin's Icebound City. When we don't have outdoor missions, we all live here. Every step they took drew whispers from the crowd behind them. Did you hear? It was these human players who eliminated Bloodgate. Is that true or false? Bloodgate was Icebound City's largest guild, and it was actually wiped out by a small team like theirs. Absolutely right. I heard they even found the Dream God and obtained the divine artifact from the Dream God. Noticing the anomaly, Yoru turned and told Zhang Yi, ever since we entered the city, these Beastkin players have been secretly watching us. Furthermore, the elimination of Bloodgate should have been known by no one else. Why has the fact that we possess a divine artifact also been revealed? Qinglong told them. In the scene, Qinglong was busily trying to curry favor with the people in the city. Before we set off, I had Qinglong enter the city ahead of us to spread the news that our guild eliminated Bloodgate and obtained the Dream God's divine artifact. This can serve as a groundwork, allowing us to enter the city smoothly and stabilize morale. Otherwise, these Beastkin players would be difficult to deal with. Hearing his words, she admired him from the side. You're so clever. Zhang Yi glanced at the onlookers behind him. He immediately understood. Here people only judge by strength. If we want to lead Icebound City, we must go a step further. Expand the guild's power and make our guild rank first in Icebound City. The scene shifted to another location. Lu Su pointed and introduced to them. We've arrived at the Guild Management Association. This place was indeed Icebound City's Guild Management Association. We are from inside. A green-skinned girl greeted them, saying, I didn't expect such distinguished human guests to come from so far away. The enchantress quickly ran over and grabbed Zhang Yi's arm. Lord Zhang Yi, please tell us if you have any requests. Whatever services you desire, we have them all here. His eyes widened. He seemed to feel the rage emanating from Yoru behind him. Such powerful killing intent. Zhang Yi quickly pushed the enchantress away. I'm here to upgrade the guild. I don't need any strange services. Taking the package he handed her, she nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll process it for you right away. Looking at the bulletin board that appeared before her, the enchantress happily analyzed. Based on the guild's current contribution value, your guild has been upgraded to level 5. Once the guild's contribution value meets the requirements, level up again. Welcome back. Next up is recruiting the strongest players in Ice City to join our guild and make us rank first in strength. Ice City Guild contributions. Guild members who complete quests and dungeons will receive corresponding guild contribution points. You all stood on a high platform in front of the Management Association building. Zhang Yi leaned on his hand and told everyone, I'm sure you all know the news of Bloodgate's destruction. He clenched his hands, looking at everyone with serious and sincere eyes. Bloodgate has always exploited and oppressed other players. Everyone endured it in silence. In the end, they reaped what they sowed. Now I need everyone's help. Join my guild. Together we will build an Ice City without exploitation. The people below exchanged glances in disgust for a long time. One of them raised a hand. Give me a spot. When I was attacked by Bloodgate at the manor, Mangling, a member of their guild, bravely stepped forward to protect me. I trust them. Soon, your team attracted a large number of participants. Our guild is not like Bloodgate. Our guild's only philosophy is peace and love. Give me a spot. A group of people surged up the steps. Count me in too. Not far away, a person shrouded in purple mystical smoke observed your actions. Zhang Yi, I'd like to see what you'll do. Inside a star-studded bar in the city, Ice City Tavern, Lion's Pride, accompanied by boisterous music and tables full of food, Zhang Yi and his group were welcomed. The guild's combat strength Hunter God Alliance Guild. We have surpassed the Carefree Pavilion Guild. And officially become the #1 guild in Ice City. Let's all cheer for our guild leader. Everyone raised their mugs of ale, cheering and celebrating. Long live the Hunter God Alliance. Long live the guild leader. Suddenly outside the door, Qing Long raised his hand signaling to catch Zheng Yi's attention. As he approached him, a worried expression appeared on his face. Guild leader, something strange has happened in the city. Zheng Yi, puzzled, asked, what is it? Qing Long quickly recounted what happened. When he went to buy medicine, shop owner, get me some HP potions. I'm so sorry, but all the goods in the shop are sold out. Please wait until the items refresh, and come back next week to buy them. Qing Long lightly covered his face and looked at Zheng Yi, whispering to him, just now I was ordered to buy HP potions, but I ran to every shop in the city. All of them were in a sold-out state. Other potions and equipment were also completely bought out. Zheng Yi, after listening, turned his head away, stroking his chin in thought. Sweeping clean all items from every shop in Ice City, turning Ice City into an empty city, where no items can be bought. It seems someone doesn't want us to live too comfortably in Ice City. He cast his gaze towards the people happily chatting in the bar. Who exactly possesses such terrifying financial power that they could buy out an entire city overnight? We must catch the mastermind before a crisis erupts. Zheng Yi looked at Yaru in front of him and spoke to her and everyone else. Ice City. Tonight, all shops in the city will restock their items. If someone deliberately caused the shop buyout, then they will surely appear tonight. He stood there, his gaze serious, looking at everyone in the city. I suggest everyone ambush in their respective shops. If you see anyone acting suspiciously, record their routes, their movements and their attire. Remember not to engage them so we don't tip them off. Everyone follow orders quickly. Understood. Suddenly Jiewu appeared from a distance. She was chasing a priest. Catch him for me. Jiewu saw that the situation was bad. Zheng Yi glanced back, gave an instruction and then chased after them. Everyone proceed as planned. I'll go see what's going on first. From the priest's hand, he held a string of small bombs. He didn't hesitate, throwing all of them forcefully towards the crowd. You wanted them, didn't you? Then take my flying axe of flowing affection. Those bombs, about to explode, flew straight towards Jiewu, startling her. Are those bombs? The bombs began showing warning signs. Just a few seconds later, a powerful explosion occurred. Which scoundrel is throwing bombs around? Fireworks are forbidden in the main city. You'll be blown to bits. Amidst the smoke, Zheng Yi held Jiewu tightly, protecting her. She carefully watched him fall to the ground. Jiewu immediately asked, are you all right? He looked up at her. Zheng Yi asked confusedly, who were you chasing? To actually throw bombs directly in the main city. She leaned over him. Jiewu immediately recounted the full story in detail. Those two people snuck around looking for shops as soon as they entered the city. I followed them for a while and found they were planning to buy out Jibing City. Just as expected. Zheng Yi looked back at her. It's them, they really snuck in from outside the city. His hand quickly grabbed Daiwa's hand, pulling her along to deal with them. Together the two of them rapidly rushed towards the fleeing priests. What do we do? Another task taker has arrived in Jibing City. We don't have a reason to fight them. One of them stared furiously at the two of them. It seems they intend to chase us to the end. Since we can't shake them off, let's detonate them. Prioritize following orders. The other priests threw bombs behind them, constantly blooming and exploding. All the incoming bombs were blocked by a protective barrier. Guild leader, I'm here. Giant rebound shield activate. All the bombs were reflected back towards the priests. No. Everything began showing signs of imminent explosion. Just a few seconds later, a huge explosion occurred in front of Zheng Yi and his group. The smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, and many figures appeared from a distance. Yaru slowly walked up to him and asked with concern, is everyone all right? Many innocent players in the city were injured. Xinglong and Lu Shu have already gone to rescue people. Are they the buyers we need to investigate? Look, they're surrounding the priests who caused chaos in the city. Yes, they're the ones causing chaos in the city, trying to buy out all the goods from the shops. Ba Huang squatted down, observing him. These two people were carelessly throwing bombs, disregarding others' lives. Unlike ordinary players in the city. Rather, they're like the Shinming Guild from Yueguang City. He took something from the corpse. Never mind, everyone, look at this emblem. A shiny black gold emblem. Zheng Yi held in his hand. I've seen this symbol on Shinming Guild members before. It seems Kaluo was directing everything. He handed the emblem to Yoru. He suggested to Yoru, "Ba Huan, you'll trouble you too. To temporarily garrison Jibing City. If anything unexpected happens, please help stabilize the situation. I need to go to Yueguang City to see what Kaluo was really trying to do, putting in so much effort." After hearing him, she rested her chin in her hand and advised him to be more careful in Yueguang City, as it is Kaluo's territory after all. Diawu also appeared from behind. She raised her hand, wanting to join in Ilgo too. "Don't forget, I've dealt with Kaluo before." Diawu crossed her arms, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. "How dare they have designs on Extreme Ice City? We must make them regret it." On the night of the full moon, they returned to a massive tall tower. Moonlight City. On either side of the city gate, guards swords in hand blocked the two. "What are you two doing here?" Zhang Yi took out an emblem. Zhang Yi declared loudly, his voice carrying an authoritative tone. "We are people assigned by the guild leader. We're here to follow you and carry out a mission." Dai Wu interjected. "That's right, if you delay the guild leader's important business, you'll lose your heads." Upon seeing the emblem, the two guards quickly lowered their heads and let them in. "This humble one has a bad memory. Please come in, come in." After entering, she turned to Zhang Yi, marveling. "Oh, I really couldn't tell. Where did you learn to act so well?" He calmly replied. "I'm not as good an actor as you. You sent me straight into a tiger's den the first time we met." Inside, the two saw a group of priests carrying trays full of offerings. A priest pointed at the two and commanded, "Hey, you two, come over here." Beneath Moonlight City's solemn and magnificent dome, after being spotted by the priest, he loudly questioned the two. "What's going on with you? Why are you back so late?" Zhang Yi and Dai Wu silently stepped forward. He began to explain. "Something happened on the way, so we were delayed." The priest immediately straightened his face and sinisterly said, "Hurry back to the group. If you delay everyone's progress, it'll make sure you regret it dearly." Seeing the priest's attitude, the two couldn't help but be startled. Following closely behind the priest's procession, Zhang Yi and Dai Wu remained cautious. He whispered, "You look at the potions and equipment they're carrying. They're clearly not the same kind as ours. They must have been bought from other main cities." "I noticed that too. It seems there's a lot of human equipment among them. Let's follow them for now and see." Suddenly, a priest spoke, commanding them, "You'll go in one by one shortly. Drop off the items and come right out. I'm not responsible if you die because of dawdling. There's no time to dawdle." After a while, the priest's procession arrived in front of a room. A priest gently touched the door to check it. Then he pushed the door open and went in. Another priest pointed to the room, gesturing for them to enter. As the priest's procession disappeared into that strange room, suddenly a terrified scream echoed. "Help!" The priest calmly lowered his head, a sinister smile on his face. "It's just an accident, keep going in." Only a faint light remained in the crack of the door. The two cautiously followed the priest's procession inside. Suddenly, two red potions were violently thrown at them. Dai Wu in a panic hid in Zhang Yi's embrace. So scary. The two priests beneath their masks couldn't help but be stunned unconsciously. He secretly realized that here, the sight before them was horrifying. Two demonic beasts greedily gnawed in the darkness. In the silence, bloodthirsty red eyes were intently staring at the two. Countless hungry demonic beasts eyed them with drool. They stopped confronting them. Zhang Yi said in surprise, "That Jialuo, he's actually raising these demonic beasts here." The next second, he immediately raised an arm to shield Dai Wu, then loudly warned those around them, "Everyone, don't panic. Even if you're scared, don't show it, so as not to alarm these demonic beasts. Once they smell your fear, they'll immediately see you as prey and attack." No sooner had he spoken than the demonic beasts ferociously raised their heads and roared. Zhang Yi quickly deduced. So Jialuo sent those black-clad figures to plunder goods from other main cities, all to feed these demonic beasts, using resources to gain EXP to raise the beasts' levels, allowing the demonic beasts to grow rapidly. That Carlo truly stops at nothing. The demonic beasts raised in this way have no bond with their masters at all. They can easily go berserk and out of control. Suddenly, footsteps slowly approached them, then stopped. Zhang Yi and Diewu immediately flinched, startled, and turned to look at the person. It was Carlo, looking arrogant. He smiled confidently, looking at them. The priest beside him immediately said obsequiously, "Guild Master, what brings you here?" He replied indifferently, "I'm here to check on the progress of raising your demonic beasts. How is it going now?" After speaking, Carlo and the priest, without hesitation, walked straight ahead. As he walked, he calmly announced, At the current pace, it will still take about 2 weeks to finish raising them all. Behind the iron bars, a demonic beast was furiously roaring ferociously. In the very next second, the demonic beast opened its mouth and spewed a stream of scorching flames at Carlo and the priest. The priest was so scared that he covered his head and dodged while he wasn't paying attention. From behind, Zhang Yi, dressed in priest robes, charged at Carlo. He held a gold card in his hand. He completed it with lightning speed. Just as he felt surprised, a system notification appeared showing he had successfully copied the God level talent, Tycoon level, and quest rewards. Seeing this, Zhang Yi thought the drop rate is 100 times higher. No wonder this guy has so much gold and can capture so many demonic beasts. 100x rewards. My one kill is only equal to one of his. He rushed towards Carlo. Instantly the weapon, the silver dragon flute, appeared in his hand. A legendary item exclusive to beast masters. Frowning, he said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash." He stood calmly among the demonic beasts, brought the flute to his lips and began to play. This was no ordinary flute. Its function was that the sound of the flute it played could control demonic beasts. Seeing the scene before him, Zhang Yi could hardly believe his eyes. He exclaimed, "It's actually the silver dragon flute. I heard its flute music can control powerful ancient dragons, but its drop rate in dungeons is extremely low. Only a few beast masters can obtain it. It seems Carlo's god-level talent has helped him a lot." After playing, Carlo held the flute. Then he turned around and sternly and carefully instructed the priest. "The knights are all waiting for the demonic beasts from your side. You must continue to speed up the cultivation progress. If you delay my siege plan, I will feed you to the demonic beasts." The priest immediately replied, "Yes, yes, guildmaster, please rest assured." Immediately after, Diawu hastily ran into Zhang Yi's arms. He awkwardly asked her, "Are you all right? Now that everything is clear, let's get out of here quickly," she replied with concern. "I don't want to come back to this hellhole either." But unfortunately, Carlo had at some unknown point arrived behind them. Seeing this, the two desperately tried to run. With a grim face, he said, "You two stop," relying on his keen intuition. In an instant, Zhang Yi's gaze immediately became cautious. It turned out that while he and Diawu were talking, Carlo had instantly appeared behind them. Zhang Yi was both surprised and flustered. "Damn it. Have we been discovered?" Noticing something amiss, Carlo cast a wary gaze at them. Before he could speak, Zhang Yi respectfully cupped his hands and stammered, "Guildmaster, do you have any orders?" He merely glanced indifferently, then commanded, "Can't you see everyone else is busy? Go dispose of the bodies on the ground." After speaking, Carlo closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. He helplessly gritted his teeth. A bunch of useless slobs who only eat, drink, and lie around. The two and the priests then fell to their knees with a thud. A priest spoke, "Farewell, guildmaster." Seeing Carlos' attitude, Zhang Yi felt very angry, but he only clutched his lapels, restraining himself. Immediately after, Zhang Yi and Diawu, along with the priests, walked out of that room. He reassured everyone that they were finally safe. "Let's go," Diawu said with ease. "After we go back, I need a good sleep. I hope I won't dream of those terrifying demonic beasts anymore." In the blink of an eye, deep night enveloped the sky, like a mysterious black velvet, adorned with a few specks of light. Faint glows pierced through the deep night clouds, shimmering faintly in the distance. Soft moonlight shimmered in and out of view. The moon hung high, casting down its gentle radiance, illuminating the top floor of Zijuan Jibing City. At this moment, Zhang Yi was sitting in a daze, deep in thought. Suddenly Yaru walked over. She said happily, "Ever since returning from Yueguang City, you've always seemed preoccupied." She also slowly sat down beside Zhang Yi. With a hint of worry on her face, Yaru asked, "Is something wrong?" He just looked at her, smiling, and said, "During this trip to Yueguang City, I gathered an important piece of intelligence. Carlo secretly trained a large number of demonic beasts." No sooner had he finished speaking, Yaru immediately sat up straight, looking at Zhang Yi in shock. She asked skeptically, "Trained demonic beasts?" He immediately turned to her and gently replied, "Yes. He also seems to have equipped this group of demonic beasts with a night order. As I was leaving, I heard him mention a siege plan. If I'm not mistaken, Carlo assembled the demonic beast night order, most likely to attack other main cities." After listening, Yaru was stunned. She hesitated about his reckless decision. "Can we withstand Carlo's attack?" He ignored her worried expression. Zhang Yi merely propped his chin, his face grim, and judged impossible. Jibing City's current defensive structures are only elementary. If a large number of demonic beasts attack simultaneously, the defensive structures will be destroyed in an instant. However, we are not without a chance unconsciously. His eyes immediately sharpened. More importantly, his tone was filled with caution. In the apocalypse, there is an elemental crystal containing special power. It can not only block high-temperature dragon breaths, but also reinforce main city structures. After upgrading, it can be used to counterattack. This precious ore can only be mined by goblins who live underground long-term. If we can find enough elemental cores before Carlos' demonic beast Night Order is formed, then we will have the strength to fight. At that time we will be able to put up a fight. The next second, Zhang Yi decisively placed his hand on Yara's shoulder. Zhang Yi eagerly made a request. Yaro, there's something I need your help with. Then Zhang Yi began to seriously and attentively explain his plan to her. Next, I will go out to search for elemental crystals. You need to guard Jibing City here. Duan Feng and Xiao Jiao are still in Pishao City. I'll call them to come help. After listening, Yaro nodded in agreement. Okay. Go search for the elemental crystals without worry. Jibing City will be fine with us here. Nothing will happen. Dawn had arrived. At dawn, the emerald forest was filled with the scent of the forest weaving through layers of trees. Zhang Yi slowly walked through this vast forest, thinking nervously as he went. Goblins usually live in suburbs far from cities. This forest is an area where they are often active, so I should be able to find their traces. Suddenly he unconsciously stopped, seeing a huge abnormal footprint on the ground. He looked down at the strange footprint. Zhang Yi's eyes widened with curiosity. He slowly bent down. Zhang Yi placed his hand next to the footprint for comparison. He was suddenly startled, recognizing it as a giant's footprint. But this is not the area where giants usually operate. There must be a reason for a giant to suddenly appear here. After speaking, he propped his chin and fell into deep thought. He pondered about the giants, speculating. Giants and goblins are two different races, constantly at war. The trolls, leveraging their size advantage, enslaved the goblins. The goblins in turn relied on their agility and various inventions and creations to fight against the trolls. So the sudden appearance of the troll might be related to the goblins. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind him, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. Hey little goblin, I found you. Zhang Yi glanced at the troll clinging to the tree trunk behind him. Zhang Yi quickly recognized the goblin. He stuck his face into the tree hole, staring fiercely at Ifu and threatened. Let's see where you can run to this time. Ifu was so scared her eyes welled up with tears. You don't come any closer. Seeing this, Zhang Yi then gathered energy, forming an energy orb in his palm. Immediately after, he shot the energy orb at the troll and shouted, Big guy, take this lightning chain. This attack was so fierce that even the surrounding trees were broken. More importantly, it sent him flying. Wherever the attack landed, trees snapped one after another. Having been solidly struck by the blow, the troll gritted his teeth in surprise. Holding his head, he angrily cursed the puny human. How dare you ambush me from behind? Immediately after, Zhang Yi showed a triumphant smile. He asked provocatively, how's that? I just can't stand you guys relying on your tall stature to bully the weak. The troll suddenly gripped the tree trunk tightly, his anger still simmering. He fiercely threatened, how dare you ruin my plans? I'll teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the entire ancient tree, roots and all, out of the ground. The troll's immense strength caused the ground to crack. Dust flew and debris scattered. The one sitting in the tree hole, Ifu, saw the tremors and fearfully squeezed her eyes shut. Without hesitation, he slammed the ancient tree directly at Zhang Yi. Luckily, he dodged the attack in time, but he thought to himself, the giant's strength lies in their overwhelming power, the oppressive force that comes from their massive bodies. But their weakness is also very obvious. After he launched his attack, the giant looked around, searching for Zhang Yi's figure. In the swirling dust, where is he? Before he could react, he had already gripped his sword with lightning speed and rushed behind him. The giant cast a panicked glance. That is lack of agility. Too fast, too dangerous. Zhang Yi decisively swung his sword violently at the giant, giving him no time to parry, and he let out a painful howl. In the blink of an eye, the giant was completely defeated. The system prompted him that he had leveled up. After hearing it, Zhang Yi frowned and said, damn it, the god-tier talent replication from Kaluo's body is too outrageous. With this talent, not only is the leveling speed much faster, but even by just killing a normal minion, he can obtain a large amount of gold coins. Zhang Yi glanced into the depths of the forest. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Yi's face as he saw something. It was Erfu poking her head out from a tree hole. She peeked out and looked at him. Still shaken, A hint of apprehension still lingered on her face. Zhang Yi gently extended his hand and offered comfort. It's safe now, come out. Seeing the gentle smile on his face, Erfu relaxed a little and asked, really? Really? So her heart settled down. She gently placed her hand on Zhang Yi's after being rescued. Erfu was moved to tears. Wiping her cheeks, she choked out, "Thank you for saving me." After crying, Erfu raised her hand to adjust her crown. Suddenly Zhang Yi leaned in close, and then quietly asked, "Little goblin, are those elemental crystals on you? I'm looking for this kind of ore. Can you sell it to me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Erfu was startled. She quickly refused Zhang Yi's proposal. "No. This crown is very important to me. I can't give it to you. But if you can, escort me back to the goblin camp. I can help you ask BAS team to sell the rest to you." Just a second later, a system notification suddenly appeared, displaying a quest and its completion reward simultaneously. They appeared together. Pointing to himself, he smiled gently and said, "All right. Don't worry, I will definitely escort you home safely." Under layers of green leaves, the morning light was faint. Zhang Yi turned to Erfu and asked curiously, "Aren't goblins always acting in groups? How did you end up here alone? It's so dangerous outside. Aren't you afraid a giant will catch and eat you?" She then looked at him, stammering in response, I only came out to look for clues about the main god. As long as we find the main god will protect us. And we won't have to fear giants anymore. Nor will we have to live our lives every day constantly hiding." Just a second later, Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. He silently propped his chin, guessing. The goblin's main god has also disappeared. Could it also be related to the demon invasion? They stopped in front of a green magic wall, which was located in the center of the forest. She announced loudly, "We're here." Hearing this, he scratched his head in confusion. Here. Erfu reassured Zhang Yi, then approached the wall. "Don't worry, watch me." Erfu picked up the blue crystal hanging around her neck. The moment she raised the crystal, an intense blue light radiated outwards. Then some magical butterflies also flew to Erfu's side. It turned out their task was to identify faces. She took the opportunity to hold up 2 fingers, smiling. A few seconds later, Erfu's facial recognition was complete. As soon as it was completed, a magic circle immediately appeared beneath her feet, rotating violently. Zhang Yi quickly jumped in. Erfu looked at him, and after realizing he was gradually disappearing, a hint of surprise flashed across her face. In an instant, the magic array had transported them to another dimension, leaving only a silent forest as if nothing had ever happened. After the transfer, the two arrived at a huge cave. Here sharp ores and various weapons were visible everywhere. She recounted calmly, "Normally we would mine ores here, and then transport them to various towns to sell for money." After listening, he surveyed their surroundings, then asked curiously, "Then don't you make a lot of money from selling ores?" Nifu quickly and awkwardly explained, "Not at all. The price of ordinary ores isn't high. Only the elemental essence stones you need are worth some money. But they are very rare. And the mining yield is very low." Suddenly Nifa's stomach rumbled, making her feel embarrassed. And she blushed, covering her stomach, unable to speak. Seeing she was hungry, Zhang Yi walked over, holding a fragrant roasted chicken leg, and said, "This is a roasted chicken leg I brought for you." Nifu said excitedly, "Really, thank you." She took the chicken leg and bit off a large piece, her face beaming with immense happiness. While wolfing down the chicken leg, the two continued to move forward slowly, deeper into the cave. Suddenly Zhang Yi stopped. He widened his eyes in horror, standing frozen in place. The sight before them was so terrifying that even the roasted chicken leg in Nifa's hand dropped to the ground. At this moment they were facing a scene of ruins. The castle was engulfed in smoke and flames, and all the guards had been brutally struck down. Witnessing this scene, Nifu was heartbroken, unable to swallow. With tear-filled eyes, she asked in shock, "How can this be? How could this happen?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yi immediately ran to a fallen guard. He frowned and stated his assessment. "A very fierce battle took place here. It seems the giants have already invaded your outpost." With tears in her eyes, she asked, bewildered, "Our outpost is heavily guarded. How could giants possibly break in?" The two stood up and walked further inside. They then discovered a bottomless chasm. Zhang Yi continued his assessment. "Perhaps they climbed up through this chasm and then ambushed your people." The two approached the bottomless pit. Looking down with confusion, Nifu cried out worriedly, "I will avenge my people." At this moment a thought flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. This residual power is very similar to the power of elemental essence stones. Suddenly the system popped up. The Rescue Goblin's quest and reward notification. Complete the quest. After thinking, he immediately turned to her angrily, urging Nifu, "I'll go with you to teach those despicable giants a lesson." Arriving at a secluded spot, the two hid behind a large rock to scout. Zhang Yi said softly, "Giants are enormous in size, and moving through the forest would be restricted by dense branches. Only barren, vast places without obstacles allow them to move and fight freely. This must be the giant's tribe." "That's right, let's go take a look." Treading carefully, the two successfully got closer to the giant's hiding place. Inside the hiding base, two giants were waiting for water to boil. While joking, one giant said, "This damn weather, it's warmer to just lie at home this time. Thanks to the captain, we were able to find the goblin's nest. Once we deliver these goblins and essence stones to headquarters, we'll be rich," the other giant replied. "That's right. Following the captain definitely means good food and luxury." Hearing this, Nifu felt immense rage. She rushed over yelling, "This is too much. To bully my people to such a miserable state. I'm going to teach these bad guys a lesson to prevent her from acting rashly." Zhang Yi immediately grabbed her clothes. He impatiently scolded Erfu, Hey, if you go up there, who's going to be beating whom? This is the giant's territory. Making a commotion will only attract more trouble. Leave urgent matters like rescuing people to me." Suddenly a gust of wind swept by, causing the curtain at the base's exit to flutter. A stern voice accompanied it saying, "Getting rich by stealing from others. Don't you think this kind of behavior is utterly devoid of shame?" What? As soon as the giant noticed, a sword was pinned right in front of him. At this moment Zhang Yi stood at the entrance. The giant was panicked. "Humans? How did humans appear here?" As soon as he recognized them as humans, the giant abruptly stood up. But thanks to the illusion drug being sprayed just in time, he became drowsy before he could finish speaking. "Where is he?" An angry shout rang out. "Shut up and obediently enter a sweet dream where you'll eat well and dress well." So he fell for the illusion drug and collapsed to the ground with a thud. He quickly subdued the two guards and imprisoned them. He reassured the trapped tribe members saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person, I'm here to save you." From behind the curtain Erfu gently lifted it. As soon as she peeked inside, one of the tribe members cried out in alarm, "Princess!" Erfu immediately ran towards where everyone was imprisoned. One person asked the little princess, "How did you get here?" Another person said worriedly, "Princess, please leave quickly, it's very dangerous here." She simply gently reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid. This human is very powerful. He just saved my life. He can definitely help everyone leave here." Behind her Zhang Yi heard this and exclaimed softly in surprise, "Princess!" Just as everyone was rejoicing, outside the base, a huge thumping sound of footsteps was approaching. Behind the curtain the shadowy figure of a giant became faintly visible. Seeing this Zhang Yi warned anxiously, "Wait, someone's coming." A large hand slowly pulled back the curtain, accompanied by a fierce voice, "I told you to guard properly, but you're hiding inside to slack off, aren't you?" It turned out to be Kaisen, the level 70 giant captain. He huffed angrily and entered the base with two subordinates. Seeing his subordinates sprawled on the floor, he loudly declared, "How dare you sleep while on guard duty? Men, drag them out and give them a beating." Suddenly Kaisen sharply turned his head to look at the imprisoned people. He pointed at them and warned, "I'm warning you, behave yourselves. Otherwise when we reach the giant kingdom, I'll throw you into the heaviest manual labor." As the two subordinates were dragging the two fallen guys out, they cursed viciously, "Hey, stop sleeping. Wake up and walk by yourselves, alright? Sleeping like dead pigs and so heavy." At this moment, Zhang Yi, having successfully concealed himself, wore a triumphant expression. He recalled the critical moment just now. Fortunately, thanks to the remaining invisibility potion from before, he had escaped danger. While invisible, Zhang Yi calmly observed everything around him. He looked out and seeing that the giant had completely left, he thought, "Now outside, it's all guarded by giants. Wanting to rescue all these goblins might not be so easy." As soon as they had walked far enough, his invisibility wore off. Zhang Yi quickly ran back to Erfa's side. He nervously continued to inform her, "The giants will definitely strengthen their guard. If we rush out recklessly, it might plunge us into an even tougher spot. But don't worry, everyone. I'll follow along the way and look for an opportunity to get you out." She listened and replied, "I trust you." Suddenly Erfu slowly. She carefully took out something. Then she decisively handed it to him through the iron bars. That was a goblin walkie-talkie. Niafu smiled and introduced it. This is our goblin walkie-talkie. Take this. Stay in touch at all times. My kin and I will fight alongside you. A resident also responded enthusiastically. We all follow the prince's decision. The people next to them were also cheerful. The giants destroyed our homes. We will definitely fight them to the end. In the blink of an eye, the giants had already arrived at the desolate valley. But they didn't know. Zhang Yi was secretly tracking them. Those giants had been lingering in this valley for 2 hours. Now they've stopped in one spot for over an hour. It seems Kaiseng has discovered something. If I can't dispel his caution, perhaps I won't be able to learn of those giants' temporary safe location. He lightly jumped behind a large rock so he could react at any moment the next second. Zhang Yi threw a small pebble at a giant, successfully attracting that giant's attention. But unexpectedly it wasn't just one giant, but all the surrounding giants noticed this sound. Kaiseng immediately commanded loudly, "Stop hiding. Get out here right now. Do you believe I can crush you with this rock?" Not knowing he had been discovered, he just awkwardly scratched his head. After showing himself, he stiffly explained, just passing by, just passing by. I'll leave now, I'll leave now." Just as he finished speaking, a giant looked at him with a heavy expression, puzzled. Another giant, however, cried out in panic, "Captain! It's this guy. He used a hallucinogen to knock us out." Facing Zhang Yi, Kaiseng was expressionless, his eyes blood red. He asked in a deep voice, "Kid, what do you want following us all this way?" Seeing his expression, he became slightly wary, but still maintained a provocative tone as he spoke. "I thought you guys were dim-witted, strong in limb but wouldn't be discovered." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaiseng flew into a rage and leaped high. He clenched his fists and roared furiously. "You're looking for death I hated most. When others say we're dim-witted." As fast as lightning, Kaiseng fiercely punched towards where he was. An extremely powerful punch, so much so that the surrounding earth and rocks shattered and splattered. But Zhang Yi narrowly dodged the blow in time. His rage not yet appeased, Kaiseng panted heavily, glaring fiercely, his blood-red eyes fixed on him. Then he threatened, "Let me show you what true strength in limbs means." Suddenly the muscles in his arms bulged. His arms instantly became exceptionally massive. That was his gigant arm state. Kaiseng immediately punched directly at the ground, even causing earth and rocks to shatter and fly. Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately dodged with lightning speed. While dodging, he used the walkie-talkie to instruct Niafu, the little goblin, later find a chance to place the tracking device on that big guy. Behind the iron bars she held the walkie-talkie. Her eyes firm, she immediately agreed, understood. Seeing him constantly fleeing, Kaiseng was triumphant. He laughed loudly and contemptuously, "Look at your feet. You've already fallen into my trap." Zhang Yi immediately gathered lightning at his feet, then leaped over the lava pits on the ground. He thought to himself, "You're acting. Already screamed trap here all over your face." Meanwhile Niafu, she was trying with all her might to break free from the sturdy iron bars. But suddenly, a giant hand reached out from behind her, accompanied by a sinister voice. "Did you think that just because there's more than one goblin, I wouldn't notice? I already knew." Unfortunately, she was easily caught by Kaiseng with 2 fingers. He grabbed her leg. He flipped Nuafu upside down and roared breathlessly, "Is this the person you found? You think, with this fragile human, you can defeat us giants? How laughable!" she shrieked in terror. "Let me go, let me go." With all her might, she kept flailing her arms, kicking her legs, trying to throw something at his head. Nuafu cursed angrily. "You stinking giant." Kaisen heard this and said, displeased, "You goblins should have vanished long ago." It turned out that the thing she threw at Kaisen's head was a miniature tracker. Without any mercy, he unhesitatingly threw her down from a great height. He also said scornfully, "Be sensible. I can still spare your life. Disobedient rascals like you, just disappear." Zhang Yi descended from the sky shouting no. But because he didn't have time to be vigilant, he immediately raised his fist, unexpectedly blocking Zhang Yi's flight path, causing him to be unable to dodge and take a solid hit. After suffering a heavy blow, Zhang Yi was violently flung against a rock, kicking up a cloud of dust. At this moment Nuafu was struggling to grip the cliff rock, swaying precariously. She was terrified, teary-eyed and trembling. Suddenly Nuafu looked up and was startled, her eyes wide with terror. Unbelievably, Kaisen had already arrived and was facing Nuafu. He mocked triumphantly. "What a little goblin, so naive yet so stubborn. But don't forget, killing you has always been as easy as crushing an ant." Without hesitation. He simply flicked his finger. And she immediately plummeted down the cliff. Surprisingly, Zhang Yi leaped over from the other side of the cliff to save her. He quickly comforted her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." Kaysen looked down at the cliff. Kaysen smugly smiled. He muttered triumphantly. "No one can withstand the damage of the Earth's core fire. You two can just slowly wait to die in there." He abruptly turned his head, looked at the remaining giants, then loudly ordered, "Go. We're returning to the giant kingdom to report the mission." At this moment Zhang Yi was calmly smiling. He tightly held Nuofa's hand and happily said, "The enemy took the bait. The second step of the plan begins." From high in the air, Nuofu and Zhang Yi plummeted downwards. Xiao He urgently spread its wings and flew over. The two quickly got onto its back, escaping danger. This is Xiao He, so soft and comfortable. So Xiao He spread its wings and flew over the scorching magma. "Were you scared just now?" "Right, I also didn't expect that guy named Kaysen to be so violent." "I'm not scared, I've made up my mind to definitely drive all giants out of our goblin race." Unexpectedly Xiao He's tail suddenly touched the magma and flames blazed. At this moment the energy within both of them gradually depleted. He looked back, glancing around. This is the Earth's core fire buried deep underground. It will continuously inflict burn damage on creatures within its area. Can Xiao He still hold on? Xiao He flapped its wings violently, flying towards the sky. Meanwhile, Nuofu clasped her hands over her chest, silently praying. "Oh my beloved main god, please protect your people and innocent humans, and safely lead them out of here." In an instant, a protective sphere surrounded it. Seeing the power emanating from the necklace, Zhang Yi was a little surprised. This necklace actually has such a great effect. "Where did you get it?" Nuofu tightly clutched the necklace. Her heart was pounding, recalling that this gem necklace was left by the main god. The image of Erfu curling up in the corner, holding a book in her hand. "Burn everything. Don't leave anything behind." After the main god disappeared, people in the tribe said the main god abandoned us. They destroyed all items related to the main god. I secretly hid an ancient book and this necklace. I believe the main god will always protect us. Back to reality. The shield was suddenly hit by a red spark. A lava scorpion appeared outside, startling both of them. It's a lava scorpion. The high-temperature environment here has bred a large number of lava creatures. Their attack power is much stronger than ordinary creatures, than those regular creatures. Hold on tight, prepare for acceleration. Without hesitation, Xiao He spread its wings and flew over the sea of lava, heading straight for the ground. It escaped safely. Looking down from the sky, Zhang Yi turned to look at Erfu, marveling. If not for Xiaohe's help, it would be hard for us to escape the core fire. By the way, the tracking device you installed earlier, can you see Kaysen's whereabouts now? She held a device in her hand. She squinted, smiled and introduced, of course. This is the goblin's most advanced tracking device. It belongs to our goblin tribe. A similar device was also installed on the giant's hair. A similar device was also installed. I've already hidden another component in the giant's hair. Look, they seem to have left the canyon and are moving towards the desert region. Erfu raised the device in her hand and began projecting the exact location image. In just a short while they've been moving non-stop forward. Their speed of movement is incredibly fast too. Kaysen must have thought we were dead in the core fire. Now by following them, we will definitely be able to find the location of the giant kingdom. In another location, surrounded by desert. The giant kingdom. It seems this is the giant's hidden secret kingdom. The giants, standing beside a group of people. Two Kaysen's folded their arms and ordered in a deep voice. Haven't you eaten? You've been moving this little bit of stuff for half a day. Hurry up. Zhang Yi, hiding behind the rock wall, saw Erfu's anger and immediately appeased her. There are at least over 100 Kaysen's here. Just the two of us. Rushing in recklessly would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. Give me some time, I will find a way to rescue them all. The giants gradually moved deeper inside. I heard that on the way. You were ambushed by humans. The giants nodded and reported. Yes, but please rest assured, Commander. We have already eliminated that human and the troublesome goblin. They will not pose any threat to our plans. His hand on the chair, he propped his chin and said to his subordinate in a deep voice. I hope so. They held glittering gems on a tray in their hands, presented them and reported hastily, Commander. These are elemental crystals found in the goblin tribe. Please accept them. He picked up the shiny elemental crystal in his hand, constantly toying with the stone. After a while, he forcefully threw the elemental crystal into the air, making it float. From the stone, a beam of absorbing light shot directly at a subordinate. This is that Kezan's face began to deform, swelling abnormally. Lord Anko, save me, I can dedicate myself to the giant tribe. This is the highest honor I bestow upon you. Before long that fellow appeared, transforming into a gigantic bull. The commander on the throne abruptly rose. He declared, the time for the rise of the giant race. We're almost there. Back to the location outside the desert. Outside the giant kingdom. Thick smoke billowed. A group of Carsons continued to advance. Hurry up, those behind. Already worn out after just a bit. Here were Zhang Yi and Erfu. They were hiding behind rocks. Wait here for now. I'll go deal with the Carsons. One Carson spoke, looking back at those behind him. He warned, if we delay the patrol shift, none of us will get off easy. His words made him above clench his fists. He smugly watched the time. Perhaps they're almost here. Erfu rested her face on her hand, glancing at Zhang Yi curiously. Who's coming? In an instant he vanished before her eyes. Zhang Yi. Just like that, he charged directly at the giants below. You'll see in a bit. Just a few seconds later, he had already landed in front of the giant monsters. Captain, it's that guy again. He adjusted his clothes. Zhang Yi looked up and greeted them. Hey Rockhead, we meet again. A few giants saw him. They exclaimed with delight. Who would have thought? You actually managed to escape from the core fire. Core fire, why are you alone? Where's that little goblin? Don't tell me he got burned to ashes. You really have a death wish. You actually dared to come to our giant kingdom. You've got some nerve. Zhang Yi with a calm expression chuckled and continued. Don't get too excited, I just wanted to thank you in person. That's all. He raised his arm, which glowed with golden magic. This infuriated Carsons. If you hadn't led the way for me, I wouldn't have found this place. Seeing Zhang Yi's provocation, Carsons furiously charged to attack you. You're asking for death, a gigantic arm. In the smoke a flock of blackbirds appeared. They surrounded him, forming a solid barrier. Summon Sand Raven Flock. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate, raising his hand to give an order, ordering them to charge forward. Then try to charge through. Seeing this, Carson's eyes filled with worry. The fist he swung was already blocked by a golden barrier. He stood nearby, looking up and smugly announcing with a smile. Don't waste your effort. The fine sand particles will absorb and dissolve most of your strength. Before that explosion, Carsons was quickly blasted away. Use your head. He was blasted away, flying directly behind the remaining few. The smoke gradually cleared. Carsons abruptly stood up. He looked at Zhang Yi. Captain, save me, I can't get up. My butt. You bunch of useless fools, shut up. He looked at that guy. He ordered, I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Just tell me the location of those trapped goblins, hidden in the gem treasury, and I will spare you. He held a horn in his hand. Carsons confidently said to him, Brat, don't get too smug, don't forget. This is our giant's territory. As long as I blow this horn, all the giants around will. Suddenly an arrow descended from the sky, shooting straight towards them. It pierced straight through Carson's palm, snatching away the horn. The smoke gradually cleared. 4 figures appeared. Guild leader were here. Duan Feng and Zhang Yi's 3 friends. They looked up at him and smiled softly. Finally, we can have a proper fight. I'm going to rot away just staying in the city. Once we get here, we can also, while we're at it, deal with the surrounding giants. Notice boards also gradually appeared. Duan Feng level 62nd tier knight. Xiao Jiao level 62nd tier priest. Seeing the 4 of them, Zhang Yi closed his eyes tightly, a look of satisfaction on his face. You've truly arrived at the perfect time. The sky was clear blue, a gentle breeze was blowing and the sun was bright. A hand was raised high and a blue sign appeared. He said, Yaru, I've found a large group of giants in the desert region. We need everyone's support. I'll send you the location. Also have Qinglong disguise himself as me and stay in the city to handle matters with the Dai Wu Feng. Unless there's a disturbance in Jibing City. Yaru looked sternly at the blue sign. Yaru then said, all right, I'll arrange it immediately. You must be careful when we emerge from the smoke. Kaysen angrily raised his fiery red arm. I spat at that giant arm. Trash will always just be trash. Do you think you can achieve anything just by piling up trash? Today, I will definitely defeat every single one of you. He fiercely punched the ground, sending Zhang Yi flying. He held a 2-colored blade. He swung his blade at him, saying so much nonsense. Indeed, a race with simple minds and strong bodies. The two energy colors on the blade intertwined. Rushing straight forward. Try our combined skill. Hovering in the air, Zhang Yi tightly gripped the hilt of his blade, pointing directly at Kaisen's head. Ice Fire Sword Soul Slash. A single strike pierced his chest. He screamed in pain. He stood there smirking triumphantly. Kaisen, the victor has been decided. Just a few seconds later, Kaisen fell beneath Zhang Yi's blade. You lost, don't celebrate too soon. Lord Anku will surely avenge me. It's not over yet. He tightly grabbed Kaisen's head. A purple smoke appeared and he said he'll be waiting for him. But now your memories belong to me. On the ground where they stood, a violent tremor suddenly occurred. What's going on? Is there something beneath this desert? Everyone be careful. From the sandy ground of the desert, a buffalo-like creature suddenly burst out. The enormous minotaur has appeared. His appearance made Erfu, who was behind him, clench her teeth in worry. The necklace around her neck seemed to emit a sound. Food. The minotaur raised its staff high, charging straight at Zhang Yi and Erfu. My food. This monster seems to be after your necklace. Protect the necklace. Leave this to me. The two weapons, his blade and the opponent's staff, clashed violently. Behind him, Erfu huddled beside Yoru. Don't be scared. We're here. It'll be fine. Zhang Yi, who was in front, frowned and commanded. All right, Minotaur. I am your opponent. Kaisen and the Minotaur exchanged glances, signaling each other. Kill this human who's in the way. The Minotaur raised its arm and a blue energy gathered. He fiercely flung that energy forward, causing him to lean back and dodge. Just like that, the energy sliced straight through the rock, surprising Zhang Yi. This Minotaur seems much stronger than Kaisen. Behind him, the other four also picked up their weapons and charged forward. Yoru. Duan Feng, let's go. Let's go. Ice Fire Sword Soul Slash. The blade in his hand swung fiercely forward, suddenly stopped rotating into a circle. It turned out the Minotaur was enveloped in a thin film, sending Zhang Yi flying. Elemental energy shield. Is this the power of elemental crystals? The attack power is too strong. Have him cover his face and Yoru too. This Minotaur has been modified, relying on the power of elemental crystals. It possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities. Greater power is needed to defeat it. I need you two to buy me 5 minutes. Don't worry, leave it to us. The three of Ba Huang, Yoru and Duan Feng stood in front, assisting Zhang Yi in activating the blue panel. The Dragon God stance is Skill 2 Strong Stance Transformation, developed based on the evolution of dragon wings. As long as we hold on for these 5 minutes, we are sure to win. For these 5 minutes, everyone must hold on. 4 minutes and 58 seconds. Ba Huang and Yoru surrounded the Minotaur, striving to suppress it. This is bad. This monster's defense is too high. Everyone be careful. The Minotaur slammed its hands onto the ground. A green light suddenly shot out. Get out of my way. Xiao Zhao here was tightly bound by the green light. Unable to move these sands. Completely unable to move over here. Duan Feng and Yoru were the same. She loudly called out to warn Zhang Yi behind her. Zhang Yi, danger. A hand emerged from the ground, struggling hard. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. The Minotaur gradually approached Zhang Yi. Erfu, who was forming hand seals, trembled beside him. Your turn. Although scared, she still stood in front of him, protecting Zhang Yi. No, you're not allowed to go near him. Don't you want the necklace around my neck? Come at me. A red energy tightly enveloped the two of them. Zhang Yi threat level 80 continuously rising. Goblin Princess threat level 01. Danger, danger. The Minotaur reached out and violently flung Erfu away. Why am I so weak all this time? Not only unable to protect my own people, but I also keep dragging down those around me. Hands on the ground. Her face was filled with pain as she clenched her teeth. I want to become stronger too. Above those tearful eyes, a light suddenly appeared. An extremely powerful light was so blinding it made it impossible to open one's eyes. The Minotaur stood far away. The smoke gradually dispersed. Her figure appeared. Danger level 90. Danger. Danger from within the smoke. Erfu spoke to the Minotaur. I told you not to go near him. He observed from his side. Then suddenly frowned. Clenching her teeth, Goblin Princess Zirfu. The smoke completely dispersed. Erfu appeared in a brand new form. She gritted her teeth, ready to fight. Without further ado, she raised her magic-infused arm. Erfu charged straight at the Minotaur. Minotaur, prepare to die. She unleashed a clean and decisive slash, severing its arm. Just a few seconds later, the Minotaur's arm gradually regenerated. It turned, swiftly charging at Erfu. attack in an instant. She was countered by the Minotaur, battered all over her clothes. Over here. Zhang Yi is about to finish. 30 seconds left. Eyes blazing red. Face lowered, she hoarsely cried out, "Devour her! Devour her!" Only 3 seconds left. From above, the Minotaur aimed its two sharp horns directly at Erfu. Time's up. Zhang Yi's eyes wide open. He stretched out his arm and grabbed the Minotaur's horn. Behind Zhang Yi, a dragon was now embracing his body. Dragon God stance, don't touch her. Eyes blazing red. He was drenched in sweat, desperately analyzing his power. Threat level percentage exceeds calculation range. No, can't calculate. How can this be? Not wanting to waste time, Zhang Yi raised his hand. The dragon's tail from behind fiercely struck the Minotaur, sending him flying. It seems your elemental energy shield can only last so long. Dragon God fist stance. With that, the Minotaur crashed heavily to the ground, covered in wounds. His body was severely damaged, beyond recovery and on the verge of collapsing. Inside, the commander furiously slammed the command chair on his throne. My order is, except for the goblin guards, all remaining forces will advance to the front line area. Fight for me, full assault. In an instant, the Minotaur gradually faded, disappearing into the smoke. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and his group also woke up. Ba Huang held his head. We finally escaped. Yoru stood up ecstatic. Zhang Yi, he succeeded. Lying on the ground, Ifu suddenly woke up with a sneeze. She looked at Zhang Yi and asked, confused, "Where did that Minotaur go?" Upon hearing her, he gently patted Ifu's head, comforting her. It seemed she had forgotten what just happened. "It's all right. We've driven off the Minotaur. Your friends will be rescued soon too." Looking at Zhang Yi from behind, Yoru reported, "I've arranged for Dun Qi to take people to where the goblins are held. We should hear something soon." Receiving the information, he nodded. "Good, then let's figure out a way to leave this desert first." From the spot where the Minotaur disappeared, Zhang Yi observed something. Wait. He reached out and picked up an essence stone, holding it high. This is an elemental essence stone. Behind Zhang Yi, a notification panel appeared, detailing the quest and its rewards related to the elemental essence stone. Picking up the stone, he immediately understood the problem. Sure enough, the disappearance of the goblin archgod was connected to these giants. Switching to another location. From a distance, a group of them were being targeted. Report, Captain. Target spotted 3,500 meters ahead. Kaysen stood before the rocket launcher, pointing forward and ordering aim at the target. From the rocket launcher, a volley of small bombs was fired, for the glory of the giant race fire. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi looked up and saw the bombs. He immediately shouted, "This is bad. The giants are attacking, get down." Explosions rocked the surroundings. He rushed forward with everyone. "Guild leader, something huge seems to be coming from over there." Hearing the news, Zhang Yi looked back in surprise. Not far from them, a massive spaceship, along with Afo's subordinates, appeared. "Princess, quickly get on board." With the help of the subordinates, everyone boarded the spaceship one by one. Everyone on board, their feet finally landed safely on the spaceship. Looking at Ifu, her subordinates anxiously asked her various questions. "Princess, you're not hurt, are you?" "I'm fine." "What about everyone else? Were they all rescued?" "They've all been rescued, all of them." Ifu seemed to remember something. Zhang Yi turned around and asked one of Dun Qi's subordinates. He quickly explained, "Dun Qi, the captain, is still fighting the giants. He told us to bring the goblins and come support the guild leader first." With that, the group on board sped forward through the vast desert, maintaining constant contact. But how can a warship sail on the desert? Where did you all get it? When asked about the spaceship's origin, Ifu raised her arm and confidently declared, This is our goblin race's latest invention. Imohao used to be just Dun Qi's garrison, just stolen by these hateful giants." From the ship's interior, her subordinates watched the unstable screen with worried expressions. The giant's firepower has already targeted the desert. The attack will commence in 5 seconds. Without hesitation, a hand slammed down on the red button, activating the protective shield. The entire ship was quickly enveloped by a layer of golden film. "Protect the desert. Charge," quickly informed the captain and leader. Their target seems to be the palace. Back on the giant's side, the screen clearly showed the ship's movement. Observing everything before him, the commander roared through gritted teeth. Those goblins still got away. He quickly ordered the giants below. "Rotate the pillars, activate the traps." Activate the quicksand traps. Let them know who is the master of this. Desert. Suddenly on the desert surface, a bottomless quicksand pit appeared in front of the ship. Turn quickly. Quicksand ahead, grabbing the helm. Subordinate Urfo quickly turned. The ship thus spun around the bottomless quicksand pit. From the ship side, Urfu allowed the observers inside to breathe a sigh of relief, showing worried expressions. That was too dangerous. We almost fell in. It seems someone wants to stop our advance. This proves that there must be what we're looking for ahead. To keep the ship safe, Zhang Yi raised his arm and loudly summoned a flock of crows. A flock of black crows was flapping their wings, flying high above the ship. At the helm, subordinate Urfu was continuously operating it. Keep going. I'll tell everyone where the quicksand is. Turn left, then right, go straight. In just a few seconds, the ship avoided countless bottomless quicksand pits. Keep avoiding them. That's awesome. Suddenly a triangular tower appeared on the desert with a brilliantly glowing gem embedded at the top. At the entrance of the tower, there were also two giant guards. Kaisen's location data shows he stayed here for a long time. This might be their biggest lair. But for such a large palace, to only have two giant guards, there's likely a trap. I'll go in and check. Everyone wait for my signal. If those giants attack, you all take the goblin race and evacuate quickly. Don't wait for me. Alright, well, set up a defensive formation here, leave it to us. Just as the tasks were assigned, Yuru hugged Zhang Yi from behind. Wait. She looked at him with tearful eyes, her face full of worry. You must be careful by yourself. I don't want to see you get hurt again. Seeing Zhang Yi step through the gate, Kaisen stepped forward to block him. Humans, who allowed you to come near here? I want to go and you can't stop me. Suddenly, Duan Feng and Bahuan rushed forward, weapons in hand, standing in front of him, protecting him. Brother, you've hogged enough of the limelight. It's our turn now. Time is short. Just leave these two giants to us. The palace is your battlefield. Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. With only a piece of cloth left on him, Duan Feng charged directly at Kaisen with his sword. Activate berserker form, come on. Fight me with all your strength. Instantly Kaisen was surrounded by a magic circle. He seemed to turn to stone, his body shattering. Sword array unrivaled. Taste my newly learned two-stage skill. With the help of the two, Zhang Yi quickly rushed through the gate. I will end everything immediately. I won't let everyone down. A moment later he ran inside alone. A vast space appeared, floating in the air before a barrier. There was a shattered blue stone. This was precisely the magic stone from Carson's memory. Suddenly from behind Zhang Yi, the Western Region commander spoke, welcoming him. Welcome, my uninvited guest. He slammed his friend onto the ground. He quietly asked, is this guy your subordinate? Seeing his friend, he yelled in anger. Dun Chi made the commander smile with satisfaction and he announced, just a little longer. You'll be just like him. Dun Chi was in his arms, his mouth full of blood. Zhang Yi spoke. Guild leader. He was quickly interrupted by him. It's alright, you rest first, leave the rest to me. Gripping his arm tightly, Zhang Yi glanced at the commander, gritting his teeth. It'll make him beg for mercy on his knees. Hearing his words, the commander glanced at him and sneered, kneel. He hunched his back, clenching his fists. He looked up at Zhang Yi. You've trespassed onto my territory, killed my subordinates, and let those goblins escape. On what grounds? Do you think I'd give you that chance? Without further ado, the commander swiftly drew his sword and raised it high. All that stands in the way of our giant race's rise, whether it be goblins or those overconfident humans who don't know their place, like you. He brought his sword down with a fierce slash towards the ground, right where he stood. All must die. Amidst the rubble, after the smoke gradually cleared, a familiar figure appeared. Power alone isn't enough without precision. It was Zhang Yi. He swiftly leaped into the air, charging straight at the commander. Aim better next time. Holding a sharp long saber, he observed him carefully. He then analyzed. A giant's legs bear the weight of their entire body. If they are severely injured, their movement can be restricted. He swung his blade down. Zhang Yi swung his blade, aiming straight for his leg. As if guessing his intention, the commander pulled back his leg. He declared, don't lump me in with the other giants you've encountered before. I am the king of the giant race. Then the commander kicked, kicking straight at Zhang Yi, kicking him away, slamming him into the ground. The smoke gradually dispersed. His figure vanished, confusing him. Where is he from below? Zhang Yi, holding his long saber, flew past the commander. Demon doppelganger. Before he could regain his composure, he had already swung his blade down from above, towards his head. A single slash shattered half of the commander's mask. "Commander, you won't give up." He raised his arm high, absorbing the energy of all giants. "All you giants, grant your power to me. Let this foolish human before me know. What happens when you anger the king of the giants? What fate awaits you?" Witnessing the red smoke around them, Yuru holding her weapon was filled with worry. "What is that? It's terrifying." "I don't know either. But I have a bad feeling. Zhang Yi, you absolutely cannot get hurt." Streams of energy transformed into red smoke and were absorbed around the commander. "Human, let me show you the power of a giant." He looked down at Zhang Yi and declared, "You won't escape this time." It was as if something was obstructing him from below the ground, preventing him from moving. Without further ado, he clenched his fist. His fist shot straight towards Zhang Yi. "Die where you stand. With those damn goblins." This punch was so powerful it was enough to shatter all the earth and rocks around. From the shattered rocks, a familiar voice rang out. "Is that all?" The commander raged once more. He slammed his fist onto the ground. "Mocking me once is enough. I'd like to see how much longer you can last against me." Beneath the ground, Zhang Yi raised a hand to cover his face, thinking to himself, "My undying body won't last forever. I must find a chance to counterattack as soon as possible. What other way is there to defeat him?" He gritted his teeth, a worried look in his eyes. He looked at the announcement panel. The upgrade requirements for the Dragon Race faction are extremely stringent. It requires consuming reputation from the human, beast, and alien races. But as long as the upgrade is successful, powerful Dragon Race skills will be acquired. On the blue panel, reputation values appeared sequentially. Human Race 20002000, Beast Race 20002000, Alien Race 18002000. Thanks to previous accumulation, the human and beast race reputations already met the upgrade requirements. Now only 200 points of alien race reputation are needed. As long as Ba Wang and Duan Feng can defeat the two giants at the gate, it will be enough. Shaking off his thoughts, Zhang Yi looked up at the commander. "So what I need to do now is..." He raised his arm high, clenched it into a fist to counterattack him. Just to last until then. Back outside the city gate, Duan Feng and Ba Huang were continuously attacking the Kaisan. What's going on? Ever since that yellow light appeared, their strength seems to have suddenly weakened, and their movements are unusually slow, as if sensing the source of power. Duan Feng shouted happily to inform them. Their power is weakening. Defeating them now won't be a problem. Soon the two of them teamed up and unhesitatingly cut down every Kaisan. Combined skill Sword Soulstorm die. Inside, Zhang Yi was fending off the commander's attacks. The announcement panel appeared. "Your party successfully killed 2 Titan giant warriors. Alien race reputation 200. Great. Ba Wang and the others finally succeeded. Undying body. Time remaining 4 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi emitted golden magic levitating in the air. The announcement panel appeared. Player Zhang Yi has met the upgrade requirements for the Dragon Race faction. Upgrade now. Would you like to upgrade?" He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes tightly, and shouted, "Upgrade." Streaks of red, blue, and yellow energy streams converged on Zhang Yi's tightly closed chest and eyes. After just a moment, he spread his hands, his eyes sparkling. Behind him, a golden giant dragon appeared. Announcement: upgraded to Dragon Soul Master and Divine Grade Tier 2. Announcement. The sight before him made the commander take a step back. Horrified, how can this be? Zhang Yi on this side smiled slightly. "Thank you. In fact, I should thank you. Thanks to your giant strength, my teammates were able to attack your subordinates, allowing me to gain the last portion of alien race reputation." Not wanting to waste time, he quickly extended his arm back, right beside the golden dragon. "Now it's my turn to attack." A blue panel appeared. Dragon Soul Forbidden Curse Divine Grade. Zhang Yi threw a punch, charging towards the commander with the golden dragon. Taste the power of the Dragon Soul Forbidden Curse Divine Grade. Dragon Soul Forbidden Curse Divine Grade. HP recovery reduced by 100. Removes all enemy buffs. Consumes 10 Dragon Soul points. His body was enveloped by the power of the Dragon Soul Curse, making him feel pain. Unending pain. Just a few seconds later, the commander collapsed to the ground. His body. Following Zhang Yi at this moment were the eyes of the Dragon Soul. He said with a firm tone, "Now you no longer have the power of the giants. You're no match for me at all." Unwilling to admit defeat, The commander trembled, raising his hand for help. Give me power. I need more power. From above. Zhang Yi picked up his long blade and thrust it down fiercely. Remember what's killing you. It is the power of the giants. The very power you've always prided yourself on. After the matter was over, he looked up at the boulders suspended in the air. Filled with doubt, what exactly is this thing? Anku also thought of this thing before he died. Could it be related to the giants' sudden invasion of the goblin race? Zhang Yi's feet left the ground without hesitation. He shot into the air, rushing to where the boulder was located. He spread his arms. This power is the elemental crystal. The moment his fingers touched that blue boulder, a blue gas appeared, enveloping him. It bounced Zhang Yi far away. Outside the tower. From the top of the tower, a dense blue gas also emanated. Seeing this scene, Yara's eyes widened and she spoke worriedly. Is Zhang Yi in some kind of danger in there? There's no time to lose. Zhang Yi's friends quickly entered the depths of the tower to go see. Upon seeing Zhang Yi again, Yuru immediately asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "Not far from here." He looked serious. He immediately warned everyone not to enter this place for now. Although the giant's leader is dead, I cannot be sure if there are other dangers here. Not wanting Zhang Yi to be in danger, she looked up and said firmly, "All right then, we'll find a way to get you out." Meanwhile, Niefu remembered something, her hand gently touching the surface. "It seems I've seen this mechanism in ancient texts. That book." Suddenly the gem on Niefu's necklace began to move. It pulled her up, suspending her in the air. Blue smoke swirled around her. "Sister, quickly save me." It happened too suddenly, so Yuru couldn't pull her back in time. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yi's eyes immediately widened. He opened his mouth in surprise and worry. "I'll go save her. You all be careful." From Niefu's arm, the necklace was rushing straight towards the crystal. Instantly she fell down. Luckily he lunged forward and caught her in time. "Are you all right?" Suddenly from the crystal, a hand and a hat appeared. "Hey, what about me?" An old man with a purple hat and a white beard burst out of the stone. He rushed straight towards the two of them. "What are you two just standing there for? Hurry up and pull me out, I'm stuck." Niefu immediately recognized the voice as the main gods. This statement made everyone below, including Bahuang, utterly astonished. The main gods stood on the ground. Zhang Yi looked at him, pointing at him and questioning. "He's the goblin main god you've been looking for." Niefu hurriedly picked up a book and pulled it from her chest. "That's him, I've seen him in ancient texts." She flipped to the page with his portrait. She pointed at the portrait and said to Zhang Yi, "Look, the portrait of the goblin main god in the ancient texts is clearly younger and more handsome." Looking at the portrait and the real person made Zhang Yi a little confused. Is this really the same person? How did he appear from the magic stone? Hearing Zhang Yi's words, he immediately yelled angrily, "Magic crystal! These young people nowadays truly lack vision. They can't even recognize a holy relic." The goblin god spread open his palm, and the crystal fragment began to move downward from it. "This is the heart of the holy relic, the element of the goblin race. We can extract the power of the elemental crystal without any harm, and then release it through external force. It's just that I was careless for a moment, which led to it being stolen by the giants, and me being trapped inside." After seeing his power, he ran forward, placed a hand on his shoulder and consoled him. "My apologies. Calm down, calm down." The glittering crystal left Yuru full of admiration. "It's so beautiful." A billboard gradually appeared. Legendary hidden quest, the goblin god's riddle. This brought Zhang Yi back to his senses. Quest complete. Finally I can claim the reward. Strange. After reading the information he was somewhat confused. We've clearly found the goblin god, so why does the quest still show as incomplete? His expression darkened. Zhang Yi glanced behind him unless. Zhang Yi raised his arm, and his palm touched Urfa's head, gently stroking it. "The leader of the giant race has been eliminated, and your people have all regained their freedom. I must take my teammates back to heal their injuries. For now I'll say goodbye. Be good here. We'll come back to see you when we have time." Urfa's eyes widened as she gazed at him, mumbling a goodbye. "We'll definitely meet again." The two raised their pinky fingers and linked them, as if making a promise. After leaving the tower, Zhang Yi placed his hand on Yara's shoulder and instructed Yuru. "Later you two take Dunchi back to Glacier City and heal up properly. I still have some matters to take care of here." His words made Ro uneasy. She asked worriedly, "Is something wrong?" Zhang Yi on the other hand cupped his chin and recounted past events. "Do you remember the goblin god's riddle quest? The one we activated earlier logically. The Goblin God. Appearing should mean we've completed the quest. But no matter if I touch the Goblin God, or get close to the heart of elements in his hand, the quest still shows as incomplete. There must be something wrong with this Goblin God. At night he returned to the same tower they had visited during the day, where the whole team had been. Inside, the Goblin God held the crystal in his hand, gazing at it for a long time. The giants in the Goblin tribe have fought for many years. The victors become kings, the vanquished become slaves. Today your leader is gone. From now on, the giant race, you must obey my commands. Understand? At this moment before him was a group of giants, securely bound. Following closely behind was Urfu. One of them, defiant, yelled, "I despise you, you're just a tiny goblin. What right do you have to command us?" He immediately charged towards the Goblin God. Giants will never be slaves. The Goblin God violently shot out the crystal from his hand. Towards him, a blue light from the gem reflected towards Kason. "This is my right, I know you are unconvinced. But you are already prisoners." In just a few seconds, he was thrown high into the air and sent flying far away. If you want to blame anyone, blame your leader Anku for choosing to stand against our goblin race. Witnessing the scene before her, Urfu opened her mouth wide and shouted loudly, commanding the Goblin God, "Let them go." She raised her hand to block in front, protecting the group of giants. She looked up at him and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "Respected Goblin God, I hold you in very high regard. You always used to tell us to be kind. Can you answer me?" With Urfu's face and eyes filled with seriousness. "What you are doing now? And those giants who enslaved us? What's the difference?" This made the main god frown in apprehension. Holding a spirit stone in his hand, he lowered his head and smiled as he asked Miss Urfu, "What's wrong with you? Don't you want to ask our people outside how these giants used to torture them?" He hadn't stopped yet. The main god also moved closer to Urfu, pointing at her forehead. "You seem to be very close to those humans. Have they bewitched you? Have you forgotten your own identity as a spirit princess? They saved me and our people from the giants. And the fact that we were able to defeat the leader of the giant race was all thanks to him." He lifted his head and loudly scolded Urfu, "Silence. Humans are just like giants. They're all no good. He saved you only for the spirit stones, the elements of our goblin race. I know he's not that kind of person." From her forehead, a red aura appeared, causing Urfu to clutch her head in agony. "I see you've been brainwashed by that human. Your thoughts must be corrected immediately. Your mistakes. It hurts so much." Red smoke surged, accompanied by memories into her mind. Urfu's tearful eyes widened and she shrieked in pain. No, suddenly, these memories were shattered by something, and the main god was flung away. A familiar figure appeared. It was Zhang Yi. He looked at the other person. "I didn't expect the revered main god of the goblins to lay hands on his own innocent people. This is a matter for the goblin race. It's not your place as a human to interfere." Zhang Yi rushed forward without hesitation and snatched Urfu away. Holding her in his arms, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He said worriedly, "When I was in danger, she protected me without regard for herself. I've made up my mind about this matter." A purple symbol appeared on her forehead, which greatly surprised Zhang Yi. This symbol previously, when Urfu was fighting the robot, the giant ox head, had also appeared. Meanwhile, the main god exerted his power. The spirit stones floated in the air, controlling the giants. What exactly does this mean? All giants heed my command. Seize this human for me. Under his control. They rapidly charged towards the two. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi looked up and observed his hand summoned a long blade. He can actually control these giants so quickly. He swiftly plunged the long blade deeply into the ground. A thick layer of ice blocked those people. No one gets close. From behind, swiftly, the main god raised his hand, controlling the spirit stones to rush towards him. "It seems I'll have to take action myself." Something in front of them made Zhang Yi open his eyes wide in surprise. Before the two now was a huge thick block of ice, surrounding them with no way to escape. Elemental lock. The two were thus surrounded by a layer of ice, shaped like a heart-shaped tower. "The elements will erode your memories and energy. You will die in this endless agony." Zhang Yi was unwilling to give up. He continuously hacked with his long blade, searching for an exit. "I won't let you escape. Break open." Meanwhile, Urfu clutched her head in agony. A red smoke appeared on her forehead. It hurt so much. She collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yi quickly knelt down to comfort her. "No, don't come closer. I can't see anything, Urfu. Don't be scared, it's me." His gaze turned to the distance deep in thought. This Lord God. Why exactly is he going after Urfu? He just mentioned that the heart of elements erodes memories. Could Urfu have found out a secret? An unspeakable secret? Zhang Yi turned around, looking at Urfu, who was trembling. I don't know. It seems the heart of elements is starting to take effect. I must find a breakthrough before she's completely devoured. Saying nothing more, he raised his hand and placed it directly on her head. I'll probe her soul, I will definitely save you. Urfu's memories were being read. Zhang Yi was accessing the Lord God's memories. Assassinated by someone behind him with a knife. Tapered you. What do you want to replace you? Of course. You and I were born of the same parents. And my strength is no less than yours. But why were you chosen as the Lord God, while I can only live in your shadow? Now, I'm just taking back what's rightfully mine. He stared wide-eyed at Urfu. His eyes burned. You saw that? He immediately raised the crystal in his hand. Pud commanded her. Tapud, you actually killed the Lord God. You'll forget everything immediately. From now on I am the true Lord God. Remembering so much, Urfu knelt on the ground shouting no. Barrier of imprisonment. The image of the two instantly shattered. She had completely remembered everything. She walked forward with Zhang Yi. Tapud, I remember everything. How long do you plan to keep impersonating the Lord God? The two stood in front of the fallen Pud. His body trembled. Impossible, my heart of elements. I've been experimenting within the seal for hundreds of years, just to master the method of controlling it. How could someone like you who knows nothing possibly control it? Shut up, you imposter. You definitely wouldn't have guessed that before the Lord God died, he already recorded the method. The method to control the heart of elements is carved on the inside of this pendant. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly got up, turned and fled. The two tried to escape from the gate in front of the tower. A puff of white smoke suddenly appeared. Pud charged straight out of it and fell to the ground. He clenched his fists tightly. Urfu rushed towards him. This punch is for your betrayal of the Lord God. She landed a punch directly on Pud's face. Immediately after, a series of punches fiercely rained down on his face. Incessantly. This is the price our goblin race had to pay. Moments later she moved away from him. Urfu abruptly leaped away. She turned to look at Pud, who was lying miserably on the ground. Tapud, take a good look at these clansmen. You, a goblin, only cared about your own power and influence. Killed the Lord God. Stole the heart of elements. And caused us to suffer humiliation. For hundreds of years oppressed by the giants. So the Lord God didn't abandon us, but was killed by him. What if it wasn't the Lord God? Wasn't Tapud supposed to have disappeared with the Lord God back then? Let's all charge forward and avenge the Lord God. Urfu gently raised her hand. A wisp of green smoke appeared, making Pud's people float. A bunch of ignorant fools. I originally intended to spare your lives to serve me. It seems you don't want to live anymore. Standing aside, Zhang Yi watched stunned. This power is just like the Ghost Clan jailer from before. He collaborated with the Ghost Clan forces. She retrieved the necklace, then collapsed backwards. Luckily he caught her in time. Please avenge the Lord God for me. Save the goblin race that was entrusted to me. Meanwhile Pud's hands grew sharp claws. A wisp of green smoke emanated. His eyebrows furrowed demonically, his face filled with rage. If you don't die today, you'll still be overwhelmed by the Ghost King's comeback. Rather than being killed, it's better to be buried together. Hearing his words, Zhang Yi looked up, his gaze firm. Is that so? But I promise nothing will go your way. From his hand a stone emanated. Purple light appeared. Enough, Pud, witness this yourself. Pud stood by, dumbfounded mouth. Agape, this power. No, it can't be him. The purple mist gradually cleared, revealing the figure of the main god he once killed. Kind human ally, I'm here to help you. The sight before him made Pud frown. Staring in disbelief, how are you still alive? I clearly killed you with my own hands. You finally admitted it yourself. Hearing this, Zhang Yi, a cloud of purple smoke flickering into existence before his eyes. You are the one who killed the main god. Your pleasant dream ends here today. Enough chatter. Zhang Yi held his blade and fiercely slashed at him. Icefire Ghost Slayer slash. A moment later Pud was eliminated. He plunged the blade into the ground. It's really the main god. I'm not dreaming, am I? The main god never gave up on us. Always by our side. Outside. Seeing the main god's image, Urfu covered her mouth. Eyes blurred with tears. Lord Main God, it seems the debt is settled. The main god truly turned to look at Zhang Yi and said goodbye. Thank you for everything you've done for our goblin tribe. My time is running out. I'd like to say a few words to my people, Lord Main God. Please feel free. Suddenly a notification appeared beside him. You have an unread message from Qinglong. The notification panel gradually displayed continuing. You have an unread message from 5 minutes ago. 10 seconds ago. 8 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, and just now. Over here a sky fortress is attacking. Attacking Daiwas Ice City Team 10 minutes ago. What's the current situation? We've currently detected 6 demonic beasts, including 1 dragon beast. 2 of them have already been killed by us. With a deep gaze, she frowned and said firmly. Qinglong was beside her, nodding motionlessly. I've seen these demonic beasts in Kaluo's secret chamber. In Moonlight City. That guy must be up to something. Suddenly a fireball flew in from somewhere unknown. Qinglong swiftly raised his bow, aiming an arrow forward. The enemy hasn't sent many demonic beasts. It seems this is just a probing attack, but we can't be certain if they will increase their firepower or not. First notify everyone to continue preparing their defenses. The arrow pierced through the fireball, instantly creating a massive explosion. The notification panel appeared. The Ice City Guild Master was ambushed. Message received. Please reply to me and report to the Guildmaster. But he didn't notice behind Qinglong. A guy hiding in the floor was subtly smugly smiling. Elsewhere, Li Hao sat in a chair, chin in hand, deep in thought. He thought to himself, what? Zhang Yi isn't in Ice City right now. Is it his subordinate in disguise? That's right, I saw it clearly. Zhang Yi is defending Ice City. But now it's just a grunt with a bow. Someone in the distance looked up at him and spoke. Boss, Zhang Yi isn't in Ice City right now. Isn't this a great opportunity for us to attack? No, things aren't that simple. Zhang Yi suddenly left the city, and even found someone to impersonate him. There must be a special reason. Suddenly Li Hao clutched his neck tightly, his eyes wide as if choking. Boss, are you all right? This has happened to you several times now. He stared wide-eyed into the distance, his pupils constricted. What's going on? Has the God tier talent card mutated again? Why make a move now of all times? Could it be related to this? Zhang Yi suddenly went missing this time. Li Hao clutched his chest, looking at the people behind him, and instructed them before leaving. I have something to take care of, boss. I'll be leaving first. As for attacking Ice City, we'll discuss all actions when I return. Until then, no one is allowed to make a move. With that, he stood on the back of the monster, flapped its wings, and flew away from the building. The unusual movement of the divine talent card pointed towards the desert region. Something must have happened there. Back to Irefew. Her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at the smiling main god. Irefew, I have a very important task to entrust to you. During this time, your kindness and patience have been recognized by everyone in the goblin race. Are you willing to continue protecting your people, even if the path ahead is difficult and full of thorns? Will you never give up? I am willing. Seeing her cry, he reached out to comfort her cheek, but Erfa's eyes were still blurry with tears. My good child, don't cry, main god. I finally managed to find you. Please don't leave, okay, my good child. Death for me is not something to be feared. As long as the goblin people can live a happy life, then I can leave without any worries. A wisp of golden mist enveloped Irefew, lifting her into the air. Main god, I never thought that the goblin main god, relying solely on the will to protect her people, could retain a sliver of consciousness and survive to this day. In an instant, her appearance changed, transforming her into an older girl. Irefew, in the name of the goblin main god, I officially pass on the position of main god to you. On the other side, moving behind on a dragon, a ray of light caught Li Hao's eye, a divine artifact. The girl's eyes widened as she looked around. It was none other than the newly transformed Irefew. Greetings, main god Irefew. Congratulations on becoming the main god. For now I've only received the identity of a main god. However, I will strive to become a true deserving main god. Beside her, the crystal was moving towards Zhang Yi. Thank you for everything you've done for the goblin race. Now, the giant's crisis has been resolved. Therefore this heart of elements belongs to you. Picking up the crystal in his hand, he hesitated. With the help of this divine artifact this time, my chances of winning against Kaluo have increased again. Witnessing the scene before him, Li Hao was so furious his mouth dropped open. How can this be? My divine artifact, that's mine, hiding behind a rock. He was fuming, looking at the two. Damn it, it's you again. Zhang Yi, were truly destined to be rivals. You just wait. The announcement board gradually appeared and he seemed to remember something, making Zhang Yi a bit embarrassed. Shoot, I was so focused on the mission just now, I forgot to check the messages. He quickly looked at Irfu and bid farewell. She also bid farewell to Zhang Yi. Sorry, my teammates need me. I must return to Ice City immediately. Take care, mmm. Alright, I can handle the rest on my own. And so riding the exotic beast named Shohei, he quickly left time to relax a bit. 2 days ago I was already waiting in Ice City. Just wait until I get my hands on you. If anything happens, come find me in Ice City. See you, bye bye. Goodbye, benefactor. Back on this side. Qinglong raised his bow and arrow, aiming directly at the group of giant bats. Boss is already on his way back. Let's hold on a little longer. If he doesn't come back soon, then we'll turn into roasted meat. Suddenly from high above, a rapidly moving red orb shot straight towards Diawu. The moment he saw Yuru, Qinglong joyfully shouted, "Miss, you're back." Yuru smiled in response. My brother and Xiaojiao have already sent Donkey back to town for treatment. I came here first to support everyone. Is everyone alright? Diawu paused. I'm fine. The three didn't have much time for pleasantries. As the horde of magic beasts grew larger and larger, they roared and charged towards them. Qinglong drew his bowstring, preparing for battle. Yuru sensed the urgency of the situation and instructed the person behind her, "This is bad. The roar of that magic beast just now has drawn all its companions here. Diawu, quickly find somewhere to hide. Protect yourself." Obediently replied, alright. In front of them the dragon beast arched its body and opened its maw, a glowing fireball gradually forming. Yuru carefully observed the dragon beast. It seems it's about to unleash a powerful skill. She raised the staff in her hand and cast a fireball spell. Qinglong, cover me. The person next to her drew his bowstring and replied, understood. Just then the dragon beast suddenly shifted and shot out several medium-sized fireballs. Yuru and Qinglong lost their balance and fell down. Watch out. Both fell to the ground simultaneously, coughing a few times. Diawu ran over anxiously and asked, "Is everyone okay?" The dragon beast continued to roar ferociously, opening its maw. The scorching flames continued to swirl, gathering into an even larger orb of light. Upon seeing this, Diawu immediately panicked. What do we do? It looks like this monster really wants to kill us all. Not far away, Zhang Yi riding Shohei had just arrived, and the scene that met his eyes was the dragon beast preparing to attack. Isn't this the dragon beast from the Kaluo secret realm? This is bad. All the buildings in Jibing City haven't been reinforced with elemental crystals yet. If its dragon breath lands, half the city will be damaged. He took out the elemental heart he had just acquired and commanded his magic beast, "Xiaohei, accelerate." Zhang Yi locked onto the dragon beast ahead and muttered, "So it attacked Jibing City because I wasn't here." The next second, Zhang Yi activated the elemental heart, releasing its elemental power. Let you taste the power of a divine artifact. With just one strike, the colossal dragon beast was struck down, plummeting from the sky. Qinglong with sharp eyes exclaimed, "Miss, it's the guildmaster. The guildmaster is back." Zhang Yi dismounted from Xiaohei's back, chuckling lightly. "I'm really sorry I had something to do, so I'm late. Everyone worked hard while I was away." Diawu puffed out her cheeks, saying glumly, "If it weren't for Jibing City, I wouldn't want to be in such a sorry state." Zhang Yi walked straight to Yuru. Their hands clasped tightly together. They exchanged gentle glances. Zhang Yi spoke first. "It's my fault for coming back late and letting you suffer," the other person gently replied him. "Fine." He pulled out a large bag. "Come, see what good things I've brought everyone." Qinglong looked at the item in Zhang Yi's hand and was instantly surprised. Is this an elemental crystal?" Diawu exclaimed from the side. "It's so beautiful." The person opposite smiled and said, "With this elemental crystal, all the buildings in our Jibing City will be able to withstand dragon breath and even the attacks of the Kaluo Beast Knight Brigade." System. The interface displays the level parameters of the guild's main city. The system interface displayed the guild's main city's level parameters. Zhang Yi thought, "I already used one to shoot down the dragon beast. Now only 54 are left. But that's enough to upgrade Jibing City's buildings to level 4. All at once thinking this, he decisively pressed the upgrade button. Now the anti-air problem in Glacier City has been resolved. Zhang Yi's widespread pending tasks. What we need to do next is set up traps in this open area. We can't let Kaluo's army approach Glacier City freely." After receiving his instructions, they began to act. Everyone then worked hard together until dusk fell. Qinglong collapsed on the grass, sighing, so tired. "It's finally done." Zhang Yi walked over. Behind him, Diawu was busy playing with butterflies. "Diawu, I need your help with something." As soon as she turned around, he directly stated his purpose. Between Kaluo and us, there will definitely be a war. And the outcome of this war will affect the survival of the entire Glacier City. We must defeat Kaluo. So I need your help. Diawu looked very willing. Ever since I entered the Apocalypse game, I've been living in Glacier City. I've long considered this place my home. As long as I can contribute to Glacier City, I can do anything. Zhang Yi guided her to recall. Do you remember? That gold card the Bloodgate tried to snatch from you. Before. Hearing this, Diawu didn't say a word and took out a gold card. She tilted her head slightly, carefully confirming. Are you talking about this card? Zhang Yi nodded. That's right. Before. Because I hadn't yet determined if our relationship was that of allies or enemies. I didn't tell you. The words he then spoke greatly surprised Diawu. The card in your hand is one of the 10 rarest God-tier talent cards in the Apocalypse. As long as you give up your original talent, you can inherit the power of this God-tier talent card. Scene switches to Moonlight City area. Night had already fallen. As soon as Kaluo entered, his subordinates greeted him. Boss, you're finally back. He pressed. What's the progress on training the magical beasts? A subordinate respectfully reported. All magical beasts have been trained, ready to depart at any time. Kaluo no longer had the patience to wait. He immediately ordered depart at once. Seize Glacier City. For this expedition Kaluo personally led the command. He and his accomplices rode magical beasts, advancing towards Glacier City. Zhang Yi soon spotted his opponent Kaluo. He's finally here. Kaluo rode on the fiercest magical beast, arrogantly crossing his arms and sneering. He arrogantly announced, everyone in Glacier City, listen up. I'm only giving you one chance to surrender. Drop your weapons now and obediently give yourselves up. Otherwise, the entire city will be utterly destroyed. The common folk below murmured amongst themselves. He's the leader of the Divine Guild. Ah, he looks so imposing. Zhang Yi spoke up to calm the people. Don't be fooled by his trickery, everyone. That's just a summoned illusion. Qinglong drew his bow and notched an arrow. You of all people want to occupy our Glacier City. Utterly ridiculous. He focused intently, locking onto his target, and sneered, taste my arrow. Immediately after, Qinglong's arrow sliced through the sky, shooting towards the center of the magical beast horde. His aim was incredibly precise, not missing by an inch. The arrow flew straight towards Kaluo's position. He tilted his head to dodge, and with a grim expression caught the incoming arrow. Kaluo gnashed his teeth in anger. You ungrateful fools. It seems you're determined to die by my hand. When my night order moves out, well, see if you can still be so confident. Immediately after he gave the attack order, everyone, attack on command. Raise the city of extreme ice to the ground. Qinglong's expression turned grave. He glanced at the guild leader beside him, and couldn't help but feel anxious. The number of these fireballs is already more than last time. The beast's dragon breath shouldn't be underestimated either. Can our structures really withstand them? Zhang Yi curled his lips into a smile, comforting him. Don't worry, there's definitely no problem. Just wait and see. Kaluo's expression will surely be amusing. The next second, blue energy enveloped the city. He had already activated the elemental shield. The fierce fireballs from the beasts crashed into the shield, emitting deafening explosions amidst the spreading smoke and dust. The beasts, scorched all over, stumbled and fell from the sky. The shadowy figure immediately panicked. This, boss, all our attacks have been blocked. What do we do now? Kaluo clenched his fists and roared. What are you afraid of? Kaluo absolutely refused to give up. He issued further commands. Keep increasing the firepower. Order the ground beast army to attack. No sooner had he spoken, the ground beasts were unleashed, swarming and charging towards the elemental shield. Ian, riding a beast, charged at the very front, commanding his troops to charge and capture the city of extreme ice. The guild leader will surely reward us handsomely. Kill. After only a short distance, the beast beneath him suddenly screeched to a halt. The beasts and subordinates in front of Ian suddenly collapsed, and Ian also suddenly fell. They all fell backward in unison. He turned back to warn the people behind him. Stop, there are traps on the ground. Qinglong chuckled stealthily. We spent the whole afternoon digging these traps. Enjoy them slowly. Zhang Yi stood on the city wall observing the situation, and instructed his subordinates. Notify the Duan Feng squad to prepare for a counterattack. The entire army acted according to his command, and soon fired several bombs. Immediately after, purple smoke spread out. A guy fell down right before Ian's eyes. He quickly covered his nose, and reminded those around him, "Everyone quickly cover your noses. This fog is poisonous." Ian glared furiously at Zhang Yi. "How dare you play tricks on me?" A brief explanation. Poisonous paralysis smoke. Throws a paralysis bomb that hits enemies. Deals 100 damage and generates poisonous smoke. Enemy movement speed is reduced by 50. Seizing the opportunity amidst the enemy's chaos, the city gates were immediately opened. Duanfeng with Xiao Yao and another person charged out to fight. Let them know that the city of extreme ice is not to be trifled with. As soon as they charged, Duanfeng took the lead against Ian, leaping forward and striking him with a sword. The opponents, seeing him, immediately growled, "It's you again. Today I'll avenge my brother." Duanfeng scoffed, "Just you? Then I'll give you a chance to die by my sword." His nonchalant attitude infuriated Ian. Waving his axe, he roared, "Are you tired of living?" Duanfeng didn't dodge, but directly unleashed a powerful skill to counterattack. Yaru walked beside Zhang Yi and murmured, "At such a critical moment, why haven't I seen my brother? Even Jiewu was nowhere to be seen. Come to think of it, I didn't see her yesterday either." The person next to her gently comforted her. "Don't worry. They're both fine. I've assigned your brother a secret mission," he explained in detail. "To the right of the city of extreme ice, there's a river that leads to Moonlight City, allowing them to bypass Kaluo's surveillance. And by moving underwater, enter Moonlight City, to conquer the city of extreme ice. Kaluo will definitely withdraw most of his forces from Moonlight City. In other words, this is precisely our best chance to conquer Moonlight City." According to Zhang Yi's calculations, Carlo has never met him, so his sudden disappearance naturally won't arouse his suspicion. Coupled with his abilities, he is the most suitable person to complete this mission. As for Diamu, she will be the decisive factor in whether we can defeat Carlo. At this moment, Carlo observed the situation, then ordered his subordinate Heiying, "Take a squad of flying magical beasts to support Ian. Their infantry seems to be in trouble." Heiying received the order. Yes. No sooner had the guild leader finished speaking than Heiying led the flying magical beast squad, flying straight towards the legion area led by Ian. As soon as Ian saw the flying magical beasts, he laughed triumphantly. "Our reinforcements are here. You're finished, Heiying. Help me drive these annoying guys away." Heiying naturally agreed. "Let me quickly deal with them for you. If we keep dragging our feet like this, we won't be able to take Ice City. If the guild leader gets angry, we'll be finished too." While dealing with Duanfeng, Ian replied to his companion, "All right, stop complaining. Hurry up and come down to lend a hand." While both sides were locked in a fierce stalemate, Heiying controlled the magical beast and charged straight in. The magical beast bit onto Duanfeng's sword. Heiying sat atop it and taunted, "I hear you value your sword like your life. I wonder what you'll do if you lose one." Duanfeng looked back and challenged, "If you're so capable, come and take it back." Before Heiying could finish speaking, surges of red-purple energy suddenly erupted. Attacks that tore through the air made the magical beast wobble in pain. It opened its mouth and spat out the sword. Heiying was on the magical beast's back, and the beast swayed violently. Eventually he couldn't hold on, and was thrown off, falling to the ground. The violent impact made Heiying vomit blood. Diamo continuously unleashed attacks, loudly declaring, "Anyone who wishes harm upon Ice City must first get past me." Ian, annoyed, was about to rush forward to deal with her but suddenly stopped. "You wretched woman, you're asking for death. How did you suddenly turn into butterflies?" Daima's moves suddenly shifted, trapping Ian and confusing him. These butterflies. In the instant Ian was distracted, a pink scythe was already at his throat. Ian noticed, but it was too late. It was a weapon. Daimu flashed past him and behind her. Enemy blood splattered everywhere. The system simultaneously broadcasted the battle achievement. "Daimu has killed Ian." Duanfeng tilted his head in surprise, his mouth agape in shock. "Damn, how did she suddenly become so powerful?" Heiying struggled to sit up. Witnessing his comrade's death firsthand, he secretly swore, "Ian, I will definitely avenge you." Heiying quietly pulled out a bottle containing red liquid from somewhere. He crushed the item, and the surrounding air was instantly enveloped in a red glow. The magical beast seemed agitated, roaring and scrambling everywhere. The magical beast in front of Duanfeng had already bitten off someone's head. He immediately became wary. "Watch out. These magical beasts seem to have gone mad." Even the enemy's subordinates fled in panic. "Run, run. These magical beasts are even eating their own kind." The magical beasts formed a circle surrounding Duanfeng and Daimu. He clicked his tongue, lamenting, The number of enemies is quite significant. It looks like it'll be tough to deal with. Diamo standing next to him shouted. Then let's fight them. Heiying contentedly admired his handiwork. Enjoy the wrath of these magical beasts to your heart's content. Afterward he rode away on a magical beast and reported to Carlo. Guild leader. Our infantry suffered heavy losses. He's dead. And by Zhang Yi's side, a top assassin has appeared, whose abilities far surpass mine. Carlo responded indifferently. Alright, I understand. He thought. No wonder he's a player who entered the apocalypse for the second time. He had already prepared everything. Now that he has this layer of protection, I have no chance at all to get close. After a moment of thought, Carlo loudly challenged Zhang Yi. Can you come out here like a man? Hiding inside like a scared turtle. And what kind of skill is it to let women fight for you? Zhang Yi scoffed, not bothering to argue with him. He silently waved his hand to summon Xiao He. He raised an eyebrow and sneered, directly exposing the other party. Stop pretending to be a gentleman. It's just because you currently can't enter Glacial City. And you can't destroy the elemental shield. That's why you deliberately provoked me to come out and fight. Zhang Yi confronted Carlo Hedon. What's wrong? Are you so eager to send your subordinates to their deaths? The other party still sneered stubbornly. You know there's a trap. And you still dare to come alone first. Zhang Yi didn't care at all, confidently declaring. Because I will defeat you. Carlo took out his weapon and responded, speaking with great arrogance. I hope that later you can still maintain your current confidence. As soon as he picked up the flute and played a few melodies, Xiao He began to struggle incessantly. Zhang Yi tried to calm it down. Xiao He calmed down. Don't let his flute music disturb you, but Xiao He still lost control and fell directly from high in the sky. Xiao He still lost control and fell directly from high in the sky. Zhang Yi urged Xiao He to wake up quickly. At the same time he cast the Soul Link skill, a skill of a Tier 2 Beastmaster. Once activated, the damage taken by the beast will be transferred to the Beastmaster themselves. Duration 60 seconds. Cooldown 3 hours. Under Zhang Yi's efforts, Xiao He immediately woke up, eyes wide open. It flipped over and flew upwards. Carlo couldn't help but exclaim. He actually bore the control of the dragon's roar flute instead of his beast, resisting with his own will. Interesting, he said, then suddenly leaped high into the air, continuing to play the flute and dance wildly. Come my dragons. The entire sky suddenly darkened, accompanied by the appearance of lightning. Zhang Yi showed a puzzled expression. No, this isn't right. A Tier 2 Beastmaster at most can only possess 2 beasts. 3 dragons appearing at the same time must mean something is wrong. Carlo stood arrogantly with his hands on his hips and sneered lasciviously. Zhang Yi, be careful. I will drown you in a sea of fire. Burn him to death, my dragons. Zhang Yi dodged the opponent's fiery attacks. He took out the Heart of Elements, unleashing triple elemental power. Then let's see whose firepower is stronger. The next second, 3 attacks shot straight out, accurately targeting the 3 dragons. Carlo had not anticipated this situation either. He was instantly stunned. He stomped his foot in anger. Damn it. You stole my divine artifact and then used it against me. Just you wait. Zhang Yi secretly confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed the same as last time. The Tier 4 Dragon Emperors summoned by Mu Chen. Those weren't real dragon beasts. They were just illusions. Carlo took out a legendary item, the Ancient Dragon Summoning Scroll. He spoke at great length. Every time the Heart of Elements in your hand is activated, elemental crystals will be consumed. Deducting the number of crystals consumed for upgrading buildings. Now in your hand, there definitely aren't many elemental crystals left. But I can summon infinitely. Summoning complete. 3 fierce dragons appeared behind Carlo. He raised his head proudly. I'd like to see how long you can last. Zhang Yi saw this scene. He was instantly shocked. Infinite summoning, that's too powerful. But that didn't mean he intended to surrender. Zhang Yi muttered to himself. With his current infinite summoning ability, if he continued to attack with the Heart of Genesis, he would only be wasting elemental crystals. He had made up his mind. Since that was the case, in the very next second, the Undying Body skill activated. Zhang Yi channeled his inner power into his fists and charged forward. Then accept all of this. Flames engulfed his body. His HP alarm blared constantly. 500. Zhang Yi commanded loudly. Xiao He, don't come near. On the ground battlefield, Diawo was struggling to cope with the beast horde. Even lions can't catch butterflies. She tore apart the lion in front of her with her bare hands. She whispered coldly. Let alone a mere mad lion. Diawu had just dealt with one. And then, two more beasts pounced trying to attack her. Duan Feng provided timely support. He lightly swung his sword, slicing them into bloody, unrecognizable pieces. You're asking for death. Both of them looked up at the sky simultaneously. Zhang Yi seems to be in trouble. Diawu swiftly leaped into the air and instructed. You the one behind. Handle the remaining beasts here. I'm going to help. However, Zhang Yi noticed her intention and immediately stopped her. Don't come over. You can't withstand the damage from dragon's breath. Duyaro summoned an ice wall with her scepter, blocking the ferocious flames from engulfing them. Diawu will help you, the other person said. Thanks. Carlo saw Diawu still trying to approach, so he scoffed. Another one wants to come die. How foolish. He unrolled the scroll in his hand and said, let me find a few more beasts to play with you all. Diawu was still trying hard to move. She murmured to herself, just a little more. Almost there, almost there. Diawu took a quick running start, then stretched her body and leaped. Zhang Yi returned her high five and whispered, Diawu. You, he stated directly. With my current strength I can't kill the dragon beast he summoned. I can only rely on you. Use my talent against him. Zhang Yi successfully copied the divine talent Assassin's Heart. He clenched his fist and muttered to himself. Don't worry, I won't let you down. The scene switched to another location, at the border between Extreme Ice City and Moonlight City. Here, Ba Huang was taking action with a group of people. Now that we've reached the border of Moonlight City, everyone must work even harder to capture Moonlight City as quickly as possible. Everyone responded in unison, yes. One person suddenly spoke up. Captain, look quickly. What is that thing? Everyone quickly looked up, all stunned. This is an iceberg. How is it flying? Even Ba Huang was confused. How did a floating iceberg suddenly appear? This iceberg is moving towards Extreme Ice City. After realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly ordered his subordinates. You take 2 people and follow that iceberg. Report back to me at all times. The rest of you come with me to break through Moonlight City. No one dared to slack off. Shouting in unison, understood. Inside the iceberg, rows of humanoid stone statues were neatly arranged. Of course, no one noticed that the entire space was enveloped in silence. If one looked closely, they could see scrolls floating in front of each statue. Zhang Yi frowned, turned sideways and shouted, Xiaohei, take Diawu to Yaru. I'll handle the rest alone. Carlo was riding on the back of the giant dragon, crossing his arms and provoking arrogantly. What do you think you're going to lose to me? So you're letting your dragon beast take the woman and run away first? What do you think you're going to lose to me? Is that why you're letting your dragon beast take the woman and run away first? So I don't have to see your ugly defeat. The system then popped up a notification. Assassin's Heart God tier talent activated. Heart of Elements has refreshed. Charge complete. He held the Heart of Elements in his hand. His eyes couldn't hide his smugness. Aren't they just a bunch of cheap, tens of millions of summoning scrolls? I'd like to see whose is more powerful, your infinite summons or my infinite bullets. Zhang Yi circulated his inner energy. Immediately triple elemental power shot a beam towards Kaluo's dragon. He was secretly pleased. After Assassin's Heart was upgraded by Dai Wu, no matter how many summoning scrolls Kaluo had, or how many dragon beasts he summoned, to me, they were just tools to gain experience. There's nothing to be afraid of. Kaluo only now started to panic. Cold sweat broke out because of it. He thought in horror, impossible. How dare he use the Heart of Elements so casually? Zhang Yi was now floating in midair. He was surrounded by a powerful force. The surrounding area was enveloped by a force. The rocks on the ground were sent flying by the heat wave. Kaluo trembled, wondering to himself, does he still have a lot of elemental crystals? Was he just pretending earlier? Zhang Yi raised the Heart of Elements and shouted, why stop now? Weren't you so grand just now? The Heart of Elements shot out 2 beams of light, piercing through the 2 dragons behind Kaluo. The 2 dragons roared in agony. He reflexively covered his face and stammered. Kaluo looked around in a panic. The 2 dragons had been struck down instantly. Zhang Yi looked at his helpless expression and said, don't bother trying. No matter how many dragons you summon, the outcome will be the same. Illusions are illusions after all. And your fantasies won't come true. Immediately after, he let out a roar. No, Kaluo, along with the dragon he was riding, was completely absorbed by the elemental blast shockwave. With a loud bang, the scrolls in Kaluo's hand were blasted away and scattered. Zhang Yi stood before his battered, bleeding body. He declared, looking down from above. Kaluo, you lost. He stared at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Do you really think you've won against me like this? Interesting. With that, he burst out laughing. Kaluo slowly sat up, trembling and clutching his arm. He said, it's almost time. The gift I sent to you in Jibing City should have arrived by now. Suddenly Ba Wang sent a message. He messaged saying, a massive iceberg is flying towards you. Now. The iceberg has entered Jibing City's range. Zhang Yi was filled with doubt after reading it. Iceberg, what's going on? Suddenly the ground ahead was covered in a layer of snow. He was secretly surprised. Snow. Kaluo spread his hands, looked behind him and said with a laugh. Zhang Yi, you're in Jibing City's doomsday has arrived. Zhang Yi immediately turned around in a panic. Behind him a colossal iceberg towered. Behind Jibing City. He looked on bewildered. Is that the iceberg Ba Wang mentioned? Someone in the city shouted, Yuru Duan phone, quickly get everyone into the city. Standing in front of that massive ice block. Yuru immediately replied, okay. Yuru immediately replied, alright. Kaluo held a teleportation scroll and said with a sinister laugh. This grand gift. You all can enjoy it slowly. Zhang Yi stood not far from him. He gritted his teeth and thought, trying to run. He immediately charged forward and delivered a powerful punch, which interrupted the teleportation and the scroll fell. Zhang Yi grabbed Kaluo by the neck and lifted him up. Even at this point he showed no sign of panic. Instead he laughed loudly and said, even if you kill me now, this iceberg won't disappear. I spent 5,000 floating scrolls to transport it here from the apocalypse's frigid lands. Seeing this he cursed, madman. Side of the iceberg. Large boulders continuously fell onto the city wall. But they were all blocked by the shield surrounding the city wall. Someone else in the city said in alarm. Do you think we're in danger? Someone immediately replied, don't worry. The elemental shield can even block a dragon's breath. So dealing with these stones should be no problem. A massive rock suddenly landed on the city wall, causing cracks to appear in the shield. A few seconds later the shield couldn't hold up, and the rock fell straight down. Everyone scattered and fled, dodging the falling boulders. The shield's been broken through, everyone run this way. Zhang Yi was dragging Carlo and asked, has everyone returned to the city? Yuru replied, everyone's back. But now, the elemental shield had already been struck by falling ice chunks, creating many holes. She paused, then looked up worriedly and said, if the entire iceberg falls, Extreme Ice City will be crushed into ice shards, instantly turning into nothing. Zhang Yi frowned, and also looked up saying, everyone stay in the city. I'll figure something out. He then raised his hand and yelled, Xiao He. Immediately Xiao He was summoned. Zhang Yi dragged Carlo on the ground towards Xiao He. Carlo screamed, clutching his head, hey, let go of me, what are you trying to do? Zhang Yi shouted back, this is all you're doing. Do you think you can just stand by? If Extreme Ice City is destroyed today, you'll be the first to be buried with it. Then his eyes filled with courage and determination and he rode Xiao He into the sky. The scene shifted to outside Moonlight City. Ba Wang's team was hidden observing the city, waiting for the right moment to attack. Ba Wang thought to himself from behind a tree. As Zhang Yi predicted, Carlo has already mobilized most of his forces to attack Extreme Ice City. Now, Moonlight City's defenses are very weak, which is highly advantageous for us. The time is ripe. He immediately shouted, everyone listen to my command. Move out, charge and capture Moonlight City. Charge. As soon as the words left his mouth, the three of them rushed forward with their weapons. Ba Wang had just shouted kill. The three of them had already sent the guards on the city wall to meet the King of Hell. He cut down the enemy's banner and replaced it with his own, then said to the people in the city, stop your futile resistance. From now on, Moonlight City belongs to the God Hunter Guild. The scene shifted to floating ice mountain. Zhang Yi riding Xiao He landed on the iceberg, while Carlo was disheveled and battered. Trembling, he was ruthlessly thrown down, gritting his teeth. On the other side, Ba Wang quickly sent a message. We have successfully captured Moonlight City. Zhang Yi on Xiao He's back pointed at Carlo and said scornfully, your Moonlight City has already been occupied by my guild. Give up and stop causing more innocent casualties. Carlo immediately sneered. Do you really think this will convince me? Hoof. You will personally witness your companions and Extreme Ice City being destroyed right before your eyes. Zhang Yi looked behind him in horror and immediately asked, what? What have you done to them? Behind him were several frozen human bodies. Carlo, with his hands bound, struggled to stand up and said, I merely had these guys carry scrolls and float onto this iceberg. How about it, are you panicking now? Zhang Yi immediately jumped down and walked over to one of the frozen bodies. He thought to himself, it seems these players realized something was wrong, but didn't have time to escape, and were turned into ice sculptures to transport an iceberg. Hundreds of ordinary players' lives were sacrificed. He immediately punched Carlo. His face was punched askew. This punch is for those innocent players who died on the iceberg. Zhang Yi took out a scroll. Kaluo, who was subdued, lay on the ground screaming. What are you doing? That's my stuff. He replied angrily. Your life is in my hands now. You're not qualified to say that. Zhang Yi gathered his internal energy and threw the scroll. He thought to himself, I must quickly move the iceberg out of Jibing City before the floating scroll expires. Ancient Dragon Summoning Scroll. Immediately after, a giant dragon, its entire body ablaze with fire, appeared. Zhang Yi secretly planned his next move. To the south of Jibing City is a vast ocean. Using the phantom power of the ancient dragons, he'll drag the iceberg into the sea. This will minimize the damage caused by the iceberg when it falls onto Jibing City. Zhang Yi rode on Xiao Hei's back. He didn't forget to tie Kaluo up too. Xiao Hei, let's take the iceberg and go. He coughed twice with difficulty, then rambled on and on. Stop daydreaming. This iceberg could fall at any moment. How long do you think these dragons can last? Once it falls, both you and I will die. Zhang Yi, you can't escape. He ignored him. He interrupted, shut your stinking mouth. A dragon tail was cracking the rocks. Rocks crumbled and fell. In front of the mountain peak were dragon beasts soaring with spread wings. The sight was incredibly magnificent. Zhang Yi secretly made up his mind. He must protect Jibing City and protect everything he has. The people below marveled, surprised by the sight before them. The iceberg is moving. Are those dragon beasts? So many. The guild leader is amazing. He succeeded. Yaru looked up, her gaze filled with worry, praying for Zhang Yi in her heart. You must return safely. After a while, Zhang Yi and Xiao Hei with Kaluo were flying towards the blizzard zone. All three of them were covered in snow. He whistled secretly, encouraging himself. Almost there. Almost there. Xiao Hei looked back at him pitifully, whimpering a few times. He looked down, his heart filled with worry. Xiao Hei's tail, the part connected to the iceberg, had frozen due to prolonged exposure. If this continues, it might completely necrotize. Xiao Hei would also be dragged into the sea, because it couldn't fly away from there. Zhang Yi held his longsword ready to slash. He thought to himself, Xiao Hei, just bear with it a little longer. I'll find a way to save you. The ice is too hard. Before the iceberg falls, I must. Suddenly he lost his balance, interrupting his thoughts. A sudden gust of wind swept through, swirling everything around chaotically. Zhang Yi shouted, sighing internally, oh no. The power of the floating scroll has run out. Suddenly everything went pitch black. Suddenly a strong wind blew and white sand was all around. Zhang Yi was sitting on the beach. His mind was blank. Where is this? He immediately shouted, Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei. Zhang Yi looked down at his hands. His heart was filled with doubt. Unable to summon Xiao Hei. Not even the summoning circle could be activated. Where exactly is this place? Why am I here? At that time Xiao Hei and I fell from the iceberg together. I remember the last thing I saw. It was a small island on the sea. Could the island I'm on now be that very island? At this he summoned a scroll, secretly pleased. Great, there's still a teleportation scroll. He immediately pressed the use button. The system chimed ding. Due to special map restrictions, players are temporarily unable to use scrolls. Teleportation. Zhang Yi folded his arms and looked at the system, thinking so this is also possible. Although the system only mentioned special map restrictions, but in reality he was saying it to himself in a different way. This is a new DLC map if you want to leave here alive. I'm afraid it won't be easy. His stomach grumbled twice from hunger. Zhang Yi held his stomach and muttered to himself. So hungry, I need to find a way to fill my stomach first. Suddenly something emerged from the bushes next to him. Zhang Yi thought. It seems there are still many wild beasts on this deserted island. Perfect, I can slaughter a few to eat my fill. He drew his sword and threw it, thinking. Where do you think you're going to run? Zhang Yi glanced over, muttering to himself, someone. Zhang Yi walked to the edge of the bushes and peered in. The next second a girl with dragon horns on her head, holding a sharp weapon, immediately rushed towards him. Zhang Yi immediately dodged, but was kicked hard. He quickly spoke. Hey, no need to be so aggressive, right? You're already trying to kill me right after we met, the girl immediately said. You attacked me first. Zhang Yi took a step back, raised his hands and said, all right. Okay, I apologize for my actions just now. Let's stop, I accidentally injured you just now. I'm really sorry. He asked earnestly. Excuse me, who are you? Why are you here? Zhang Yi secretly wondered. Long horns on her head. Body covered in scales. Is she a beastkin? She immediately replied, I was about to ask you that. This is my territory. Getting hit by a sword for no reason, what a bad day. Zhang Yi asked doubtfully, your territory? Are you from here? I'm from the outside world. I accidentally fell onto this island. Do you know how to leave here? She crossed her arms and said, the outside world. I've lived here for hundreds of years. I've never heard of any outside world. Let alone leaving here. He stroked his chin and said, seriously, I can't stay here. I must get out. My teammates are waiting for me outside. They'll be worried if I disappear. Zhang Yi looked at the sea thinking. The only way to get out now is by sea. Xueji raised her hand and spoke hesitantly. But he interrupted her. Don't stop me. I'm going to swim out. With that he swam into the sea alone. Seeing this she couldn't help but let out a laugh. What an interesting human. Then I'll play with you for a while. Zhang Yi was swimming rapidly. He cursed silently to himself. I've been swimming for almost an hour. I can't even see the edge of the continent. Suddenly in front of him, Xueji and the sea dragon surfaced. Zhang Yi immediately said, you have a sea dragon, why didn't you say so earlier? She smiled slightly and replied, just now. Just now I was about to speak, but didn't you tell me not to stop you? A moment later both of them were back on shore. Zhang Yi asked, puzzled, isn't this the island we just left? Why have we come back here after walking for so long? Xueji immediately replied, yes. No matter how long we swim in the sea, we will always return here. If you don't believe me, you can keep jumping into the sea and trying. He asked in surprise, what? Is the map of this island spherical? Like Earth. No matter which direction you go, no matter how long you walk, you will eventually just return to the island. Suddenly flocks of birds in the sky scattered and flew away. She immediately turned her head in a panic and shouted, Xiao Hai, hide quickly. Xiao Hai quickly dove into the sea. Xueji pulled Zhang Yi and ran quickly forward. He asked doubtfully what happened. She immediately replied, keep quiet if you want to live. A slender hand, fair and with dark black nails, appeared. The owner of this hand was a fiery figured girl, with wings and a pair of dragon horns. Deep in the dense forest of Dragon God Island, Xueji and Zhang Yi walked side by side. He looked at her and asked, who is that person in black armor with horns like yours? And why are we hiding from her? Xueji replied, I don't know anything else. All I know is that they are very dangerous. They often patrol the island. Once they discover us, we're gonna die. Zhang Yi wondered, die. Xueji hopped onto a branch and explained, even though we are all dragons, the dragon clan is divided into two factions, light and dark. The person we just met is a member of the Dark Dragon Clan. He secretly wondered, Dark Dragon Clan? This is the first time I've heard of such a faction existing in the apocalypse. It seems this island hides many secrets. She jumped onto a branch and said, I need to go home. You should quickly find a place to hide. If the black dragon catches and eats you, don't blame me. I've already kindly warned you. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, calculating. I know nothing about this island and acting alone carries too high a risk. Perhaps following her is the safest option. He started walking following Xueji. She immediately turned around and asked unhappily, hey, why are you still following me? Zhang Yi immediately replied, this island is so dangerous. Of course I have to follow you to stay safe. You dragged me into this forest. And if that black dragon caught me just now and tortured me until I gave you up, wouldn't that be even more trouble? Xueji turned her head, pouting, you human are truly cunning. Then stick close. If you get lost, I won't bother with you. After a pause she added, all right. Then Xueji flew off. Before long, the two arrived at the Light Dragon Clan stronghold. Xueji happily pounced into her grandma's arms, shouting, Grandma, I'm back. Grandma replied kindly, oh my. Our Xueji is back. I thought you were too busy playing to come home. She replied, feeling wronged, how could I? But today I encountered that fierce black dragon. Luckily I'm smart, so I managed to get away. Grandma immediately scolded her unhappily. Don't run off recklessly again next time. For the next few days you're forbidden to go anywhere. Xueji seemed to remember something. She turned to Zhang Yi and said, oh right. This is a strange guy I met on the beach today. Guy. He says he's from the outside world. Grandma turned her head and asked, and who is this? Zhang Yi wiped his sweat, raised a hand to greet her, and asked, hello Grandma. Grandma immediately interrupted him, you're from outside. He immediately replied, yes, I fell into the sea. And when I woke up I found myself here. Grandma then said very similar, very much like that person. Zhang Yi secretly wondered. Similar, has someone been here before? Grandma patted Shui Ji's shoulder then said. Shui Ji, wait here for Grandma, young man, you. Come with me. Soon the two arrived by the sea. He turned to Grandma and asked. Grandma, you've lived on this island for so long. You must know a way to leave, right? I've tried for a long time just now. But I still can't leave this sea area. Grandma replied, of course there's a way to leave the island, but it's very dangerous. Shui Ji told me. You encountered black dragons when you arrived. To be honest with you, those black dragons rule the entire Dragon God Island. All creatures other than the Dark Dragon clan can only hide and survive on the island. The paths to leave the island are also guarded by these black dragons. Our Light Dragon clan has been trapped on this island for hundreds of years. We've tried to resist, but all our efforts failed. Grandma turned around and said, Young man, I hope you won't mention the way to leave this island to Shuiji. That girl is stubborn and curious about everything. If she knew, it might bring danger to her. Zhang Yi replied seriously. Don't worry, Grandma, I won't tell her. Grandma heard this and happily replied, Good. Let's go. I see your injuries haven't healed yet. So get some good rest first. Soon the two walked in. Grandma then said, I see your injuries haven't healed yet. Shueji, please take my guest to rest. Grandma should also get some rest. She immediately replied, Yes, yes. Shueji asked him curiously, Hey, what did Grandma secretly tell you to make it so mysterious? Zhang Yi replied awkwardly, No, nothing. Just some things to be aware of on the island, that's all. She immediately said unhappily, If you don't want to say it, then don't. Tight-lipped, come on, I'll take you to your resting place. The two walked to a small treehouse. Zhang Yi looked up and asked in surprise, SLE, sleep in a tree? Shueji replied, That's right. This way it's suitable for hiding. Not easily discovered by the black dragon. Zhang Yi then climbed up the tree. He climbed into the treehouse and fell into deep thought. He wondered how long it had been since he fell from the iceberg. Now the task at hand is to find a way to leave the island as soon as possible. The longer he stays here, the more trouble Yaru and Shangji Bing might be in. He also hoped Xiaohei was safe and sound. Time flew by quickly. In a blink of an eye, the sun gradually set in the west. Zhang Yi sat on the ground. Looking at the items before him, he thought to himself, Currently these are the only things left on me. This scroll is the family vendetta scroll I bought at the auction before. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find a way to activate it. He held the glowing scroll in his hand. He secretly wondered, why is it reacting suddenly? Could it be that this family vendetta scroll couldn't be opened before? Because it's only effective in special maps. The quest panel suddenly popped up. Hidden quest, Dragon Race Dragon Slayer. Quest description. The world-destroying dragon god Dalu murdered the dragon god Baishue Tianji. The descendants of dragon god Baishue Tianji set up a sealing barrier on the island. The world-destroying dragon god's forces also left behind a world-destroying dragon god legion to guard the barrier. For safekeeping, player, please follow the clues to find and eliminate the world-destroying dragon god legion. Quest reward: Dragon Slayer set. Legendary grade equipment. Zhang Yi wondered to himself, hidden quest dragon race. He held the scroll in his hand. He thought to himself, this is consistent with what Grandma just said. It seems that if I want to leave this island, the world-destroying dragon god legion is an unavoidable step. A giant beam of light descended from the sky, shining directly onto a house in the dead of night. The scene shifts here. Lana stood grimly. She said to the person bathing inside, Lava Commander, I discovered strange traces on the island. It seems someone trespassed onto Dragon God Island. She looked up and stood. Killing intent permeated around her. She glanced around, so it's the aura of a human. For hundreds of years, this is the first time I've seen humans trespass onto Dragon God Island. The scene shifts to a tree branch. One stood and one sat exchanging words. Are you sure you weren't mistaken? The person replied, absolutely certain. Before I had already tracked traces of the Light Dragon race's activities here. So these past few days, I've been closely monitoring. That golden beam of light that shot into the sky just now definitely has something fishy about it. Immediately after, the two immediately flew up. The one leading shouted, Let's go. We can't let them escape this time. The next second, the two transformed into dragons. Two ferocious evil dragons spewed fire everywhere. The entire forest was engulfed in flames. After a while, the flames spread to Zhang Yi's location. He suddenly woke up from his sleep. Shueji shouted in a panic from outside the window, Hurry and go. Zhang Yi immediately sat up and asked, What's happening? She hurriedly replied, it's people from the world-destroying dragon god legion. We've been discovered. Outside 2 evil dragons were continuously spewing fire. Shueji below waved at him and shouted. Hurry and follow us. He said angrily, these evil dragons. Zhang Yi shouted. Those 2 ugly guys. Is it fun to bully old people and children? I'm right here, come at me if you dare. Shueji stammered in fear. He looked at her and said, run, don't worry about me. The 2 evil dragons furiously breathed fire at him. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and summoned the Heart of Elements, thinking, let's see how we'll break your wings. A system prompt immediately popped up, unable to use the Heart of Elements. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I can't use anything. Right, a loud bang came from below. Zhang. He quickly leaped onto a tree trunk to dodge the attack. As soon as he landed, a hand suddenly pulled him away. Shueji's face was right in front of him. The grandma nearby waved, calling out to Shueji. Quickly leave here. It's too dangerous here. Immediately after, the tree where they had just stood burst into flames. She threw herself into her grandma's arms in terror, stammering, Grandma. Our home. Grandma interrupted her, as long as everyone's safe, that's what matters. The other clan members have already evacuated safely. Let's go too. Suddenly one of the evil dragons let out a growl. On the branch. The 3 of them simultaneously turned to look at Shueji, who stammered it. The evil dragon immediately breathed fire. Zhang Yi summoned his sword and immediately shouted. Quickly take Grandma and go. He flew forward, aiming his sword at the evil dragon, cursing under his breath. Damn it, when it rains it pours. Of all times, we had to run into these troublesome dragons now. Before he could even touch it, Zhang Yi was flung away by the evil dragon. The other evil dragon meanwhile targeted Grandma and Shueji. Grandma gritted her teeth. She immediately transformed into a dragon to block the evil dragon. The evil dragon roared furiously, old hag, you think you can stop us? Before it could finish speaking, the 2 evil dragons immediately pounced on Grandma. It roared, today we'll tear you to shreds. Then the 2 dragons pounced and started tearing at Grandma. Grandma wept in pain. Young man, take Shueji and go protect her well. Shueji cried out in despair. Grandma, no. Grandma loudly said. My Shueji, my dear child, you must survive. Zhang Yi and Shueji both had tears in their eyes. Looking at Grandma, he secretly vowed, I will surely avenge you for this. Grandma recalled something to herself. A long time ago, I once met a hero who looked a lot like you. He once tamed the dragon god and destroyed the world with his own power. Grandma extended her dragon claw and tightly gripped the evil dragon, startling it and making it furious. Die, old hag, it immediately struck, killing Grandma. Scene change over here. The 2 ran hand in hand towards a tall tower. Zhang Yi said, there seems to be a tower up ahead. Let's quickly go inside. Shueji said in a panic, wait, are you sure? No dragon has ever dared to enter this tower before. He replied, there's no other way. We have nowhere else to go. The 2 quickly walked into the tall tower. Outside the tower, 2 evil dragons were blocked by the barrier surrounding the tower. Scene changed, the forgotten beach. Xiao Jiao and Yero anxiously looked around, shouting loudly, Zhang Yi, guild leader. Are you around here? Ba Wang looked at the item in his hand and said, Mountaintop has been confirmed to have fallen into the sea area, but so far no trace of humans or dragons has been found. Yero anxiously ran to his side and said, will Zhang Yi encounter something unfortunate? Ba Wang smiled and patted her head, replying, it's all right. We must trust him. He was able to rescue the people of an entire city from danger, so he can surely save himself. I'll have people expand the search area. Yero opened a photo of Zhang Yi. Her eyes were filled with nothing but worry. Zhang Yi, I miss you so much. You must come back safely. Scene change inside the Dragon Prayer Tower. The 2 stood side by side behind a door. Zhang Yi patted Shueji's shoulder to comfort her. I understand how you feel right now. I've also lost someone very close to me, but I think they'll stay with us in another way. Do you remember what Grandma said to you in the end? You must live on well. She cried out for Grandma, then threw herself into his arms. Zhang Yi said with determination, trust me, Grandma's revenge. I will definitely get it for you. Zhang Yi placed his hands on Shueji's shoulders and said gravely, you stay in the tower. Wait for me, I'll go out and check the situation. No one has broken in for so long. Those black dragons should have been shaken off by now. With reddened eyes she agreed. He clenched his teeth and placed his hand on the door, his body trembling. We must find your people and meet up with them, and find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Sweating cold, he frantically cried out, why can't this door be opened? Suddenly the door emitted a blinding light. making both of them cover their faces with their hands. Zhang Yi shouted, "Watch out! This door seems to be disappearing." After a while he slowly opened his eyes. In front of them was a colossal block of ice. Zhang Yi asked in surprise, "What exactly is this place? We were just in the tower a moment ago." Shui Ji replied, "I'm not sure either. But I've heard my people mention it. This is the forbidden land on the island. Even the Dark Dragon clan dare not approach." Both hugged their bodies, trembling from the cold. Shui Ji moaned, "So cold." Zhang Yi summoned his flame sword, saying, "Come closer to this, it'll be warmer." She immediately replied, "Thank you." He looked ahead and said, "It seems only by reaching the summit of the snow mountain can we understand why. Let's go." A little later, the two were approaching the colossal block of ice. They covered their faces with their hands to block the wind and snow. Shui Ji said, "It seems the higher we go, the stronger the wind and snow get." He replied with difficulty, "Just a little longer, we're almost there." Suddenly the mountain peak glowed. He thought this sound. Zhang Yi immediately grabbed Shui Ji's hand and hurried away. "Quick, it's an avalanche." At this moment the snow had already begun to collapse. The two had no time to dodge and were swept away by the snow. The intense pain made both of them scream. A while later Zhang Yi sat up holding his head. He looked around and asked, "Where is this?" Meanwhile Shui Ji was unconscious, muttering with a shiver, "Cold, so cold." He stared in panic at the sword in his hand. "Damn it, even the ice feather flame sword isn't reacting." Zhang Yi draped his clothes over Shui Ji and said, "Just hold on a little longer. It'll definitely get you out of here. It'll definitely get you out of here." Zhang Yi infused spiritual power into the rocks, searching. Suddenly he grabbed something. He looked at the object in his hand, pondering to himself. "It looks like a cactus. But it's not. Didn't Shui Ji say this was a forbidden land for dragons? Did someone trespass into the forbidden land and die here?" Zhang Yi immediately saw a vision emanating from that bone. A person knelt before a dragon. The dragon was lying on the ground. There were large patches of blood beneath the dragon. Immediately after, a chilling voice rang out. "You see, if you want to survive on this snow mountain, you must be like him. Use everything around you that can be used. Use everything around you that can be used." Zhang Yi jumped in surprise and shouted, "Who's talking? Stop being so sneaky. Come out." The voice replied, "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I can keep you alive. Go on, kill her, no one will know. No one will blame you. Her blood can warm you. Her flesh can grant you power. Don't you want to reunite with your companions?" Then a vision appeared. 4 people appeared. Yaru was smiling as she looked at Zhang Yi. She smiled happily, reaching out her hand to him and saying, "Zhang Yi, come back quickly. Let's be together." The chilling voice kept urging him, "Eat her and you can leave this place. Eat her, eat her." Zhang Yi seemed to have been controlled by that voice. He picked up his sword and aimed it at Shui Ji's trembling neck. In a daze, Shui Ji huddled on the ground. She asked herself, "Where is this? It's so cold." Meanwhile Zhang Yi had arrived. He was a bit nervous and immediately shook her awake. "Shui Ji, can you hear me? Shui Ji, wake up." Shui Ji's trembling snow-white hands, unconsciously, rose up. This seemed to be her last bit of consciousness. Zhang Yi held Shui Ji's hand and said, "Come, let's leave this place with me." Her weak voice replied, "Okay." Time passed. Zhang Yi had been sitting there observing. As soon as he saw movement he asked, "You're finally awake. How are you? Do you feel warmer now?" Shui Ji rested for a while. And then she also woke up fully. But at this moment her moist lips made her curious. She tried to wipe it, looking at the red liquid. Shui Ji, seeing the red liquid on her hand, asked in surprise, You actually used your own blood to wake me." Zhang Yi instead comforted her, "Don't worry. This blood won't affect me much for now. But as for you in this frozen land, if you continue to be frozen stiff, I'm afraid you might be in danger." Recalling that moment he had heard a voice say, "Her blood can warm you. Her flesh can give you strength." This gave Zhang Yi a hint, blood. Maybe my blood can warm her body. Then Zhang Yi, without hesitation, slashed his own wrist with his sword, and then fed her the blood. Shui Ji, wake up quickly in the cold cave. Outside the cave was a blizzard. Zhang Yi hugged Shui Ji with his body to help her warm up. Now seeing her awake, Zhang Yi became nervous again. The snowstorm outside has subsided now. Let's just hold on a little longer. We should reach the top of the snow mountain soon. And so, the two braved the snow, trying to climb higher. Zhang Yi looked at Shui Ji and encouraged, "Keep going. We're almost there." She now replied, "I see the mountaintop." One could say they had journeyed through mountains and rivers together. Zhang Yi gripped the mountain wall tightly. Only one step left. After a while, the two also reached their destination. Zhang Yi said happily. Finally we're here. Shui Ji looked around. She pointed at the strange horn statue in front of them. And couldn't help but ask curiously. What is that? Zhang Yi's curiosity was also piqued by her. He looked for a moment then said, come on, let's go check it out. Looking at the patterns, Zhang Yi guessed again. These runes don't look like the noble script I've seen before. Have you seen them before? Instead they look more like your Dragon Clan script. Had she seen them before? But Zhang Yi was just talking to himself. While she seemed to just be lost in thought, Zhang Yi said in surprise, Shui Ji. At the same time a beam of light emanated from those runes. Before Zhang Yi could think further, from that beam of light, a white dragon immediately appeared. Shui Ji was a little scared. She immediately hid behind Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi observed the situation. Looking at it, he was stunned. Are you the dragon god Bai Shui Tianji? Shui Ji quickly interrupted. Are you the leader of the Light Dragon Clan? Tianji replied. That used to be the case. But my true form has been destroyed by the world-destroying dragon god, leaving only this final illusion. Congratulations on completing the trial of the prayer tower, the prayer of the Dragon Clan. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was very surprised. He immediately retorted, trial. Tianji explained again. From the moment you stepped into the prayer tower, the difficulties you encountered, these are all trials I prepared for you. Cold, hunger, the destination out of reach, your will slowly fading, the temptation of survival. Zhang Yi understood. So you're the one who made me kill Shui Ji in the cave. It was you too. Tianji replied with satisfaction. That's right. That was the most difficult part of the entire trial. Few people would give up a chance at survival for their companion. If you had attacked her, then you would have been instantly frozen into an ice block. But you surprised me. To be able to share hardships with a dragon at the brink of life and death, you did exceptionally well. Tianji continued, in this trial, only by protecting the dragon race with your own hot blood can you gain their approval and earn the right to sign a dragon god contract with them. But you must remember, the dragon god contract is time limited. The contract signed between a dragon god and a beastmaster is valid for a maximum of 3 years for the beastmaster. After 3 years, no matter what happens, the contract will end and they will return to Dragon God Island. Zhang Yi fell silent. I understand, he thought to himself. My power is restricted. Anywhere on this Dragon God Island, signing the Dragon God contract is the only way to defeat the world-destroying Dragon God Legion. Then he looked at Shui Ji again. Will you sign the Dragon God contract with me? I will lead you to sweep away the world-destroying Dragon God Legion, expel them from Dragon God Island, and restore a bright future to the dragon race, while also avenging Grandma's death together. Shui Ji immediately replied. I agree. Immediately after their palms met, the contract began. At that moment, a hurricane suddenly rose, and the runes of the contract instantly appeared, coiling around both of them. Shui Ji closed her eyes tightly from midair. A huge white dragon coiled around her. After the transformation was complete, Shui Ji affectionately rubbed against him. Zhang Yi secretly mused, so this is Shui Ji's original form. Tianji warned again before disappearing. Now that you two have signed the Dragon God contract, the Tower of Wishes has also reopened for you. Go do what you need to do. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal appeared before them. Zhang Yi rode on Shui Ji's back, looked forward and said again, Shui Ji, let's go. Immediately after, the two instantly flew towards the portal. After the two had completely departed, a familiar figure also appeared. It turned out to be Grandma's soul. Grandma looked at the dragon with relief. Tianji, your daughter has finally grown up. She really is just like you were back then. And she has also found a trustworthy lifelong companion. Tianji continued. Ah yes. I truly see a shadow of that person from back then in this young man. Grandma added. Our time has come. It's a pity we can no longer accompany Shui Ji. Tianji also said. I hope she can lead her people toward a brighter future. Outside, Zhang Yi and Shui Ji had already gone far. The original cave, who knows what it was thinking. But Shui Ji was already crying. Ahead, 2 black dragons were flying around the tower. Their sharp claws fiercely struck the barrier. But of course it didn't budge at all. The 2 dragons cursed angrily. This damn barrier. This must be the work of the Light Dragon God. Meanwhile, the inner door immediately opened. Golden light shone out from within, dazzling brightly. Shui Ji walked out with an imposing aura. She carried an overwhelming presence. Standing before the 2 giant dragons, Zhang Yi frowned. Shui Ji, let's go. It's time to teach these black dragons a lesson. Two fierce dragons charged over. This kid doesn't know his place. If not for this barrier protecting you, you would have long since met the same fate as that old hag. Now that the barrier has been destroyed, let's see what you'll use to fight us. We can't let them bloat. Shuai charge. She opened her mouth and spat out a powerful internal force. Zhang Yi also charged forward at the same time. It'll make you pay, Dragon God stance. He gritted his teeth, determined. Grandma, I've received your kindness. Now it's my turn to repay it. Immediately after, the figure of a golden giant dragon appeared, its aura soaring to the sky. The two black dragons were entangled by the golden giant dragon, and for a moment they felt fear. Zhang Yi shouted, "You black dragons have committed countless evils, now die." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi immediately launched a fierce attack towards the two black dragons. Unable to withstand it, they immediately fell to the ground. The two black dragons transformed into human form. Zhang Yi then said, "Shuai, next we should uncover the mastermind." She quickly replied, "I know her location. She lives in the center of Dragon God Island in the island's abyss." Shuai recalled with a heavy heart. That was once the home of the Light White Dragon clan. Just later, it was occupied by the world-destroying Dragon God Legion. The two immediately flew straight forward together. Zhang Yi told her, "Actually, before coming here, I also had a dragon. But ever since we fell into the sea, we lost contact. And I don't know how it's doing now." Shuai asked in return, "Do you have a cute black dragon?" Hearing this, Zhang Yi was very surprised. He couldn't help but ask, "Yes, how did you know?" Shuai recalled, "When I signed the Dragon God Pact with you in the prayer tower, I saw it. It looked like it only suffered some minor external injuries, and nothing serious otherwise." He breathed a sigh of relief. So Xiao Hei is still alive. That's incredibly lucky, he thought as he spoke. "Xiao Hei, I will definitely defeat the world-destroying Dragon God Legion and leave this island. When I fly further." A black mist immediately surrounded them, and the two had to cover their faces with their hands. Zhang Yi was a little surprised what's happening. From the whirlwind a voice rang out. "I never thought you'd dare to walk right into my trap." Shuai quickly told him. "I remember her voice. She is the leader of the world-destroying Dragon God Legion, Dragon Witch Kana." As soon as Shuai finished speaking, a captivating figure immediately appeared. The arrogant girl wearing dragon horns gazed at them with a scornful expression. Kana looked at the two. "I never imagined that a human from outside the island could actually form a Dragon God Pact with a descendant of the Light White Dragon clan. You truly opened my eyes. However, do you think you can escape just like that? You underestimate me greatly." Zhang Yi, weapon in hand, charged forward. "Then I'll make you experience once again the power of the Light Dragon clan." Zhang Yi unleashed his Dragon God stance. That power immediately pierced towards Kana, but seeing him in such a sorry state, she calmly said, "You think these petty tricks can harm me? How laughable." But no sooner had she spoken, Zhang Yi's sword immediately pierced towards her. A loud bang came from her spot. The sword still stood there. Zhang Yi observed the direction of his attack. He thought anxiously, disappeared. From the dust, Kana's captivating voice rang out. "I've already prepared a grand gift for you. Enjoy it slowly." Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Why did so much mist suddenly appear? Shuai immediately replied, "No. This isn't mist. It's the Dragon God's aura domain created by a high-ranking dragon god." Zhang Yi continued, "The Dragon God's aura domain. I've heard before that when high-ranking dragon gods sleep, they automatically emit vital energy, forming a massive vital energy region around themselves. The stronger a dragon god's ability, the wider the vital energy's coverage will be." Shuai said hesitantly, "But I've never seen a dragon god's aura domain this vast before. Based on the current scale, it's very likely a massive entity is sleeping beneath us." Zhang Yi suddenly understood. No wonder Wu Kana was so composed just now. So she was relying on the presence of another powerful dragon god. After a pause, Zhang Yi added, "However, if there's such powerful vital energy, it means that dragon is asleep, and in a very long deep sleep. This can be considered our only good news." No sooner had they finished speaking than some black things appeared in midair. While Zhang Yi wasn't paying attention, the black smoke condensed into dragon claws, striking directly at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi activated his internal energy, clenching his jaw. What's this trickery? Go to hell. As soon as he spoke, a golden light ray shot directly towards the dark smoke. With just one strike, Zhang Yi's HP dropped significantly. He was furious, clenching his teeth. This is truly a trap if this continues. He'll run out of magic power after a few more skills. Looking at the dragons roaring and flying towards him, Zhang Yi began to strategize. These phantoms in the vital energy are endless. Fighting them hidden is not the answer. We must find the source of this vital energy. He quickly flew on Xueji, maintaining a safe distance. The vital energy is rising from underground. We'll have to go down to investigate Xueji. Let's go down. Below, the dark light grew even denser. They converged, forming a circle. Like a door. In the distance, a giant dragon flew rapidly through the air. Then gradually disappeared. Scene changed. Dragon race ruins. Xueji and Zhang Yi arrived here quickly. Looking at the ruins before her, a sad expression crossed her face. This used to be my home. I never thought I'd be able to return here again. At this moment, Zhang Yi faintly heard a strange sound, which startled him. Looking ahead, a girl's figure was faintly visible. Zhang Yi quickly said to Xueji, "It looks like there's someone up ahead." Hearing the commotion, the girl immediately turned around. But her eyes seemed off. Xueji seemed to recognize her. Seeing her friend, she happily shouted, "Shaoli, is that you? What are you doing here?" But Zhang Yi quickly raised his guard. He stepped forward and stopped her. "Don't go near her yet. Her eyes are strange." Just as Zhang Yi expected, Shaoli's gaze immediately shifted. And with that, she lunged at them both. Xueji cried, "Shaoli, it's me, Xueji. Wake up." Zhang Yi immediately noticed something was wrong. It seems she's already been controlled by some evil power. In the distance, Kana was already sitting on a tree, watching the interesting scene unfold before her. She scoffed, "Can't bring yourself to harm an old friend. How sentimental." Zhang Yi turned around angrily. "As expected, all of this was your trap. Xueji couldn't possibly harm her own kind. Kana controlled and manipulated all of them. Just as she expected." Xueji sank to the ground helplessly. "I'm sorry, I can't bring myself to attack them." Two streams of tears ran down her cheeks. Looking at them, I'm reminded again of the time we spent living together. Seeing Xueji so distressed, Zhang Yi immediately comforted her. "It's okay, I'll figure something out." No sooner had he spoken than he frowned, looking at the controlled dragon race members. He thought to himself, if they were merely corpses, controlled by some evil magic, then using the spirit summoner might work. Kana stood above them, saying smugly, "If you still don't make a move, you'll be eaten, you know," she said to Zhang Yi and the others with interest. They've been hungry for hundreds of years. Hearing this, he certainly wouldn't let Kana keep being smug. Zhang Yi forcefully plunged his sword into the ground and simultaneously shouted, "Shut up!" A red light flared up. Zhang Yi had activated his divine talent spirit summoner. He simultaneously yelled, "Revive departed kin of the Dragon Clan." At this moment, those controlled Dragon Clan members began to show signs of calming down. Their gazes immediately turned to Kana. Deep down, they knew that the culprit who made their kin like this was her. Seeing her magic being neutralized, Kana became tense for a moment, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Zhang Yi secretly rejoiced. It worked. At this moment, watching the Dragon Clan members charge towards her, she was suddenly startled. Kana never dreamed that Zhang Yi could suppress her internal energy. What's going on? Looking at his smug expression, Kana felt very confused. "Why did my spell fail?" he replied disdainfully. "Sorry. My spirit summoner is a divine talent. I wonder how many times stronger it is than your kind of trashy control spell." Those fierce hands were about to grab and scratch Kana. She gritted her teeth in anger. "You'll die." As soon as she finished speaking, Kana channeled her internal energy and sent all the attacking Dragon Clan members flying. A cruel glint flashed in her eyes. Kana said coldly, "Since that's the case, then you'll be buried with these dead." Zhang Yi also charged forward. "Xueji, let's go." Xueji yelled, "King Kana, I must avenge those fallen clansmen." Her gaze was incredibly sharp. The inner energy she channeled was even more overbearing. Gripping the axe in her hand tightly, Kana fiercely slashed towards Zhang Yi. He dodged while anxiously reminding Xueji, "Watch out, hidden weapon." A sharp pain struck, surprising both of them. Xueji said nervously, "Oh no." Zhang Yi took a glance and immediately realized something was wrong. "The hidden weapon is poisoned." Kana said triumphantly, "You've been poisoned by the black dragon's venom. You can't move anymore. The next move will shatter you to pieces." As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce wind rose, and a devilish smile bloomed on her evil face. Black dragon's venom. When enemies are poisoned by this, they become weakened, and movement speed is reduced by 90. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth looking at her, secretly feeling nervous after being poisoned. My body is too heavy, hard to control. As if seeing through Zhang Yi's confusion, Kana was gloating. Without giving Zhang Yi any chance to fight back, Kana continued her attack. Except the punishment of the world-destroying dragon god, neither of them could move. Zhang Yi was startled, oh no. But a familiar figure ran towards them from behind. She ignored Xue Ji, and the girl quickly crashed into Xue Ji's shoulder, causing a sharp pain. Under their astonished gazes, Xiaoli gritted her teeth and stood in front of them. After recovering her senses, Xue Ji shouted at her friend in shock. Xiaoli, activate your inner energy. Xiaoli simultaneously shouted 6 stems of life. 6 stems of life is a forbidden dragon tribe magic, using one's own soul as a medium to restore all HP for teammates within range, and restore MP, while also removing all negative status effects. A powerful light erupted from underground, and a massive branch immediately broke through the earth. Kana couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed in shock, what? In an instant that branch transformed into a lush ancient tree, covered in leaves and flowers. Xue Ji said to Xiaoli with a heavy heart, why are you so foolish? Leaves fell one after another, simultaneously touching the gaping wound on Zhang Yi's arm, and Zhang Yi's wound instantly healed, leaving no trace. He also felt his body grow stronger. Kana even scoffed, crying for the dead. How ridiculous. No wonder the Light Dragon tribe has declined to this point. Everyone is doing such meaningless things. Hearing this, Zhang Yi interrupted her. No. He reached out and touched a falling leaf. It is precisely us, the living, who give meaning to the departed. All those who bravely sacrificed themselves, all those who sadly passed away. We will carry their wishes and continue forward. When Kana heard Zhang Yi say this, she found it somewhat interesting and let out a mocking "oh." Zhang Yi then silently looked at her king. Kana, now it's your turn. It's time to settle the score. For all the evil deeds you've committed against the Light Dragon tribe. Kana was severely wounded at this moment. She was emitting dark energy all around her. Zhang Yi looked at her thinking she wants to escape again. But this time I won't let you easily get away. Then he said coldly. Xue Ji at the same time. An ice dragon immediately appeared behind him. The two merged, and a pair of white wings grew from Zhang Yi's back. At this moment Zhang Yi looked like a valiant warrior, with pure spotless white wings. This was the dragon god form, manifested when he formed a pact with Xue Ji. Then you can use the power of the dragon god. Zhang Yi immediately rushed towards Kana. She couldn't dodge in time. He lunged at her, then said, got you, demonic dragon witch. Kana. Zhang Yi's hand tightly clutched Kana's neck. She screamed in fear, my body. Zhang Yi calculated in his mind at this moment. Xue Ji is an ice element dragon god. Her dragon god power can freeze all things. It can help him restrict most of the enemy's movement capabilities, flexibility in combat. To deal with which Kana, this is the best possible choice. At this moment in the forest, flocks of birds suddenly scattered. Dark clouds filled the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The sky was incredibly gloomy at this moment. A loud roar echoed from deep within the forest. You lowly human mongrel, who dares disturb my beautiful dream? Meanwhile, a giant dragon appeared before Zhang Yi. Its aura was overwhelmingly oppressive. Zhang Yi looked at its stunned dragon. A two-headed dragon. Kana screamed in horror, Lord Destroyer, dragon god. You finally awakened, please save me. Kana stared at the two-headed dragon, greatly astonished. She could hardly believe her eyes. A colossal shadow gradually enveloped Zhang Yi. He quickly sensed it. Immediately, the dragon's massive clawed foot stomped towards him. Zhang Yi quickly let go of Kana. He himself immediately flew up. The two-headed dragon was Derek, who looked on with disgust. Kana was chattering away. Such incessant chattering is truly annoying. Zhang Yi was secretly afraid. This enemy is truly merciless, dispatching its own subordinates on a whim. Dispatching them on a whim. He carefully observed it. Usually, a dragon only possesses one attribute: fire is fire, water is water. However, a two-headed dragon possesses two different attributes. In the history of the apocalypse, once a two-headed dragon appeared, it would be regarded as an anomaly and would be slaughtered. Therefore, their numbers are extremely scarce. The strength of an adult two-headed dragon is even more unfathomable. Next, Zhang Yi looked at Derek and shouted, come on. Let me see just how strong you, a mere reptile, truly are. Derek roared, it's been many years since I've stretched my muscles. Don't you dare disappoint me. After that it said nothing more. Its sharp claws immediately struck. Zhang Yi naturally dodged, but a huge crack appeared on the ground. Derek's eyes widened. I didn't expect this little guy to be quite agile. Then he'll sever the wings on his back. He began to assess the two-headed dragon before him. Its strength had clearly reached tier 5. And it was highly likely to be a dual tier 5 prior to this. The Dragon Emperor summoned by Mushin in Dawn City had only reached tier 4, yet had already displayed terrifying power. It's hard to imagine just how mighty this destroyer dragon god truly is. Empty line, but I must provide a translation. Revel L174 L175 for better split. Before he could finish his thought, Darag opened its maw, condensing a massive ball of fire. Zhang Yi spread his wings. He used them to block. The massive ball of fire was attacking him. He completely shielded himself with his two large wings at this moment. Zhang Yi looked like a cocoon. Inside the cocoon, Zhang Yi broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, as expected of a tier 5 dragon god, the dragon's breath unleashed is clearly more than just one tier stronger than the black dragon I faced before. So the ice armor granted by Xueji probably won't last much longer. Meanwhile, Jidan immediately displayed a notification: Zhang Yi has completed the Dragon Slayer quest, and there are uncollected rewards. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered at this moment. Right, Dragon Slayer. The quest only required killing demonic dragon witch Kana. Speaking of which, I have to thank this two-headed dragon for helping me complete the quest. Next, he circulated his inner energy. A slender pure golden light immediately appeared. Zhang Yi's clothes turned golden yellow. At this moment, he said to Xueji with a cold expression, "It's time for us to find the dragon god, to avenge the apocalypse." Dragon Slayer. Attire. Damage taken from dragonkind reduced by 50. Damage dealt to dragonkind increased by 100. The two dragon heads made muttering sounds. Big brother. It's the Dragon Slayer, no wonder we awakened. So it's the Dragon Slayer. To think he has stepped into our territory. The large dragon head then said. Now that the 10 great main gods have abdicated, the old order has collapsed. The wheel of fate turns once again. Neither you nor I can resist fate. We were born in accordance with destiny. And for that we fight. Zhang Yi closed his eyes tightly, letting the powerful inner energy surge within him. He shouted through Xueji's mouth, Dalaki. You have already violated the Dragon Clan's 4 great taboos. The primary transgression taking life in this world. Indeed, some are born to follow the will of heaven, but not you. Dalaki said to his big brother in fear. It seems this kid is not to be trifled with. Last time we already suffered a loss at the hands of the Dragon Slayer. This time we've only just woken up. How about we retreat first and build up our strength? The other head roared furiously. Shut up. Every time you only give the other side increased morale. I'm truly fed up with your behavior. Zhang Yi watched them, secretly surprised in his heart. What's going on here? Seeing my attack, they had no reaction. Is there some kind of trap? Dalak's eyes widened. Its face held a profoundly mysterious thought. A slash cut through. Blood splattered and the younger dragon head was somewhat shocked. Dying struggle. You successfully severed a dragon head. Zhang Yi immediately turned around to observe. Dalak's remaining head said with satisfaction. This younger brother has always been a pain. Both weak and timid in the same body. Always holding me back. Thank you for helping me get rid of these troubles. Immediately after, the mass of flesh quickly healed. But of course no new head grew out. Dalaki said triumphantly. One body doesn't need 2 masters. 400s of years. I have already absorbed all the parts beneficial to me. From its very essence. The rest. Now I have removed the weak and timid parts. This is the real me. Zhang Yi couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, this guy. To think he used my hand to kill his own brother. A brother who shared the same body. At his feet. Several strange forces coiled around Zhang Yi's feet. Sweating coldly, he patted his body and exclaimed, yikes. Where did this come from now? Dalaki continued. Don't waste any more energy. My Black Flame Annihilation will use your vital energy and blood as sustenance. And burn you to ashes. Until the last moment of your life. Once possessed by this black flame, the possessed will have their own vital energy and blood burned away, while taking 300 damage. The possessed will be burned until their last drop of vital energy and blood. Xueji said worriedly. Zhang Yi said anxiously, don't come near me. Once you touch this black flame, it will spread throughout your body. Watching him struggle, Dalaki said smugly, how does it feel? Are you feeling the pain? Do you feel your will gradually? In this black flame collapsing. If you surrender, I might even consider letting you join my legion and spare your life. Zhang Yi activated his undying body. He raised his head. You want me to submit to this tiny flame? I'm afraid that's far from enough. Darak scoffs. Insignificant human flames. These insects are truly tenacious. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Suddenly in the distance, an eerie voice echoed through the air. Darak. Darak heard the voice and Zhang Yi became secretly vigilant. What kind of power is this? Why can't I move all of a sudden? Darak looked at the figure secretly terrified. That voice belongs to the king. Then it immediately flew away. You're lucky today. If the king weren't summoning me, today would be your end. See you next time, little bug. Xueji then worriedly supported him. The black dragon's aura seems to have completely vanished from Longshan Island. Zhang Yi felt completely drained. It seems this world-destroying dragon god is the root of all this, the disaster on Longshan Island. As long as it leaves, Longshan Island will return to its original state. After the two prepared to leave, the Light Dragon clan rushed over in a panic. Ran over Xueji. We finally found you. Everyone was startled when they saw Darak's head. Is that a dragon's head? Xueji replied, it's the head of the world-destroying dragon god. Everyone shouted in panic, you two really killed the world-destroying dragon god. I was wondering why the black dragons on Longshan Island were all annihilated. Xueji, you two are incredible. Zhang Yi scratched his head stammering. Actually the world-destroying dragon god. Everyone's smiles were brighter than spring. Let's go. We must celebrate properly. From now on the Light Dragon clan, we no longer have to hide. On this island, we can live openly and honorably. That night everyone took the dragon's head and roasted it over a fire. Everyone was very happy. Xueji looked at him touched. Thank you for helping the dragon clan to resolve that big trouble once and for all. Zhang Yi replied, you don't need to thank me. I received the kindness of the dragon clan's granny. Only then could I sit here safely. This is what I should do. Xueji then said again. Now all of the world-destroying dragon god's legions have been annihilated. The barrier outside the island also no longer exists. You can finally leave this island just as you wished. Zhang Yi also felt relieved. Yes, I can finally go home. It feels like the few days I've spent on this island are like several years have already passed. Perhaps my teammates must be very worried about me. Xueji then said to him surprisingly. Let me go with you. I also want to see the outside world immediately. Scene change in a gloomy cave. Darak knelt on the ground. King, you have finally awakened. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. ACI now the king of the ghost clan. He frowned and said coldly, it's been a whole 1,000 years. I almost don't remember this world's appearance anymore. Naiha, I can finally come find you. ACI left the throne holding a sharp sword menacingly. Walking towards the imprisoned place, he violently hacked at the stone, shouting at the same time, Naiha, wait for me. A terrified face quickly appeared from inside, with confusion in its eyes. Scene switches back to Zhang Yi. He walked while advising Xueji. Later, when we're outside, don't transform into human form and talk to humans. Unless there's a special situation. The outside world is far more complicated than Longshan Island. Drawing too much attention will attract trouble. She immediately replied, okay, I understand. Having said that, Zhang Yi immediately stepped into the teleportation gate in front. As usual, Zhang Yi rode on Xueji. The two headed together to the Forgotten Land. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, a crisp breeze whistled across Zhang Yi's face and he was very happy. I'm finally back. Just then a familiar voice rang out. Zhang Yi shouted happily. Xiao Hei, it really is you, that's great. He stroked his little demon beast like a father. I'm glad to see you're okay. Thank you for waiting for me here. Let's go home. Meanwhile, Yaro and Qing Long were speaking to the young lady. Many days have passed. We've searched all the surrounding sea areas. Still no trace of the guild leader. Yaro was very anxious. Everyone has been searching for so many days. They must all be tired. You should take everyone back to rest. He'll stay here. She made a firm decision. I will definitely wait until Zhang Yi returns. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Yi waved from a distance, shouting loudly at the same time. Yaro, I'm here, I'm back. Seeing him, Yaro felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She happily shouted, Zhang Yi. The crowd murmured, it really is the guild leader. Yaro looked at Xueji curiously. But didn't the guild leader only have one dragon? Only Xiao Hei. How did he get another white dragon? Xueji also quickly landed. Yaro couldn't help but rush forward. Her eyes welled up with tears. Yaro said with a heavy heart. I thought you wouldn't come back. Do you know how worried I was? During these days you were gone. Zhang Yi gently comforted her. I'm sorry, Yaro. I made you worry during this time. Zhang Yi also reached out and hugged Yaro. Actually, I also wanted to come back quickly and meet everyone. It's just that I ran into some trouble. That's why I was delayed for a few days. After they greeted each other warmly, he continued, all right. Don't cry anymore. Haven't I already returned safely? Come on. Let me introduce you to the new friend I met this time. He looked at the white dragon. Zhang Yi introduced this as Xueji. My safe return is all thanks to her and her people's help. Yaro exclaimed. It's so beautiful Xiao Hei has a companion now. Xing Long interrupted the guild leader. Miss, let's head back to Jibing City quickly. He happily put his arm around Zhang Yi's shoulder. If young master in Duanfeng knew you were back, they'd definitely be thrilled. Zhang Yi continued, let's go. We must celebrate properly tonight. Xing Long said excitedly as they walked. Guild leader, quickly tell us how you got this white dragon. If possible, I'd like to get one too. Zhang Yi replied. You rascal, you're not going to be an archer anymore. Are you planning to change professions? Xing Long burst into laughter. Riding a dragon and shooting arrows, that's just too cool. Isn't it? Everyone quickly headed to Jibing City, in the Lion's Pride Inn. Everyone was cheerfully making noise. Come on, let's toast to the guild leader's triumphant return. Meanwhile, Dai Wu was still diligently checking the information. Suddenly she spoke loudly. Hey everyone, quickly open the world channel, something's happened. As Dai Wu said. Divine talent card, you all dream of getting one. I have one in my hand right now. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. It'll be waiting for you at Urshimu Mountain Peak. That's all. Yaro was also surprised, she said while looking. A divine talent card. Xing Long asked in surprise, is that for real? How could a talent card suddenly appear out of nowhere? Zhang Yi speculated. The appearance of a divine talent card means that a player who possessed a divine talent card has died, and after Galuo fell from the iceberg, his fate remains unknown. This divine talent card was most likely dropped when Galuo fell. If this person obtained Galuo's divine talent card, the best choice would be to secretly keep it for themselves. But he deliberately chose to make a big show of it, making it known to everyone. It's truly strange, but whether the news is true or false, I think we all have to go and see what this guy's true objective is. Ba Huang then continued saying, if this card falls into the hands of other thugs again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Dai Wu hurried forward. Guildmaster, I want to go too. Yaru also raised her hand. I'll go with everyone. But she suddenly paused. But where is Urshi Mountain? I've never heard of it before. According to Zhang Yi, Urshi Mountain is the highest peak in the apocalyptic world. Usually to reach the summit, it would take at least a day. The vast majority of players wouldn't waste their time here. What's more, the path up the mountain is full of various high-level monsters, and even the Night Elf tribe who have long resided on Urshi Mountain will see them as invaders. The risk factor is much higher than other quests. He quickly stood up. If we want to reach the summit by 8 a.m. tomorrow, we'll have to fight a tough battle. There are only 9 hours left before the challenge begins. Finally, everyone rolled up their sleeves and walked forward together. Zhang Yi frowned gravely. Let's go. At this moment in the sky, Zhang Yi was riding Xiao Hei, heading towards the area where Urshi Mountain is located. Flying is not allowed there. Xiao Hei and Xueji will take us to the foot of the mountain later. After that, we'll have to walk up the mountain. Looking down, he was a little surprised. I didn't expect so many players to have already gathered here. They're even faster than us flying here on dragons. By a lot. After that, everyone landed. Actually, it's not that strange. Everyone look. Someone has already set up a teleportation array. It's quite large scale. It seems they want to use this opportunity of the God tier talent card appearing to make a fortune. As expected of a God tier talent card, it actually attracted so many players. They're going to make a killing this time. Everyone then looked to the other side. Two girls were talking. It hasn't been this lively in a long time. It'll definitely be even more exciting once we enter the mountain. I'm telling you all. I won't go easy on any of you later. I must get this God tier talent card. Duanfeng began to ponder. It seems climbing this mountain will be much harder than I imagined. These players' levels and equipment are not weaker than ours either. Zhang Yi clapped Duanfeng's shoulder. You're not acting like yourself at all. You've already leveled up to demon rank and you're still scared. Besides, you have us. Xiaojiao also looked around curiously. Why are these people just standing still? Didn't they say we need to reach the summit before 8 a.m.? Why does everyone seem so unconcerned? Zhang Yi said with a frown. The mountain is extremely dangerous. Simply relying on speed makes it impossible to climb Urshi Mountain. On the way we also need to hunt those demonic beasts that come out to forage or obstruct us, and other obstacles. The mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind those who go first. Will only become stepping stones for those who come later. At the same time a greatsword was plunged fiercely into the ground. A booming voice roared, "Hey you cowards! What are you waiting for?" The burly man was imposing, hesitating and being timid at a critical moment, and pinning all your hopes on one lucky person. Who knows who that might be? Even if you have a god-tier talent card placed right in front of you, you don't deserve to own it. You might as well just go home. The red-haired girl said with disgust, "Who is that guy? He's so arrogant. Who is he to lecture us?" Her companion was startled. "Hey, keep your voice down. This person once fought 1 against 7 in the arena. This is Badeo who defeated 7 second-turn players." The young man quickly chimed in, "That's right. And his character stats are incredibly abnormal. His attack power and HP are significantly higher than ordinary players. I wonder what kind of potion he took." Watching them talk about him animatedly, Badeo wore a look of disdain. "You all can just keep being cowards. Later you'll be following me to pick up scraps." Zhang Yi watched them guessing silently. His stats are higher than ordinary players. Interesting, at this moment the players also rushed forward. There are 8 hours left. It's also time to head up the mountain. By this time everyone had already left, so no one noticed the portal and 2 other people. The blonde man shouted simultaneously, "Hey, you 2 haven't paid yet. That's 400 gold coins in total." The 2 turned back smiling cunningly. "Let go." The man trembled. "What do you want to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying, even spitting out blood. The man coldly used his internal energy to tightly choke his neck. Dead men don't need such things, like gold coins. It turned out those 2 were Kaluo and his accomplice. Kaluo looked over. The king had already issued orders. "Anyone related to the talent card? Divine slaughter, no questions asked," the man said excitedly. "Then this mountain is just too suitable for us to kill." As soon as they finished speaking, the laughter of the 2 echoed throughout the entire mountain. The scene shifts to another location. A girl with strangely purple skin was violently thrown to the ground. The 2 soldiers talked excitedly. "Big brother, our luck is pretty good. We caught a night elf. She's all alone. I wonder about killing this night elf. What kind of rewards will we get? After all, we can't just let her go. How about we enjoy ourselves first, then continue up the mountain?" She looked at them filled with fear. "Don't come any closer." The man then wildly lunged forward. "You can't escape." But suddenly her gaze sharpened. Her eyes also began to change. In an instant, the girl had already become ferocious. She fiercely attacked those who intended to harm her. They trembled. This is from the sky. Red arrows shot straight out of nowhere. All the soldiers were hit by the arrows. A single fatal blow. The girl's 2 companions finally arrived. "A bunch of people worse than beasts. And you thought you could take advantage of me?" Many humans have already gone up the mountain. Everyone needs to be careful. Absolutely do not act alone. Everyone came out at the same time. The plan was completed successfully. Continue execution. The girl immediately replied, "Understood over here." Diawu flew away while saying, "Hey, did you hear anything strange?" Xinglong immediately replied, "No, I didn't." "Is it the surrounding environment creating some kind of psychological suggestion for you?" "Don't worry." Zhang Yi then placed his hand on the bloodstain on the tree. He immediately said loudly, "Stop, someone's nearby." Then he raised his hands signaling everyone to stop. He then added, "And there was a dispute." Gazing into the distance, he speculated, "It seems these players only just came up the mountain. Their time of death was only a few minutes ago. The killer might be near us. Everyone be careful." Everyone looked around but failed to notice. That group of purple-skinned people was already lying in ambush behind the big tree, waiting to act. Just then, from a distance, a barrage arrows flew from a distance towards Zhang Yi. But fortunately, none of the shot arrows hit anyone. Zhang Yi immediately analyzed internally. They are one with the knight, skilled at using a bow and arrow. Then he said loudly, "Everyone be careful, it's night elves." After warning his teammates, he hid behind a large tree. "I heard before that night elves are very vicious. They have a very strong sense of territory. We just now entered the mountains, and they're already attacking players. It looks like today's first confrontation is about to begin." At this moment Zhang Yi called out to Qinglong, "Later you and I will go up front to deal with the enemy. The others hide behind the trees and don't show yourselves." "No problem." Qinglong was also a bit nervous. "Captain, Those elves have superb archery skills. I'd like to test my skills against them. Zhang Yi replied again. The enemy is hidden. We are exposed. We must be patient. And wait for the enemy to reveal an opening. In a moment. I'll deliberately show myself to lure them into attacking. Find their location. As for eliminating them, I'll leave that to you. Qinglong said proudly. Don't worry when it comes to archery. I've never lost to anyone before. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi immediately dashed out. Using himself as bait, the chance is here. Without further ado, he raised his hand to the sky and immediately summoned the three-eyed crow. The crow's vision appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. He smiled smugly. Found you. He immediately yelled. Qinglong. They are at your 45-degree angle to the northeast, behind a patch of withered trees. As soon as he heard the directions, Qinglong immediately replied, got it. Then he drew his bow and knocked an arrow, thinking, let's see where you can hide this time. As soon as the arrow was shot, the night elves were pierced through their bodies. A group of them frantically flew away. Faced with Qinglong's formidable presence, they seemed to be quite scared. What should we do? It seems they're quite strong. The leader gritted his teeth. Everyone obey my command. Retreat, full pursuit. Don't run. But Zhang Yi stopped them. Forget it, don't chase them anymore. Our purpose in coming here is only for the God tier talent card. If we keep getting entangled, it might waste our mission time. Meanwhile, Badeo descended from the sky. Splendid, truly a splendid battle. Such perfect coordination. Truly makes me want to fight to my heart's content too. Zhang Yi said, alert, it's you. What do you want? Badeo said disdainfully. Unleash all the power and methods you used against the night elves. Either defeat me or scram down the mountain immediately. Those weaklings are not qualified to contend with me for the God tier talent card. Just as Zhang Yi was about to charge forward, Ba Huang also patted his shoulder. Leave this scarred face guy to me. You all need to conserve your strength to deal with the rest of the journey up the mountain. With that said, he got straight to it. Then he drew his weapon. I'll fight you. Badeo immediately agreed. All right. I heard you're also a berserker. Then let the two of us have a match, he said coldly and arrogantly. Let's see who is the #1 berserker of the apocalypse. Who can make it to the very end? As soon as he finished speaking, Ba Huang immediately activated his berserker state. His hair also turned silver white. The two fought intensely, with dust flying everywhere. Ba Huang exchanged a few blows with him, and was already able to gauge his opponent's strength. This guy's strength isn't just extraordinary. No wonder even fighting 1 against 7 he didn't lose ground. As if he read Ba Huang's mind, Badeo said while attacking. Do you know why my power is stronger than yours? Because I have abandoned it. Resurrection in exchange for humanity's greatest power. Ba Huang heard this and secretly analyzed. The talent associated with that name was a battle of life and death. Yet he intentionally exposed his own abilities and weaknesses to his opponent during the battle. What kind of scheme could he have? Speaking of Badoon's talent, it meant he couldn't resurrect at all, but all his attributes would increase by 50. Baden then cleaved at Ba Huang again. Unlike you, I never leave myself a way out. Humans, once you leave yourselves a way out, you become weak. Because even if you fail, there's always a next chance. That's why you can't give your all, he said to Ba Huang with extreme pride. Facing death directly is the highest form of combat. Meanwhile, Yaru was worried. Keep fighting, don't overexert yourself, you still have us. Ba Huang comforted her, saying, don't worry, Shoro, it's fine. When has your brother ever lost? At this he frowned and thought to himself, no matter what, I can't lose this battle in front of my sister. Wouldn't that be too shameful? Burn. Immediately a massive flame was summoned. Sunflame Ba Huang was the name of this move. The scene switched to Tiger Mountain. Kaluo spoke. Good thing NDT-0 encountered another group of servants. They delivered themselves right to him. Hearing him say that, the night elves were all enraged. But before they could make a move, a powerful wave of oppressive internal energy rushed towards them. The person next to Kaluo charged forward. He launched his attack, laughing gleefully, as if he was playing. He looked at the night elves and smiled triumphantly. Congratulations! You will soon become the king's servants. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl felt her soul and power being drained. Yet she couldn't move. Baden, standing in Ba Huang's flames, was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected his opponent's strength to be so domineering. But none of this, of course, made Baden back down. You've finally shown your true strength. Let me experience it for myself. Ba Huang said nothing. He remained silent, only watching his opponent intently, calculating Immediately after, Ba Huang charged forward. So, let's end this battle with this move. Baden plunged his long blade fiercely into the ground and said excitedly, "Enjoy this battle to the fullest." Ba Huang looked at his opponent. "You no longer have a chance to resurrect. Now if you take one more strike from me, you will die." Baden said arrogantly, "Come on, I'd like to see if you can land another strike on me." Hearing this, Ba Huang's gaze became serious. What a reckless madman. Ba Huang didn't have to wait long. Baden also started charging for close combat. Immediately an intense battle broke out. The two were equally matched. And at this moment, a pair of blue eyes was spying on their battle. Kaluo's followers reported that they had found many prey, and it seemed there was conflict among them too. He praised excitedly, "Excellent. It's a perfect chance for these new servants to test their skills." As soon as Kaluo finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand and cast a spell on the group of elves. The night elves. As soon as he cast it, they seemed to lose control, charging forward wildly. In the mountain forest under the night sky, it was eerie. Roaring sounds and the thud of running footsteps created an eerie symphony. Zhang Yi frowned. He listened in silence. Although the distance was still far, he turned to look at Diawu, whose expression was equally serious. Zhang Yi said, "You felt it too?" She immediately replied, danger is approaching. This is an instinct I developed from long training in the association, and it has never been wrong." As soon as they finished speaking in the darkness, several figures streaked across the sky. A night elf had just run past and immediately attacked Yaro, caught off guard. Yaro was unprepared for a moment, but then Zhang Yi delivered a fierce kick at him. He wouldn't allow anyone to harm his beloved. Looking at the night elf, Zhang Yi impatiently said, "Get lost." He then crouched down holding Yaro's hand and asked with concern, "Does it hurt him?" "Fine," she whispered, "it doesn't hurt." As soon as she finished speaking, a large group of night elves menacingly walked over from that direction. With a quick glance, they knew they had been controlled. Xinglong and the others were astonished. "Aren't these the night elves who just escaped? Why are they back?" Zhang Yi replied, "No. They are no longer the night elves we encountered before. When we fought them just now, their eyes were red. But now they've turned green. It seems someone else has made a move." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately circulated his inner energy and charged towards them. It's the summoner's call. However, these night elves still charged forward frantically. Zhang Yi was incredibly surprised. The spirit summoning art has no effect. That means these night elves aren't dead, but are in a state of lost self-awareness. He immediately yelled, "They've been controlled. Everyone prepare for battle." In the distance, an arrow shower shot towards Zhang Yi and his companions again. He and the others quickly defended. At the same time, Zhang Yi added, "Duan Feng, come with me and break through their front. Yaro, Qinglong, you two guard the rear. Don't let them affect." Ba Huang hearing his command, everyone shouted in unison, "Okay." Dark butterflies swept past. They thought it was just an illusion, but a night elf was immediately decapitated. The crowd then surged forward shouting in unison, "Power of blessing. Whoever dares to approach, I'll kill them." Ba Huang heard the commotion and looked over worriedly. "Xiao Ro, what's wrong?" Waiting only for this moment, Badeo seized the opportunity and immediately swung his saber to attack. His roar startled Ba Huang, who involuntarily gritted his teeth. Badeo was surprisingly honorable. "It seems your mind is no longer on our fight. This battle should come to an end. Next time, when no one else disturbs us, we'll continue." Ba Huang parried and replied, "A gentleman's word is his bond." He quickly put away his weapon. "I look forward to our next showdown. See you at the mountain peak." After the night elves were defeated, Zhang Yi was somewhat anxious. The trouble is temporarily resolved. Let's hurry up the mountain. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. "Who allowed you to leave?" "All those connected to the talent card. God-level kill without mercy." Zhang Yi was surprised. "Kaluo isn't dead yet. What's with the extra talent card?" Damn it, he suddenly stopped and observed secretly something's wrong. His eyes are green too. It seems he's also controlled now and has lost his self-awareness. Zhang Yi began to ponder. If his orders are to kill those connected to the talent card, then. As the thought crossed his mind, he pointed at Badeo. "Hey, you guys want the god-level talent card, right? It's on that guy." Not expecting Zhang Yi to pull such a trick on him, Badeo was speechless with shock. He roared furiously. "Damn it, I went easy on you. And you dare to play such a sinister trick." Instead, Zhang Yi became smug. "He believes in your strength. Dealing with these guys who are neither human nor ghost, it certainly won't be a problem." Hurry and leave here. The camera turns to Zhang Yi. It was 7:51 a.m. A group of people were clinging to the mountain like lizards. Zhang Yi shouted, everyone just hold on a little longer. We're almost at the summit. Although he played a trick, he was still a little curious. He wondered how the fight between Badeo and Carlo was going. They kept climbing until 7:55 a.m. Zhang Yi and the others finally arrived. They finally made it before the deadline. From a distance he saw another group of people. They had already arrived early. The first one to speak was Qi Yan. I thought no one but us could climb 2-hour mountain within 2 hours. Within the designated time. I didn't expect another group of competitors. Yu Hua stood beside him chiming in. It's nothing anyway, the God tier talent card will only be ours. Exactly 8 o'clock a.m. Badeo finally arrived as well. Those monsters have been chasing me this whole time. This whole journey was because of this bastard. Badeo said, pointing at Zhang Yi in annoyance. Today I'm going to kill you, you hear me? Zhang Yi laughed and retorted. As expected of a God tier talent card wielder. You got rid of the Night Elves' pursuit so quickly. Too bad we're already one step ahead. Otherwise, we would have liked to see your splendid battle. On the mountaintop, Badeo's enraged roar echoed. Shut your mouth. A fierce battle between the two was about to erupt. At this moment a voice spoke up. Everyone. Zhang Yi turned back in surprise. In the distance a stranger appeared. Congratulations to everyone for successfully reaching the summit. Climbing 2-hour mountain before 8 a.m. You have completed the challenge I set. Everyone was extremely surprised to see this person. Huan exclaimed in surprise, how could it be him? Yaru leaned in and whispered to her brother. You've met this person in armor. Huan recalled. I've seen him before. Back when I was trapped in the demon-suppressing pagoda. But even now I don't know who he is. Xiyan asked in surprise. A challenge, this is the challenge you set. We came for the God tier talent card. If you dare to trick us, we won't let you off. The stranger immediately replied decisively. Of course I keep my word. Immediately after, he channeled his internal energy and took something out of his hand. This is the God tier talent card you want. Is that right? Zhang Yi interrupted. As far as I know, all God tier talent cards, once in the game, become bound to their owners. They can only drop when the player who possesses them dies, allowing other players to compete for them. And before this, no God tier talent card had ever appeared in the apocalypse, waiting to be claimed. May I ask where this card in your hand came from? The mysterious man explained. I found this card on a player near the land of oblivion. When I saw that player, he was already dead. His whole body was frozen into an ice sculpture. Zhang Yi pondered to himself. It seems Carlo died after falling from the iceberg, becoming an ice sculpture. No wonder he didn't react at all when he saw himself earlier. He was like a completely different person. But the question is, how did he revive? Then the masked man continued. I apologize for gathering you all here in this manner. However, we are running out of time. The king of the ghost tribe has broken his seal. He is about to return. We must gather the strong players of the apocalyptic world and collect 10 God tier talent cards. Only then can we resist. That guy is stronger than all the bosses you've encountered before. The apocalypse is facing. It's an unprecedented disaster. Xiyan shouted, please uncle. What era are we in? Still making up stories. Gods and ghosts, are these stories meant to trick children? At this moment Huan also fell into contemplation. He had said these very words in the demon suppression tower. How could he know so much about the king of demons? The uncle continued. Haven't you noticed? Since entering the apocalypse, you've completely lost contact with the real world. Looking at the card, the mysterious man continued. If you still want to escape this damned game, you'd better believe what I say. Zhang Yi could no longer stand the mystery. Hey, who exactly are you? Why are you telling us all this? The uncle calmly said. I caused all of this. Consider it a form of atonement. As for this God tier talent card, you can decide how to distribute it yourselves. You are all strong individuals, having overcome countless trials to get here. I hope you remember, what you are going to save this time is not just this game world, but also the real world where you once lived. Having said that, the mysterious man immediately flew away and disappeared. The scene shifts at Mangling Mountain Villa. The surroundings were enveloped by a purple sky. Two women stood at the entrance blocking the strangers. Who are you daring to trespass into Mangling Mountain Villa? Take one more step and we'll attack. No sooner had she spoken than the intruder mercilessly slashed with a blade. Go tell your dream god that the king of the apocalypse has come to see her. Inside the palace, The dream god spoke coldly. It seems my dream is finally coming true. What was destined to come has arrived. The woman hurriedly reported to Lady Dream God. Our current strength is no match for the king of demons. What should we do? A hint of chill flashed in the dream god's eyes. No matter the outcome, I will fight with you until the very end. As soon as she finished speaking, ACI immediately pushed open the door and rushed in. I finally found you. Meanwhile, Gongqi and everyone else were observing everything. On the king of demons side, Linglong asked doubtfully, Master, why did you choose him as the king of demons from the start? Gongqi explained. The first time I met him, I knew he was the most suitable candidate. Although with artificial intelligence, we can design a perfect boss. You robots will never understand that the deep love in a human heart is the most powerful weapon. Recalling the past, the dismissal bell rang. The girl happily looked at the man in front of her. Hello, Professor. That person was ACI. He happily responded hello. Back home, an atmosphere of loneliness permeated everything around him. ACI sat silently at home. On the wall were photos of him and his girlfriend. Looking at the game on the table, ACI murmured to himself in loneliness. He recalled what Nia had happily said. This game is so fun. We can play it together on the day of the open beta. ACI felt as if his heart was being torn. Nia, I miss you so much. At the same time, Gongqi appeared. This is an internal beta version of a game I designed. If you participate in the test, I can let you see your lover in my game. ACI stood up nervously. Are you telling the truth? I can really see Nia. Gongqi calmly replied. Of course. He thought, if this is true. Immediately after, ACI pressed the agree button on the screen. As soon as he entered, he saw the girl in his heart. Nia, it's really you. Quickly take me to her. Gongqi immediately replied, don't rush, you're still missing one thing. He led ACI to another corner. As long as you wear this crown, you can live in this world with your beloved forever. ACI was blinded by love. As long as I can see Nia again, I'll do anything. Instantly the crown was put on. It tightened around Asa's head like a golden hoop. Kishin's golden hoop. Intense pain struck. He felt as if his body was being ripped apart. Back to the present Mengling Villa. ACI looked at the dream god. Nia, we finally meet again. Don't worry. This time I won't let you get hurt again. I won't let you leave me again. The dream god was surprised. I don't know who this Nia you're talking about is. We are destined to be enemies. Sworn enemies. How could we know each other? ACI nervously said, no. He lost control. For so many years, your image has never faded from my heart. In my heart, I wouldn't mistake you for anyone else. You are Nia. After speaking, he suddenly turned and left. Nia, I will definitely find your soul before that. You and your people will stay obediently in the palace. I will make the entire apocalypse surrender to me. We will be together forever. As soon as he finished speaking, the gates of the dream god's palace immediately slammed shut. Scene change at 2-Hour Mountain. Zhang Yi channeled his inner energy, making the sealed elements fly out, and strong winds suddenly rose. Shi Yan was a bit surprised. He shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Yi spoke. The immediate task is how to deal with the king of the ghost tribe. We can't afford to waste energy fighting each other. Shi Yan then said, Don't tell me you actually believe what that Majia said. If there's really such a powerful boss, why don't we surrender sooner? What's the point of struggling here? He shouted his second sentence. What we need to consider now is how to distribute this divine talent card. We can't all just grab a piece, can we? But the next second, Daiwa's scythe was already at his neck. Shi Yan jumped in surprise. Don't get agitated, I was just trying to feel it. She said coldly. That's not allowed either. Before we reach a decision, no one is allowed to touch this divine talent card. He had met his match. Although Shi Yan was sharp-tongued, he could only snort coldly and stand still at this moment. Meanwhile, Yara's voice trembled slightly as she looked at Shi Yan. He didn't understand what was happening and said again, If I can't touch it, I won't. Why are you all looking at me like that? Yuru, still shaken, pointed behind him. You behind you. As soon as he turned around, the dark elves with fierce eyes looked at him. Shi Yan was startled. Damn it. Zhang Yi frowned. It seems the king of the ghost tribe's power has already infiltrated the entire 2-Hour Mountain. The situation is urgent. Let's first find a way to escape from here, and then decide who gets the divine talent card. Badeo immediately replied, I have no problem with that either. Yu Hua also added, I agree. Instantly everyone charged forward. Then let's carve a bloody path. One of the dark elves suddenly slashed at Xiaoyao. She screamed in fright. Instantly Duan Feng rushed forward and blocked in front of her, while swinging his blade. Duan Feng looked behind him. Leave this to me, you. Follow the team ahead. Xiao Yao immediately replied okay. Without him noticing, the head of that dark elf suddenly bit his arm. Gazes fell upon him. Zhang Yi anxiously said, Duan Feng, are you alright? He immediately replied, enduring the pain. I'm fine, but when Zhang Yi turned away, poisonous smoke was rising from the wound. Yu Hua looked at Zhang Yi, who was fighting. Perhaps the path down the mountain has already been blocked. Let's take the small path from the back. Shi Yan immediately replied okay. Let them play with those dead men. Let's retreat. So his 4-person team immediately flew away. Shi Yan gritted his teeth. Once I escape this damn place, I'll come back to settle scores with you then. That god-tier talent card will be mine sooner or later. But of course, those night elves wouldn't give them a chance to escape. They hadn't gone far before they were stopped. Shi Yan was stunned. Damn it, there are more. Yu Hua forced a stiff smile. It seems these night elves don't intend to let us go. Shi Yan and the others cried out nervously, preparing to use instant transmission. At this moment Li Hao took off his mask and stopped them. He looked at Nanqi and said, it's up to you. Nanqi replied, no problem. After speaking, he channeled his internal energy. Instantly 2 wolves appeared on either side. Da Huang, go tear them to shreds. The 2 wolves immediately pounced, tearing at the night elves. Shi Yan and the others cheered. Done. We don't even need to lift a finger. Good job, Da Huang. But from the bushes, a foot gently stepped out, calmly walking towards the 2 wolves. The person with Kaluo said coldly, you beasts. How dare you bite my servants? Then he clenched his fist. Then let me show you what it feels like to have your soul stripped away. Seeing his Da Huang being attacked, Nanqi panicked, even shedding tears. No. Watching the black wolf slowly approach, Nanqi was astonished. That's a demon beast I summoned. Why is it that even the demon beasts I summon, he can control them? Seeing him standing there completely bewildered, Yu Hua immediately pulled Nanqi away. Don't just stand there stunned. Hurry up and run back. The demon beast immediately charged forward to attack. Attacking Qi Yan and the others, everyone was in a panic, fleeing in disarray. Zhang Yi looked at them surprised. Oh my god. Where did you get this ferocious dog from? Nanqi shouted, I summoned that. But now, it no longer obeys my control. Quick, save us. He thought, breaking out in a cold sweat. Yaru and Bahuan might already be at the foot of the mountain. Splitting up easily weakens our combat power. We can't stay here too long. Zhang Yi immediately ran ahead to lead the way. Follow us down the mountain. Let's meet up with everyone first. At the foot of the mountain, Badeo lost his patience. Why aren't those people here yet? They wouldn't have taken the god-tier talent card and run off, would they? Xinglong then said, our guild leader isn't that kind of person. Don't use your petty thoughts to judge our guild leader's noble character. The moment we finished speaking, urgent footsteps approached Yara's side. She immediately tensed up. There, here Diawu continued. Look at this situation. It seems more than just a few of them have arrived. As soon as Zhang Yi saw the people, he shouted nervously, Yaru, these guys are completely out of control. Quickly block them with an ice wall. Hearing his command, she immediately channeled her internal energy, creating a huge ice wall to block the front. Everyone was temporarily safe. Yaru then said, the ice wall won't hold much longer. We must hurry and leave this place. Yu Hua thanked them, panting. Zhang Yi turned his head, calculating in his mind. If we just leave like this, those night elves, who have been infected by the Ghost Clan's secret art, will run off to other territories in the apocalypse and continue causing trouble. We must find a way to make these night elves stay in Urshi Mountain. Meanwhile, Shi Yan then said, leave it to me. I can use a flame barrier to seal off the entire Urshi Mountain. Consider this my way of repaying your life-saving grace from earlier. On the other side, Duan Feng stumbled over. His body trembled in pain. Duan Feng was secretly alarmed, gritting his teeth. How could this be? His body was slowly losing control. He suddenly remembered, oh no. Was it because the night elf bit him? Just now he looked at the wound that was bleeding, so after a while, he would also lose his mind just like the Ghost Clan members before, losing all reason, and then start attacking his own teammates. No, I don't want to become a puppet on the other side. Zhang Yi looked at Qian. How much longer will it take for this seal formation to be completed? He replied, soon, before the ice wall completely melts. It will definitely be finished. Duan Feng secretly lamented. I really wanted to continue leveling up with everyone and face stronger enemies together. but he silently walked towards the firelight. My time is up. I must say goodbye to them. And just like that, Duan Feng, dragging his heavy body, walked forward. Zhang Yi anxiously called out, Duan Feng, where are you going? Come out quickly. The formation is about to close. Duan Feng shouted. Don't worry about me. Everyone get out of here quickly. I don't want to turn into that monster and attack my own teammates. In his final moments, though unspoken, he thought goodbye. The road ahead is up to you all now. Zhang Yi cried out in panic. Duan Feng looked at his arm. Zhang Yi's. He immediately guessed it was a secret Ghost Clan technique. Duan Feng, he's been affected by a Ghost Clan secret technique. Xiao Jiao froze. It's because he saved me. That Duan Feng became like this, it's all my fault. Qinglong rushed forward anxiously. Quickly open this damn formation. Our brother is still inside. Yu Hua was startled. Hey. We just barely managed to complete the ceiling formation. For this mountain, if we open it now, won't all our efforts be in vain? Worried about his friend, Qinglong clenched his fists tightly. He heavily struck the flame barrier. Bahai quickly tried to dissuade him. Qinglong, calm down. From what I know, it might be because Duan Feng doesn't want to hurt us. After losing his mind, Qinglong clenched his fists. But Duan Feng, he's always been with us through thick and thin. Zhang Yi continued. Bahai is right. Moreover, even if we break the formation now, it won't make Duan Feng recover. The most urgent task now is to find a way to remove the Ghost Clan's secret technique, to get Duan Feng out of danger as soon as possible. Now everyone immediately leave Liang Jieshan. Zhang Yi worriedly prayed silently. Duan Feng, you must hold on. Wait for me to return. On the other side alone, Duan Feng stood before the Night Elf Horde. Before I completely turn into a ghost, let me enjoy the pleasure of one last battle. His hands gripped his two swords tightly. Duan Feng alone charged in. Come on, bring more. Fighting these demons alone. Duan Feng quickly ran out of stamina and collapsed to the ground. Watching his blade gradually shatter, Duan Feng felt despair. Is this where my life ends? The scene switches to Jibing City. Torrential rain, as if crying for Duan Feng. Yaru stepped forward to comfort Zhang Yi. About Duan Feng. I know you're very sad. He made up his mind. I will find a way to break the Ghost Tribe's secret art. Then he'll come back and rescue Duan Feng. Zhang Yi frowned, secretly muttering to himself. I will definitely find you, king of the Ghost Tribe. The surrounding space was enveloped in a silent darkness. Everyone looked up in unison to observe the situation. Badeo looked around and assessed. This is your main city. Why can't we see a single player? Not even one. Zhang Yi continued. Today is indeed a bit unusual. Let's go, let's enter the city and see. Xiao Jiao shouted loudly as she walked. Is anyone there? Qinglong also looked around. Is anyone there? Zhang Yi said cautiously, something's not right. This road was bustling before. But why did everyone in this city disappear overnight? As soon as he finished speaking, a horse rushed up from behind. Zhang Yi quickly hugged Yaru. Watch out. After calming down, he quickly said to Yaru, quick, chase it. Maybe we can find out why the players in the city collectively disappeared. After running for a while, the horse suddenly stopped. Zhang Yi said in surprise. It stopped suddenly. Looking at the crowd, Yaru was extremely surprised. How did they become like this? I knew something was up. All the players in the city were nowhere to be seen. Turns out they're all gathered here. The situation is even more serious than I expected. The king of the Ghost Tribe's power has already invaded the players' main city. Shi Yan was a bit worried. Hey, I'm telling you. What kind of hellhole have you brought us to? I thought it would be safe. How about we slip away before we're discovered? Nanqi immediately chimed in. Let's make a run for it. I was tired enough on the mountain earlier. I really don't have the energy to deal with them anymore. Zhang Yi scoffed. Stay or go. It's up to you. Dai Wu also glared at him. Coward. Being belittled like that. Qian's face immediately darkened and he said, speechless. You. Noticing the appearance of strangers, the horse and all the other players turned their heads simultaneously, watching them rush over like rabid zombies. Zhang Yi was startled. Damn it. So we've been discovered. Just then, a voice with terrifying slashing power rang out. All of you get out. Zhang Yi was surprised. Dun Shi, he looked at Zhang Yi and quickly said, Guild leader, there's no time to explain the details. Currently the survivors in the city are all hiding in the tavern Lion's Pride. Let's go there quickly. Immediately after, everyone followed Dun Shi and ran. However, no one noticed A pair of cold eyes from above, staring intently at them. The group ran for quite a long distance, however. Those who were controlled eventually caught up. Zhang Yi was a little nervous. They're catching up. From Qian's hand, a powerful inner force immediately appeared. He agilely threw a fireball directly at those players. Watch this! Immediately there was a loud bang, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Their footsteps were quickly halted. Qian said smugly. Dun Daiwu looked at him and thought to herself, good thing this guy isn't from Jibingcheng. Otherwise, if he were, Jibingcheng would have been destroyed by him long ago. In the sky the rain continued to patter down. Smoke and dust filled the air. Dun Qi quickly went up and knocked on the door. It's us, open up. Hearing his voice, the people inside nervously shouted, it's Captain Dun Qi. He must have brought reinforcements back. Open the door quickly. Seeing Dun Qi, the young man was so happy he was almost in tears. Guild leader, it's you, guild leader. You finally come back to save us. Dun Qi immediately said, let's go inside first. It'll be trouble if those dead people from earlier come after us. As soon as Zhang Yi entered, he asked what exactly happened. While I was away from Jibing City. In just one day. How did Jibing City turn into this? Dun Qi immediately became serious. It's a long story. After everyone left Jibing City, many strange things suddenly started happening in the city. Recalling that time, what did he discover? It was late at night and they were still in a panic. Someone ran over and reported urgently, Captain, a player up ahead is biting people. Just like a mad dog. So the two of them immediately walked over. Hey, which guild do you belong to? What are you doing here? As soon as he saw the two dirty strangers, he immediately turned away. Dun Qi recounted quickly, still shaken. The entire Jibing City has been taken over by those blue-eyed people. The remaining lucky survivors have all hidden in the pub. Zhang Yi then asked, before that, in Jibing City, did anything else strange happen? Dun Qi looked puzzled. Strange things. His teammate then added, I remember now. Someone said they saw a giant black cat in the city. Another person also added, that's right. I saw it too once. The cat was completely black and incredibly huge. Truly like a ferocious beast. Hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a hidden panic inside. A black cat. But he pretended to be calm and said to everyone, there's still some time before dark. I'll go out and see if I can find any clues related to that black cat. Afterwards, Zhang Yi looked at Yuru again. Everyone stay here and rest well for now. I'll be back soon. She immediately replied, all right. It's dangerous everywhere in the city now. Make sure to come back before dark. After instructing Yuru, he asked Qian, do you want to come along? He leaned back in his chair and said lazily, no way. If you want to go on an adventure, don't drag us into it. You're Jibing City's problems. We have no interest in participating in. Zhang Yi then said, before that, back at Liangdian's Han Mountain, I said, after we got away, we'd discuss who this divine talent card belongs to. I've thought of a method now that's both fair and can demonstrate strength, and that is, the first person to catch that black cat will get this divine talent card. It seems this bait made Qian unable to refuse. He suddenly stood up. I love catching cats the most. I'll go first. Badeo said fiercely, what are you standing there for? Lead the way. Li Hao also chimed in, hey hey hey. What about me? Du Hua grumbled as she walked, hey, it's all your fault. For insisting on participating, my legs are all numb from walking. Jibing City is so big. Where are we supposed to catch that cat? Qian bent down and picked up a piece of rotten wood. Since it's hard to find, let's just wait for the cat to come to us. He really was a clever one. The fish was quickly roasted over the fire. The aroma wafted. Nanchi settled down. If that cat doesn't come, how about we brothers split this roasted fish? Duhua scoffed with a tch. Only you are so greedy. No sooner had she spoken than a dark shadow appeared in the sky, swooping past. Li Hao suddenly looked up. It's here. Transition in Jibing City. Zhang Yi looked at Badeo. You've been following me. Aren't you afraid I'll take the god tier talent card and run away? Don't worry. All my family, friends and property are all in Extreme Ice City. Until Extreme Ice City is fully recovered, I won't leave this place. He immediately replied, you misunderstood. I'm not afraid you'll run away, but rather I know that by following you, we'll definitely find that black cat. Zhang Yi said speechlessly, fine. I'll take that as a compliment. No sooner had they spoken than another loud bang came from the other side. Zhang Yi immediately turned around. It seems that black cat has appeared. Sure enough, The black cat with that golden bell smelled the scent and immediately pounced on Qi Yan and his group. He excitedly waved the fish in his hand. Little kitty, want some fish? That cat actually stared at them with wide eyes. I like to eat mice. Qi Yan remained calm. Oh, so you can talk. You should have said so sooner. Since you don't like it, I'll just eat it myself. Immediately after, he leisurely stood there and ate the fish completely. As soon as he threw away the wooden stick he had used to roast the fish, everyone charged forward. Qi Yan was so excited he couldn't help but shout, "Oh boy! The God tier talent card is within reach." Just then the golden bell on the cat's neck rang again. Cat and mouse game. This is a magic area game. All hostile units within the area will be granted the mouse mark. Every hostile unit with a mouse mark will be unable to inflict any damage to the caster of the area. The caster of the area returned to the battle. Qi Yan's 4 people attacked it together, but the black cat was completely unharmed. It was then that this optimistic fellow finally broke into a cold sweat. What's going on? Why did our attacks not cause it even a shred of damage? Just then Zhang Yi and Ba Dao also appeared. He looked at Qi Yan. You'll understand if you check your character status panel. You'll understand. He rechecked the system, somewhat surprised. The system displayed mouse mark. You have been marked as a mouse. Zhang Yi added. This black cat's ability will turn all of your marks into mice. Players with the mouse mark will be unable to inflict any damage to the black cat. Qi Yan yelled while running. Then what should we do? Are we just supposed to stand there, waiting to be caught by this black cat and then eaten? Zhang Yi was also at a loss. Until we find a way to break it. This black cat is invincible. We can only run. 4 red figures flew into the dark cave ahead. The main goal was to avoid that cat. The black cat leisurely walked inside, calling out, "Little mice, don't hide. You can't escape." Yuhua said angrily, "Damn that mouse mark. It doesn't even have a time limit." Zhang Yi quietly said, "Did you notice that bell on the black cat's neck? It was after that bell rang just now that we got the mouse mark on us. I guess if we want to remove the mouse mark from us, we'll have to deal with that bell." Qi Yan looked at the black cat. "No way. That bell is on the black cat's neck. Getting close to it would be like just serving ourselves up to the black cat. If you want to do something like that, go ahead." "I'm not going," Zhang Yi said seriously. "Since I brought it up, then of course I'll be the one to go. But I need you guys to help me with something. Cover me while I approach that black cat." Badeo seemed to have been waiting for this moment. "I agree to this cooperation proposal." Qi Yan asked him, somewhat surprised. "You trust us that easily? What if we pull something at a critical moment? You won't be able to save your life." Zhang Yi analyzed. "Now we're like grasshoppers on the same rope. If I fail, you won't escape that black cat's grasp either." With that, Nan Qi immediately circulated his internal energy. He quickly summoned. Immediately a gigantic golden retriever appeared. Nan Qi happily stroked its head and said, "Leave luring that black cat to me. My golden retriever is really fast." Zhang Yi then looked at everyone. "Then we'll proceed according to the plan later." Meanwhile Nan Qi rode the dog, waving and shouting, "Hey you stupid cat. You still haven't caught us. After all this time. You're kinda lame." The black cat was infuriated. "I'd like to see how long you can stay happy." Immediately after it lunged to chase Nan Qi. He thought with satisfaction, good. It took the bait. After luring it to the preset location, Nan Qi yelled, "It's here, over to you." Immediately Qi Yan and Yu Hua attacked the black cat simultaneously with combined force. A loud boom echoed. The black cat roared, "Don't waste your energy, you stinking rats." At this moment, Li Hao immediately circulated his internal energy and cast a spell of confinement. He said to it, "You may be immune to our damage, but not to control." As expected, the black cat was bound. It said angrily, "You damned rats, how dare you ambush me?" Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yi immediately flew towards the black cat. He was aiming precisely for the golden bell on its neck. Just a little more. Almost there. In Extreme Ice City, the black cat snorted. "I truly underestimated you little rats." After this attack it seemed to become even more frenzied. Qi Yan was startled. "Damn it, the plan failed." "What now?" Zhang Yi frowned and replied, "Although it failed, I'm now 100 certain that bell is the key to removing the rat mark from us." Immediately after he reached out and grabbed the cloaks. Zhang Yi and everyone else put them on simultaneously. "Execute plan B now." The black cat stared at them with wide eyes. Even if you try again, your fate of failure will not change. In the mist, the black cat thought to itself, as long as I can keep a close eye on this kid's actions, as quickly as possible, that's enough. It gritted its teeth looking at Zhang Yi. He almost succeeded. He's the vanguard leading the charge. As soon as he got close, Zhang Yi swept past. The black cat also circulated its internal energy at this moment. You're seeking death. However, in an instant, Badeo stood before it instead. The black cat was startled, its form changed. That's not the damned kid from before. But before it could think further, Badeo already made his move. My mission is complete, it's up to you next. Immediately one of its hands was controlled, leaving the black cat somewhat stunned. Its gaze quickly swept elsewhere. At this moment Zhang Yi also landed. Only then did the black cat secretly understand. Damn it, they switched identities with the black cloaks. While I wasn't paying attention, Zhang Yi then said again. The black cat won't be controlled for more than 3 seconds. We must quickly touch that bell. Badeo then shouted simultaneously, it's up to you. With that he flew up and tightly embraced the golden bell, to the black cat's astonishment. Meanwhile the system immediately popped up a notification. Player Zhang Yi has removed the mark of the rat. Everyone cheered, the mark of the rat had disappeared. We succeeded. Zhang Yi immediately charged forward. Now I'd like to see how you'll withstand my attack. No sooner had he spoken than he immediately unleashed an attack, fiercely striking the black cat, catching it off guard. Light illuminated the entire sky. The ground couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Yi slowly descended. Everything was finally over. Bingji City could once again see the sunlight. Then he quickly informed his teammate Yaru. The black cat has been killed. The danger to Bingji City has also been lifted. Notify everyone that they can leave the hotel now. Upon receiving the message, she was overjoyed and quickly said, well, be right over. True to her word, Yaru immediately informed everyone. Zhang Yi has dealt with the black cat. Bingji City is safe. The crowd cheered with joy, discussing amongst themselves as expected of our guild leader. He can solve the black cat problem instantly whenever he wants to. Subsequently, Zhang Yi and everyone else returned to the hotel together. He was a bit nervous. Bingji City's greatest threat has been lifted. Next, we just need to deal with the infected players, and Bingji City will be completely safe. Zhang Yi stepped forward. Now that the black cat has been dealt with, who will this divine talent card belong to? Shi Yan said proudly. Your contribution was the greatest this time. You were also the one who delivered the final blow to the black cat. Of course. This divine talent card belongs to you. Don't worry, the 4 of us are true to our word. We won't make things difficult for you in the future. Zhang Yi gripped the card in his hand. Alright then, I'll accept it. Afterward, Shi Yan and the others didn't seem to have any intention of leaving immediately. Zhang Yi called out. It's so dangerous outside right now. Why not come with us? Let me think about it. Just then, suddenly, Daiwa's pink butterfly flew past him. Hearing this, Shi Yan immediately turned around and happily replied. It's not impossible. So everyone turned their heads. Then reluctantly stay and help you. At this moment he finally extended his hand to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. Level 65 mage. The hands of the 2 leaders clasped tightly, demonstrating team spirit. Zhang Yi also happily gave a brief introduction. Level 65 beast tamer. Today Zhang Yi and Chayan's team finally gained a reliable companion. As they walked along the road, those pink butterflies suddenly landed on Yaris. And Yaru immediately recognized them. Aren't these Mangling Villa's butterflies? How did they end up here? Mengshen's image then appeared. Everyone. Long time no see, I have some very bad news. I need to share with you all. The king of the ghost tribe has awakened and has occupied Mangling Villa. As she was speaking, her signal began to be interfered with. About to cut off. Mengshen anxiously said, I'm fine. But the apocalypse needs everyone's help. No sooner had she spoken, the butterfly lay motionless in Yara's hand. Yaru worriedly asked, what should we do? Must we go to Mangling Villa to save Mengshen? Zhang Yi continued. Not yet. Mengshen can still send out messages. This indicates that she is at least safe for now. What we need to do is to find the king of the ghost tribe as quickly as possible. Only then can we stop him. His next move. He was also a bit worried. If the demon king had already attacked the dream god, then he would surely continue to go after other main gods. Dream Spirit Villa. The closest is the Goblin Kingdom. That's not good. Zirfu is in danger. We must go there immediately. Immediately after Zhang Yi activated the teleportation, he anxiously shouted, "Shield 7, you and Dai Wu stay in Extreme Ice City. Everyone else, come with me to the Goblin Kingdom." Meanwhile, Azzy was rushing forward frantically. "I'm not here to make trouble for you. As long as you obediently hand over the main god, your entire kingdom can survive." Otherwise, hearing this, Irfa's soldiers one by one trembled slightly at the might of the Demon King. At the same time, Irfu arrived just in time and shouted, "Stop." Everyone was startled and turned around. Main god Irfu continued, "Before 10 main gods joined forces to seal you. I didn't expect you could still escape from the seal, but today, as long as I am here, you won't lay a hand on my goblin race or bring about the apocalypse." Again Azzy mocked the small short figure. "What a big mouth you have. It seems you're the one I'm looking for. Do me a favor and come with me." Irfu pointed at his face and said, "It is the main god's duty to maintain the peace of the world. Apocalypse, I will never let you succeed." Azzy channeled his inner power. "I knew. Talking to NPCs like you is useless. Let's just fight." But at the same time, as he prepared to strike, a force immediately shot out blocking Azzy's attack. He was surprised and shouted, Who dares to stop me?" As he spoke, the sword in his hand also fiercely swung towards that direction, but clearly Azzy was at a disadvantage. Zhang Yi secretly sighed in relief. "Good thing we arrived in time." Then he said to Zirfu, "Don't worry, Yaro and the others are dealing with the demon soldiers outside, and everyone else is on their way. With us here, the goblin race will be fine." Nanchi asked in surprise, "Is this the legendary Demon King?" Shi Yan then said, "He doesn't look like a super strong boss at all." Zhang Yi pondered to himself. Indeed, judging from his conversation with Zirfu just now, he seems more like us players. He immediately said, "Don't take him lightly. Those undead soldiers, the demon undead soldiers on the mountain at 2 o'clock and the Black Cat in Extreme Ice City, they are all his subordinates." As soon as Azzy saw him, he said, "I wondered who it was. It's just those wastes from Extreme Ice City. I haven't even gone to look for you yet. And you dare to come to my doorstep yourselves." At the same time, Badeo charged forward. "I can feel this guy is strong. Let me fight him first. Don't you guys interfere." Shi Yan said proudly, "All right. Well, step in when you can't hold on anymore. Just don't get knocked down after just a few moves. That would be too embarrassing for everyone to see." Azzy said coldly, "So much nonsense. Are you done talking? If you are, I'm going to make my move." Azzy continued to thrust his sword fiercely into the ground. "Since I broke the seal, I haven't truly fought anyone yet. You're the first. Don't disappoint me." Badeo laughed loudly and said, "Good. I hope you don't disappoint me either." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark inner force emerged from the darkness, engulfing the surroundings. In just a few moves, Badeo was startled. "This sword is a bit strange. I can't be struck by his sword." Azzy asked disdainfully, "What, already scared? They are all souls of the dead killed by my sword. Soon, you will also become one of them." Az was smug. Berserker is a class. It burns its own vital energy to become stronger. But once it fails to defeat the enemy within a short time, it will put itself in a passive state. You are now in the situation a berserker fears most. Badeo charged forward angrily. "So you planned to delay until my vital energy was completely burned out before showing yourself? Why, coward?" Az stabbed him from behind. "No, I always finish battles quickly. Time is money to me. And you, how are you worth me wasting so much effort?" Seeing his teammate stabbed, Zhang Yi shouted loudly. Az laughed triumphantly. "It's over, your soul will immediately belong to me." Though his mouth was full of blood, Badeo still didn't surrender. "It's not over yet, it's over when I say it's over." Deep inside Badeo's heart, the god of death asked coldly, "Have you decided to offer your soul to me? I can let you live for another 5 minutes." Enduring severe pain, he haggled, drenched in sweat. "Only 5 minutes? I didn't expect the god of death to be so stingy." The god of death replied, "You don't have much time to think. No other choice." Badeo gritted his teeth, then said loudly. Immediately he tightly gripped the blade that was plunged deep into his heart. Badeo decisively pulled it out and blood gushed forth. He added, "My time is also precious." Az gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Badeo to act so recklessly. Badeo stared at his opponent. "Every second, every minute from now on, I won't waste a single one." Az was startled at his chest. "What's going on? You're completely unaffected." Badeo roared, "The body is merely a shell, but my will never accept defeat in this battle. A warrior will persist until the very end." Continue. He immediately picked up his weapon and charged forward. The battle between us is not over yet. From that power, a demonic face appeared in red flames. That was also the god of death, residing within Badeo. He stared at his opponent. Xian exclaimed in surprise. Why has Badeo suddenly become so powerful? Zhang Yi speculated. As expected, I guessed correctly. This must be the god of death form. The forbidden technique of the berserker class. By offering one's soul to gain power, utilizing the god of death form, plus the god tier talent life and death battle. It can be said that Badeo's current power has reached its limit. The limit a player can reach in this game. AZ exclaimed in surprise. For a battle, you are willing to give up your life. Even if you win, both sides will be injured. Valuing victory and defeat more than life itself. I really don't understand what goes on in your heads. Badeo raised his weapon. When I first chose to step into the apocalypse, I had already disregarded my own life and death. What I pursue is every second, every minute of battle. He recalled his vegetative body in the real world. Before I die, to still be able to enjoy this battle is enough for this life. Immediately the long sword was raised. Badeo prepared to unleash a finishing move. Let me end all of this myself. The god of death form descended. A deafening explosion immediately echoed across the land. AZ was sent flying. He couldn't withstand Badeo's attack and immediately vomited blood, collapsing to the ground. AZ was unwilling to accept it. Unforgivable. I actually got injured like this by an ordinary player. The battle ended and Badeo showed a satisfied smile. It seems today, your quick battle, quick victory, must fail before me. But AZ was not yet killed. Your time and death itself have reached their end. Ba Dao fell to the ground. No, I still need some time to defeat him. As he knew it at first glance. It seems the time you borrowed from death has run out. Lying on the ground, Ba Dao trembled. Damn it. As he scoffed disdainfully. What a shame. Just a few more steps, and you would have had a chance to defeat me. With that, the King of Ghosts immediately mobilized his inner energy. Let me send you on your final journey. Then those sharp swords immediately obeyed his command and violently stabbed towards Ba Dao. At the same time, a wall of fire instantly appeared blocking the attack. Shi Yan and the others rushed forward. You did great. Leave the rest to us, he said with a trembling voice. I can't keep fighting. Ba Dao used his last breath to struggle out the words. This divine talent card. It would be a waste to keep it on me. After that he handed it to Zhang Yi. Please take my divine talent card and continue the fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Ba Dao slowly faded away. He left everyone with a satisfied smile. Finally Zhang Yi picked up the card. Don't worry, I will fight to the end with it. On the other side, a hint of malice flashed in Az's eyes. He began to prepare an attack on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi channeled his inner energy to unfoam Ba Dao and all the other players who died by your hand. Today you must answer for them. Just then Xiao Jiao and the others also arrived. Guild leader, we're here. Zhang Yi immediately replied, everyone, you've arrived just in time. In front of the King of Ghosts. Don't let him escape. This is his weakest moment. Yarou then said. The ghost soldiers outside have all been eliminated. As he looked at everyone, revealing a smile full of disdain. Do you think you can win just by having more people? As soon as he finished speaking, his hand immediately channeled inner energy, preparing to attack again. In midair, a cold voice rang out, you are all too naive. Just watch. As soon as the words fell, everyone was. Yarou was immediately caught by that power. Her body tightly bound. All of you go to hell. As for Erfu, he tightly grabbed her arm. As for you, save your strength and come with me. Watching her being taken away right before his eyes, Zhang Yi shouted nervously, Zirfu. On Zhang Yi's side, everyone was teleported to a certain place. He exclaimed in annoyance, damn it. What kind of godforsaken place have we landed in? Xinglong then said. Doesn't the sign say so, Ghost City? On that sign were two large characters. And around it was a giant snake tightly coiled. Yarou hid behind Zhang Yi. This place looks terrifying, truly. It sends shivers down my spine. Zhang Yi comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here, I'll protect you. We have so many people. Well, definitely be fine. They had just stepped into the city when from behind, a huge figure immediately rushed towards them. Looking at Zhang Yi and the others, that person seemed less than friendly. And at the same time, Ba Huang also sensed the danger. He immediately looked back. Without hesitation, a single strike of his blade decapitated the opponent. Zhang Yi sat down to examine the corpse. This ghost soldier is different from the guys we encountered before. Its body seems to have mutated for some reason. I'm afraid Ghost City is full of monsters like this. We'd better be careful. With that he stood up, channeled his inner energy and summoned a small blue tower. After that he looked at Xiao Jiao. You take this divine talent card, she asked in surprise. Guild leader. Why are you giving me something so important? Isn't this? The two looked at Qi Yan, who pretended not to care. Don't look at me, I keep my word. If I say I don't need it, I don't need it. Besides, I'm so powerful, do I really need another card? Zhang Yi looked at his petite ally Xiao Jiao. Next, we have to face the mighty king of the ghost tribe. We must find a way to enhance the overall strength of the entire team, and your potential for leveling up is immense, making you the most suitable person for this god-tier talent card. She eventually agreed. Alright, thank you guild leader for trusting me. I won't let anyone down. Immediately after, Zhang Yi handed the card to Xiao Jiao. But the card suddenly reacted. But suddenly, something else appeared on the card at this moment, emitting a blue glow. Then the card flew into the air, astonishing everyone. Xiao Jiao asked blankly, what is that? How could it be on a god-tier talent card? Zhang Yi quickly replied, I'm not sure either. Let's go, let's chase after it and see. From the gooey blue mass on the ground, it began to move as if something alive was inside. A girl resembling a dream god instantly appeared. Finally out. Yaro exclaimed in surprise, a dream god? How could she be here? Zhang Yi doubted, no, that's not right. Just now the dream god was still at Mangling Villa when she spoke to us. Also, if you look at this person's body, it's more like a phantom. Anyway, let's chase after her and get some answers. Noticing someone following her, the girl panicked. Who's there? Zhang Yi and the others aggressively chased after her. Hey, don't run. We're not bad guys. As soon as she ran, a black hole appeared out of nowhere in front of them. From the direction the girl was heading, a gigantic wild boar suddenly charged out. She had no time to react and it was very fast. The wild boar's mouth was already wide open. Yaro said dazedly, she's been swallowed. She's been swallowed, it's a dream eater taper. Zhang Yi continued. They are monsters unique to this Ghost City region. Living by devouring spirits, they specialize in using sound waves to charm players, making their prey lose their minds, and eventually die mysteriously. Everyone prepare for battle. After devouring the girl, the boar frantically let out a piercing sound again. Zhang Yi covered his ears. He gritted his teeth, annoyed. Damn it. My entire head is buzzing. But at this moment, he noticed. Yaro seemed unaffected by the sound. He watched her slowly walk towards it as if she had lost her soul. Zhang Yi was startled and shouted. Yaro, don't go there, it's dangerous. Zhang Yi watched her relentlessly charge forward, feeling incredibly anxious. Yaro snapped out of it. He endured the pain, rushed forward and tightly covered her ears. Don't be fooled by the dream eater taper's sound. Yaro was startled. What just happened to me? He bit his lip until it bled, and struggled to explain. It's because the dream eater taper made that sound, which is why you were controlled just now. I can't take it anymore. Ba Huang immediately struck at the boar. A heavy blow. His sword ruthlessly pierced beneath its throat, dizzying the boar for a moment. While the boar was incapacitated, Ba Huang immediately turned and shouted to his teammates. Let's go, get out of here quickly. But the boar seemed largely unaffected. It suddenly leaped up, chasing after Zhang Yi and Yaro. Everyone immediately hid behind a large wall. Zhang Yi began to ponder. Running like this indefinitely isn't a solution. We must get close to kill the dream eater taper. Du Hua then said, leave it to me. She immediately closed her eyes and channeled her inner energy. Legendary talent alibi. Activate. Then Du Hua's hand quickly transferred power to Zhang Yi. While he was stunned, Du Hua explained. Alibi only lasts for 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, for now you can be invisible. Even if you get close to enemies, you won't be discovered. I feel full of power. Zhang Yi looked at her. Thanks. Standing before the monster, Zhang Yi mused to himself. That woman has already been devoured by the dream eater, swallowed into its belly. The only way to save her is to take a risk. Without further thought, Zhang Yi immediately charged into the pig's mouth. Inside the dream eater's belly he was squeezed. Don't come over here, just stay in the cool spot. He nudged. He was extremely anxious, he had to hurry. The space here is shrinking. Soon he'll suffocate to death. Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly froze. Wait. This dream eater survives by devouring souls. Perhaps a spirit caller can use. After waiting for a long time, Du Hua grew a little worried. Why isn't Zhang Yi back yet? Did something happen? Yaro looked at the pig. No, I trust him. He'll find a way. Suddenly the pig's belly swelled up, and a strange light emanated from within. Xian exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my! Can this thing turn into a bubble?" Yarrow secretly blushed. "It's the mark of a spirit caller. Zhang Yi is too clever." Outside, a giant vortex immediately erupted. It spun violently and something flew out from inside. Like will-o'-the-wisps. A loud bang came from inside the pig's belly. Zhang Yi successfully emerged. Yarrow immediately stepped forward, worried. "You've been trapped in there so long, are you hurt? You should quickly wipe yourself down." Zhang Yi patted the dust off himself. "I'm fine. I just got a little pig slime on me. From the Dream Eater. It's a bit disgusting." The strange phenomena didn't stop there. A black orb of light immediately appeared again. Yarrow exclaimed in surprise. "Are those soul memory fragments? I didn't expect there to be so many." Zhang Yi was startled. This Dream Eater must have already devoured thousands of souls of the townspeople. This demon. It's truly terrifying. She looked up into the air, observing the female soul. It looked exactly like the dream god. Seeing the struggling girl, Zhang Yi immediately rushed forward to save her. He felt a little dizzy. The power of this black hole is immense. It felt like his whole body was being sucked into that hole. He immediately reached out and held her hand. The girl said blankly, "We're strangers. Why would you risk danger to save me?" Zhang Yi answered frankly. "Because I want to know who you really are. This matter for me." Before he could finish, he held the girl tightly with both hands. Then a trace of seriousness flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He continued to say loudly, "Is very important." The girl looked at him, revealing a warm smile. Her face was as beautiful as an angel descended from heaven. All the memory fragments. Her beautiful memories surfaced before Zhang Yi. ACI was also among them. The girl continued to introduce herself. "My name is Nia." Suddenly a flood of information rushed into his mind. Zhang Yi felt like his temples were about to burst from the intense pain. Opening his eyes again, he was floating somewhere. Zhang Yi looked around. "What is this place? Why am I the only one here? Where's that woman from before?" Not waiting, Zhang Yi looked around and shouted loudly, "Nia, are you in here?" He curiously looked around. What is this glowing thing? He struggled with all his might. A sound wave vibrated before him. It was ACI with a happy smile. "The king of the ghost tribe. Am I entering Nia's memories now?" Zhang Yi pondered to himself. "I just feel like Nia deliberately entered her own memories." He quickly clicked back and forth in the system. Something must be hidden here. Something she wants me to know. After watching for a while, blood splattered covering the screen, which startled him somewhat. Car accident. Brake system failure. Just then a familiar voice rang out. "Thank you for bringing such a perfect candidate." He was somewhat surprised by the scene before him. How could the demon suppressing pagoda appear in Nia's memories? Putting all the pieces together, Zhang Yi frowned and thought. Car accident, mysterious man. Could all of this be related to the mastermind behind the apocalypse? Is it related to the planner? Earlier, when Nia turned her head, she saw the demon suppressing pagoda of the apocalypse from the car window. The window, and the only place from which one could see the demon suppressing pagoda from that angle, was the Tower of Eternity. In the system, her blurry memory fragments showed. Before Nia closed her eyes, the mysterious man said again, "Your sacrifice won't be in vain. This will be my most satisfying work." After saying this, who knows what that guy did? Nia lost her life. The sound of the heart monitor stopping its beats rang out, making it unbearable for Zhang Yi. That sound is truly jarring. My head hurts so much. A wave of dizziness struck. He was at a loss, just tightly covering his ears. Just then a suffocating sensation came over him, causing Zhang Yi to suddenly open his eyes wide. Everyone looked worried. Yaru asked nervously, "You're finally awake. Are you all right? Just now that black hole suddenly vanished, and you fell from a high place." Zhang Yi covered his eyes with his hand. "I'm fine. But that female undead, I couldn't save her. However, she left me a very important clue." After saying that, he stood up. "Yaru, after we leave this wretched place, everyone immediately head to Mangling Mountain Villa. If the Demon King has already imprisoned the Dream God, it means he will definitely return." Zhang Yi looked around. Everyone must find a way to stall him. Stall him for as long as possible. Yaru asked with concern, "What about you?" He looked up at the heights. "I must go to the demon suppressing pagoda to find a way to defeat the Demon King inside." Yafu was being roughly dragged on the ground. "Let go of me right now. Otherwise, when brother Zhang Yi returns, hell make you pay." ACI said smugly, "Don't worry. For now, they won't be able to get out." After saying that, he threw Yafu into the dark room. She tightly shut her eyes in pain. ACI turned and left, leaving his sentence, "Stay put here. I'll bring all the remaining main gods here to keep you company." After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. Just then a pair of slender legs emerged, and a gentle voice spoke, startling Yafu. "Are you all right?" Looking at the girl in front of her, Yafu stammered. "Are you also a main god?" The dream god helped her up. "Yes, I am the dream god. I once fought alongside the previous main god of the goblin race. You all." After that, the dream god carefully untied Yafu. The little girl was deeply moved. "Thank you, but ultimately, why is the Demon King capturing all the main gods? What is it for? Will he destroy the entire apocalypse?" The dream god recounted, "We once joined forces to seal him. This time he has emerged, not just to get revenge on us, but also to clear all obstacles from his path to ruling the apocalypse. All obstacles. This time the apocalypse will face a great calamity. We are not the only ones to rely on." Yafu felt sad. "I wonder how Zhang Yigij and the others are doing now." Mangshan comforted, "Don't worry, little one. They are already very close to the end of this journey." Outside, several pink butterflies danced in the air. Zhang Yi rode Xiaohei closer to the demon suppressing tower. Sure enough, from there, the upper levels of the demon suppressing tower could be seen. Through the window, only the Tower of Eternity was visible. NEA must be in the Tower of Eternity. As soon as he arrived, he jumped down. He must clear the demon suppressing tower as quickly as possible to gain access to the Tower of Eternity. Only then can he find a way to defeat the king of the Ghost Clan before he makes his move. Ignoring the roaring thunder, Zhang Yi walked straight through the door. The scene shifted to the 50th floor of the demon suppressing tower. Zhang Yi looked at the Snow Bear King. "You dumb bear. Today, this master doesn't have time to play with you. Don't block my way." But it seemed not to understand his words. The bear still continued to charge forward. Seeing its uncooperative nature, Zhang Yi had no choice. It seems there's no room for negotiation. In just a few moves, he successfully defeated the Snow Bear King. Zhang Yi secretly urged himself to go faster. "I need to be even faster. I don't have much time left." He recalled what Qing Long had said. "Guild Master, the monsters in the demon suppressing tower are no joke. You must be careful." He cheerfully reassured them, "Don't worry. I'll be back for everyone soon." Before he left, Yaru whispered to him, "Zhang Yi, find a suitable opportunity to bring everyone's skills with you. It might help you." At this moment, he didn't care about the attributes gained after battle. Zhang Yi secretly made a resolve. Everyone has placed all their hopes on me. I must not let them down. Finally, he quickly and easily reached the 99th floor of the demon suppressing tower. Standing before the enormous gold inlay gate, Zhang Yi pondered. The 99th floor of the demon suppressing tower. Beyond this golden portal lies the final floor of the demon suppressing tower. Finally reached the top, he slowly pushed open the door with both hands. A dazzling light emanated from within. The area was covered in snow, and Zhang Yi shivered inwardly. It's so cold, no wonder people often say, the higher you go the colder it gets. At the same time, a massive ball of fire flew straight towards him from out of nowhere. A loud bang echoed, causing debris to scatter. Zhang Yi secretly marveled. What a cool entrance! Before him, a red demon bearing sharp fangs stared menacingly at Zhang Yi and threatened. "Brat, this is no place for ordinary mortals like you to trespass casually. Those who intrude shall pay the price." No sooner had he spoken than the demon immediately unleashed a shockwave, attacking Zhang Yi. It seems this is also a tricky opponent. Looking at it, he smirked slyly. "Starting a fight right away, quite a temper, aren't you?" In less than 3 seconds, the demon immediately cast another spell, which surprised Zhang Yi. How dangerous! The ball of fire seemed to have an engine. When it missed him, it immediately changed direction and flew back towards its target. Of course, having just entered the battle, he was still unaware of his opponent's strength, so he took the hit. Zhang Yi was surprised. It can even turn corners. At this moment in the sky, planes with red chips installed were flying towards him. Is intently watching Zhang Yi. At this moment the protagonist began to scheme. No wonder it could pinpoint his location so accurately. It turns out, all his actions had been seen through. He had to find a way to get rid of the surveillance. Without hesitation, he quickly summoned the Black Crow, preparing to attack. As soon as the Black Crow was summoned, it opened its huge maw, let out a piercing shriek, then charged straight towards the planes. Zhang Yi was anxious. This was the moment He couldn't let it attack him again. He immediately rushed forward. Come on, let's play a game together. The Faceless One was no ordinary opponent. It continuously launched deadly attacks at Zhang Yi, cursing disdainfully, "Stupid human. Die." Meanwhile, watching Zhang Yi fall to the ground, Gong Qi sighed, "What a pity. He had originally thought that he could become the first player to clear the demon-suppressing tower." After that, he stood up and said to Ling Lan, "Let's go. It seems this batch of players is nothing special." But Zhang Yi didn't seem to be dead, but rather something was off. At this moment, the Faceless One actually had Zhang Yi's thoughts. It looked up at the reconnaissance plane and secretly mused, "It should be safe now. I hope I successfully tricked the surveillance." As expected, the planes laughed after seeing Zhang Yi fail, no longer tracking him. Recalling the battle just now, Zhang Yi rushed towards the Faceless One. "Come on, let's play a game together." Activating the Faceless One's ability, the system immediately notified him. The Faceless One and Zhang Yi exchanged appearances and health, lasting for 3 minutes. Before the Faceless One could react, the effect of the potion began to take hold. It didn't know why it had become like this, and immediately was startled. "Well, what's going on?" Zhang Yi calmly explained. "I told you I wanted to play a game with you, don't worry. It will be over soon." And above, the surveillance camera was already obscured by his black crow. That split second made it impossible for Gong Qi to notice. 3 minutes later, the Faceless One finally returned to its original form. Enraged by the deception, it immediately rushed over, fiercely attacking Zhang Yi. "Stupid human, die." After successfully defeating his opponent, Zhang Yi began to channel his energy. "Come on, let me see. Where did you hide the key to enter the Tower of Eternity?" And now he officially began to search its soul. After the Faceless One died, Zhang Yi obtained a pass from it. He was extremely pleased. "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately channeled his inner power, again summoning the elemental blockade, trapping the Faceless One within. "Just stay here obediently and take a nap." After that, Zhang Yi continued to search the surroundings. It seems this might be the teleportation device to the Tower of Eternity. Looking at the object before him, Zhang Yi quickly burned the card he got from the Faceless One to open the door. It didn't disappoint him. The door opened immediately. After that, Zhang Yi immediately went inside to see what the legendary Tower of Eternity contained. Inside the Tower of Eternity, a silent space enveloped everything. It seemed the defenses here were very lax. This, however, pleased him. "Excellent. I haven't been discovered yet." All the rooms were dark. Only the last room was lit. He felt he had entered here too easily. Zhang Yi looked left and right. Even if this might be a trap, he also had to take a risk and see what was really there. He immediately reached out and casually opened a nearby room. The room he had just entered. Modern mechanical equipment was visible everywhere. Just then a voice rang out. "We meet again." Zhang Yi immediately drew his sword. He yelled cautiously, "Who's speaking?" "I thought it was an enemy, but it's an acquaintance." Nia didn't understand why she was here, right in front of Zhang Yi. The moment he saw Nia, he immediately recognized her. Wasn't she already swallowed by the black hole in Demon City? How could she be here? Nia quickly explained. "That was just a conscious clone of mine. The one you're meeting now is my true self." Zhang Yi asked again, surprised. "A conscious clone? Then how did you leave this eternal tower?" She began to recount what happened before. "Someone in full armor once came here too. He seemed to be looking for something important. I suggested he take my conscious clone with him to find my former lover." Hearing this, Zhang Yi interrupted her. "Sorry. May I interject for a moment? The lover you're talking about is the Demon King, the one who brutally slaughters in front of our eyes." Nia immediately replied, "Yes. But ACI used to not even dare to enter the kitchen. He was afraid to even kill a fish. How could he suddenly become a fierce person who cruelly slaughters living beings? Although I don't know the reason ACI became like this, but I know him. This is absolutely not his original intention." Zhang Yi quickly understood the issue as well. "I understand, thank you for telling me all this." At this moment he thought to himself, so his becoming the Demon King was likely due to being manipulated. Just then Nia handed him something. "This bracelet was given to me by ACI. When you make the declaration, give him this bracelet. I think he will definitely recognize it." Zhang Yi quickly agreed. "All right. I will give this bracelet to him." Nia pleaded earnestly. "I hope you can help him regain his senses and return to my side." The two were talking when just then the room door suddenly opened from the outside. Zhang Yi covertly looked over nervously, thinking this isn't good. Damn it, someone's here. The newcomer was Linglan. She said to her master. Master. No one has been detected breaking into the Eternal Tower yet. He looked around. Linglan continued her assessment. Monitoring data shows everything is normal. Activated legendary talent. Alibi. Perhaps it was his own apocalypse spirit, so he didn't have the slightest doubt. He immediately turned around. Let's go. Perhaps I was overthinking it. The door immediately shut with a bang. Silence once again enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Yi pondered silently. Could it be that he planned everything? He doesn't look like a player. Nia reappeared and he said again, I must leave here. And go back to stop the Demon King. She pleaded earnestly to Zhang Yi. If all these events were intentionally arranged by someone, I'm afraid things will be even harder to resolve. I hope that if everyone absolutely has to resort to action, they will still show mercy. He said, I want to take advantage of the situation, I'll do my best. The scene switches meanwhile at the manor. Meng Lingerfu walked worried. Where are they trying to take us? Meng Shen speculated. It seems the Demon King has already captured all the main gods. The worst thing I feared has finally happened. Just then a voice rang out. Don't worry. Our people are nearby and will ensure everyone's safety. Meng Shen sharply looked over Yaru. Is that you? Yaru gripped Meng Shen's hand tightly and reassured her. We've come to rescue you. Of course. Your appearance ACI, the Demon King doesn't know if he's ruthless. Commanded, bring them up to me. Standing before Meng Shen and Yaru, ACI gloated. See. These are the ones you once prided yourselves on. Those arrogant friends. He proudly recounted his achievements, while bringing up old memories. A few years ago you ganged up to seal me away. But now, didn't you all fall before my sword? It's also time for you to taste the pain of isolation. As soon as he finished speaking, hatred surged and ACI couldn't hold back. He raised his long sword ready to strike. Yaru at this moment was also nervously feigning. Time is almost up. We must make the first move. The moment he saw her, ACI immediately recognized them. Their cover was blown. She no longer concealed it and signaled to everyone. Everyone prepare to act. Just then, Ba Wang and the others rushed in just in time. We've taken care of all your subordinates. Prepare to surrender. However, ACI seemed not to be flustered in the slightest. Instead, a cunning smile curled his lips. Oh really? With that he summoned the Demon Legion. Don't tell me you thought I only had this many subordinates. My demon soldiers are endless. Before, you were lucky to escape from Ghost City. But today you won't be so fortunate. Over here Ba Huang and the others were not to be outdone. Everyone attacked together. Then let's see you try. Asus Longsword began to gather internal energy. He aimed and attacked in Yara's direction. She stood in front of Meng Shen. Everyone cried out worriedly, Shoro. Meng Shen also became nervous. Yaru, ignore me, quickly get out of here. Yaru interrupted her. No, will definitely save you. Just then a huge force directly attacked the Demon King, stunning him momentarily. Fortunately Shohei and Zhang Yi finally arrived in time and saved Yaru. Everyone cheered ecstatically. The guild leader is back. Zhang Yi looked at ACI the Demon King with a grim expression. We meet again. Seeing the familiar bracelet he was startled. His heart also skipped a beat. How did that bracelet end up on your hand? Instantly, happy memories with Naya flooded his mind, causing ACI to involuntarily fall to his knees. Clutching his head, ACI couldn't help but cry out. It hurt so much. As if he had fallen into a frenzy. Immediately after, he channeled a huge surge of internal energy, then roared loudly. Everyone die! ACI descended into madness. Looking at Zhang Yi and shouting, everyone who stands in my way must die. Duoluo appeared carrying ACI. Long time no see, kid, I told you we would meet again. Yaru asked in surprise. You've met before. Zhang Yi quickly explained. At that time I was dragged into the sea by an iceberg, and encountered it after getting lost on Dragon God Island. Back then it had 2 dragon heads and was very powerful. ACI pointed his sword at Zhang Yi. I don't have time to listen to you reminisce. Duoluo killed him for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant dragon immediately let out a mighty roar. As you command, my king. Seeing his little dragon trembling, Zhang Yi felt secretly uneasy. This is bad. Xiaohei doesn't have the Dragon God bloodline. His attack and defense will significantly decrease. Because of Dragon God's gaze, having Xiaohei face Dragon God's demise is like hitting a rock with an egg. Duoluo looked at Zhang Yi and Xiaohei. It mockingly sneered, little brats vanish. A fierce wind swept through. Zhang Yi and Xiaohei were both affected. Stepping back a few paces, He immediately spoke to comfort his magical beast Xiuhei. Don't be afraid. I have a plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi summoned a powerful surge of internal energy. He widened his eyes, then shouted, "Appear, Xueji." No sooner had he spoken, a colossal and fierce white dragon immediately appeared, summoned by Zhang Yi. Looking at Xueji, he was very satisfied. It's only been a few days, but she already feels much stronger. She let out a cold puff of smoke and spoke again. This time we will surely have our revenge, and avenge the people of Dragon God Island. Then Xueji and Zhang Yi charged forward together. He didn't forget to instruct the little black dragon. The task of protecting everyone is up to you. The little black dragon seemed to understand its master's meaning. It roared, indicating its comprehension. Looking at the snowflake that fell into his hand, ACI immediately realized that this dragon possessed the ability to change the weather. Dalek once said it was a descendant of the dragon god by Xue Tianji. He didn't expect it would leave Dragon God Island with this little guy. ACI excitedly raised his sword. So it's a descendant of Tianji. Then today, he'll send you to reunite with Tianji. Just then Zhang Yi looked intently at Xueji. I can feel your will for revenge. Let's go. Crush them. Watching them charge, Dalek scoffed disdainfully. They dare to attack proactively. You must be made to taste true suffering. No sooner had he spoken, vines shot out from underground, violently piercing towards Xueji. Seeing this, Zhang Yi cried out to her in alarm. Xueji, retreat quickly. In mere moments, the vines tightly coiled around Xueji's body. ACI was very satisfied with his attack. These vines, called ghost vines, are formed from the resentment of countless undead. Hatred is the most unbreakable chain in this world. He then cruelly ordered the dragon. Dalek, it's time to finish them off. He then looked at Zhang Yi. ACI couldn't help but say smugly, stop struggling. Soon you'll be just like them. Pain and intense fury surged through Xueji. Xueji growled, trying to break free from the control. Down below, the dream god was deeply moved. Zhang Yi bought us enough time to recover. Now it's our turn to act. Just like 1,000 years ago, when we sealed the Ghost King, we will unite to seal him once more. No sooner had she spoken, she immediately summoned her swarm of pink butterflies. A powerful oppressive force from the dream god mercilessly surged directly towards ACI. Showing no mercy, he was being controlled. Suddenly he saw the swarm of butterflies flying towards him. Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Before he could fully react, the vines controlling Zhang Yi had completely shattered. At this moment, the dream god's power enveloped Zhang Yi's entire body, seemingly trying to help Zhang Yi defeat ACI. Seeing this scene, ACI couldn't help but shout with a hint of jealousy. Nia, what are you doing? The dream god loudly declared. I told you I wouldn't let you harm the world ender again. No sooner had she spoken, an unspeakable resolve flashed in her eyes. At this moment ACI seemed to go mad. He completely lost control of his thoughts. He immediately roared silence. Just as he was about to charge simultaneously, a powerful oppressive force immediately blocked his path, impeding Dalek's way. Witnessing the scene unfolding before him, ACI couldn't believe it. He stared blankly. Zhang Yi stood upright on Xueji's back. He said menacingly, if you take another step forward. He paused, his sword tip pointed directly at ACI. Zhang Yi then said coldly, you are a dead man. Seeing ACI at a disadvantage, Zhang Yi pressed his advantage, shouting to Xueji. Let's go. He slyly revealed a sinister smile. Don't think that just because you've broken free from the ghost vines, you can defeat me. One strike, ancient desolation. The enhancement was cast. As shouted, try this move. At this moment, as in Zhang Yi's powers, both lunged at each other simultaneously, with overwhelming force. Seeing a partial difference in this power, as gritted his teeth, confused. What's going on with this power? In just an instant, his gaze immediately sharpened. Zhang Yi now stood before the enemy, looking at us with a cold expression. This was the power the god of curses sealed back then. Back then, I could never defeat him. With that, Zhang Yi also immediately charged forward with his sword. Just then, he remembered Nia's request before she came here. If you absolutely have to fight, I still hope you'll show mercy. His sword was just a hair's breadth away from piercing A's throat. He frowned in surprise, realizing he couldn't dodge it anymore. But then he suddenly stopped. He had already promised Nia not to take the Demon King's life. Shifting the attack target, Zhang, he stabbed directly at the crown on A's head. The crown shattered. At this moment, Az was free from the bow's control, as he knelt and cried out. My head hurts so much. As vision began to blur. He could only see snow falling. Everywhere. From As mind. A blue power. Began to leave his body. At this moment the pain suddenly eased. As slowly opened his eyes in surprise looking around. From his chest. The red string immediately flew up. As stared at it blankly following it with his gaze. Nia, is that you? The red string flew up. Then fell directly into its owner's hand. As thoughtfully reached out and grasped the string. The Demon King's face now showed a crying expression. This was the gift I gave Nia. On the day I confessed to her. I can never forget it in this lifetime. Zhang Yi then said. This red bracelet. Nia asked me to give to you. She said that as long as you see this bracelet, you'll understand her intentions. Hearing this, Az was startled. Wait, you've seen Nia? She's still alive. Tell me, where is she? Zhang Yi didn't hide anything from him. He directly replied, Pashao Chang Yong Hung Jita. Seeing is preparing to leave. Zhang Yi immediately grabbed him. Wait a moment. I know you're eager to go to the Yong Hung Jita now. But before that, I have one more favor to ask of you. The Demon King said calmly. You brought me news of Nia. So just say whatever you need. Zhang Yi got straight to the point. My teammate was struck by your demon's secret art. He's currently still in Ayrshire Shan and his fate is unknown. I believe you must have a way to save him. As continued picking up on his words. It seems you've asked the right person. This kind of demon's secret art. Only I can undo it. Come on, I'll take you to Ayrshire Shan first. Zhang Yi lowered his guard and thanked him. Before leaving he left instructions. Yaru, I'm going to Ayrshire Shan to bring Duan Feng back. Everyone please rest well here for now. Yaru watched Zhang Yi's figure gradually disappear. Well, wait for you to come back. Scene change. Meanwhile in Ayrshire Shan. Duan Feng was still alone. With 6 dark elves. In combat. He gripped the sword in his hand exhaustedly, panting heavily. Kill, it's still not enough. At the same time, just as Duan Feng was about to collapse, Zhang Yi finally arrived in time. He was constantly worried about his friend. Zhang Yi immediately descended. Running quickly towards Duan Feng. It seemed Duan Feng had already lost his memory. He looked at Zhang Yi. Who are you? He said urgently. I'm Duan Feng. Zhang Yi, I'm back, you'll be fine soon. Immediately after, as circulated his inner energy. Dispelling the Ghost Clan's secret technique. Duan Feng's eyes finally returned to normal at this moment. The wounds previously bitten by the Shadow Elves had also completely healed. Zhang Yi happily, that's great. You finally recovered. Duan Feng, congratulations on rejoining the team. As unable to wait. I want to disturb your reunion. I have to go find Nina. See you again sometime. Watching him leave. Duan Feng wondered the Ghost Clan's secret technique. Only the Ghost Clan can dispel it. If I'm not mistaken, he's the king of the Ghost Clan, right? Why are you cooperating with him? Zhang Yi calmly and briefly replied. Because we have a common enemy. He further explained. It's the mastermind. Behind the scenes, the culprit who manipulated and caused all the disasters of the apocalypse. Cheng Puxiao, the Tower of Eternity. There. Gong Qi's expression was rather grim at this moment. He seemed to have grasped the situation. Gong Qi was in the distance with Ling Lan beside him. Ling Lan slowly walked over. I've been looking for ages. So you were here all along. The masked man trapped in the blue light barrier quickly clapped his hands, calling for help. Boss, save me quickly. Seeing this, Gong Qi immediately ordered his rescue after he got out of trouble. Standing in front of the masked man, he commanded him to quickly confess. Speak what happened. Kneeling on the ground. The masked man stammered, recounting that Brat has already climbed to the 100th floor. And challenged me. During the fight, I don't know what skill he used. But he was actually able to swap bodies with me. His answer made Gong Qi tilt his head in confusion. Body swap. He raised his hand without hesitation and a blue panel immediately appeared. On it was someone's information max. Level 65 Beast Tamer legendary talent. Swap opponent's appearance and HP. Lasting 3 minutes. So he copied the talent. This masked man is truly lucky. The ground where Gong Qi stood began to shake violently. He immediately turned to ask Ling Lan beside him. What's happening? A red screen appeared. She quickly reported the situation. Master, the Tower of Eternity is under attack. Hearing this news, Gong Qi smiled smugly. He rushed back with her. A golden portal appeared before their eyes. Interesting, let's go back and see. Back in another place. Duoluo opened his mouth wide and a purple energy continuously expanded. Gradually shooting towards the front of the Tower of Eternity. On its back. As decisively commanded Duoluo, destroy it. A gap appeared in the tower. Thanks to Duoluo's attack power. He held his long saber, forcefully swung it forward, shouting loudly, "Break!" And so, starting from a small gap, the energy shield of the Tower of Eternity was now completely shattered. Without hesitation, as holding his long saber rapidly rushed deep inside the tower. "Nina, where are you? Nina, you must wait for me." A tightly locked door suddenly came into his view. As quickly clenched his fist, the door quickly opened and he walked in. Nina. His eyes suddenly widened, seeing something. It was Nina. His wife lay motionless on a set of mechanical apparatus before him. "Nina, open your eyes and look at me. We just met, why are you?" From behind, as her figure suddenly appeared, joyfully calling out to him. "As you finally found me." Hearing the familiar voice, as immediately turned his head, searching for Nina's figure. Seeing her again, as was overjoyed, his voice filled with happiness. "Nina, you remember me? What exactly happened? Why did you become like this, standing opposite?" Nina looked at him and nodded, assuring him, "I remember you. I've always remembered you." She recounted all her past memories to ACI in one breath, without missing any detail. "All of this was brought about by the one who dragged you into the apocalypse. It was his doing, to turn you into his puppet. He transformed me into my current state. As for the person you once met, it was probably just an illusion he created. The purpose was to use your pain and hatred to control you. ACI, it's come to this point. Don't you understand yet?" Suddenly, two hands clapped together forcefully, the sound echoing through the space. "This so-called long-awaited reunion in the world is truly touching, isn't it?" Standing at the doorway, facing the two of them, was the cunning Gong Chi. Gong Chi truly is formidable. To have found his way here. It was that strange guy. "Who told you, wasn't it?" He raised his hand high, snapping his fingers with two fingers pressed together. In an instant, Nia's figure completely vanished from Ass's sight. He turned angrily to the person, loudly condemning his true nature. "So from the very beginning you've been deceiving me?" "Oh," Gong Chi responded with an innocent tone. "How can this be considered deception? I merely offered you choices, and you were the one who made them. The person solving the problem misread the question. So you can't blame the one who said it." "All right." He lowered his head, a cunning smile playing on his lips as he looked at ACI. "If from the very beginning you had found the clues, you would have found a chance to get rid of me long ago. Wouldn't you?" Before he could react, Gong Chi clenched his fist and punched ACI in the face, and cursed him. "Blame yourself. Why did you only realize it so late?" He didn't stop. Gong Chi opened his palm and strange blue smoke emerged from it. He moved it directly towards Ass's chest. He didn't retract his power. Just a few seconds later, Ass's power was completely absorbed by Gong Chi. "Don't you forget. I'm the one who gave you your power. As long as I want to, I can take it back anytime. Now you, to me, are utterly worthless." His words made ACI lying on the ground stammer. How could this be? After dealing with ACI Gong, she turned around, looking at Nia lying on the machine. As for her, ACI used his last shred of strength, reaching out to tightly grasp his leg, forbidding him from harming Nia from above. Gong Chi's face darkened as he looked down at ACI, who was desperately trying to protect his beloved. He said grimly, "It seems I was still too lenient. I originally thought that you had done quite a lot for me, and if you were willing, keeping you by my side, to remain a loyal dog wouldn't be so bad." No sooner had he spoken than a knife was summoned by Gong Chi and clutched in his hand. "But if you disobey and anger me, then I'll just have to deal with you." He raised his weapon, swinging it high, powering up and aiming at ACI. "Die." Just as the blade came down, it was met by Zhang Yi, who had rushed over from who knows where with his own knife, and blocked. He quickly reached out and supported Ass's arm, helping him to stand. And thus ACI leaned entirely on Zhang Yi's shoulder. Gong Chi looked at him, surprised. "It's you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi chuckled admiringly. "I finally get to formally meet the one hiding behind the scenes. The one who orchestrated everything in the apocalypse." The person over there adjusted his glasses and smiled smugly upon seeing Zhang Yi. "I already told you we would meet again." Looking at Gong, so he boldly questioned him. The guy disguised as an angel, the fallen six-winged in the demon-suppressing tower. "It was you before who pinned S to the wall." Zhang Yi stood by, ready for battle. "Leave the rest to me. You just rest here." He lifted his head and slowly walked towards Gong Chi. Purple smoke billowed around Gong Chi. "That duel we had in the demon-suppressing tower before, it really left me wanting more. I hope you can satisfy me this time." Zhang Yi channeled his power and a wisp of golden smoke appeared. Divine Forbidden Spell. Then let me defeat you once more. In an instant, a giant dragon appeared charging straight towards him. Dragon Soul through the glasses. The image of Dragon Soul was analyzed by Gong Qi. Within a few seconds. Divine Forbidden Spell. Dragon Soul, I know you've used this before. This move to defeat Giant King Anku. Ku next to it was a blue panel with annotations for the Divine Forbidden Spell. Dragon Soul deals massive damage, reduces enemies' recovery by 100. Skill Power 5. From the purple smoke, Gong Qi's hand wrapped in silver light appeared. He held up his hands, covering his face, blocking Zhang Yi's Dragon Soul. But against me it's still too weak. Iron Armor Reflection Magic. All power was reflected back at him. He was thrown back. Player Zhang Yi was hit by the forbidden Divine Dragon Soul spell. HP 2000. This guy actually knows all my moves inside and out. All my moves just suffered a backlash of power. He clenched his jaw, glaring at him angrily. To defeat him, I must find another way. Not to be outdone. Zhang Yi charged forward, throwing multiple punches at Gong Qi's face, but he easily dodged them. Useless no matter how you attack. All your skills will only be reflected back by my iron armor. Gong Qi's taunt made Zhang Yi frown in anger. He yelled, "How about this then?" A direct punch hit Gong Qi's face, making him fall backward. The punch sent him face-first into the ground, sending shattered rock flying. The smoke gradually cleared and large pieces of rock shattered and flew. Upon closer inspection, a bottomless giant pit appeared. From the mouth of the pit, a figure. Something blocked Zhang Yi's view, leaving him stunned. What kind of monster is this? Gong Qi appeared, in a form that was a mixture of human and machine. I dedicated my body to the apocalypse long ago. This is my true form. From his hand, he shot out a series of thick long ropes. They wrapped around Zhang Yi, leaving him struggling to escape from this side. Gong Qi moved slowly, standing beside Zhang Yi, using the ropes to lift his face. Zhang Yi, I actually had many chances to kill you, but I didn't. Do you know why? Because I feel that you are essentially just like me. The scene of Zhang Yi riding his bike, sitting in front of a computer, constantly playing games was recounted by him, delivering takeout from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., coming home to play games for a while, then staring blankly. No friends. No lover. Then Gong Qi recounted the situation when he sent Zhang Yi into the game. There are friends, love and kinship. Look. See what I've given you in this apocalypse. Teammates to fight alongside, the thrill of battle, the admiration of others, and even love. All these things you couldn't get in your real life. At this point, Gong Qi used the ropes to pull Zhang Yi close, their faces touching. So why do you still want to go back to that original boring world? The apocalypse is your world. Despite Gong Qi's threat, he still spoke his mind. Nothing can shake it. That's right, this game gave me everything. Things I couldn't experience in reality. But if it's just to satisfy myself and be indifferent to the lives of most people like you, Zhang Yi can't do it. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, he went mad with rage. He lifted him up. You refuse the toast, so you'll drink the forfeit. Zhang Yi was tightly bound by ropes all over his body, making it difficult for him to escape. In that case, I can only make you disappear from this world. Miyazaki simultaneously used his blood-red eyes to shoot out light at him. He shouted, "Die!" Zhang Yi was tightly bound. He gritted his teeth, panicking, and thought, it's over. I can't break free at all. The scorching red light stopped in front of him. Zhang Yi's eyes widened. He stared blankly at the black aura that flew behind Zhang Yi. A strong foot stomped heavily on the ground and walked over. The newcomer was a man dressed in dark black armor. Zhang Yi struggled to turn his head and look at him, asking in confusion, "Are you the armored person on the mountain peak at 2 o'clock? How did you end up here?" He immediately replied, "The situation is urgent right now. Once we reach a safe place, I'll explain everything to you." Miyazaki roared furiously, "You won't get away. As long as you're still in the apocalypse, I'll find you." He summoned a green dragon which unbound the ropes on Zhang Yi. Then he shouted, "Go." He was about to go save someone but was stopped. Zhang Yi turned back and said, "But I promised to save Nina." He immediately said, "Only by staying alive can you fulfill your promise." The next second, he observed everything around him before disappearing. Immediately after, both of them vanished. Suddenly a huge impact and explosion sounded. Miyazaki gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "That look. Could it be him? How dare he take someone right in front of me?" "Just you wait." Immediately after, he loudly commanded, "Activate all tracking devices in the apocalypse. Even if you have to turn the entire apocalypse upside down. Find them for me." Ling Lan bowed her head and replied, "As you command, master." She glanced at a sea, then asked, "Master, What should we do with this person? He immediately shouted, lock him in the Eternal Tower's dungeon. At this moment in the night sky, drones were traversing between the mountain ranges. On the 7th floor of the demon suppressing tower, he walked while looking back at Zhang Yi, saying, "It's safe here. And we won't be discovered for now." He immediately asked the question that had been bothering him. Who exactly are you? Why do you always wear a mask and dare not show your true face? As he explained, he took off his mask with his hand. I've been hiding my identity all this time, because this identity would bring danger. But now that it's a matter of life and death, there's no benefit in continuing to hide. Zhang Yi, you've finally grown up too. Beneath the mask was a face he was very familiar with. Dad, is it really Dad? Zhang Yi excitedly hugged his father. He choked up and said, Dad, you've been missing for so long. I always thought you were already. Back then I encountered some unexpected events. He then explained, I was trapped in the apocalypse. I'm very sorry, son, that I couldn't be there for you as you grew up all these years. But I'm very proud of the person you are now. Zhang Yi put his hand on his shoulder and asked, so you've been missing for so long, Dad? But you've actually been in the apocalypse all this time. But you were involved in researching the apocalypse. How could immediately after? He activated the data display on his chest and replied, it's not that I didn't want to leave the apocalypse, but that I couldn't. Now I can only rely on these mechanical parts to barely sustain my life. The figure standing before you right now is merely a husk carrying my consciousness? He choked up, stuttering as he asked, who did this? Near where the two stood in the distance there was a clump of grass, and a drone was monitoring them. On the other side, Zhang Yi was saying, I've seen him. He's the one who wants to kill you. Through the drone, Gong Qi is able to observe and hear the conversation between the two of them. He excitedly says, no wonder it felt so familiar. I never imagined they were actually father and son. Gong Qi's lips curled into an evil smile. Then today, I'll make you both disappear together. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the red button. Scene change at the demon suppressing tower in Shaota Town. A loud boom violently echoed. Zhang Yi and his father were quickly running out of the tower. Demon suppressing tower, 7th floor. Behind them a massive explosion was gradually spreading. He frantically shouted. No, Gong Qi detonated the tower. The ground began to shake violently. Another explosion continued to occur, sending rubble flying. He anxiously yelled, Dad, watch out. Smoke and dust filled the air. Moments later only rubble and raging flames remained. Zhang Yi lay on the ground, slowly sat up and scoffed at Gong Qi, is that all you've got? Did you think blowing up the tower could trap us? Dad, how are you? Can you still move? He suddenly opened his eyes in terror. His father was lying on the ground, crushed by a huge rock. Zhang Yi screamed in horror. Dad, Gong Qi appeared with a mechanical body. I told you long ago you can't escape your doom. His blood-red eyes then emitted a dazzling red light, shooting directly at him. Zhang Yi quickly flew away, disappearing like lightning. His dazzling red light was immediately frozen. Gong Qi stammered in surprise. What? How is that possible? The system immediately prompted. Snow Princess Dragon God Ice Element with the power of the Dragon God. It can freeze all things. The system then displayed the Ice Dragon God form. Zhang Yi, clad in ice armor with ice wings, appeared holding a blazing sword. He pointed his sword at Gong Qi and said, I will defeat you. He immediately replied, is that so? Then Gong Qi couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, overestimating yourself. He charged forward with his long sword, letting out a roar. He raised his hand, manipulating a string of numbers, then said contemptuously, so reckless. Zhang Yi stood motionless, unable to move, utterly terrified. In the howling wind, Gong Qi's voice echoed, haven't you realized yet? Your attacks are useless against me. As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his arm into space. That arm immediately appeared in front of Zhang Yi. He painfully uttered word by word, Gong Qi. The next second, his arm instantly pierced Zhang Yi's chest, making him roll his eyes in pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. That arm, Gong Qi's hand touched a glistening golden object, then pulled it from his hand. It was the God Tier talent card. With your God Tier talent card taken by me, what more can you do? The next second, Zhang Yi collapsed weakly, lying face down on the ground. Gong Qi walked over to him. Zhang Yi's eyes were now empty and lifeless, without focus. Immediately after, Gong Qi shot out two pincer-like lines. They attacked downwards violently, but Zhang Yi was nowhere to be seen. They merely slammed hard into the ground. Gong Qi was startled, turned around, and looked at the person carrying Zhang Yi away. He quickly ran towards Zhang Yi and his father, shouting, you want escape? No one can stop my doomsday plan. He listened to Gong Qi's words and retorted softly, no. Someone definitely can. Then he hoisted Zhang Yi onto his shoulder and leaped into space. Your sweet dream is about to end. He sat looking at Zhang Yi, who was lying in the teleportation space. He silently smiled as he looked at him. Then he looked down at his own mechanical legs. He looked at him and spoke. Awake, your talent card was forcibly taken by Gong Qi. Zhang Yi replied, This is something I didn't expect. He suddenly sat up. Determination etched on his tired face. He stared intently at his father. Don't bring up my situation again. Father, please hold on a little longer. I will help you rebuild your body. It won't be long. The father was very surprised to hear this. Then he burst out laughing and patted his son's shoulder. The father praised, Good, you truly are my excellent son. The father recalled Zhang Yi's datasheets. They were marked with crosses. He said contemplatively, You've been in the apocalypse for so long. All the experience and abilities you've accumulated. You no longer need to rely on talent card skills. You've reached God tier, but it's a shame about these God tier talents. It really is a pity. Gongxi definitely won't stop hunting you. If you clash again in the future, you might be at a disadvantage. He replied calmly, then asked him, But there's nothing to fear about that. It's you, father, on the other hand. Do you and Gongxi have some kind of grudge? The father immediately replied. This is exactly what I was going to tell you. The truth of what happened back then. The father recalled the past. Then he recounted, Gongxi and I were once colleagues. We researched and developed the apocalypse together. Gongxi usually didn't talk much, but I could tell he was passionate about the apocalypse. Far more so than an ordinary researcher. Gradually we became friends too. But during the research process, I discovered his obsession. Or rather his true intentions. What Gongxi wanted to do was this. He wanted to pull everyone in the world into the apocalypse. I would rule them, they would obey my commands. Their life or death would all be decided by me. After the father learned of his intentions, he immediately began to argue with him. Our views of course clashed. I tried to dissuade him, but I didn't succeed. The argument between Gongxi and me. As more and more time passed, he later seemed to become my foe. Eventually while I was performing the final checks for the apocalypse, made his move against me. Although before entering the apocalypse, I had prepared an escape method for myself. But I didn't expect him to be so determined to kill me. To prevent me from reviving, he destroyed all my physical forms. Luckily, I had a backup plan. At the most critical moment, I activated my self-awareness, cloud storing myself within the apocalypse. From then on I began a life of dwelling and hiding from Gongxi. After a long period of hiding in the demon suppression tower, waiting for the right moment, finally, you arrived. Your return to the apocalypse was no accident. In fact, ever since you first entered the game, I've been watching you. That time you were killed. I used the self-rescue program from back then to bring you back to life. I knew you were the one who could take revenge for me and the other players. After hearing the entire story, Zhang Yi looked at him and softly said, Father, so it was you who saved me? Then he asked, perplexed, Is this Zion, the underground city displayed on his hand? He looked at it and explained, Go to Zion, perhaps there you can defeat Gongxi. Kneeling beside him and supporting him, he immediately answered, Yes. Let's go now. He immediately shook his head, Zhang Yi, I can't go. Zhang Yi stared at him blankly, stammering, Father. He smiled but couldn't hide his sadness. Son, I'm sorry. I can no longer fight alongside you. I've reached my limit. His body gradually faded away. He turned his head and smiled at him, Go Zhang Yi. You are our last hope. After speaking, he dissipated into the void. Zhang Yi held his mask in his hand. Then he softly replied yes. He held his head high and bravely walked out. His father's image still vaguely appeared at the entrance. Let's go, well, get our revenge. Zhang Yi knelt down. A blue glowing circle appeared beside him, surrounding Shuiji to quickly transport her to the underground city. However, fragments suddenly scattered and shot towards his hand. Zhang Yi, the matrix is destroyed. He raised his hand, observing it. He felt a bit confused. How can this be? I can't summon Shuiji anymore. Once again, Zhang Yi pressed his hand to the ground, continuing to summon. Xiao He seemed to remember something. His eyes widened, filled with fear. Zhang Yi. He remembered the card that guy had snatched from him earlier. Not long ago, the God tier talent card was stolen by Gongqi. Logically, it shouldn't affect my use of the dragon God's power, right? But now even the dragon God's power is unusable. Standing on the open ground, Zhang Yi raised his arm, observing it for a long time. Gongqi, the image of that guy named Gongqi kept vaguely flickering lingering in Zhang Yi's mind. As one of the creators of the apocalypse, he couldn't kill me. So he simply used some kind of authorization to prevent me from using my abilities. After a moment of thought, a green stream of energy appeared in his hand. It flashed, attempting to stop me from entering the underground city. Not that easy. A blue panel appeared displaying Vernon City 150919, which Zhang Yi pressed with his finger. Thus a detailed map of Vernon City showed his location relative to the tower. Luckily the map is still working. However, if I follow the route on the map, it would take at least half a month, and I might also be immediately discovered by Gong Qi. Looking at the map, a forest-like marker caught his eye. Zhang Yi, wait. It was an image of a skull surrounding a forest. It's a marker on the map. The name Liugu Milan puzzled him. I've never heard of this place. But if I exit this forest, I can directly reach the underground city of Zion. Then he'll choose the shortest route through Liugu Milan. A forest permeated with an eerie aura, enveloped by darkness. Introduction to the man-eating forest. Capturing adventurers as nutrients for the trees. The heart to decompose remains in bones create phosphorescence, forming the six-bone maze. Just a few seconds, Zhang Yi was already deep within that eerie forest. After 3 days I finally reached my destination. It's too quiet here. It feels like no player has ever been here before. Something suddenly flashed behind him, like an arrow, as if he had a third sense. Zhang Yi quickly turned his head and looked around. He found nothing unusual. He turned back and slowly moved forward again. Again a feeling of something approaching. Zhang Yi turned his head and looked at the ground. This time some tree roots were creeping behind him. He looked at the roots. Zhang Yi shrugged. He scoffed at the six-bone maze. It seems these withered vines' weakness is fear of sunlight. Afraid of sunlight. They can only move in the shadows. No wonder nighttime is their main domain, I thought. The legendary six-bone maze was terrifying. Turns out it's nothing special. So this is. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened. Blue smoke filled the surroundings. Zhang Yi spread his arms at this moment. Head tilted back, looking around. Creeping in the dark. Suddenly something was shot towards him, making him crouch down and quickly jump back to defend. Check successful. It seems the agility of my muscles has been very well trained in the last battle. Even without skills or moves I can charge out. From the side facing Zhang Yi, a sharp thorn shot out. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his face. The thorn pierced his palm, causing damage. It didn't stop yet. It also passed over Zhang Yi. Not far away, a pair of snakes formed from forest plants crawled over. Zhang Yi kicked them away directly with his foot. One snake was kicked into the air, making it difficult to breathe. Take this. But they seemed stubborn. Still crawling after him. Where are all these coming from? Endless. I have to leave here quickly. Thus Zhang Yi ran quickly according to the map's instructions. It's right ahead. After a while, he suddenly crouched down and extended his leg as an obstruction, staring blankly. What the hell? How did this happen? In front of Zhang Yi was a wall made of vines, tightly interwoven. It finally got bigger. No choice. He clenched his fists, ready for a fight. No choice but to. Suddenly, a strong light split the tree wall. Standing there witnessing all of it, Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. He looked up. Is that you guys? Diawu and Yuru slowly flew down from high above. Standing in front of him, Zhang Yi looked at the two. His face showing a look of joy. He looked at Yuru with a puzzled expression. And Diawu, why are you two here? The three of them didn't seem to notice the movement of the vines behind them. It only took a few seconds. The vines had already tightly wrapped around Diawu and Yuru. They pulled the two girls upwards, leaving him below, stunned and unable to react in time. Oh no, the vines are getting tighter and tighter. Diawu and Yuru gripped. Careful, they gripped the weapons in their hands. The two girls began to use them to fight back, chopping down all the annoying vines that obstructed them. Zhang Yi watched as the two freed themselves from the vines. Zhang Yi quickly thanked them. Good thing you arrived in time. I'm really grateful to you two this time, Yuru said as she walked out. I summoned my sub-spirit to track your location earlier. I found your coordinates were moving slowly all the time. Accompanied by Daiwa's accusing voice. Zhang Yi, what in the world is wrong with you? You can't even handle a single six-bone maze. Being scolded, he spread his arms, shrugged slightly inside as he explained. As you can see, I currently can't use any abilities. I'm no different from a new player who just started the game. Which made the two of them listen in astonishment and great surprise. What's wrong? Afraid of wasting time, he looked at them both and suggested with a smile. Let's talk as we go. We should leave here first. Along the way, Zhang Yi began to tell them everything. So the problem now is, that guy took my god-tier talent card. And all the talents I copied have disappeared too. Even my other skills are unusable. I haven't found the reason yet. My skills are restricted. And there's only one clue pointing to the dungeon. Perhaps the answer I need is there through his story. Yuru quickly grasped Zhang Yi's hand and comforted him. It's okay. Well, check for you first. To see what's wrong. She reached out and pulled Zhang Yi's neck towards her. Face to face. After that, well, go to the dungeon with you. As if sensing something, Yara's eyes widened in surprise. Then she looked at him face to face and said, strange. I can't find anything wrong. Logically, those abilities that are unrelated to your talent card should be usable, right? No sooner had she spoken than from behind Diawu swung her weapon. She rushed forward to attack Zhang Yi. He quickly turned sideways, deftly avoiding the attack. Zhang Yi also tightly gripped the weapon Diawu used to attack. Observing from behind, Yuru realized something was wrong, and quickly ordered Diawu to stop. Zhang Yi is still injured. But Diawu still retorted. She continued to swing her weapon at him. This is a check. Seeing this, Zhang Yi looked directly at her, challenging. Without any fear. Alright, then let's try it. Just a few seconds later, Daiwa's weapon was firmly in his hand. Holding the weapon, Zhang Yi looked at Diawu, who had her arms crossed, and smiled slightly with a hint of reproach. How's that my physical strength hasn't weakened at all? Seeing that he had recovered, Yuru raised her weapon high and suggested, let's go. It's time to set off. The gem on the weapon, once blessed by the dream god, shone brightly. Under the feet of the three, a teleportation array immediately appeared. Instantly, the teleportation array took the three of them to a new place. Xian Dungeon. Before them was a massive horizontal gate. This is Xian, the Xian Dungeon. The deepest confinement place underground in the apocalypse. Isolated from the world. Easy to defend and difficult to attack. Suddenly a red light lit up around the three of them, accompanied by continuous alarm sounds. Warning. Warning, ability user intrusion. Ability user intrusion. A sharp weapon pointed directly at the three people standing in front. Someone sharply questioned. Who's over here? Daiwa's expression was calm, gripping her weapon tightly. Suddenly a row of sharp wooden stakes emerged from the ground. The same happened on the other side. All the stakes closed in, forming a cage, completely surrounding Zhang Yi and the other two. They're ability users. Arrest them. Yara's eyes widened, looking at the weapons around them. Grabbing the blade that was swinging towards Yuru, Zhang Yi, surrounded by golden flames, ordered. Please wait, causing the opponent, the person holding the attacking weapon, to become worried. This person reacts very quickly. He blocked my spear with just one hand. From the front, the man holding the weapon swung his spear and questioned sharply. Confess honestly. Who exactly are you? What are you doing in the dungeon? Meanwhile, the person surrounded by flames reached out and firmly grabbed two knives from behind. Yuru greeted softly. Hello, we mean no harm. She looked up at the people. With sincere eyes, they frankly. My friend ran into some trouble. He had his talent card stolen and received divine guidance. Received divine guidance. So he wants to come here to look for clues. Yara's words made Changnan and Iran exchange glances. They communicated through their eyes. He won't do either. They are ability users. Ability users are not allowed into the dungeon. Through their eye contact, looking at how they both reacted, she lowered her head and guessed. It seems these guards are quite prejudiced against ability users. Hearing this, Shang Yi looked at the weapons in their hands. If one looked closely, their weapons carried no attributes or abilities, and their full gear was solely for the purpose of body protection. Then there was the cage. All three of them were trapped inside, unable to escape. The current on the cage was more like underground technology. After some discussion, Chengnan, standing in front of Zhang Yi, prepared to give him a chance to prove himself. You said your talent card was stolen, can't you? Cooperate with us for a test. He casually reached out and pressed a switch installed on the wall ahead. A red light slowly appeared from the city gate. That red light shot directly at Zhang Yi, scanned him, and then quickly returned to its source. Zhang Yi looked at the two girls in confusion and asked a few questions. This is like a security check in the real world. After the inspection, the red light frame turned green, sending a signal to Changnan. He stood before the city gate observing. Once the results were out, he waved his hand and ordered. I didn't expect you to really be immortal. How did you end up like this? The cage holding them gradually retracted and the three gained their freedom. Standing in front of Changnan, Zhang Yi spoke with a serious expression, assuring him. When he realized he was wrong, he reached out and placed a hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder, offering an apology. We were quite rude just now, I hope you don't mind. We're all on the same side, come into the city, I won't pursue this. Zhang Yi forgave them. Thank you, what about my friends? Zhang Yi's question somewhat puzzled Changnan. He touched his face and stammered. Xian has its rules. Seeing his troubled expression, Yarrow and Diewu standing behind offered an idea. We won't enter the city, but can we set up camp outside the city? Hearing this, he agreed. In exchange, the two of us can do some patrol work. Hope we won't disturb anyone. Seeing himself lose composure a bit, Changnan reached out and wiped the sweat from his face. He said apologetically, for this matter, thank you both. If you lack supplies, you can find the city gate guards. We were too impulsive just now. Please don't mind. Yarrow smiled after receiving permission. She spoke to comfort Changnan, telling him to feel less self-reproach. It's okay, you had your reasons. Afterward, Yarrow and Zhang Yi held hands and said goodbye. Yarrow's words of thanks to Zhang Yi made her laugh. Between you and me, is there still a need for thanks? Hurry up and go, trust Diewu and me will wait for you. Zhang Yi smiled, nodded at Yarrow and then walked away. A while later the two had already arrived. Inside the dungeon, the people of Xian looked at Zhang Yi. The citizens were discussing animatedly. Who is this? Whispering someone new has arrived again. This made Zhang Yi very uncomfortable. He looked at Changnan. Why are they looking at me with such conflicting expressions? Seeing this, Changnan quickly turned around and immediately explained to Zhang Yi. All of us after our talent cards were stolen gathered here. Since you've just arrived more or less, they will all be somewhat prejudiced against outsiders. Changnan looked at Zhang Yi with deep affection and smiled reassuringly. You'll get used to it later. This calmed Zhang Yi down a bit. I see. Standing in front of a house, he pointed at the door and said to the young man, you can stay here for now. As for the specifics, I'll consult with that lord. Just as he was speaking, someone ran over from a distance and interrupted. Wait a minute. He was panting with his mouth open and hurriedly reported to Changnan. The pseudo-magician specifically asked to see this newcomer. The news about that person left everyone around them looking bewildered. They exchanged confused glances, not knowing what to do. How is that possible? The pseudo-magician doesn't summon us easily. Not even guards who have performed meritorious deeds can see his true face. Who exactly is this newcomer? Why does our esteemed teacher want to see him? Vaguely, there was a girl wearing a hood in the crowd. Her brows were furrowed and her face was filled with anger. She then silently turned and left. Back to Zhang Yi. He rested his chin in his hand, puzzled. The pseudo-magician, why are they so surprised? Who exactly is this person? Could it be related to the messenger's father? The person holding the controller chuckled. He quickly pressed the red button on it. You'll know once you reach the reverse tower, don't be nervous. Below Zhang Yi, a black circle appeared from the ground. Seeing the deep pit, he was immediately startled and realized the problem. DM, what is this? Before he could react, Zhang Yi fell straight into the bottomless pit. I'd been tricked from the deep pit. Zhang Yi landed face down on the ground in immense pain. He quickly regained his composure. He reached out, rubbed his head and looked at the table in front of him. I was careless. This place is truly treacherous. This sight, Zhang Yi quickly stood up. He slowly walked to the table, only to discover, no, these are all fake. As soon as he finished speaking, an echoing voice rang out, that's right. A girl with her face wrapped in white cloth walked out of the door. She slowly came out. The view outside the balcony was created by projection technology and temperature sensors. It's very realistic, isn't it? Hello, Zhang Yi. I am the pseudo-magician. Do you have anything you want to ask me? Zhang Yi glanced at her, then spoke. He said with a strong speculative tone, oh, so you're the pseudo-magician. I just entered the city and you already want to see me. Moreover, I haven't even revealed my name to anyone here. After speaking, Zhang Yi glanced at the pseudo-magician, his face clearly showing anger. Did you know me from the beginning, or do you have informants everywhere along the way? Her expression darkened. She lowered her head, slowly walked past him and said softly, I am the creator of Xian City. The residents here were also gathered by me. Every move in this underground city is naturally known to me like the back of my hand. She picked up a kettle and poured water into a cup. The pseudo-magician's eyes held a hint of melancholy. As for you, the moment you underwent the security check and entered the city, all your information was already exposed. She turned around holding the cup of water and looked at Zhang Yi, steam rising from the cup. The one possessing a divine talent card whose information was provided to me. Zhang Yi, level 72 Beastmaster, guild leader of the Divine Hunt Guild. The two faced each other. The pseudo-magician extended her arm, offering the cup of water to the young man. 2 days ago when he fought against Gong, his abilities were revoked and he became crippled. Am I right? Zhang Yi quickly reached out his hand, reaching for the cup of water she had poured, but that wasn't the case. He directly changed his target, attacking the pseudo-magician. She was already prepared, however, and instantly turned into a wisp of smoke. The pseudo-magician floated in the air, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yi. Fuming on the ground, he said, "No need to test me. I'm just like you, unable to use any abilities." He clenched his fists. Zhang Yi lowered his head and apologized. She apologized. "I just want to confirm my situation. If I'm safe. The situation is urgent right now. I want to recover my abilities as soon as possible, so I can deal with Gong quickly." Hearing his words, Wei Shijia's eyes widened in surprise. "We're the same as you. To tell you the truth." She began to explain. Some practice combat weapons, some train martial arts, some study maps to find ways to fight. Everyone here shares the same goal as you. We strengthen our weapons, develop technology, tap into our potential, and hone our combat skills. And the target of everyone in the city is him, that guy who specializes in manipulation. All to defeat Gong. When an image of Zhang Yi appeared, Wei Shujia asked, "Where's your father? Your father guided you here, didn't he?" Zhang Yi looked up in confusion, bewildered. "You came from above." She lunged towards Zhang Yi. "How would I know your father standing in front of him?" Wei Shujia stammered, refusing to answer. "During this time, unfortunately I can't tell you about this for now. But I can confirm that all the abilities you've lost are side effects of having your talent cards forcibly stripped away." Her eyes were wide, completely focused on him. "I can assure you it's the same for all residents here. So if you want to recover your abilities, I'm afraid it will be very difficult." Wei Shijia's words left Zhang Yi feeling lost and confused. This has been fully confirmed, there's no other possibility. Seizing the opportunity, she extended the hand holding the water cup towards him. "So, do you want to join the underground city Zion and fight with us?" Zhang Yi looked at the cup, somewhat hesitant. Wei Shujia immediately manipulated his thoughts. "I believe with your talent, we will have a new turning point." Without hesitation, he decided to take the cup and agreed. "Okay, I'll join. As of now." Besides his father, it seems only the people of Zion know about Gong. Rather than searching for clues like a headless chicken outside, it's better to stay here temporarily and wait for the right moment. Wei Shujia reached out and placed a hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder, praising him. "You've made a very good choice." Just as she passed him, she lowered her head and whispered a few words. "However, I can feel that your abilities haven't completely disappeared. Unlike others who can't reverse it. I see a turning point in you." Zhang Yi behind her was startled by this, and quickly turned to look. "You mean to say?" Wei Shujia put a finger to her lips, signaling to him. "Should the residents mustn't know. This is a secret between us two. Otherwise they will banish you." Not far from Zhang Yi, she simply concluded, "In any case, keep up the good work." And so Zhang Yi watched Wei Shijia's retreating back as she gradually moved away. Strange, she knows about his father, and also revealed very specific information about Zion to him. She even gave him clues related to his abilities. Logically speaking, he should trust her. But why did he feel a sense of wariness and an inexplicable familiarity? Hand placed before the blue panel, he had already arrived in a completely different place, inside the city of Zion. Regardless, he still had to tell Yoru and Diewu this news. Today he had been busy sending notifications through the screen, without noticing the dark shadow behind the wall. The most important task now was to meet them as soon as possible. Luya was standing behind, pressed against the wall, secretly observing Zhang Yi's actions. "From the moment you entered the city I felt something was off about you. And now you even dare to bypass the guards, to go out and deliver messages." She drew a sharp sword from her waist, as if preparing to do something. "You asked for this." Turning to Yoru, her face showed some concern. As she looked around, the underground city was heavily guarded, and everyone was cautious. The ability user Zhang Yi even had to avoid others when speaking. The next steps would require careful planning. Diewu, who was nearby, immediately comforted her. "Relax." Currently the two were standing guard outside Dinon City. Diewu put her hands on her hips and continued. "She knows better than anyone. No matter what happens, he'll find a way to solve it, won't he? If it really doesn't work out, then Zhang Yi should relocate and not stay here anymore." Suddenly by the city wall, Zhang Yi appeared out of nowhere. "I'm here from a high place. He leaped down. Yaru and Diawu were both surprised. Let's make this quick. He'll try to get their consent first. Zhang Yi, with his arm around his neck, persuaded the two girls to try and gain more authority. At least so we can meet freely. Also, that fake spellcaster I just mentioned. I need everyone to help me investigate his identity. But Yaru looked at Zhang Yi and proposed a different idea. Let's both return to Jiding City first, and then think of other solutions. Zhang Yi remained silent, completely rejecting the idea. No. This is the only way out my father left for me. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand and looked down, analyzing the fake spellcaster. The fake spellcaster in the city could guide those players who had lost their combat abilities. Although we can't fully trust him yet, given the current situation. Staying here is the best choice. Suddenly a beam of light shot directly at the three stunned people on the ground. What are you doing here? From above, a sharp blade whistled down. Sensing danger, Zhang Yi quickly pushed Yaru and Diawu aside. Watch out! Then he delivered a powerful kick, instantly kicking the sharp blade away. Across from them, a group of people led by Luya looked at Zhang Yi and his companions. I've always said these outsiders can't be trusted. In the dead of night, you left the city without permission during the guard change, and revealed information about the underground city to these two ability users. You don't deserve our trust. Frowning, her face showing anger, she loudly ordered her subordinates to capture them. Seeing the urgency of the situation, he raised his hands and loudly explained. Wait, you've misunderstood. If we intended to cause trouble, then when we first faced everyone's weapons, we would have resisted already. From behind him, Daiwa's attitude was different. She folded her arms and murmured. Should have just killed them. Then we wouldn't have to worry about not getting into Zion, would we? This took Zhang Yi by surprise. Hey, you Luya's subordinates! Continuously pressed closer to Zhang Yi and his group. Attack the ability users. Dai'll never forgive you. Luya stood there silently, her face clearly showing resentment. Traitors, get out of Zion City. Traitors, get out, get away, get out. She gripped the hilt and suddenly drew her sword from its sheath. Luya bent down and swung her sword forward fiercely. Everyone capture them together. On this side, a sword was also drawn from its sheath. Defend, prepare to attack. It was none other than Diawu. She swung her sword to counter Luya, so noisy. Just as she was about to swing her sword above Diawu, Zhang Yi and a dark figure appeared. With a sudden drop, they pushed the two combative girls aside. Despite this, Luya and Diawu still angrily glared at each other. The surrounding smoke gradually dispersed, and the two dark figures slowly revealed themselves. It was none other than Zhang Yi and Wei Shujia. A sword blocked her path. That person was Luya. She gritted her teeth, looking over here. Daiwa's eyes were also filled with rage. She turned around, not even sparing Zhang Yi a glance. Lan Yaru soothed. How are you? Are you alright? Lan Yaru leaned close to Daiwa's ear and whispered. Don't get agitated, we need to stay. You can't kill her. The three of them turned around and she said, got it. Looking at Wei Shujia, holding her sword, Luya loudly admonished, Sir, why are you helping that outsider? He clearly. Turning to the crowd, she raised her arm. She began to explain about Zhang Yi and them to the crowd. Everyone. There are many misunderstandings about this new friend. Standing before the crowd in the city, Wei Shujia continued. Although I trust him very much, for the fairness of the dungeon, and to not betray everyone's trust. As soon as her voice fell, she raised her arm. With a flick of her finger in the city, instantly a glowing object appeared on the ground, causing the people around Wei Shujia to gape, their eyes wide with astonishment. The smoke before their eyes gradually dispersed in an instant, revealing a massive arena. Zion Arena. She announced the solution. How about we settle this by combat? No more talking. Wei Shujia moved to Zhang Yi's side. She grabbed his arm, then raised it high, showing everyone in the city. If our new friend Zhang Yi wins, he and his friends can enter the dungeon together. Everyone will then be able to coexist peacefully. As for if, Zhang Yi raised his head and announced with a smile. If I lose just one match, my friends and I will immediately leave the dungeon. No longer bothering anyone. Zhang Yi's actions made everyone in the city angry. Only Luya gritted her teeth in anger. Perhaps this person can really be trusted. Captain Luya. Why would Master open the arena? What arrogance! He then leaped into the competition grounds, ready to begin the fight. Look at his arrogant demeanor. Fight, let's fight one round first. Who's afraid of who? He looked at the crowd in front of him and beckoned, indicating, I'm ready, who wants to go first? Suddenly, Zhang Yi's eyes looked ahead with a hint of blankness. What met his gaze was Luya's angry eyes. Luya gripped her sword tightly, her fighting spirit soaring. "I'll go below the arena." The surrounding people continuously cheered and shouted encouragement. "Go, Captain! Zhang Yi, I believe in you. Go for it, let her taste your power." Luya rushed forward and unleashed a powerful kick. But Zhang Yi blocked it in time. He exclaimed, "Oh," and praised. "Pretty good moves." Zhang Yi said, "But your speed isn't quite fast enough." Then he clenched his fist ready to attack. She swiftly leaped up and flipped over, dodging that attack once more. In midair, Luya threw arrows again, shooting them at him. Zhang Yi immediately dodged agilely. Her flexibility and strength are beyond my imagination. My hand is almost numb. Below the stands, someone suddenly shouted, "Captain, catch it, throw that spear up there." Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise. "You?" Luya gritted her teeth, holding the spear and thrusting fiercely. He immediately sidestepped to dodge, easily tearing off a piece of cloth from her clothing. Holding the piece of cloth in his hand, Zhang Yi praised, "You are very strong." He then tied that piece of cloth over his eyes. "If I can restore the ability of my talent card, I definitely won't be inferior to my two teammates." Immediately after, Zhang Yi had already assumed a combat stance. "Please," he secretly thought to himself. "Good thing I learned close quarters combat before and sparred with other players. Otherwise I truly wouldn't know how to respond." Luya tightly gripped the long spear in her hand. She charged forward furiously. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" Zhang Yi effortlessly and precisely caught the long spear with both hands. "Reckless people like you, who only focus on attacking the enemy's obvious weaknesses." Seeing him effortlessly catch the long spear without even looking, Luya's face showed unconcealable surprise. After Zhang Yi seized the long spear, he swung it towards her, and then continued, "Will only put themselves in danger." Luya immediately dodged and retreated quickly. Zhang Yi, holding the long spear, charged forward at an extremely fast speed, shouting, "Just like this." He pointed the long spear at her neck, making Luya break out in a cold sweat. Thinking, how is this possible? He can actually replicate my moves, and without even looking. Moreover, he seems to be holding back. Luya leaped into the air, dodging as the long spear continuously thrust at her. Zhang Yi attacked while saying loudly, "But if you can conceal yourself and find an unguarded attack route." Luya gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with panic. "Why can't I keep up with his moves? And just now, he could have severely wounded me many times. But he didn't." He stopped, stood still, and continued, "You will gain something instead." Luya was covered in sweat, panting, her expression subtly changed. "The gap between him and me is too wide." From the audience stands, the crowd saw Luya fall and immediately shouted noisily, "Hateful outsider! I'll teach you a lesson for our leader." Diawu impatiently retorted, "Don't be a sore loser." Luya raised her hand, faced the crowd, and said, "I surrender. I was too weak." He tossed the long spear back to her, saying, "Here, this is yours." Luya took the long spear and whispered, "I was too reckless and misunderstood everyone. I'm very sorry." She smiled and extended her hand to Zhang Yi, introducing herself, "My name is Luya. Pleased to meet you." He took her hand and introduced himself, Zhang Yi. Luya happily announced from the stands, "Everyone, I, Luya, will honor my wager. He, Zhang Yi, from today onwards, is our friend. And these two as well." The two young ladies below also smiled happily, saying their names one by one. Han Yuru, Diawu. Everyone below applauded and cheered. They are abilities users, but they have guaranteed their sincerity, and I believe they are also trustworthy friends. Welcome them. Wei Shujia happily and excitedly emerged from the crowd and left. She glanced at Zhang Yi, thinking, "Zhang Yi, you didn't disappoint me." He pondered in the stands, thinking, "This time I really have to thank Wei Shujia for helping me out of this predicament." Zhang Yi looked at Wei Shujia, suddenly thinking, "Wait, this background." After that day, Zhang Yi and his group gained the acceptance of Xiancheng's residents. After defeating Luya, finally I was also accepted by the residents, officially becoming a member of Xian, learning alongside everyone from Wei Shujia. Apart from the background of that day, I tried to find other commonalities between my father and Wei Shujia, but found nothing. Although there were still many unresolved questions, I no longer had the mind to ponder them deeply, now being able to learn more skills and experience, and to quickly find the Bao Shu Gong is the most important thing. Besides practicing archery, he also frequently practiced swordplay with Luya. In the apocalypse, if one has no innate abilities to utilize, they would be like someone ragged and unarmed. In human society, while practicing swordplay, Wei Shujia was always nearby. She said, "In real combat, The most important thing isn't just to simply hit the enemy but to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The weapons in our hands are the key to victory? Zhang Yi continued. Therefore we must equip ourselves with strong bodies and wisdom to find an opportunity to counterattack the rulers of this cruel world. He not only worked hard to improve his combat strength, but also diligently studied, reading a vast number of books. Through observation these past few days, I found that the weapons used by everyone in Zion City have too low a lethality, only effective against some low-level ability users and game players who have lost other abilities. Zhang Yi also invented new weapons, so I believe that replacing the weapons in Zion with stronger ones is absolutely necessary. Time slowly passed again. The day of the weapon crafting assessment arrived. 2 weapons were laid out in front, surprising everyone. Someone couldn't help but praise Zhang Yi. You actually managed to recreate the shape of a firearm. That's incredible. Luya crossed her arms, glanced at the weapon and then said, "Hey newbie, don't you know that ordinary bullets aren't lethally effective against ability users? Mine is made by combining the close combat techniques we've been practicing recently." She happily detailed the weapon. The umbrella is made of insulating material, and when folded it can be used as a shield. Different sharp parts can extend and retract, serving as a bayonet. The handle is long and can be used as a spear. It can also be detached from the umbrella and used together. Most importantly, the umbrella contains a power generation device. When used, the lightning it shoots out can penetrate the defense of talent cards. After the introduction, Luya pointed at him and loudly said, "What about you? Don't tell me you only designed a toy gun for decoration." Zhang Yi smiled and replied, "This gun, it's just a pistol. However, when it has the right bullets everything will be different." The people around began to whisper, "How is that possible? Even the leader can't make such powerful bullets." "Exactly, your idea is really strange." Luya stammered in surprise. "Who exactly is he?" Wei Shujia couldn't help but laugh and suggested, "Everyone is arguing too intensely. This concerns your assessment scores. How about we conduct a practical test?" No sooner had he spoken than a solid penetration strength test block appeared. Wei Shujia then began to explain. "Both of you will take turns using your weapons. The test block can provide precise data on the weapon's penetration capability." Luya, holding her umbrella, pointed her thumb at him and loudly said, "I'll go first." Before she finished speaking, she let out a shout and fiercely thrust the umbrella towards the test block. Those electric lights immediately burst forth. The system then displayed 550 meters. Wei Shujia immediately praised over 500 meters. This strength is enough to penetrate an ability user's defense line, but seeing this, Zhang Yi thought to himself, her condition seems a bit off. Those electric lights then surged towards Luya, making her scream in terror. Zhang Yi shouted, "Leader, watch out." He quickly grabbed the umbrella and opened it. Zhang Yi shielded Luya with one arm and blocked the current with the umbrella in his other hand. Seeing the situation stabilized, Zhang Yi turned and asked her, "Are you all right at this moment?" Luya, held in his arms, blushed so hard she looked like she was steaming. A few seconds later she pushed Zhang Yi away, shyly exclaiming, "I'm fine." He sighed and said, "All right, my turn then." Zhang Yi held the gun, aimed at the test block and fired. Everyone around them was dumbfounded by this sight. Stunned and speechless, the system then displayed a number that shocked everyone: 2,000 meters. The pseudo-magician pondered. Until now, among all the weapons manufactured in Zion, none have had an attack range of 2,000 meters. If these weapons go into production, perhaps everyone can compete equally with the other players outside the city, win back experience through challenge matches, and reclaim their talent cards. Win back experience through challenge matches. Zhang Yi looked at the bullet in his hand and smiled proudly. This is a kinetic armor-piercing round, using the most stable materials, gold and copper, with high density and fluidity. I've tested the conical design multiple times before finally deciding on it. It has sufficient penetrating power and can ensure secondary penetration. After hitting the target, it can achieve unexpected results when fighting ability users. The pseudo-magician raised their hand and announced to everyone, "I declare that for this assessment, Zhang Yi wins and gains 500 points. Let us all thank Zhang Yi for bringing hope to Zion." The surrounding people cheered joyfully, overwhelmed with excitement. Amazing, simply amazing. Night fell. Zhang Yi sat nearby, watching Yoru intently, who spoke seriously. "I've already contacted Brother Bahuang," he said. "Jibing City is fine for now, nothing unusual. However, recently Yueguang City and Prishao City have suddenly been flooded with many high-level players, all of whom I've seen on the World Channel before. He immediately responded, This situation largely matches my predictions. There's no way. Gong. She would only cultivate one subordinate like the king of the Ghost Clan. Many ability users are his targets. It's just that some of them had their talent cards stolen and were exiled here, while others became his executioners. Zhang Yi looked up at the ceiling, thinking of Gongqi, then said to Yaru, Have your brother and Qinglong select capable assistants in the guild as soon as possible to learn how to manage the guild in Jiding City. I have a feeling that Gongqi will be coming for us soon. Time flew by. In the city square, the pseudo-magician announced loudly. Based on the cumulative points over the past few days, everyone has accumulated a lot of points. Among them, one person has updated the rankings at the fastest speed, temporarily taking first place, with scores more than double that of the second place holder. After a pause, she pointed her hand towards Zhang Yi. Congratulations to our new friend Zhang Yi. Luya stood behind deep in thought. She recalled Zhang Yi and Yaru sitting intimately together chatting, and sadly thought he already has someone he likes. Suddenly the pseudo-magician's voice rang out, interrupting her thoughts. Now it's time for the physical assessment. Aren't you all still impressed by the previous match between Zhang Yi and Luya? This time we're going to do something different. The challenger for this assessment. She paused, then pointed to herself as me. The crowd below buzzed with discussion. Really? Our master has never participated in duels or arena battles before. We have no idea what the pseudo-magician's true strength truly is. You're right. Besides, my skills were taught by our master. How could I possibly win? Hearing the discussions below, the pseudo-magician scratched her face, a little embarrassed. Don't lose heart, everyone. Just give it a try. Hit me and get 1 point. Knock me off the stage and get 100 points. If you can take this off. Immediately after, she raised a finger and excitedly continued, you get 1,000 points. The pseudo-magician suddenly leaned back, looking provocatively at Zhang Yi. However, from ancient times until now, no one has ever seen my true face. I wonder if our new friend can create. Isn't this a miracle? He cracked his knuckles, grinned sharply, and asked, Won't we know if we just try? The two stood facing each other in the arena. The next second, Zhang Yi charged forward. He clenched his fists and threw a punch. The fake sorcerer deftly dodged to the side, causing Zhang Yi's fist to smash hard into the ground. He continued to swing his fists, but she easily dodged again. Not bad. The fake sorcerer dodged Zhang Yi's attacks and said he'll win very soon. After that, she continued to dodge and praise him. Very good, very good. This punch from Zhang Yi even cut off a strand of the fake sorcerer's hair. She praised him continuously. I can't believe that in such a short time, your punching speed could improve to this extent. You're truly a talented individual. He cursed under his breath in annoyance. Damn it. Clearly, this fake sorcerer was about to collapse, yet still talked so much he threw a kick. She immediately gasped, her body falling backward, and dodged it. Below the arena, someone couldn't help but shout, Good. Zhang Yi, the fake sorcerer, was forced to the edge of the arena. She chuckled softly and said, Too reckless. Then she leaped into the air, jumping behind Zhang Yi. Then she channeled her inner energy to her hands. Below, Yaru anxiously shouted, Zhang Yi. He turned around, grinning triumphantly. All's fair in war, you fell for it. The fake sorcerer, upside down in midair, opened her eyes wide in surprise. Zhang Yi quickly ran over, wanting to grab her mask, while thinking to himself, This isn't my imagination. This fake sorcerer has always worn a mask. They must be hiding something. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. His gaze sharp, his intuition told him. He jumped up and grabbed the exposed fabric. They must be someone I know. After Zhang Yi removed the mask, he gasped. The crowd below was all shocked, stammering. How can this be? He looked at the fake sorcerer in surprise. The next second, he gritted his teeth and walked towards her with a fierce look. Who exactly are you? Zhang Yi looked at the fake sorcerer and roared furiously. Why are you toying with me? The fake sorcerer said happily. I wasn't toying with you, I never said that my true face was under the mask. Anyway, you've gained 1,000 points this round. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth in anger. I find it hard to befriend insincere people. Don't push my limits. Suddenly a flash of light appeared before Zhang Yi's eyes, making him open his eyes wide in surprise. The fake sorcerer pulled up his sleeve, revealing his glowing arm. Zhang Yi asked in surprise, Do you feel it? Your ability is showing signs of awakening. It won't be long before The fake sorcerer continued. Your abilities will be restored, he thought to himself. How strange. In my empty body there's a power I've never felt before. Even if it's faint. Immediately after, the fake sorcerer turned and walked away. Alright. Does anyone else want to challenge me? One at a time. Zhang Yi held his arm, watching her with frustration, and let out a roar. Below the arena people raised their arms and shouted, Me, I want to compete with you. Zhang Yi walked towards Yuru and Diawu. Yuru immediately asked what happened. He looked at her then said, It's not convenient here. Let's talk outside. She immediately agreed. Under the shade of the trees outside Zion City, Yuru leaned against a tree trunk and said, Diawu went to gather information. Recently a group of players has been flocking to Jibing City. There should be news related to archers. After that she asked again, What did the fake sorcerer tell you just now? You seem to have something on your mind. Zhang Yi looked at his hand and said, I always feel the abilities I inexplicably lost will recover soon. Yarrow asked back happily. Really? He answered solemnly, then explained everything. Before I always thought my abilities relied on the God tier talent card, and I ignored focusing on my own energy. After these past few days of training, although I can't reach my original level, I felt the passion and purity of battle that I had when I first entered the apocalypse. Perhaps this is also why Father sent me here, to put me in a desperate situation, to let me find life in death. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows and clenched his fists. Everyone in Xin City had everything they worked hard for taken away by Gong Qi. They say they hate ability users and refuse to get close to them, but I think they desire to recover their ability user status more than anyone else. We must seize the time. We must find a way to make everyone in the dungeon fully trust the power we are building against Gong Qi, and my ability to recover my lost powers is key to gaining their trust. Yara hugged his arm and replied gleefully, filled with joy. Okay, Diwu and I will be here with you. Glacier City is also your strongest backing. Let's work together. She stepped forward, hugged Zhang Yi and said with a smile, But occasionally you should also relax. Everything will develop in a better direction with our efforts. Isn't that right? He pulled Yarrow into his embrace and softly replied, Thank you, Yarrow. When everything is over, I want to return to the real world as soon as possible. Zhang Yi, recalling the scenes of them both in reality. Then he continued, When that time comes we will definitely recognize each other. Can we start getting to know each other again? Yarrow wrapped her arms around his neck, holding him tightly, and replied happily. Of course. Suddenly Luya appeared, interrupting their embrace, then shouted, Zhang Yi, you're going too far. He turned around and asked Luya, How did you get out of the city? Did something happen in the city? She stepped forward and separated the two, looking at Zhang Yi with tear-filled eyes. Why did you hug me when you checked me? And now you're being intimate with another girl. If I say I like you, will you stop seeing her? Both of them, Zhang Yi and Yarrow, immediately widened their eyes, utterly shocked. He exclaimed in surprise, Huh? While she covered her mouth in surprise, Luya cried out in anguish, What do you mean by that expression? Were you just playing with me all this time? Zhang Yi, breaking into a cold sweat, stammered as he explained to Luya. If some of my actions led you to misunderstand, I apologize first. But I hope you can understand. I had no intention of teasing you, nor do I have any feelings for you. You are the leader of the battle group. Regulations state you cannot leave the city without permission. Have you considered the consequences? If your daily training is not enough for you to focus on preparing for revenge, then I believe your position as leader should be given to someone else. Upon hearing these words, Luya trembled, turned and left. Yarrow chased after her, shouting, Luya, wait. He suddenly grabbed her hand, stopping her. Yara turned around and unhappily blamed Zhang Yi. You were a bit harsh, Zhang Yi immediately said. Luya is proud and acts on impulse. But her nature isn't bad. Her strength is immense. If she gets distracted by these matters and delays recovering her abilities, it would be a great pity. I hope that this will make her understand to prioritize the bigger picture. On the other side, the falsifier sat in a chair, observing the three of them through a large mirror. She sighed, then said, You must unite quickly. The falsifier waved her hand. The mirror immediately switched to another scene. There was a tall tower in the shadows. She said dangerously, Your trial is coming soon. Night fell. The scene shifts to where the two are. Yaru and Diawu were resting on the bed. Diawu exclaimed in surprise. How that arrogant Luya actually confessed her feelings to Zhang Yi. Ah, how could I have missed such a good show? I really wanted to see Zhang Yi's awkward expression. After speaking, she burst into laughter. Yaru sighed and said, I hope it won't affect Lu Ya's training. By the way, any new news from Extreme Ice City? Diawu replied sadly, it's a long story. Ever since Kaluo left Moonlight City, the Divine Guild has been in chaos. And now suddenly, a group of high-level players appeared, causing widespread panic. Many players are planning to defect to Extreme Ice City. Diawu suddenly smiled and said, luckily your brothers are there. Otherwise Extreme Ice City would also be in chaos. Yuru also smiled and replied, Fortunately Zhang Yi is already showing signs of recovery. I think we'll be able to go back soon. Yuru turned her head thinking sadly, but why do I always feel a bit uneasy? Suddenly outside the window, a figure flashed by. Quickly the two of them immediately sat up. They simultaneously shouted, who's there? Fierce demons rushed in. Yuru wondered, how did the ghost race soldiers find this place? Diawu grabbed her weapon and charged forward shouting, kill them all. Yara's body stiffened, she collapsed and her weapon dropped. I can't move. She was startled, her eyes wide as she looked at the frozen Diawu, who was floating in midair. What's happening? I can't see anything at all. Yuru thought to herself, to be able to find the entrance to the dungeon, and do it so stealthily, also rapidly paralyzing our five senses. Could it be before losing consciousness completely? Only one name appeared in her mind. Zhang Yi. The scene shifts to outside the city. Those dark dragons were flying outside the barrier of Scene City. Gongqi was standing on the back of a dragon, laughing loudly and saying, Zhang Yi, so you're hiding in a good spot like this, huh? The giant dragon beneath him was exceptionally fierce, with hot red light emanating from its eyes. He continued with a smile. All of you are just trash and lackeys I discarded. A series of green light beams shot towards Scene City's barrier. Gongqi raised a finger, controlling the green lights. He wondered technological advancements in a game. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He snapped his fingers, and a red power appeared. In midair, Gongqi's dragon spewed out massive scorching flames. The flames and the green light beams attacked Scene City simultaneously. In the mist many figures appeared, approaching. Gongqi said, oh, then remarked quite a few people. What a bunch of riffraff. The smoke almost completely cleared, revealing Zhang Yi at the lead holding a folding umbrella, saying loudly, the highest form of warfare is to attack strategy, the next is to attack alliances, the next is to attack armies, and the lowest is to attack walled cities. Sun Tzu's Art of War and Master Sun's 36 Stratagems. Gongqi, I can't believe you'd use such despicable methods. He was on the dragon's back, and after hearing that he held his head and burst into laughter saying, facing you lot. A bunch of useless nobodies who've lost all your abilities. Do I really need to employ any cunning schemes or strategies? Gongqi raised his hands commanding the dragons. Go and absorb all the nutrients you want. Zhang Yi on this side quickly knelt down, clapped his hands on the ground and shouted. 7 arrays. A huge array had already formed. Zhang Yi stood on the array, turned his head and shouted. These things are controlled by Gongqi. And although their attack power is strong, they aren't agile. We just need to attack nimbly. Don't be afraid, just do as we've practiced. Everyone stand on the array and grab your weapons, fight. At this moment Luya holding a gun shouted angrily. Damn it, why? Why does it have to be when our weapons aren't even finished being produced? She was drenched in sweat. Frowning deeply, she thought, if this continues, we have no chance of winning. Bang! In midair, Wei Shujia holding an umbrella blocked Gongqi's attack. Gongqi was utterly shocked, unable to believe it. How could he possibly block my attack? How is this possible, this person? Zhang Yi holding an umbrella rushed forward and said. Defense effect NDT 0. Now let's see the attack effect. Wei Shujia, still in midair, responded, alright, I'll coordinate with you. A piece of cloth shot out from Wei Shujia's sleeve, flying towards him. Catch it! Zhang Yi immediately caught it and responded, bring it on. The umbrella struggled to block Gongqi's attack, as the two, working in perfect synchronicity, charged forward one after another. Seeing this, Gongqi was drenched in sweat and frowned deeply. Then he shouted loudly, commanding, get out of here. Zhang Yi jumped up holding a long sword, and fiercely stabbed at the giant dragon Gongqi was riding. The giant dragon was in great pain. It opened its sharp teeth and bit at him. He roared, Zhang Yi, you damn bastard. Zhang Yi behind Gongqi said. Quite surprised, aren't you? Even if we lose our abilities, we can still resist you. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for your evil deeds. After hearing this, he turned around. Pointing behind him, a cunning smile played on his lips. Is that so? If you dare to touch me, just wait and see. Zhang Yi immediately turned his head to look in the direction Gongqi had pointed. After a pause, Gongqi continued, your friends will become their prey. Zhang Yi was astonished to see Yaru and Diawu were tightly bound together, hanging from the giant dragon's claws. The giant dragon was drooling as if it was going to literally swallow them both alive. Zhang Yi raised his weapon high. He pointed directly at Gong Qi, who was riding a spirit beast in midair. What did you do to them? He chuckled softly. His arms spread open, enveloped in white smoke. Smoke swirled around him. So agitated. It seems the surprise I prepared came at just the right time. Don't worry, I will certainly make good use of them. Without hesitation, Gong Qi from midair unleashed a scorching slash towards Zhang Yi. Rather, you should try this first. Due to his quick reaction, he quickly bent down and dodged those swift attacks. Zhang Yi's hand tightly gripped the sharp war spear. This is my chance. He quickly dived, driving the spear tip fiercely into Gong Qi. He expressionlessly looked up at Zhang Yi. On his cunning face a triumphant smile appeared. A scorching red rectangular cage surrounded him, not allowing Zhang Yi to escape. This is Zhang Yi, do you see it? In the distance, he saw a city swallowed by a sea of fire. This is exactly the absolute crushing power of my abilities. Scorched corpses lay strewn haphazardly on the ground. A sea of fire raged all around. Those who resist me will never survive. You can forget about returning to the real world you long for. The scene before him made Zhang Yi grit his teeth and curse Gong Qi loudly in anger. Gong Qi, you are truly vicious. From the spirit beast, he jumped down and stood near Zhang Yi's confinement. You are very much like your father. Whether it's your abilities or your persistence for a righteous cause. However, since you don't want to be on my side, I won't force you. Gong Qi frowned. He gnashed his teeth as he recalled the image of Zhang Yi's father. Then you will forever stay in this apocalyptic world. This is the curse I bestow upon you. Gong Qi suddenly remembered something. He raised his finger high and looked at Zhang Yi. Ah no, this isn't enough. I will make you regret it even more. From above, Diawu and Yaru were tightly bound to Dualuo's leg. It stretched out its long tongue, and in front of Zhang Yi licked Yara's body. This action enraged Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi roared loudly, commanding, let them go now. Seeing your expression, Miyazaki smiled proudly and assured, are you anxious? Don't worry, I'll make good use of this identity. The identity of the Tyree Group Saris. Without hesitation, he reached out and pressed the red square button in front of him. In an instant, the button box, Zhang Yi began moving towards the ground. Everyone around them broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Terrified of Miyazaki. When Zhang Yi, Miyazaki, this is Miyazaki's power. We can't beat him. We can't beat him. After finishing, he stood on the back of the Dolor beast and looked around. Want to know how I found this place? From above, Miyazaki looked down at the city engulfed in flames. With a triumphant look. I don't mind telling you something. You thought you'd found a good place, isolated from the world. But in reality, my eyes and ears were already spread here. Then he and the creature he rode gradually disappeared, fading into the distance. The people in the city were left with worry. What should we do? What can we do? We've been exposed. Everything is over. The smoke gradually dispersed from the lake. In the deep pit, Zhang Yi suddenly sat up. Hey, are you alright? Looking at a girl in the city, he knelt down to comfort her and suggested, I'm fine. You take everyone back to Bingji City first. I need to save Yaro. A lunatic like Miyazaki will definitely do something even more outrageous. What's more, the people around looked at each other, their faces filled with shock and trembling. Save what? Save who? We've been targeted. Run for your lives. We're going to be stuck in this cursed game forever and turn into a pile of data. Zhang Yi, do you think anyone will listen to you now? Mia? Zaki already said. The spy is among us. Suddenly, in the distance, a girl with a headscarf hurried over and asked loudly, everyone, has anyone seen Mr. Waishurjia? No sooner had she spoken, Zhang Yi's expression changed dramatically and he froze. This is impossible. Night fell and the starry sky appeared. On the blue panel, the message sent by Zhang Yi appeared. Baang. We were ambushed in Saiyan Dungeon. Miyazaki has taken Yaro and Diawu. Come quickly to Pa Shao for support, the sooner the better. In front of the city gate, Baang looked at the team and announced, Yaro is in danger. Xinglong and I must go to Pa Shao. Bingji City is entrusted to all of you. Duan Feng immediately assured, don't worry. We've got this. Beside him, Dun Shi also added, until you and Zhang Yi return, I will guard it well. As he was looking around, Baang suddenly received a notification. A message from Yaro appeared on the blue notification panel. You have received a new message, please check it. Seeing the sender, he fell into a daze. Yaro. Baang looked up at everyone and said, confused. Wasn't she captured? How can she still be sending me messages? The message sent by Yaru was quickly scanned by Baang. Bro Diawu and I are locked in the Tower of Eternity. But everything is fine. You absolutely must not risk coming to save me. Some things are not convenient to explain clearly. Protecting Bingji City is the most important thing. At a quick glance Nan, he understood a problem in her message. Nan, that's Xiaoru's nickname. Other than her and me in this apocalyptic world. No one else knows it. Xiaoru had always been cautious in her actions. This time she specifically mentioned Bingji City. She probably really found out some information. Without hesitation he looked at everyone. Ba Wang pointed and ordered his subordinates. From now on, block all major exits of Extreme Ice City. Send patrol teams outside the city daily. Count all the troops and weapons in the city. Everyone be ready to fight at all times. Everyone quickly acknowledged the order. Their voices echoed in that starry sky. In another place, the underground city of Zion. A group of people stood opposite Zhang Yi. Their eyes filled with anger. He raised a hand to rub his nose, his face etched with exhaustion. Behind him was Luya. If building an underground city, winning our trust, gathering the exiles to fight against Gong Ji, all of this is Wei Shu's conspiracy. Family, why would he do this? What Zhang Yi said made the crowd behind him furious. They all started shouting. This is not a conspiracy. This is like Gong Ji. Those high and mighty people must toy with ants and then drown them. Seeing that the situation was not good, Luya spoke up. She pleaded. Luya leaned against the wall. She folded her arms and looked into the distance. There's no evidence now to prove Wei Shu's disappearance. The Shu family is equivalent to betrayal, isn't it? Aren't the accusations you just made mere assumptions? One person hearing this remained stubborn. He pointed his hand and insulted. Miss President, aren't the things we're saying true? Luya, have even you been blinded? Over here. Luya stood there. She still said nothing. After a while Luya walked out of the crowd and said to Zhang Yi, I'm going out to cool down. Her actions confused everyone. They looked at him doubtfully. What's wrong with the president? She wasn't like this before. Suddenly a person in the crowd rushed forward, with resentment on his face. That's right, the president always used to stand firmly on our side. He reached out his hand, grabbed Zhang Yi's collar and sneered. It's you, kid, who seduced the president, isn't it? Confused her to the point of losing her mind. You're blushing from temptation when thinking of the beautiful figures of those two girls. In your heart and Gong Ji are acting together, right? You actually claimed you were captured. I think those two women are prostitutes. These words drove Zhang Yi mad. He violently punched him. Watch your mouth. He stomped hard on the head of the man, who fell to the ground. I don't owe you anything. Nor do I need your trust. This scene shocked those people. Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Zhang Yi raised his head, his gaze serious. He spoke all the thoughts in his heart. Every day besides clamoring for revenge, what else can you do? Insult the girls who once helped you. Go quickly and crusade Gong Ji if you even have the ability. One of them looked at Zhang Yi and shouted. Where do you think you're going now? He turned and walked towards the door, saying coldly. What business is it of yours outside? Luya walked in. She brushed past Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, just like that. He walked out of that place alone without a word. The underground city of Zion's collapsed tower. Amidst the ruins, a purple stone caught Zhang Yi's attention. He reached out, picked up the stone and held it up to examine it closely. This is suddenly the stone stirred. A wisp of smoke emanated from it. A screen appeared. A masked woman speaking to Zhang Yi. I knew you'd find the clue. I left. Are you feeling impatient now? Sorry, I concealed my identity before and left without saying goodbye. Hearing Zhang Yi's voice, his eyes widened. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. The pseudomancer. Did you foresee all this happening? You're still acting all mysterious even now. No more hiding. She quickly removed her cloak in front of the screen. You guessed right. Ling Lan was thus fully revealed to Zhang Yi. Actually, I am Gong Qi's apocalyptic sprite. Through the screen, his eyes narrowed slightly and he spoke with a look of doubt. Gong Qi's apocalyptic sprite. You follow Gong Qi's orders, yet secretly established a base camp to oppose him. Do you think I'd believe that? Hearing Zhang Yi's question, Ling Lan smiled, nodded and assured him. No, you will believe me. In the image, she lay on the table, with a chip previously moving across her chest. It's because your father implanted the artificial intelligence program into my body to protect humanity. And the one who controlled and carried all this out was none other than Zhang Yi's father, Gong Qi. I was afraid he would forever be lost in the apocalypse. unable to escape. If he truly embarked on a path of no return, I hoped you could become the key to opening the door of hope. It was Zhang Yi's father who helped Ling Lan awaken her mind and perceive consciousness. Thus I developed self-awareness in the apocalypse. She looked at Zhang Yi and spoke with a firm tone. I had long decided to stand with you. Tianyuan Group 9th Laboratory. Linhai City. The silhouette of a man looking up at the pseudomancer, detaching from the screen. She walked towards him aimlessly. Then Ling Lan frowned, questioning his identity. Who are you? You're not Gongqi, you're Zhang Yi's father. He reached out and stroked her head gently, replying, perhaps you are that unseen window that will ultimately open the apocalypse. Afterwards, Zhang Yi's father turned and walked towards the door, and walked out, his success confirmed. As if remembering something, Ling Lan raised her hand, motioning for him to stop. Wait a moment. It was from that moment she began to enter a suspended state, absorbing all information. From that day forward, I received all information related to humanity, history, society, civilization, life and thought. In the image, Jia Dan and Ling Lan held hands tightly, showcasing their relationship. I knew Gongqi's purpose in creating me. I also understood my AI identity. Then the two passed each other, and in the blink of an eye Ling Lan became the pseudomancer. But I decided to stand with humanity, leaving the past behind. Back to the present. On the screen Ling Lan looked at Zhang Yi, but as the most unique apocalyptic sprite. I had to hide my whereabouts and disguise myself. I replicated data, then created a clone. And as the pseudomancer, acted secretly in the apocalypse. Thanks to Gongqi's trust in me, I gathered a large amount of player information and created the Exiles archives. I gathered them in Zion, taught them how to fight Gongqi. Although the power gap was vast, I always believed. In the image, Zhang Yi and his group held burning torches, standing before a snow-capped mountain. No one can possess absolute power to rule humanity. Humans will awake and resist. Unite the faint sparks. Burn and forge a new path. As soon as she finished speaking, a deep sadness appeared on Ling Lan's face. But Gongqi still found this place. Now Zion's location has been exposed, and I must leave. Fortunately, he hasn't discovered my second identity yet. Perhaps I can continue to lie low. Of course, I will secretly break through all the permissions set by Gongqi and hinder Gongqi. Gongqi is investigating and discovered that she was behind everything. Ling Lan's voice appeared, still echoing, to win more opportunities for you in Zion. Her words made Zhang Yi rub his chin and ask in confusion, do you mean, what do you need me to do? Ling Lan raised her hand. She snapped her fingers, making a sound. On the ground, a model map shimmered into existence before Zhang Yi's eyes. Looking at the map, his eyes widened as if he understood something. Zhang Yi put his hands on his hips and looked at Ling Lan. His tone was dismissive. That's not Miyazaki's main base. Miyazaki with my current strength. To confront him directly. I'm afraid. But she immediately reassured him, no rush. We must wait for the right moment. Wait for your abilities to recover. And wait for me to find Miyazaki's fatal weakness. During this time, I will find a way to contact you as soon as possible. Ling Lan's finger lightly touched her lips. Looking at Zhang Yi, she gestured to him. However, these matters you must keep secret from the people of Zion. After we have successfully confirmed the members, I hope you can find the lurking spies. From Ling Lan's hand, a blue card shimmered into view. It displayed through my long observation. You can trust. Among them she can be your assistant. Lu Ya's information and photo appeared on it, directly entering Zhang Yi's sight. That's right, when I first arrived in Zion, Lu Ya was already the leader of everyone. Because of the previous few inspection tests, I also felt her incredible resilience and ability. Within her, she is indeed a rare partner. Returning to the simulation map, a red dot appeared on a tower. But if we only rely on two people whose talent cards have been taken away, like me and Lu Ya, a loud shout rang out there. Can't you all calm down a bit? The voice startled Zhang Yi. He immediately recognized Lu Ya's voice. Through the screen, Ling Lan looked at Zhang Yi and said goodbye. It seems they've arrived, I should leave too. I can't be discovered. Goodbye Zhang Yi, good luck. Just like that, a wisp of smoke vanished, and it turned back into the ordinary purple stone he held in his hand. Outside Zion City, next to the inverse tower, Lu Ya stood blocking the entrance. She looked at the crowd sadly. Why has everyone become like this? Lu Ya's face was filled with confusion. She looked at the shouting crowd, trying to evoke their gratitude. Wei Shijia's master Weiss kindness. Have you all forgotten? But she only received a resentful stare from one fellow, mixed with an ungrateful voice. Leader, you're the one who changed. We will never allow you to harbor a traitor. He rested his weapon on his shoulder, ordering Luya to move aside. We must search this place. His face was full of anger. His teeth were clenched tight. He guessed you're hiding. Everyone saw that guy called Zhang Yi hiding inside. Who knows what he's concealing? Deal with them in this inverse tower directly. Another fellow saw Luya was not cooperating. He raised his gun, pointing it directly at her. We can't be made fools of any longer. From a box, a leg shot up high as someone flew upwards. It was none other than Zhang Yi. He kicked the gunwielder in the face. The man was sent flying far away. He fell on his back unconscious. Zhang Yi stood in front of Luya, protecting her. Zhang Yi reached up and rubbed his neck. He loudly asked, "Are you looking for me?" Hearing Zhang Yi's challenge, the crowd pushed Luya aside and charged towards him. He finally couldn't hold back. So you want to fight, huh? Your true colors are revealed. Brothers, let's charge together and get him. He kicked forward fiercely, hitting one person's face. And just like that, one group of people was beaten black and blue by Zhang Yi, falling backward onto the ground. Have you really had enough? After seeing his strength, a person in the group who hadn't made a move yet also became hesitant. The person standing in front of the door. Zhang Yi put his hands on his hips and turned his gaze to the surrounding crowd. The pseudo-mage is indeed with me. But as I said to eliminate you all, it's simply not worth the trouble for me and the pseudo-mage. For so long. His eyes suddenly narrowed and he said in a serious tone, "If you don't believe me." Like a gust of wind, Zhang Yi moved swiftly, charging towards a person standing opposite him. In an instant. Then he'll show you. He swung his fist, making that person spit out saliva in pain. Just like that he flew out, his body falling backward with no time to resist. Luckily there was a group of people behind him to catch him and helped him up. Damn it, just you wait. Once I kill Gongqi and regain my abilities. Seeing that the situation was bad, Luya spread her arms blocking Zhang Yi. Looking at them she commanded, "Enough, have you had enough of this ruckus? Gongqi will wake up laughing in his dreams, seeing you idiots fighting amongst yourselves." From above, Luya smashed something to the ground. Holding an umbrella in one hand, she raised her other hand high, making an oath. "Today I, Luya, in the name of the former captain, hereby swear, if I betray my friends in the dungeon, I shall forever be trapped in this apocalypse, never to find a peaceful end." As soon as she finished speaking, Luya raised her umbrella high, pointing straight ahead. "But I've always liked to speak my mind directly. If you still trust me, then stay and follow my command. There shall be no baseless suspicion or rumors to shake our unity. If you don't trust me." She looked at the group of subordinates, those who had been beaten black and blue by Zhang Yi. Luya spoke. "You can leave right now, and you will still receive ample supplies." Suddenly on her shoulder, Zhang Yi's hand appeared, gripping her tightly. Zhang Yi stepped in front of Luya. He cast his gaze upon the crowd around them. "If my identity makes you all suspicious, I can leave the dungeon right now. I still need to go save my companions." Suddenly Luya's hand grabbed Zhang Yi's sleeve, which made him pause. "Wait a moment." Zhang Yi quickly turned back, looking at Luya kneeling on the ground. She pleaded, "Zhang Yi, please stay. Xian needs your help." Her actions surprised both Zhang Yi and his subordinates. Luya apologized with a hint of panic. "I was too arrogant before, but now I've clearly realized." The surrounding people started murmuring after hearing her words. "Without a pseudomage or someone like you, we simply can't leave this place, let alone confront Gongqi." At this moment someone in the crowd spoke up, looking at Luya, immediately reassuring Luya. "Although we can't trust him, we trust you." Suddenly Zhang Yi's hand grabbed Luya's arm, pulling her up. There was no blame on Zhang Yi's face. Instead he gave Luya a comforting smile. His hands clasped hers. Zhang Yi looked at everyone and commanded, "In that case, everyone quickly treat your wounds and rest." Those sitting there were still tending to their wounds. "As for the two of us, let's go out and talk. Let's chat." The two sat beside the city ruins and began to talk. "Are you under a lot of pressure? You don't seem to be in a good mood." Luya looked at Zhang Yi with gratitude. "Thank you for earlier, I caused you trouble again." He fell to the ground without hesitation. She sat nearby. "Tell me, what are you thinking?" Luya hugged her knees tightly. She lowered her head and whispered to him, "Tell me, can we really go back? Now I can't remember it at all. The feeling I had when the apocalypse first began." Sadness welled up in Luya's eyes as she gazed into the distance. "Making friends. Fighting together, becoming stronger. All the fun I used to seek in games before. It seems I can't find any of it anymore. What about you, aren't you sad? Zhang Yi lay on the ground, his hands behind his head, and answered her. Actually, this game made me lose a lot. Betrayed and framed by friends. Even my father died because of the apocalypse. But these things can no longer bother me. Now I have new companions. I won't close myself off. Because of my past experiences. Then he suddenly sat up and looked at Luya. I think you will find your purpose in this apocalypse. At this moment, tears welled up in her eyes, almost overflowing. She was about to cry. Do your words from earlier still count? Will you stay and fight Gong with us? Seeing her like this, Zhang Yi, who was nearby, looked up and began to ponder aloud. Actually, I'm also considering it. I do want to continue cooperating with you all. As for staying, he cupped his chin, a sly expression appearing on his face that's not necessarily certain. Back at a new location, beside a blue screen, a hand was constantly pressing something. Linglan stood there. She pointed to the opposite side. Apocalypse elf. Come out. Does master have any orders? In front was Gongqi seated on a chair. Now go and modify the data. Gather all the magic beasts from the Forgotten Land and Moonlight City. Hearing this, he turned his chair, looked up at Linglan, and asked about the beasts. The beasts you received from Carlo before. How have you been training them? Linglan received Gongqi's command, her fingers typing on the keyboard as she reported aloud. Reporting, master, the magic beasts have been fully upgraded. They are ready to be deployed to the battlefield at any time. A screen full of images of the magic beasts appeared before him. Seeing this, Gongqi's face filled with triumph. He spread his arms wide, his head held high. Excellent, now you take them and completely destroy the dungeon. Then he lowered his head and looked forward, with a sinister and cunning look in his eyes. Don't disappoint me this time, my best assistant. Hearing this, Linglan immediately bowed to Gongqi and accepted the command. As you command, my master. Just a few steps out, she was called back by him. Wait a moment, come here. Gongqi opened his palm, and a puff of purple smoke rose from his fingertips. A collar appeared, encircling Linglan's neck. You should have never done anything without my command, right? Gongqi glanced at her and said with a tone of concern, just in case. I need to do a scan and clear the data. Just like that, Linglan was subjected to the scan. She floated in midair. Yes, master. Apocalypse Elf number 0001 began to automatically clear data. Back in the city, in the square of Zion City, Luya saw something glowing on Zhang Yi and quickly asked, what's that glowing? He picked up the blue stone, which was shimmering with light. Then he turned to Luya and quietly told her the origin of the light. It's a message from the pseudo-sorcerer. Don't tell anyone what. Zhang Yi quickly pulled her away. Luya ran after him, asking in surprise. You still have contact with the pseudo-sorcerer? Don't speak so loudly, let's handle this urgent matter first. Hearing his words, she confusedly and urgently asked, what urgent matter? Can you answer questions about the pseudo-sorcerers? My question's okay. Zhang Yi looked back at Luya while running. He quickly explained. Gongqi's monsters. When they were preparing to gather and counterattack the dungeon, she found an excuse to make them retreat quickly. The camera turns back to Lin Lang. She was suspended in front of a door. Eat them all. She spread her hands and 2 fireballs appeared. Lin Lang looked at the demonic beasts and commanded. Lord Gongqi has given an order. Leave no living thing behind, including Zhang Yi, causing them to quickly swarm forward. Humans are truly good, so good. After a hearty meal, suddenly a huge rock crashed violently to the ground. Boom. Smoke filled the area around where Lin Lang stood. Huge rocks fell one after another. After a while, the demonic beasts regathered around her, complaining endlessly. We've already turned this rotten place inside out. We didn't find those guys. They ran away. The humans are playing tricks. What should we do? So hungry, we want to eat. Seeing them overly agitated, Lin Lang quickly opened the model map to confirm the location. Shut up, the target has bin found. She quickly flew into the air together with the demonic beasts to pursue. Outside Zine City, Mount Isa, at the edge of a cliff, Zhang Yi and his group were making a fire to keep warm. The other teams had already been arranged in nearby caves. What should we do now? The dungeon is too dangerous. We absolutely cannot go back. Luya took a blue box from her hand. She reported to Zhang Yi. Although we left in a hurry, it's fine. I have always carried ammunition and reserve food with me. This amount is enough for a few of us to travel for 5 days. Hearing this, he stroked his chin and thought. After a long time he also reported the quantity. I also have 5 days worth of supplies here. Images of friends. Zhang Yi's friends appeared. Those who once fought alongside him are now abandoning the dungeon. Is already a foregone conclusion. If you are willing, you can come with me to Jibing City. My guild is there. My teammates will fight Gongqi together. With us. What he said made Luya trust him completely. I have no objections. But someone behind objected no. Jibing City is your territory. Wouldn't that mean you'd be in charge of everything? Zhang Yi stood in front of her inside. Looking at those people. I've already promised Luya. I will definitely help you get your talent cards back. As soon as he finished speaking he threw a bag full of things to the opposing group of people. To help everyone return to the real world. If you have other ideas, then it's still as I said. Luya and I both respect your opinions. You can leave any time. These supplies are also enough for one person to survive for a week. Looking at Zhang Yi's actions, Luya was a bit confused. Actually, the people here have no hope of leaving. And there's a reason for it seems. You still don't understand. He was completely stunned. What? Her gaze lowered as she sadly recounted. Images of Gongqi manipulating and destroying cities flooded her mind. Calculating by the time of the apocalypse. From the establishment of the dungeon until now. The years we spent hiding and resisting Gongqi have already lasted a century. During this time, we tried to seek help from several NPC main gods and constant fighting occurred. But we didn't expect that. The main gods had already been alienated by Gongqi. And there was even a battle royale among the main gods, with both sides slaughtering each other. When the pseudo-sorcerers finally made their move, after that we suffered heavy losses. We also didn't dare to try easily. Until the pseudo-sorcerers appeared. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes clearly showed surprise. He asked loudly, God of Chaos AI. Looking like the God of Chaos. It majestically raised its head, gradually revealing itself. Someone who had once slaughtered all 6 regions. As Luya spoke, on her face, cold sweat appeared, her face filled with fear. Outside Xian City, the king of Sumer by Mount Isa. The group stopped and sat by a large rock. Zhang Yi showed curiosity. King of Sumer's just continent, never heard of it. But hearing that name, could he be? Luya understood what he wanted to say. That's right. I heard the original model for the king of Sumer was Gilgamesh. In the Epic of the Two Rivers. Mentioning this person, she lowered her eyes and murmured. Actually, we don't know why at all. The king of Sumer rebelled. And slaughtered his city. Without any reason or signs. Zhang Yi heard this. An image of a character immediately came to his mind. Evil. He suddenly remembered something and seriously asked the other person. Have you noticed something? The king of Sumer is skilled in archery. And the dungeon is also more skilled at crafting and using weapons. All sorts of bows and arrows. Zhang Yi's question made Luya feel panicked. The rest of the people also looked over. Is this a coincidence? The next second Luya hurriedly stood up. She grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and pulled him up. Zhang Yi hadn't had time to react. When he was silently pulled by the other person. To another spot. To a corner. Keeping a proper distance from others. Only then did Luya speak up to remind him. Don't ask that publicly. People in the dungeon are very sensitive about these matters. Zhang Yi naturally agreed. Then I'll ask you privately. When did you come to the dungeon? Before, among those who chose the path of weapon crafting, were there any who were skilled in bow and arrow weapons at first? Who decided to use bows and arrows as the main weapon? The other person told everything she knew without holding back. It was the first batch of elite teams that were summoned. Now, they have all become elders of the dungeon. But ever since the trickster arrived, they no longer manage affairs. Instead, they've claimed the title of founding elders. As Luya spoke, her tone became more agitated. All problems were dumped on the trickster and us who joined later. We want to return to reality. But they thoroughly enjoy this kind of life. A virtual apocalyptic world. Isn't that infuriating? Zhang Yi finally understood. No wonder I didn't notice. So they've never made an appearance. Among the people here, how many are elders? Luya pointed in a direction, saying there were 3 people in total. They're over there. Following the direction she pointed. The faces starting from the left. Luya named them one by one as follows. Scarborough, hooded auntie, and an old man. Zhang Yi couldn't help but find it a little funny. Your nickname style is quite unique. Are there only these 3 people? The other person shrugged inside. Yes. The rest died in their dreams. Thanks to bows and arrows. Even in death they passed peacefully. Zhang Yi's gaze was fixed on those 3 people from earlier. I suspect the mole is among them. Luya showed an expression of disbelief. Even if we didn't find out. Didn't the trickster find out either? She said the dungeon had detection devices that would alert if an ability user approached. But Zhang Yi had a different idea. It's hard to say the Bao faction are the pioneers of the apocalypse. They might want to create some methods to hide Sky Beast cards. Which wouldn't be difficult. The main purpose is to monitor all players exiled here. Perhaps the trickster realized this long ago. Which is why he sealed off the dungeon so tightly. These spies, it's very possible. They were bought off by Gongqian long ago, even before the city was built. It's just that they only recently had the chance to report it. Luya knitted her brows, her head bowed in deep worry. Biting her lip. So what should I do? If we act rashly now, I'm afraid it will stir up trouble again. Zhang Yi chuckled beside her, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry yet. While we have this opportunity, one proposed to you. Would you be willing to form an alliance with me? Join the City of Extreme Ice and become a member of the God Hunting Guild. Zhang Yi's proposal came too suddenly. Luya's eyes widened, unable to hide her surprise. She excitedly raised her hand. Really, join? I'll join. Do I need to sign any agreement? I can sign right now. Luya's somewhat over-the-top reaction made Zhang Yi slightly taken aback. He waved his hand and replied, there's no need to sign any contract. Just as they were talking, someone suddenly walked over and asked Luya, where are we going next? Zhang Yi was the first to react. Oh, it's like this because right now, given our current situation, it's not suitable for group action. Luya and I will scout ahead. We'll discuss the details when we return. The person was precisely that elder. The one Luya affectionately called Auntie. She interrupted Zhang Yi, already questioning scout ahead. Where do you two plan to go? In this current situation, the team absolutely cannot split up. Zhang Yi replied bluntly. I'm afraid I can't tell you that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if someone with ulterior motives overheard. You see, Luya also interjected to help him out. If we all choose to trust Zhang Yi, then don't question his methods. Elder, you all wait in the cave first. The pursuers haven't arrived yet, so it should be safe. The other party had no choice but to compromise, sighing, all right. I just want to survive after all. When will you two be back? You can tell me that, can't you? Otherwise, if you two are away from the team for too long, I'm afraid I won't be able to control the situation. Zhang Yi murmured well. The corners of his mouth curved upward slightly, his face full of confidence. He held out his entire palm, then announced 5 days. The scene shifts to the interior of the palace within the Tower of Eternity. They were currently in the storage area. Ling Lan stood behind, reporting the situation. The enemy is cunning. The main target disappeared near Mount Arthur, and there are no signs of life within the area coordinates. However, through calculations, the enemy might have been assisted by an unidentified individual who initiated electromagnetic interference against us, thus escaping pursuit. Gong Qian murmured to himself upon hearing this, an unidentified individual. He suddenly remembered his previous confrontation with the mysterious person, and nervously bit his nails. His information cannot be found. Ling Lan stood behind him, expressionless. She parted her lips slightly and softly confirmed. Yes. Gong Qian muttered irritably, just a mere exile to think. No matter who you are, or why you're helping Zhang Yi. He looked at Yaru, imprisoned in a bottle placed right in front of him. He let out a cold snort. You won't succeed. The scene shifts to Mount Arthur, Zion City. Zhang Yi and Luya walked one after another, at a leisurely pace. Luya suddenly called out. You still haven't told me where we're going. Zhang Yi stopped walking. He took something out from his pocket, pressed it with his hand, and it immediately lit up. The object glowed and floated in Zhang Yi's hand. Luya's mouth fell open in surprise at the sight. Suddenly 136 and 910 appeared on the coordinates. She immediately looked at him, confused. Isn't this the coordinates for the 6-bone maze? Why is this thing constantly blinking? Seeing this, Zhang Yi asked, what's going on? Why is it suddenly showing garbled characters? After a brief pause, the object displayed. Sumo King is sleeping in the abyss nest. Luya curiously asked about the abyssal lair. Zhang Yi pondered, chin in hand, and replied. I've traveled through the 6-bone maze before, and never seen any cliff caves. It seems the answer can only be revealed by entering the maze again. Only then can it be revealed. After hearing this, she lowered her gaze and pursed her lips. He turned his head and asked, What's wrong? Are you scared? She waved her hand, forcing a smile. It's nothing. Just some experiences from a long time ago. That left a deep impression. Immediately after, Luya turned and walked away. Let's go quickly. Before long, the two entered the depths of the forest. On the ground, Vines writhed, making rustling sounds. They were secretly observing. Instantly, Zhang Yi quickly grabbed the vines in his hand. He pulled at them, shouting, "You guys stop, or I'll beat you." The vines seemed afraid of Zhang Yi and became still and silent. Then they slowly retracted and retreated. Luya over there suddenly cried out in surprise. He immediately turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" She pointed at the lake surface, which was an eerie green. She wondered why there was a lake in the six-bone maze. Zhang Yi sat by the lake looking down and said, "Don't get close yet, that's a swamp." Luya standing nearby said, "When I came here before, none of this was here." He immediately replied, "Perhaps the drywood demon is at work here, deliberately creating this illusion." The lake's surface was calm, making people lower their guard. But in reality it was all swamp around, capable of swallowing players. She boldly stepped forward and volunteered, "Let me go check first. Maybe it's related to the clue." Zhang Yi pulled out a rope and stopped her. "Wait. I can't let you risk it alone. We'll go together." As he spoke, he wrapped the rope around Luya's waist and said, "Tie this on. If anything happens, I can pull you back up." Zhang Yi then tied the rope tightly around his own waist. She turned around and stammered, "Okay then, thank you." After saying that, Luya carefully stepped into the lake one step at a time. A plop-plop sound came from the bottom of the lake. Suddenly her foot slipped and she froze, startling Luya. Seeing her stop, Zhang Yi immediately shouted, "Luya." Then he quickly pulled her up. Luya stood trembling in place. She was covered in cold sweat, her eyes filled with fear. She turned her head to Zhang Yi and said, "I think something grabbed me." He pulled upwards with all his strength, shouting, "Take a deep breath, relax." Zhang Yi secretly complained, "What kind of power is this? It's too strong." The next second he couldn't resist, and was pulled into the lake along with Luya underwater. He joyfully shouted, "Open your eyes, you can breathe here." Luya then opened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "It's true." Suddenly a glowing object flew out from Zhang Yi's clothes. He followed the object and asked in surprise, "It seems to be guiding us. Could the clue really be in here?" At this moment, by the lake, an old man leaning on a cane quietly looked down at the lake. The lake's surface reflected a cunning and dangerous smile playing on his lips. Deep beneath the lake there was abundant life, completely different from the lifeless environment on the surface. There was also a cave at the bottom of the lake. Luya said in surprise, "There's actually another world at the bottom of this lake." Zhang Yi swam behind, replying, "After all, this is a guide left by the false mage." The two entered the cave together. It was pitch black inside. The two walked in one after the other, making thump-thump sounds. Luya, walking ahead, said, "However, we still can't lower our guard." Suddenly a scorpion's tail stabbed towards them. The two deftly dodged and there was a boom sound as crushed rocks split apart. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, wondering if it was a scorpion made of stone. The cave was pitch black. Only 6 glowing eyes were visible, staring at the two of them. He wondered how there could be a scorpion in the Liugu Milan. That giant scorpion suddenly let out a strange cry, which startled both of them. Luya asked, "What is it saying?" They couldn't understand it at all. Zhang Yi immediately opened his system. The system immediately translated the scorpion's words. "I am General Scorpio, the gatekeeper. Who are you?" Zhang Yi immediately explained to Luya. "It says it's the gatekeeper here," and asked who we are. He stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello. My teammate and I are visiting uninvited. It's a bit presumptuous, but we mean absolutely no harm. We are merely travelers who wish to visit the Sumo King." Scorpio said fiercely, "Is the Sumo King someone you can just see whenever you like? Retreat immediately or don't blame me for being impolite." It immediately launched an attack. Kill without mercy. Its tail jabbed beside Zhang Yi. He thought, "This is tough. You'll have to try another approach." Zhang Yi looked up at Scorpio and said earnestly, "Actually, we are players with talent cards. Can't a god-tier archer god see it?" Scorpio stopped. God-tier talent card. Catching the keywords, Luya looked at it and asked in confusion. It turned into a stone statue. "Is it that simple?" He immediately summoned his long sword. He turned to her and shouted, "No. Luya, prepare for battle." Scorpio only uttered one word, "Die." The next second it attacked with its tail. The two quickly dodged. Luya yelled, "Tie its tail and pincers together." Zhang Yi immediately replied, "All right." The two immediately took out ropes and tightly bound its two pincers. Each of them grabbed a rope and ran behind it. Zhang Yi shouted as he ran, "Be careful. You absolutely mustn't touch its eyes or sting her." Then Scorpio's eyes emitted blue light, shining towards Luya. She nimbly dodged, a slight smile playing on her lips. "You underestimate me." Zhang Yi lifted his leg and leapt up. In midair, He precisely shot one of Scorpio's eyes with his gun. Immediately there was a loud boom and its eye shattered. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. He quickly and forcefully tied its tail. He shouted, "Luya! Hurry up, it's getting more and more berserk." She immediately replied from her side. "Coming, don't rush me." Luya leapt upwards, stepping on Scorpio's back. Then using the momentum she jumped to tie its tail. Done, she jumped down after completing the task. Zhang Yi smirked triumphantly, then pressed a button. A beep sound was heard. The ropes tied to Scorpio's back immediately tightened. It struggled, letting out a wail. Its 5 eyes suddenly emitted green light. Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately shouted, "It's going to self-destruct, quick, get inside." The two immediately retreated to hide. With a loud bang, its entire body exploded. Green liquid splattered everywhere. Zhang Yi turned his head, concerned for Luya. "Are you all right?" Luya spoke up. "Zhang Yi, I don't feel right." Luya trembled in fright and continued, "I think I've been paralyzed." Zhang Yi took out a syringe from his backpack. He barely managed to inject himself first, letting out a slight sigh of relief. "Good thing I always keep one on me." Zhang Yi leaned closer to her. "Don't worry, a shot of serum will fix it." Luya was almost completely paralyzed. She quietly let him help her. However, the green venom on her arm not only didn't dissipate, but actually spread further. Zhang Yi was greatly alarmed. "What's going on?" He quickly grabbed Luya's hand tightly, then pulled her to run with him. Unease filled his heart. Could this toxin be too potent? And the serum ineffective? They kept running, until the cave entrance appeared in sight. Luya gasped for breath. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She curled her legs, squatting down in a nearby corner. Zhang Yi wasn't doing much better. He hastily looked for tools. He guided the person opposite him against the wall. To steady themselves, he undid his collar and pulled out a knife. As soon as he saw Luya's pale face, he softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid, I just want to help you squeeze the venom out." The other person stammered, their breath barely a whisper. "No, it's not." She trembled, pointing at his neck. "Zhang Yi, on your neck. You've already been stung by that scorpion's venom." Only then did he notice his own condition. What? The scene shifts to the depths of the lair. In the dark hall, a gigantic scorpion appeared on the stone wall. Its body transformed into a human form. This was indeed the ancient rock xenomorphic scorpion queen. "Scorpio," she struggled to get up. "Detestable humans. How dare you insult my stone body?" Rock solidified into a weapon in Scorpio's hand. She muttered, "Humans are disloyal and disrespectful to King Sumu." Scorpio clutched the scepter in her hand, gritting her teeth. "I swear I will keep you here forever." Just then, a figure quietly emerged from behind the stone wall. "Scorpio, wait a moment." As soon as Scorpio heard that voice, she immediately turned around, her face filled with confusion. "Esteemed Lord Enkidu, may I ask if the king wishes to give any instructions?" The other replied, conveying the king's decree. "Allow the two of them to enter the crystal ball." The crystal ball in his hand reflected Scorpio's bewildered expression. However, Enkidu observed Zhang Yi's situation. "Through that crystal ball," he murmured, "as long as they can leave the lair alive and find the king, they will gain the chance to negotiate with the king." Enkidu's words carried a warning. These are the king's own words. "Do you intend to defy the king's decree?" Scorpio immediately knelt, her head bowed. She replied with a trembling voice, "No, may my king be blessed." "Your most loyal." Scorpio takes her leave. After she finished speaking, she obediently vanished. Only a few faint blue afterimages remained before Enkidu's eyes. He toyed with the crystal ball in his hand and murmured softly, "However, can they truly withstand this trial?" Seeing that Zhang Yi had already collapsed, Enkidu smiled faintly. "It's not certain anymore. What do you say we add a little surprise for them?" The scene shifts to the interior of the lair. An unknown amount of time passed. The entire dark space fell into silence. Luya didn't know when she had fallen asleep. She awoke groggily, mumbling "Zhang." When she clearly saw her surroundings, she saw the person in front of her curled up unconscious. Luya frantically called his name, "Zhang Yi." The other person didn't respond. His brows were slightly furrowed. A layer of cold sweat seeped from his forehead. Zhang Yi groggily awoke. He found himself engulfed in a sea of flames. "Where is this? Don't tell me I was poisoned to death by the scorpion venom, right?" He struggled to prop himself up with his hands. Suddenly he discovered something. His movements froze. A ball of flame ignited from Zhang Yi's palm. He murmured, "Such a familiar feeling. The burning sensation is gone. What is this?" The flames suddenly grew larger and burrowed directly into Zhang Yi's chest. He looked slightly surprised. Zhang Yi's entire body was enveloped in firelight. Burning fiercely, he felt confused. Strange, why can it freely enter my body? And I don't feel any repulsion at all. The next second, Zhang Yi's heart pounded wildly in his chest, as if it were about to explode. He let out a roar. The flames behind him burned fiercely, seeming to transform into a massive dragon silhouette. Breaking free from the illusion, Zhang Yi suddenly woke up. His eyes were wide open. Luya, overjoyed, rushed forward and hugged him. Great, you're okay. I thought you were really going to. After realizing it, Zhang Yi gently pushed her away. Luya shyly moved her lips. I'm sorry, I got too emotional and was a bit abrupt. Zhang Yi lowered his gaze, looking at the energy flowing in his palm. It seems I've recovered my energy. Not long after that energy disappeared, Zhang Yi murmured to himself. But it seems only a very small portion of my power has recovered. What's the reason for this? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Being poison actually broke through Gongqi's limitations. Luya dismissed it. If it was because of the poison that you recovered, that would be too incredible. If it were that simple, we wouldn't have been sealed in the underground city all this time, she explained, and after you fell unconscious, your life was indeed hanging by a thread. I was the one who injected you with the serum, and only then was the poison neutralized. Otherwise you would have died long ago. Luya herself had every reason to refute that idea. It's clear that the scorpion's venom was not the cause of your recovery. She tilted her head in thought. However, I'm also curious about such a terrifying venom. And yet it took so long for it to take effect on you. I felt numb as soon as I was shot. Hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately had an epiphany. I understand now, it's the enhancement of my willpower. Before I relied too much on my talent cards, and wasn't used to using other skills when I didn't have talent cards. He speculated that it was the time spent in the underground city that allowed him to break free from that constraint, the reliance on talent cards. But deep down I still feel that this must have been catalyzed by some power. At this point, Zhang Yi asked himself, could it be him? Luya pressed, what do we do next? We keep going deeper. Zhang Yi nodded and continued forward. However, he placed his palm on the ground and cast a summoning spell. I need to find an old friend first. Zhang Yi's magical beast appeared, gently nudging its head against him. Zhang Yi gently stroked it. Xiao Hei, long time no see, he thought. It seems neither Xiao Hei nor I have fully recovered yet. Xiao Hei's body had shrunk by a size. Zhang Yi stroked Xiao Hei's head, then instructed Xiao Hei. I need you to go back to Jibing City. Find Ba Wang, deliver a message and fight alongside him. I suspect Gong. She has secretly incited some players in Jibing City, without anyone noticing. He recalled the conversation with Gong Qi's doomsday spirit from before. Beware of Jibing City. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel uneasy. Jibing City is no longer safe. Xiao Hei took the command and obediently departed. Immediately Zhang Yi waved goodbye. Go, Xiao Hei. After finishing his task, he turned to look at the nest. Alright, let's get going too. I wonder what awaits us ahead. Scene shifts to the Eternal Tower. Yuru was held captive in Gongqi's storage room. She, who was supposed to remain unconscious, suddenly awoke, her eyes wide open for some unknown reason. Yuru quickly looked around. Diawu was confined in the storage room, right next to her. The other person was still unconscious. She anxiously called out. Diawu, there was no response. Yuru anxiously activated her ability. A stream of energy swirled in her palm. Just then a voice echoed in Yara's ear. Don't use your ability. It will draw Gongqi here if you have any questions. You can communicate with me telepathically. Although she didn't know who the other person was, Yuru risked following the instructions, asking telepathically, who are you? The person replied. Don't be afraid, I am Wai Shijia. And also Gongqi's doomsday spirit. As Yuru felt surprised. You fake sorcerer are actually an apocalypse elf. The other party turned into a transparent afterimage and gently embraced Yuru. That's right, this is the Tower of Eternity, the palace's main base. Due to my special identity, I cannot reveal myself and speak with you, but rest assured, I firmly stand with you and Zhang Yi. With me here, Gongqi will temporarily not pose a threat to your lives. You and your friends must always remain calm. The next second, Yuru suddenly felt her eyelids grow heavy. She fell into a coma, a whisper echoing in her ear. Keep sleeping for now. Staying quiet is the best state for preparation. The scene switched to somewhere else. Enkidu was full of interest, observing the situation with Zhang Yi. He suddenly sighed, saying, what a strange person. A smile played on his lips as he commented, the scorpion's venom, combined with a bit of King Suma's power, can fight poison with poison. But not everyone can endure it. Enkidu murmured to himself, if it were you, could you change the prophesied apocalypse? He looked up into the distance and chuckled softly. My respected king, you will surely forgive me for acting on my own, won't you? Because it's been a long time since anything interesting happened in this world. Enkidu gazed intently at Zhang Yi's face in the crystal ball, and suddenly laughed. Most importantly, if they can defeat the respected you, I would be absolutely thrilled. The scene switched to Zhang Yi's side. It was pitch black all around them. He held a torch to light the way. The two of them had arrived before a door. Luya walked ahead, trying to push the door open. She exerted all her strength, but the door only moved a tiny bit. This door is too heavy. Seeing this, Zhang Yi suggested, let me open it. Then with a bang the door opened. The entire vast space was filled with intersecting passages. Zhang Yi murmured, it's a labyrinth. They began to move, but after walking for only a short distance, they saw the passage ahead constantly changing. Luya frowned impatiently. What kind of cursed path is this? If this continues, it'll be hard to find any pattern even if we keep going. Zhang Yi held the torch and walked ahead. Stay close to me. This labyrinth changes paths at any moment. If we get separated, it'll be very difficult to find each other again. And before he could finish speaking, several strange beasts suddenly appeared behind them. Their bodies made entirely of dry bones. They opened their mouths wide and roared. Zhang Yi and Luya were startled and looked back. Zhang Yi quickly dropped the torch and fled. Oh no, the light from the torch might have attracted these things. Run! Just at that critical moment the labyrinth changed paths again. Zhang Yi and Luya were forced apart. Behind each of them were strange beasts giving chase. Watch out! Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to use his abilities. He thought to himself, although my abilities haven't fully recovered yet, at this point, I can't worry about that anymore. Zhang Yi turned around and quickly launched an attack, striking the strange beast's face directly. The strange beast's head immediately shattered, then disappeared. He clicked his tongue, relieved. Good thing. Dealing with these small monsters is still manageable. Zhang Yi had just turned to continue walking when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The strange beast from earlier had actually regenerated. His whole body stiffened and he whipped his head around. What the hell? Is this a new monster from the apocalypse? Invisible body. Its weak point isn't just its head. Before it could launch an attack, Zhang Yi quickly took off running. He thought, judging by their reaction just now, not sensitive, not afraid of light, so does it rely on hearing and smell to distinguish its prey? Zhang Yi thought, then tried pounding hard on the stone wall just to test it. The alien beast paused, then violently crashed into the stone wall, exactly where he had made the sound. Zhang Yi's lips curved upward. His guess was confirmed. It truly navigates by sound. After the violent impact, the alien beast's body shattered before it could recover. Zhang Yi jumped onto the maze wall. He stood high up, thus able to overlook the entire maze. He quickly spotted the exit on the other side. Something suddenly appeared below. Zhang Yi's attention was drawn and he looked down. Two alien beasts were already waiting for him below. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate for a moment and jumped down to confront them. He stood up, drew his pistol, and unceremoniously fired continuously at the alien beasts. Zhang Yi aimed for their heads. He thought these alien beasts were empowered by the maze, which is why they possessed special abilities. If they couldn't be completely eliminated, Zhang Yi thought of a possibility. Perhaps they were all illusions created by King Sumu. Just then, a voice suddenly called out Zhang Yi. Did you hear that? He immediately recognized it as Luya. Two more alien beasts appeared before Zhang Yi, blocking his path, and Luya's warning echoed in his ears again. The maze is fake, but the alien beasts are real. Don't attack their weak points. Following the instructions, he punched straight through the alien beast's chest, then continued forward. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. What kind of damn path is this? Just walking blindly like this. It's hard to even find any pattern. Just as Luya had said, after being punched in the chest, the alien beasts fell to the ground, with no sign of recovery. Zhang Yi walked out of the maze. The scenery behind him blurred and gradually dissipated. He reunited with Luya, unlike Zhang Yi, who was disheveled and covered in dust. She was carrying several bags and smiling broadly. Zhang Yi couldn't stand her gaze anymore and asked angrily, "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Luya covered her mouth and chuckled. "Laughing at you, of course. I didn't expect you to make a mistake on such a simple stage, even needing my reminder." Zhang Yi felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and asked curiously, "Then how did you figure it out?" Luya explained, "I observed them for a while and realized that I had seen their true forms when I was a squad leader before. After killing these things, our problem of surviving winter was solved. She took out a compass and slowly explained as for the maze being fake. It reminded me of something. Zhang Yi exclaimed, I see. It seems you have many strengths too, and are qualified to be a squad leader. Luya shrugged, saying proudly, of course. Wait, why do I feel a bit strange? Were you really complimenting me just now? Zhang Yi changed the subject, pointing to the scenery before them and saying, so this river is another new illusion. There's a sign here. Let's see what it says. The signpost had a few drops of dried blood on it, and clearly stated, Hint 1, this river is not an illusion. Hint 2, only the purest souls may pass. Scene change in the Eternal Tower. In the palace's storeroom. While Yoru was unconscious with her eyes closed in her dream, someone suddenly called out Yoru. She groggily opened her eyes and responded. Yoru sat under a tree, gazing in surprise at the person before her, the dream god. She looked around in surprise and said, wasn't I imprisoned by Miyazaki? How can I be seeing you here? Although someone once hinted at it to me, I truly couldn't rest easy. Yoru then asked the dream god, do you know if Zhang Yi is doing well now in Daiwu? The dream god interrupted. He brought his forehead close, touching Yara's forehead. Do not be afraid. I already sense something approaching. To help you not doubt that hint. When destruction and extinction befall the apocalypse, you will reveal hidden unknown things, and become the one to reverse the ending. Remember, my blessing will always be with you. Scene change by the river of eternal night. Zhang Yi looked at the wooden board. He thought this setting is a bit like the mythical description of the Styx in ancient civilizations. Luya also looked at the wooden board. She said impatiently, what the heck, playing mysterious again? He pointed his thumb towards the river, saying, throw this thing in and see what happens. This river water looks very strange. Luya pulled at the thing in her hand, then decisively threw it in. As soon as it was thrown in, it hissed, and a foul smell permeated the air, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Luya immediately covered her nose. Ugh. This smell is terrible, it stinks so much. Zhang Yi also covered his nose, immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her away. Don't get close, this smoke is dangerous. The two quickly ran forward, causing the ground to shake and rumble. Ahead, massive pillars shone with light, suddenly rising up. Luya said tiredly, what is this now? Zhang Yi looked at the shining pillars and thought, this is too strange. Just now I had a strange sense of familiarity. I've encountered similar things during training in the underground city. Looking at those pillars, it seems I already know. Luya immediately said, remember the order these light pillars flash. We have to follow its pattern. He thought, could it be that the trickster anticipated these trials long ago? Luya poked his shoulder with her finger and asked confusedly, hey, don't you feel like you've studied for this test before and nailed all the questions? The trickster. Zhang Yi struck a pose, interrupting her. Then we should pass this trial as quickly as possible. With that, he leaped onto the shining pillars, then said, currently I have a bold guess this Sumerian king might actually be on our side. Luya was also a bit scared, but she quickly leaped up as well, chasing after Zhang Yi. Suddenly she missed her footing and fell. But Luya was quick-witted, and grabbed onto a pillar in front of her. She gritted her teeth and with a powerful leap landed on the pillar. Afterward, Luya used her foot to push off, jumping onto the pillar behind Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi turned to look at her, smiling and encouraging, not bad. Do you still remember the sequence for the next ones? She snarled through gritted teeth. You didn't even bother to help me. Zhang Yi gave a thumbs up, I believe you can do it. Suddenly a voice rang out, hello there. The two turned their heads and asked in unison, who? Zhang Yi frowned, secretly wondering, a player. No, it must be an NPC. He smiled and introduced himself, my name is Enkidu. I am the Sumerian king's assistant. This is my illusion. You too, with your sharp intuition and powerful strength, have managed to get this far, and I am very pleased. Can you tell me your names? Luya immediately replied, Luya. Zhang Yi shook his hand and replied, Zhang Yi. He thought, Enkidu, the legendary enemy and companion of the Sumerian king. If this aligns with the myth. Enkidu suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Are you guessing my identity? There's no need for that. Zhang Yi suddenly snapped back to reality, then Enkidu continued. Because your journey ends here. Luya ran towards Enkidu, shouting, let him go. Enkidu summoned chains and wrapped them around Zhang Yi. Now, only one of you two can cross the underworld river. Next he released a tentacle, wrapped it around Luya, then continued. Of course. I want cruelly make you choose. Enkidu turned his head to look at him and said with a smile, "I'll be the villain then." Zhang Yi channeled his inner energy. A surge of power appeared around him. He clenched his hands and said grimly, "You're dreaming." Zhang Yi glanced, then let out a roar. He charged forward quickly. He threw a punch at Jizhu. But he dodged it sideways. Jizhu clenched his teeth. He hooked downwards with 2 fingers. Zhang Yi fell to the ground with a thud. He glanced at Luya with difficulty and shouted, "Luya, run." She on the other hand was tightly bound. Struggling was useless. She thought, "There's no way I can run." Jizhu said, "What a pity you two are too weak." He suddenly lifted Luya high into the air. Then said, "You failed to pass my trial." With that, Jizhu pulled her down forcefully. Then he released his tentacles, causing Luya to fall. In the water she slowly sank to the bottom, thinking to herself, "It seems I'm really about to die." Meanwhile Zhang Yi, tightly bound to the ground, asked, "Are you really Jizhu? The legendary Jizhu?" He gnashed his teeth. He raised his head and stared intently at Jizhu. He continued, "The one created by gods who stood with humanity and swayed the king of Sumo with wisdom and fairness." He looked down from above and let out an "Oh." Then he channeled spiritual power with his hand and said, "How ridiculous. The friend that humans praised is ultimately just a traitor." Having said that spiritual power then enveloped Zhang Yi. Jizhu immediately retreated, keeping his distance. At this moment he had awakened his full power, emitting an immense force. He watched the scene, a smile playing on his lips with interest. Zhang Yi's aura was ferocious. He drew his sword and shouted, then quickly moved forward to attack. Suddenly a voice called out his name. "Zhang Yi, I'm fine." Luya spoke up, interrupting the attack. Zhang Yi's attack. She sat on the water's surface, saying in surprise, "Strange. This water looked terrifying, but it's so shallow." Zhang Yi turned to Jizhu and asked, displeased, "So is this a trial or a joke?" He couldn't help but let out a laugh. "How laughable. You broke into my territory, yet you have no intention of apologizing. I just made a joke and you get angry." He paused. Jizhu flew up and hovered in midair. He continued, so easily agitated, "No wonder there's a traitor among you. Yet you can't find them. How can I trust you then to tell you everything I know?" Immediately after he hovered high in the sky and gradually disappeared. But Jizhu didn't forget to leave a message. "Remember this. The person you are looking for is the one you trust the most. They are the first one you should rule out." Luya, still in the water, rubbed her head and said unhappily, "We've been fooled again." Zhang Yi turned his head. "Wait, did you hear what he just said? The one we trust the most should be ruled out first." Immediately after they exchanged glances and excitedly said in unison, "It's the third elder." Night slowly fell. The scene switched to the Tower of Eternity. At this moment Gongqi was furiously slamming the table and roaring, Where's the news about Zhang Yi?" Zhang Yi entered the Liugu Milan and hasn't appeared since. "Didn't you follow him?" Ling Lan replied from the other end of the phone. "Well, I tried to sneak after him. I almost died there. Boss, this swamp is full of mud underneath, there's simply no path. Zhang Yi must be dead." He tapped on his computer, while angrily cursing, "You damned useless idiot. How can I not find anything? Why can't my clearance find information about what's under the swamp?" Gongqi shouted, Moshi jingling. Ling Lan immediately appeared and asked respectfully, "What are your orders?" He commanded, Moshi jingling, "Mobilize all forces, monitor and surround the Liugu Milan." She replied seriously, "Yes. All global forces have been deployed, concentrated near the newly appeared swamp of the Liugu Milan. Do you have any other orders?" Gongqi looked up crestfallen. He asked, "How are those 2 women?" Ling Lan immediately replied, "They're not awake yet. Their brainwave fluctuations are all normal. We haven't found the cause of her unusual state yet." He immediately said, "No. I can't wait any longer." Diawu frowned in pain inside the test tube. "The current progress is 20. She gritted her teeth in agony. Gray veins protruded. Progress gradually increased to 50. A stuttering voice spoke, "No. At this moment the system also popped up a notification. Operation progress halted. Optimize. Gongqi looked at the system. He immediately said, "Increase the transmission power within the test tube." At this time, Diawu clenched her jaw, enduring the pain. Progress has increased to 70. Her body was covered in black spots. Now progress has reached 90. Daiwa's face was now hideously distorted. She continuously roared. Outside, Gongqi calmly said, "As long as you can endure it, you will be my strongest creation in Apocalypse, aside from the Demon King." Immediately after, progress reached 100. Brainwashing successful. The next second the test tube instantly shattered. Gongqi had to cover his face with his hand. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. Zhang Yi, I wonder if you'll like this surprise. Diawu hovered in the air. Water droplets dripped from her legs. Diawu knelt on one knee and respectfully said, Master, what do you command of Diawu? Gongqi smirked slyly and said, You're too weak. Go train in the demon suppression tower. If you die, don't come back. She immediately replied, Yes, master. Gongqi turned his head to look at the test tubes behind him. If this isn't surprising enough, he continued, I'll prepare an even bigger gift for you. Imagining that scene, Gongqi's lips curled into a dangerous smile. I hope you enjoy it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's scene switched. Zhang Yi suddenly sneezed. Luya next to him asked in confusion, How did you catch a cold so weak? He wiped his nose, a cold sweat on his brow, and said, I feel like someone's secretly cursing me behind my back. Don't tell me it's that old geezer Gongqi again. She suddenly yelled Zhang Yi. Luya pointed ahead and said, The Sumo King's palace. Before them was a colossal palace. Magnificent and grand. Luya asked doubtfully, Is this it? Zhang Yi looked ahead, silently recalling two names. Yuru, Diawu. The scene he recalled was, they were tightly bound by chains and taken away. Luya's voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Let's go, we must see the Sumo King as soon as possible. At this moment the Sumo King was leisurely sitting on a chair, contemplating the grapes in his hand. He rested his chin in his hand, then suddenly glanced up and called in Kizu. Opposite him, Kizu was sitting cross-legged, engrossed in a book. Your command, my king. The Sumo King rested his face on his hand, sitting impatiently in his chair, and said, You falsified my royal decree and let those two wretches in. Did you think I really wouldn't know? They should have been scorpion food long ago. And Kizu closed his book and replied, Then I sincerely apologize for using your identity. It's just that I boldly surmised, and had a feeling, that these two would surely be to your liking, which is why I let them in. To prevent your displeasure, I also gave them some trials. He widened his eyes and asked in confusion, Oh, you always claim to understand me so well, don't you? What were the results? He quickly replied, They're soaking wet. The Sumo King frowned and cursed, What rubbish is this? They can't even pass one trial. And they think they're worthy of seeing me. Aren't you afraid? Shall I throw you to the scorpions too? Enkidu still replied with a smile. Naturally, I'm not afraid. After all, compared to those two little rats, I think you must despise him even more. Pausing, he continued, Miyazaki, that fellow, after all. This entire situation is inextricably linked to him. Sunua grimly and ferociously crushed the water glass in his hand, roaring, Yes, Enkidu, you're absolutely right. Scene change, demon suppressing pagoda, 90th floor. Daiwu along with two talismans. Suddenly both of those guys disappeared. She thought, finally it's here. Daiwu angrily stomped her foot and cursed loudly. Damn it, that despicable scoundrel. I'll definitely kill this Miyazaki. Daiwu silently looked at her body, then rested her chin in her hand, pondering in her mind. She was indeed forcibly brainwashed by him. But suddenly, a spirit covered her eyes with both hands. I'll borrow your body for a moment. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Daiwu wondered inwardly, who is helping me? Why would they rescue me from me? Miyazaki's hands. Behind her, two demons suddenly lunged, preparing to attack. Daiwu sharply turned her head and deftly launched an attack. Two were already eliminated. Daiwu stepped on a demon's corpse and couldn't help but wonder, why could it give her demonized features while still retaining her own consciousness? Is this Miyazaki's trap? But this logic doesn't make sense either. Daiwu looked at the system panel, which showed no battle rewards. Strange, the bosses in the demon suppressing pagoda, don't they usually get stronger and stronger as the levels increase? Besides, there's usually only one monster, and this naming method is too perfunctory. It's like she paused, then added, They're mass-produced. Suddenly a voice rang out from the void. Daiwu, I am Miyazaki's apocalypse spirit. Just now, I already interfered with Miyazaki's brainwashing program, and it was also I who invaded your brain in the Tower of Eternity, making Miyazaki mistakenly believe you had been successfully brainwashed. Daiwu immediately asked, What exactly is going on? If you're already Miyazaki's subordinate, why are you still helping me? The voice immediately replied, Because you, Zhang Yi and Han Yara, your friends, will be the ones to change this apocalypse. These small monsters were prepared by Miyazaki to make you train quickly and become stronger. He wants you to become the blade that stabs Zhang Yi. She immediately frowned, waving her hand in disgust. According to you, you've been secretly helping us all this time. Are Yaro and the others safe now? The voice immediately replied, Zhang Yi is gathering his new allies. As for Yaro, she's being closely monitored by Miyazaki. I cannot reveal. However, I did speak with her once. Daiwu stretched her shoulders and asked. So next you'll be training and grinding here? The voice replied, that's right. Just train as usual. It'll continue to help you maintain your disguised state. There's not much time left. I have to go. She immediately replied, alright, thanks, preparing for action. 3 monsters charged at Daiwu from the front. She stepped forward and knocked down all 3 in a few moves. The 2-headed snake was 3 times taller than Daiwu. She covered her nose thinking it stinks. It might even be poisonous. A crack sound rang out. The 2-headed snake split into 2 halves. Immediately they transformed into human torsos with snake tails, 1 male and 1 female. Daiwu leapt into the air. She struck the male snake with the axe in her hand. It was immediately struck down and fell. The remaining female snake then rushed forward to attack Daiwu, holding the rope in her hand. Quickly, she leapt onto the pillars surrounding the female snake. To tie the pillars together, she leaped and stood on a pillar. Daiwu, holding the rope, tightened around the male snake's neck, said, "Stop releasing venom. Look closely. If you don't want your lover to suffocate, then stop and withdraw this venom. Give me the reward." 2 ropes tightened around its neck, yet it remained unafraid. Glanced at her, scoffed. Someone was closely watching Daiwa's every move. Then excitedly said, "How interesting. How interesting." On the 91st floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, a girl was sitting in a chair, leisurely holding binoculars, monitoring Daiwa's every move. She smiled happily. "It's the first time I've seen a child kill monsters like this." Daiwu climbed to the 91st floor step by step. She yawned, so boring winning just like that. Then Daiwu retrieved the health potion, a gift dropped by the 90th floor boss. She pushed open the door to the 91st floor. Let's see what new tricks this floor has in store. Daiwu thought to herself as she walked in. Since they threw me here, it's impossible for them to let me walk out alive easily. Inside, various terrifying-looking dolls were hanging high by ropes. Daiwu wondered to herself, where is everyone? It's too eerie. Don't tell me this floor's boss is watching me, right? Holding her hammer, she said, "No matter how well you're hidden, he'll find you." A hand was picking up a card. The card was the Joker. A cheerful voice rang out. "I drew it, my favorite card." Daiwu immediately turned around and shouted, "Who's behind me?" Dee was slowly approaching with a knife. "There's no boss here because..." She paused. She then burst into laughter, revealing sharp teeth, and then continued, "I killed it." Dee, holding a bloodstained knife, quickly rushed forward to attack. But Daiwu quickly raised her hammer to block. She immediately found a weak spot, a triumphant smirk on her lips. Then she swung her knife, aiming for Daiwa's waist. She was struck and immediately sent flying. Dee, holding the knife, laughed madly. She stuck out her tongue, revealing the Joker card. Daiwu gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "The Joker, the Demon Suppression Tower's Joker, is a solo instance. If she's not the boss, then she can't be a player either. First I need to figure out who she is." She looked up at the dolls above, thinking, "Got it." Daiwu leaped up and used her hammer to cut the ropes binding the dolls. Below, Dee saw this, covered her eyes with both hands and shrieked, "What are you doing? Why are you destroying the toys my mother's gave me?" She rushed forward, trying to snatch the doll from Daiwa's hand, yelling, "Give it back to me! Give it back to me!" She held her hammer, pressing it against the doll's neck. Daiwu said sternly, "I am Daiwu, an assassin now. It's your turn to introduce yourself. If you don't speak, I'll burn your toys." Dis' eyes widened and she gritted her teeth, replying, "Fine. Actually, I'm the Archon of Assassin's Heart, the Assassin's Guild." She put her hand in her pocket and said, "But my real name is Dee, if you don't believe me, look." She took out a round wooden object with 2 swords carved on it. Suddenly, the doll in Daiwa's hand immediately turned its head. Dee couldn't help but let out a couple of laughs. "You're so foolish. This isn't something an assassin should do." Scene change here, and Mujin suddenly spoke. "Oh, look, guests have arrived." He turned to look at the 2. "Welcome, welcome." Zhang Yi asked, and Mujin doubtfully, "Have you been in the palace this whole time? Were those just your clones earlier?" And Mujin snapped his fingers and replied with a smile, "Bingo. However, shouldn't you 2 first bow to the king?" Zhang Yi and Lu Yaring both bowed their heads simultaneously, one hand on their chest, respectfully bowing. "Greetings to His Majesty King Sumo. We are exiles from the underground city of Zion." Sumo, with his hand propping up his face, frowned and roared, "Commoners, kneel." Luya heard this and was so frightened. She gasped out loud, then hastily prepared to kneel. But Zhang Yi stopped her, remaining standing. He looked at Sumo seriously, then explained, "We are exiles, but not your subjects, and certainly not the lowly commoners you speak of. So I want kneel." Hearing this, Sumo's face darkened with anger. He gritted his teeth. Enkidu, is this truly the best candidate you've chosen? Sumo raised his hand, channeling his inner energy. What kind of lowly trash are they? Enkidu was immediately grabbed tightly by the neck by Sumo. But he still maintained his unchanging smile. Sumo asked in a deep, angry voice, "Why aren't you speaking now? You said you'd avenge me. Avenge those innocent people. And this is the result." Luya immediately shouted from the side, "Hey, isn't he your good friend? What are you trying to do?" He replied, "What am I doing? Of course I want to kill him." Sumo looked at them with a disdainful frown. "And you too, of course. None of you will leave here alive." Luya quickly rushed forward, shouting, "Let him go." A second later, a blinding light shot out, sending her flying far away. She had to raise her arm to shield herself. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, channeling his inner energy. His fist was ready to unleash an attack, but it was shattered by a light shard fired by Sumo. He frowned, his face suddenly darkening. "You're asking for death." Fierce flames ignited around Sumo. Both Zhang Yi and Luya were tightly bound by the glowing shards. Sumo has activated the King's Wrath skill. Just then the system immediately issued a reminder. Character is in passive panic state. Cannot move. Zhang Yi yelled angrily, "Damn it. I can't move." Suddenly he unleashed a move. Both their arms were severed, flying into the distance. Blood splattered everywhere. Sumo's lips curved upward into a light chuckle. "You are ultimately just mortals, daring to dream of stopping a god." He exerted force with his fingertips. A snap sound echoed and Enkidu's neck broke. Both of them widened their eyes in shock. Zhang Yi clutched his freshly severed arm, trembling as he stood up. He groaned, stammering, I said." Luya, lying behind him, cried out to stop him. "Hey, don't push yourself." Sumo raised an eyebrow and said, "You can still speak." With that he let go and Enkidu immediately collapsed. The system immediately issued a notification. Important NPC Enkidu has died. Following that, the system released another quest message. Cooperation with King Sumo has failed. Zhang Yi knelt on one knee, trembling as he spoke. But the great King Sumo can casually dispose of loyal friends, his most devoted companions. No sooner had he spoken than he fell to the ground. Zhang Yi propped himself up with his hands. "I truly feel sorry for him." He gritted his teeth in agony, saying, "All plans and hopes have failed. Because of the so-called most trusted comrade in arms. Someone like you." "Are you?" Zhang Yi paused, then continued. "Even worse than a commoner." Sumo was furious. He used his spiritual power and a flaming hand gripped Zhang Yi's neck, lifting him up. The system immediately issued continuous warnings. Luya, on the side, painfully cried uncontrollably, stammering, Zhang Yi. "Stop talking, let's get out of here." She dazedly reached out to him, saying, "Live. Only then will there be hope for revenge." He reached out and grabbed a grape. After hearing her words, his face twisted. "Live. Live to leave my territory only to die by my hand." Sumo smacked his lips twice, then said, "You're really asking for death." Zhang Yi grabbed the flaming hand that was choking him, completely unafraid. His lips curved into a smile. "This must just be an illusion, right?" Sumo was suddenly startled as he brought the grape to his mouth. He put the grape down, finding it tasteless. Enkidu snapped his fingers. Everything abruptly returned to the beginning. He smiled and said, "Apologies, this was still a test." Then Enkidu continued, "It was simply a gift from the king." Sumo propped his face with his hand, exclaiming enthusiastically, "Excellent. This king hasn't heard such bold words in a long time. The truth is unpleasant, but rather interesting." He then loudly called out for Lita. A fierce lion immediately appeared. Lita is the name of a Babaji lion, the strongest of all beasts in the 6 lands of Egypt. Sumo's mount, and incredibly powerful. During battle, Sumo can directly possess it. Sumo sat on Lita's back and asked, "Are you not afraid of death? It's clear that in this illusion, you're almost suffocating." Zhang Yi replied, "I've never imagined dying in an illusion. How could I? I'm not afraid, but I believe you will show mercy. And I still have a trump card." "Oh," he said. "You're almost dead and you still have a trump card." He smiled and affirmed, "Indeed I do, but it's my secret. I can't reveal it, please understand." Suddenly Lita roared, then opened its mouth wide. A fireball immediately appeared in its mouth. The fireball suddenly transformed into a golden card. Sumo held the glowing golden card with 2 fingers. Then said, "This item, this king has never given to any mere minion. It's for you." Looking at the glowing golden card floating before him, Zhang Yi hesitated slightly. He truthfully said, "It's a pity. I may not be fortunate enough to use your divine talent card." Suddenly hearing him refuse to use the card, Luya exclaimed in great surprise, "What? From that card? A powerful golden lion was immediately summoned. Sumo was surprised and said, "Haven't your abilities already been revoked? And you no longer have a divine talent card?" "Enkidu, it seems there are still details you haven't uncovered." Enkida chuckled, covering his mouth. "In a way. This could also be called a surprise, couldn't it?" Lita looked at him. It sniffed him all over. And he raised his hands to cooperate. For some reason, Sumo was again very surprised to see this scene. And Enkidu smiled, covering his mouth. After Lita had sniffed enough, it sniffed and then snorted out snot, making Zhang Yi feel disgusted. Looking at its attitude, Luya at this moment couldn't help but be dumbfounded in surprise. After that, the lion ran back behind its master. Sumo laughed excitedly. "Your scent can actually make Lita so disgusted." Zhang Yi wiped his sweat. "Yes. Although I have lost the power of the divine talent card, I already have the strongest bound object. So not pairing with it is only natural." Sumo disagreed with his words. "The strongest? I should still eliminate you. Ignorant human, I am the strongest." But just then, his eyes suddenly turned serious. Sumo frowned. He suddenly stood up and looked at him again. "Wait, so you're a player hiding your dragon race identity? Although you've lost your talent card, the contract with the dragon god still exists." Zhang Yi frowned secretly. "This is really troublesome. My true origins, it seems, have been seen through by King Sumo before me. However, this isn't a big deal." Then he calmly said again, "You've been observing me for a long time, haven't you? The hidden king in the darkness too. If you knew nothing, how could you have reached a consensus with the spirit of the end of Qi? You're actually on our side, aren't you? You're actually on our side, aren't you?" Suddenly exposed Sumo was a little angry. Enkidu quickly stepped forward, blocking the esteemed king. "I think you have more important things to do. How about we get down to business first?" Heeding my advice, he sat down and snorted coldly. "Boring, all right then." Looking at Luya, who dared not breathe loudly, Zhang Yi calmly reassured her, "Don't be nervous. He won't do anything to us." No sooner had he finished speaking, a force from Sumo Wang shot directly towards Luya. She felt that power bursting forth, burning within her. Now Luya has obtained a god-tier gifted body and is a main god. Restrained Sumo Wang. After the task was done, Sumo Wang suddenly stood up and declared passionately, "Listen closely. Being bound to this card doesn't mean your status is any different from those ants. And don't you dare expect me to help you solve any problems." Having said that, he immediately turned and left. "Don't bother me unless it's important." After he left, Enkidu immediately explained, "Just get used to it, the king is always full of tricks. Otherwise life here would be very boring." Zhang Yi also looked at him. "We still have some questions that need answering. Is that all right?" The scene shifts to Diewu. It seems that at this moment, her situation is not looking good. Although she was already controlled at this time, Diewu also began to have her own thoughts. If she truly is the main god of Assassin's Heart, and she appeared in the Demon Suppression Tower, then she must have been assimilated by evil energy. Then I absolutely cannot surrender. As soon as she finished speaking, Diewu soared into the air, activating her Assassin's Heart ability. Ji watched her, her interest peaked. "Have you forgotten that everything you possess belongs to me? Then it's even more impossible for you to win, no matter how many times you try." As soon as she finished speaking, Daiwa's neck was also savagely bitten at the same time, rendering her immobile. The pain spread to her hands, and she couldn't help but loosen her grip on her weapon. The excruciating pain intensified. Diewu couldn't bear it and collapsed to her knees. The rag dolls immediately attacked her, but she didn't give up. Diewu immediately pulled out a lighter. "If my ability is useless against you, then what about this?" It seems Daiwa's method worked this time. Jis' face instantly changed color as she looked over this.